Ayy, I'm who every nigga wife here. Big thigh nightmare. I'm the boogie bitch. Oh, I'm every nigga type, yeah. Jury so cold, gave these broke bitches goosebumps. White ghosts rolling through the hood, look like blue clubs. Say my name like Candy Mania, bitch, you know I'm there. These hoes wish they saw me when they looking in the mirror. Red bottoms on my feet, Bloody Mary on my toes. Every time I pop out, he get scared for you hoes. Yeah, he get scared for you hoes. Every time I pop out, he get scared for you hoes. Red bottom on my feet, Bloody Mary on my toes. Every time I pop out, he get scared for you hoes. I put niggas on their knees, I put bitches on their feet. Only time I buttons pushes when I'm pressing on my keys. 600 on my chain, yes K, yes cheese. Looking for a bitch to play with, think you better ask G's. I know goons, I know goblins, shoot and then robbing. Mask out here, nigga who want a problem? I'm a dog ass bitch, ace of spade when I piss. Green up, just a fuck, bottom line is I'm rich. In the ass like a pumpkin, welcome to the dungeon. Where the niggas at, trying to turn this into something. No, a bitch like me is a very rare sight. And throw that ass back, hit a gun, feel it lightning. Yeah, he get scared for you hoes. Every time I pop out, he get scared for you hoes. Red bottom on my feet, Bloody Mary on my toes. Every time I pop out, he get scared for you hoes. Creeping on a lame ass nigga on my monster jam shit, riding in a great figure. He talking on my name, we gon' dig a grave with ya. Zombie ass bitch, nigga gave me brain for dinner. I want it, then I got it. My mansion looking haunted. Dog market fishing stockings, like bitches, golden goblins. This ain't no trick or treat, but your nigga trick on me. If it ain't more than 1,000, I won't put it on my feet. When I pop out, it gets scary like a cemetery. I'm fresh to death, I need a hearse when I go shopping, baby. Cause I'm God, yeah. Texas chicks on the whip shot, I'm big in the hide. Yeah, I be the hottest topic. Yeah, he get scared for you hoes. Every time I pop out, he get scared for you hoes. Red bottom on my feet, Bloody Mary on my toes. Every time I pop out, he get scared for you hoes.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? It's your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. Please make sure that you thumbs up, like the stream, girl. This helps with algorithm. It helps with triggering up the notification system and all of that, honey. So please thumbs up if you're on your way in, thumbs up in the middle, and thumbs up again, bitch, on the way out, just to make sure. If you're new here, definitely subscribe, because if I like it, you're gonna love it. And make sure that you share the stream out, and make sure that all notifications are set to all. We have a lot and a little bit of time to get through all of this, you guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and run the old nasty intro. Please thumbs up, girl. And I have two amazing guests for you all who are bringing us first-hand account right from the goddamn courthouse today, okay? So let's just get into the things. Oh,
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
okay, so bringing in our first residential ground troop, Goddess Don Speaks. Welcome to the platform. How you doing?
Hi. I'm going to say hi in person. I'm going to give you some face today. Okay. How y'all doing?
You looking gorgeous. It look like it's cold as hell. It look like it's cold as hell.
I just want to let you know. I'm sorry?
It look cold as hell out there in California. Is it cold?
It's a little chilly. It's a little chilly for us, but it ain't cold for nobody else.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
But I just want to show y'all my I am a person. All right, I'm going back.
Baby. Loud, live, and in color. It's the Goddess. Thank you for being here, Goddess. I know you are on short time because you guys only have like a 30-minute lunch break. Before I bring up Poet Flacco as well, could you go ahead and tell the people where to find you over here on YouTube? You guys know I post Goddess Don Speaks link to her YouTube channel on the community wall. Always check the community wall. But tell these folks where they can find you, sis.
I appreciate that. Yes, I'm on YouTube, Goddess Dawn Speaks. I'm also on Twitter and Instagram. Just put in Goddess Dawn, you'll find me. And yeah, just come through. Like, I give verbatim breakdowns every after court. I give a verbatim breakdown, just like I'm giving you guys for lunch, but just the whole day. So yeah, just come through.
And do you have a Cash App, sis?
Oh, I do.
Okay, shout
Dollar
out your Cash
sign.
App so folks can y'all put in some work, show her some Cash App love. She out here on the ground level. She been dedicating 6 days of her life so far. She done lost her marriage. She done had to give us her children, honey. She done lost
Well,
housing, honey. Y'all, but she
okay.
been on the ground, honey. So Cash App is
Hey,
this. Get them your
I
Cash App.
appreciate the help. Parking is expensive down here, child, and
It,
you know what I'm
it
saying.
is.
So any
Mhm.
help is great. It's a dollar sign Goddess Dawn, and then the number 23.
Okay. Dollar sign God is Don 23 mods. Can you continue to run God is Don Cash App handle? I also want to bring up Flacco reactions. What's going on, bro?
Man, yeah, listen, man, we're doing well, man.
Look,
How
thank
you
you for
doing?
being here. I know that we got both of y'all on the ground. Y'all already know who the hell No Jumper is, honey. Y'all know who Poetic Flacco is, child, okay? He's the up and
Yes,
coming
sir.
DJ academics out in this bitch, okay? He's the next one up. The next one up, nigga, until it's stuck. But
Nah, come
Flacco,
on,
welcome to
man.
the
Tell them that.
welcome to the platform. Okay, so I'm of course be a gentleman and allow our lady to go first. Give
Yeah, of
us
course.
the rundown here, and then I would love
Okay.
your commentary on what happened, Flacco. Okay, so God is on. What the hell is going on? Because I know today, I believe that Detective Ryan Stogner was supposed to be in the building, right?
He might be. The defense is not up yet, and I think he's a defense witness.
Okay.
Yeah. So hopefully they'll be up today at some point.
Okay.
But
Well,
I'm just
go ahead
gonna
and
do
give it
my
to us.
normal. You want me to just do my normal rundown, and then you
Yes.
could give the commentary? Okay,
Yes.
cool. All right. So we started. The press was let in at about 10:45. Judge Hereford is there as usual. He discussed 402 type issues. This is before the jury has come in, so
Mm-hmm.
it's just the press, the defense, prosecution, and the judge at this point, and whoever clerks.
Mm-hmm.
So he talked about some 402 type issues. I don't know what that is. I just wrote it down because sometimes we
Mm-hmm.
find out the stuff later.
Okay.
So they said that the people are going to recall Officer Cabral from regarding the body cam footage, the body cam video. The defense objects to this, and they went back and forth about whether or not there's one or two transcripts because there's different views of the video that they were going to show. So they went back and forth about that, and the prosecution basically wanted to show that after the victim was handcuffed, meaning Megan, that she walked by them, meaning Officer Cabral, who was handcuffing Kelsey. And they want to show on the video that Megan limped by Kelsey. When they passed, they walked by.
Mm-hmm.
So they want to show that because Kelsey, of course, said she didn't remember and all that. The judge said he's going to allow redacted versions of the transcripts. So he allowed it. And same thing for the second video. Let's see. Now they've talked about bringing back Investigator Little regarding Kelsey's rap lyrics that were read on Friday. They want her to testify to receiving the lyrics, which Kelsey authenticated in her interview. The defense said that they don't need there's no authentication issues. So they are basically saying, why do you need to bring her back? And, they said they can't have the investigator testify to hearsay statements. They could, he's like, there could be 5 different diss tracks. Like, we don't know. So the judge, he said something about evidence 356. He said the statement can provide context. The defense, he said Kelsey can do that. So it sounded like he wanted to bring Kelsey back to do it. But the judge said he would allow it. The prosecution requested additional day to obtain a witness. I think we know who this witness is. They said that they asked the judge if they could possibly reopen after they rest their case in case they get the witness. So it sounds like they don't have a witness.
Oh, wow. And
Yeah, the judge.
I'm going to assume the witness is the driver.
Yeah, I think the witness is Justin.
Oh, the bodyguard. Okay.
Yeah, the bodyguard who claims that when Tory went to pick up Megan's stuff from Tory, that Tory admitted to shooting Megan.
And the prosecutor want to bring him back.
The prosecution he's a witness. Yeah, he hasn't
Right.
he hasn't testified yet.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And he's apparently not here. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So this was what all the news was about this weekend. So the judge said, let's just see how far we get. Okay. So that's how that kind of ended. The prosecution said there's an incident with one of the jurors. They didn't say what. The judge said we can take that up later today. So once I find that out, I'll let you know.
Okay.
Okay, so they're back on the record at this point. The jury has entered the room. The first witness is Officer Cabral, who testified on the first day. With regard, she was the one wearing the body cam when they showed her searching the SUV and identifying all the objects in there, the gun, the bloody this and that. So she's back on the stand. The prosecution wanted to go over some additional questions. Yes. Somebody say something? Hello?
We all listen
Oh,
to
okay.
movies.
Okay. I'm sorry. Let's see. So the prosecution said, let's go over some additional questions. They asked her when she was at the scene of when they pulled them over with the helicopters and all that. She asked her if everyone was in handcuffs. She told them all were handcuffed. She named everybody. You know, is this Quan? Yes. Kelsey? Yes. Megan? Yes. Okay. Everyone was handcuffed. She said that she handcuffed Kelsey, who was distraught and crying on the. Let me tell you, I don't even know why I had this mask talking. That Kelsey was crying and distraught on the ground, facing down. And then she walked her to the sidewalk. She said everyone exited the vehicle facing the apartment building. Megan was limping and bleeding as she walked to the ambulance. And at that point, they walked past Kelsey, and Kelsey asked her if she was okay. Kelsey was crying and upset as she did so. They did show video, the video that they're describing. They passed out transcripts for the video to the jury. Now, the video shows Kelsey being handcuffed on her stomach. They turned her over and got her up and walked her to the sidewalk. They told her to spread her feet.
130 back upstairs.
Yes. Oh, okay. So Kelsey's on the sidewalk at this point. They told her to spread her feet, and then Megan limped by. And Kelsey said, "Megan, you okay?" And she was crying when she asked her. So then they show a second video with a different angle. The sidewalk is clearly bloody. Megan walked past Kelsey. There was no audio there. They just want to show, like, this is the different view. Prosecution at, let's see, same person at some, okay, so the prosecution asked if at some point, did they illuminate Kelsey to see her injuries? She said she had blood dripping from her chin. The officer said Kelsey had blood dripping from her chin. They asked her if she saw the injuries. She said when reviewing the video, she saw the blood on her chin. The prosecution confirmed that what was seen in the video. So they just ran down everything again and asked about a step rail outside of the vehicle. I think they call it a running board, but she asked her about the step rail. So they show the photo to Cabral. Video shows the footrail on the vehicle, asked if a shorter person could step on it and reach over the door. At that point, there was an objection by the defense. She rephrased the question, asked if a shorter person could step, if they stepped on it, would it elevate them? There was another objection. See, the video shows them tending to Kelsey's foot. It looked like something was going on with her foot, but they ended up saying that they asked if blood was dripping down her leg, and the officer said yes. But they didn't identify any scratches as far as I could, because they were asking about scratches, but nothing was confirmed. So the cross-examination, the defense gets up and they asked after they exited the vehicle if they were walked to the sidewalk, and then the officer said, well, they were handcuffed first. Asked if she heard the conversation between Kelsey and Tory. Apparently, Kelsey and Tory were having a conversation curbside. She said she would have to review the video. They asked her if there was an officer Walker there. She said yes. They asked if Walker walked over to my client, Tory. She said, I would need to review the video first. They asked her if she knew what was said. Prosecution objected. The judge asked for a sidebar at this point. So they're all at the judge's bench having their discussion. Okay, when they come back, defense asked if Officer Cabral reviewed the body cam. She said correct. He said, you reviewed another body cam. She said yes. He said, you're here to tell the truth, right? She said yes. He said, tell us what you reviewed. And she said she was focused on Kelsey. She said no, actually she said she wasn't focused on his client, because he kept saying, you know, what did my client say? And she's like, I wasn't focusing on your client. Did you see my client, or I'm sorry, did you hear my client ask Megan if she was okay? Officer said no. The defense said they were all distraught and upset. And she said, I didn't talk to him. I was focused on Kelsey. The defense describes the scene again and everyone's placement on the sidewalk, asked if Tory, his client, was upset and distraught. Cabral said, I didn't hear him like I did Kelsey. So they asked if she spoke to the prosecutors before coming in today. She hesitated, but she did say yes. They said, you told, okay, she said, he asked her, were you told I may be asking if my client was distraught? She said no. They said, how were you on the street on Hollywood Boulevard? How long were you on the street on, he said Hollywood Boulevard, but I thought it was Sunset. But anyway, he asked how long they were on the street. She said about 20 minutes. He asked, were Kelsey and my client talking to each other? I don't think she could confirm that. I have no, but I don't remember her saying no, to be honest. I just remember that she was fuzzy on that because she wasn't focused on that. So when you were talking, let's see. Okay, so he said, I think she didn't say anything because she was kind of like, I don't know. He said, when you were taking Kelsey's info, did you hear them talking? So she denied that. She again asked, did my client look upset? She said she didn't see. She didn't notice it. So she wasn't able to confirm that for him. She said she doesn't recall his demeanor or his attitude. She saw him standing with his head down and she didn't hear him say anything to Megan. He said, you didn't hear Meg-o, you okay? She said no. So that was it for her. They let her go, this witness, and they called the next witness, Investigator Little, who had previously testified also. She was sworn in. The prosecutor asked if she reviewed the rap song by Kelsey Harris that was released in 2020. She confirmed it. And they were asking if she heard it at the interview that happened in September. And that's when she said yes. Is the song titled Bustin' Back? Yes. Did you hear? And then they read the lyrics. They also put them on the screen. Of course, I'm not that magical to write down all the lyrics, but if y'all know the song, I should have wrote down the lines because they had the lines of the song they were focused on. But basically, yeah. So she said, yeah, she heard the song. Did you know? Then they asked about the lyrics. So basically, it was about lying. The lyrics were about lying that they were pointing out. Did you hear other lyrics? They're asking her. She said, yes. The prosecution read more lyrics and they put them on the screen for Kelsey's song. The investigator confirmed. Now, the defense gets up to cross-examine her. They asked her about the lyrics again. He mentioned the part about her chain being snatched. And she said, well, if it's in the lyrics, then yes. And he said, is there someone named Dez? She said, I would need to review the video or the audio, excuse me. So someone named Dez, they're wanting to know. Defense refreshes her memory by showing her a piece of paper. They asked her if there's a threat to Kelsey that Dez made. And she said, if it's in the lyrics, then yes. Again, she repeated herself. They kept repeating, the defense repeats the lyrics, and she said, I don't remember to that particular part. She's like, basically, I need to reference it. I can't just say it off the top of my head. And then because whatever the lyric, I don't know the lyric by, by heart, but whatever it was had something about dick in it, like something about dick. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, Dez is a CEO.
Sucking dick.
Yeah, he's the CEO, and I think he threatened Kelsey with a sex tape, allegedly.
Okay. Well, the investigator said, well, I didn't commit it to memory. And then the defense repeated the question. She repeated, I didn't commit it to memory. Defense asked if Kelsey was claiming Meg is lying. She asked for the line in the transcript. They asked if she knew that she was coming in to testify to the transcript. She said, yes, but I need the direct quote. So he was like, no more questions. Prosecution comes up to redirect and get her back on track. They asked if there was on line 47 reference talking about hush money. They show her Little the transcript of the lyrics, and they were entered into evidence. So they entered the lyrics into evidence, and the defense came up for a recross. They asked Little about the mention of lying about hush money. And let's see, she said she read 2 lines. They went back and forth about this because there seemed to me a misunderstanding. They were asking her, did you read anything outside of that? But then she was kind of stuck on the hush money, so it was a little confusion. But the defense pointed out line 10 about lying about hush money, asked if she read line 24 mentioning lying again. She said, yeah, but that doesn't mention hush money. And he was like, I think I'm not being clear. They asked her about, now they moved on. They asked her about Sean Kelly, who is their independent witness who supposedly saw these women. He said they saw the women fighting from his balcony. They asked if she interviewed him, asked her, I don't have an answer for if she interviewed him or not. So I don't know if No Jumper can tell you that. I'm sorry, I forgot his name. But then they asked her if she's being honest. And then she herself objected. I don't, because she said he was insinuating she was lying. And then he questioned whether or not she can object as a witness. There was a sidebar call. And then when they got back from the sidebar, judge says, are there any further questions? The defense, they said they wanted to recall her after Sean Kelly testifies, which they're expected to testify today. They said, Sean Kelly is, testifying this afternoon. So the prosecution asked if Kelsey said she shot Megan in the song. And let's see, page 5, page 6. She said she doesn't recall. Wait a minute. She doesn't recall his demeanor. I don't know why that says that. Oh, hold on.
Officer Cabral.
I already read that part.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry.
You good. I know it's a lot going on. I'm trying to keep it.
There's a lot, and my paper got mixed up.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yeah, I think evidence. She saw Megan in the song. Okay. I don't have what she said about whether or not she saw her. Did she say she shot her in the song?
Mm-hmm.
That's just where my note ends, I think. Or unless I don't have the other paper. Let me see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She never did state that in the song because I read the lyrics.
Yeah, she might have said no. I don't know, because I don't have the answer. Because I think right after that they dismissed us for lunch. But they dismissed us a little early.
Okay. So with those notes, Flacco, is there anything that you want to add to what Goddess jotted down and elaborate upon? Because I'm curious to know what y'all make of it this far. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. So look, this is why me and Goddess are a great door, right? If she gives you the facts in line, organized, I come to you with the nigga shit, right? I come to you conscious.
I do that separate. I do that separate on my channel.
Conscious, I'm coming to you to give you. Listen, so first off, this is ghetto, Conscious. This case is ghetto. So check it out though, right? So during the pre-trial motions, they said there was an incident with juror number 39. Now, guess who juror number 39 is though, Conscious? That's the one female on the case that like you can look at her and say, yes, she listens to Megan Thee Stallion. She's the chick that comes in with the crop tops every day, you feel me? Right, like braids in her hair. I'm assuming she's a light-skinned black girl, but like she may have some Spanish in her. I'm not sure, right? But they said there was an incident with her, and then before recess, they said Jordan So they told us like that Jordan number 39 and like had to stay so like they could speak to her, right? So there's something going on with her. I think they're trying to like accuse her from like off the trial. Now listen, if she gets accused, that's a big blow for Megan, bro, because that's the only person on that panel I can tell you for a fact listens to Megan Thee Stallion. Right now, they're saying there was an incident with her. Now, I'm not sure if she was in them jury deliberations trying to convince people not to go. I don't know what was going on, right? But they say she got to go. You feel me? Well, sorry, not got to go, but you know, she needs to be addressed now, right? Now, talk about the. So first off, right? So the prosecutors called 2 witnesses today, right? Now, listen, these 2 witnesses were supposed to be neutral, independent people, right? So, so the prosecutors' whole mission was to prove, listen, man, these people are neutral, unbiased, and they're still testifying this. And then like Tory lawyers came and say, yo, listen, like these niggas ain't neutral, right? Like they're paid, right? So that's the whole. Right.
Well, that was the reason they lined the questioning up. The defense lined the questioning up the way they did, and that's going to be up to the jury decided whether or not they believe them or not.
Yes, right. So like, so like the defense coming in, like he's not even asking like no real questions, and his whole goal for the cross-examination is just to show the jury that these niggas ain't neutral and these niggas is biased, right? So. But that officer, right? And here's where I figured out, and she was not neutral. And they asked, yo, hold up now, bro. Like, did Tory look distraught too? Wasn't Tory held down? And she stated, oh, I wasn't paying attention to Tory. I was busy looking at Kelsey crying. I said, come on, bro. I said, oh, bro. I said, wait. Hold on now, bro.
But listen, the officers were assigned to. So her business was Kelsey that night. So her whole thing is, I don't know what he was doing. And you're right. I mean, I do agree that it does seem like, you know, she could have probably said, yeah, he did call her out or whatever. But at the same time, as the officer assigned to Kelsey during that whole thing, she was, I think it's not unbelievable for her to say, well, I didn't really pay attention to him because I was focused on Kelsey.
But you know, though, I can understand her paying attention to Kelsey, but it's like she's an officer. Isn't she trained to be observant? Period. Even if
you have to consider the fact that these are rookie officers. I think she was only an officer for like a year. She probably never even came across no situation like that. Well, and I'm not defending. Listen, I can't hear y'all, but I'm not defending the officer.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that I'm looking at it from like the jury point of view. I'm just saying that the jury is going to have to decide if they believe those officers weren't telling the truth, which they probably will. They probably will say, yeah, they were just, you know, doing their job, which is working for the prosecution, really.
Jesus. Hey, Jack. Welcome to the platform, love.
Jack Wood. Hi, Jack Wood. Such a fan. Hi.
Hey.
I'm fanning out right now.
Hey, babe. I listen to me. Spoiler alert. I've never done this on your channel before, have I?
No.
Because I just ulterior motive. 2 years ago, I told everybody that the Black YouTube sector should come together and work together because we could fucking take TMZ and make it completely irrelevant. Didn't I say that 2 years ago?
Agreed. Yes.
Okay. All right, here we are. Fast forward. My podcast is definitely all YouTube. And I would like an invitation to come in sometime and do special commentary.
Of course, Jack. Of course, darling. You got all access granted. Yes.
I also have ulterior motives with that. By the way, how's your relationship with Tasha K these days?
There is no relationship to me and Unhinged with Vodka K.
Okay. All right, great. So then this should be an easy working relationship between us. By the way, I just wanted to be clear. I hold no ill against you about anything when you was down with them fuckers. You know what I'm saying? I hold no ill will against you, Conscious.
Okay, but let's be clear. I was never down per se with Unhinged. Yes, I had a loose association. They brought me into the stuff that was going on with their situation professionally. I tried to
You
mediate
talking about with
it.
that race? You talking about with that Von Ray shit?
Yeah, they
When they
brought me
got
into all of that, and I tried to referee
you know
for
they got that boy
them.
shot, right?
Huh?
They got that boy shot, allegedly. They got him shot. They was behind him shooting.
Let me put up my goddamn allegedly, because I already see what a Jaguar giving her. Let me put up my alleged banner.
Allegedly, they got that boy shot.
Look at here, Jad. Look at here.
But wait a minute, but that's not the tea. I promise T, and I listen. Y'all know me. I'm a woman of my word. Spoiler alert.
Yes.
First. Oh, by the way, Conscious, internet, because we gotta put you in the podcast chat.
Yes, and your audio boo is kind of going in and out, Jack. I don't know if you speaking.
I know because I'm driving. You know we always
okay.
Okay, hold on. Spoiler alert. Tory Lanez is only #1 behind the scenes in the game. They've been trying to break him because the boy got too much freedom, and they hate the fact he's not amazing. They've been trying to find a way to come after him, and this Megan Kelsey shit is perfect. So I want to let y'all know there's a setup here.
Listen, I don't want to I'm sorry to interrupt you because I don't have a lot of time. I've got to go back upstairs. But I want to say with regard to that, I would say that I would not disagree with that. But at the same time, had he not shot Megan, he would not have them to be able to have this leeway with him. That's all I'm going to say.
By the way, I'm not defending him, but you finna go in
court.
Wait, you finna go into court, so I'm going to say it real fast. The fix is in. I have a contact that works in the clerk's office there, and they said that the judge has already been bought off, allegedly.
Oh, hell.
Jeez.
Well, you know what? I wouldn't disagree with her only because we up here keep asking ourselves, are we being punked? Is this a movie that we're not that we're not being paid for and we don't have our SAG cards for? What is really going on? It does seem like we're in like a whole different like little dimension because of all the different little things that aren't adding up. The police work was so sloppy. I mean, it's a lot of things from head to toe, but there at the same time is a lot of circumstantial. So, but I'm gonna hop off because I'm gonna grab me something to eat. But I'm gonna hit you back.
Okay,
Conscious.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nice to meet you, Jaguar, and I'll see you.
Thank you so much, Goddess.
Bye.
Hey, email me.
Come on my channel, Jaguar. Come on my channel. We all about women empowerment, baby.
I'm gonna make sure she get the link, bro. I'm gonna make sure she get the link.
Okay.
Flacco, do you gotta go too? Because I know you went to the courthouse too. Huh?
Yes, right. So I'm actually in the cafeteria right now, waiting for Goddess to come down. But yeah, bro. Listen, man. Listen, like just know, Tory did shoot that girl, but Tory's gonna get off. You feel me?
Of course, yeah. It's clear. Yeah.
Like I said,
hit me up after Flacco.
So what I heard, the fix is in. The fix is in.
So the fix is in that the judge is allegedly already paid off to pretty much help Tory walk out them doors a free man.
Whatever the verdict is, the judge has been encouraged. Allegedly, that's what I got somebody in the clerk's office.
So what you think the verdict gonna be, Jack?
I can't say because it might put my contact in jeopardy.
Shit, oh well, yeah. Okay, so what do you? Okay, so separate from that, what do you like? What are your thoughts about this case? Like, what the fuck do you think happened to Meg?
I think she was manhandling that little nigga. I think they was all drunk and high. I think the gun was in his hand. I think she grabbed it. I think it went off, and I think that's how she caught them fragments.
Wow.
That's what I think.
So you think she might have accidentally shot herself fighting over the gun?
I think she was fighting over the gun, and it went off, and she caught them fragments. That's what I think.
Now, let me ask you this question then. So why do you think Kelsey and Tory are reframing from like stating that? Because that would be an easy scapegoat situation for them both to claim.
Other illegal shit that was happening that they covering up with this.
What you think that is?
I'm gonna put it to you this way: didn't this shit all go down at a Kylie Jenner party?
It started there. Mm-hmm.
Ain't it always some fucking trouble in the black community when the Jenners and the Kardashians get involved?
Yeah.
Look at fucking.
Yeah.
It's been 1 year since Astro World,
Mm-hmm.
and guess what we've learned? That Houston PD and the DA can be bought.
For sure, absolutely.
So if everybody got bought off on Takeoff, what the fuck y'all think happened with Astro World?
Yeah, that shit had went away real quick.
And guess what? Kylie Jenner all around that. Kylie Jenner, I think Kylie Jenner a plant.
A plant in the community?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think whatever happened at that party, I think this whole shooting bullshit is to cover up what the fuck was really going on between Tory Lanez and Kylie Jenner, allegedly. And I think this whole sham trial is to find a way to sew Tory up. And I think Meg and Kelsey got paid to be in on it. That's my opinion. And I think the Kardashian Jenner behind it. That's why that bitch ain't been on the stand. She should have been on the stand. Kylie should have been on the stand.
I'm thinking though, Jag, maybe they're not gonna put her on the stand because Chris know inserting a white woman in some nigga business is not gonna turn out well in this woke ass culture.
And yet they all into nigga business and nigga dick.
That's true.
If you don't want to be nigga shit, stay the fuck away from niggas.
I agree.
Something happened. There's something bigger there. And it's got Jenna Kardashian written all over it. They're going to buy this judge just like they bought the judge in Black China case. Allegedly.
Do you think something happened? Because I'm thinking more of that.
I think something else happened, and I think Meg and Kelsey already got a check. I think this is a frame up, and it's got that stench of Kardashian Jenner all over it.
But I was going to say that I think it may be more of an energy thing around those people.
We shall see. We shall see. But that's the tea, baby. That's what I got for you.
Because niggas always falling apart when it comes to them. Whether it's Lamar Odom, whether it's Scott Disick, whether it's Ray J, whether it's Kanye. Yep, now it's
Tyga and Travis. I'm telling y'all, this shit got Kardashian Jenner written all over it. It's a frame up. It's a frame up. Niggas in the game probably came to Chris saying, we got a problem with this little Tory Lanez. Put one of your daughters on him. Make sense to me. Something else was going on in that house. That little Kylie bitch is evil as fuck.
I believe that. But you're getting a lot of pushback in the chat, Jag, for this perspective.
I'm sorry. You know.
How do you feel about the pushback that you're blaming a black woman for shooting herself, an unprotected black woman?
I didn't blame a black woman for shooting herself. I said they was drunk and high. She 8 feet tall. He 2 feet tall. I'm saying the gun was in his hand. There was a struggle. And listen to me. If somebody's trying to shoot you in the feet, you're going to get more than fucking pellets. I shoot guns. If he was shooting at her feet, there would have been holes in her feet, not fragments. That came from recoil. Shit, I've been shot. I know what being shot is. I caught a 22 right underneath my knee and it ricocheted. It sounds like there was a ricochet and she caught mother. There was a struggle. The gun went off, hit the ground, and the fragments bust back on her fucking feet. That's what it sounds like to me. I'm not saying she shot herself. I'm saying there was a struggle and the gun went off and they was drunk and high. You can push back on that all you want, but a bitch that fuck with gunplay, no. You don't get fragments from having a direct shooting to your foot. There would be a fucking hole in her foot, not fragments.
Unless the shots were warning and intimidation shots rather than intended to hurt her.
Listen to me. I'm not saying I know how the gun went off exactly. I'm not saying I know who hands it was in. I'm saying from the details and considering that everybody was highly intoxicated, not inebriated, intoxicated.
Fucked up. Mm-hmm.
I'm saying if she had, listen to me, if I shot a bitch in the foot, there's going to be a hole in her feet like Jesus on the cross.
That's because you actually intending to shoot the bitch in the feet, Jag.
But I'm telling you right now, ricochet and fragment, all of that shit. That's what it sounds like to me. And if all three of them was there, GSR would have been on all of them. So, all that being said, I'm sorry y'all think that I'm hating on Meg. I'm not. I think she's a bully of a hoe. And I think, you know what I mean, they was drunk. I think something went wrong. I think the gun went off. I think she caught some shit. I think they was all really embarrassed at first. And then I think somebody came in, saw it as an opportunity, started paying people, and there begins the frame up. That's what I think. I don't think this shit has anything to do with Kelsey. I don't think it has anything to do with Megan. I think it has everything to do with Tory Lanez and the Kardashians and their ability to manipulate the fucking population into believing that motherfuckers is fucked off when they not and motherfuckers great when they all the way fucked off. That's what the fuck I think. I think this is a fucking Kardashian Jenner plot, and they were paid to do it by somebody at Tory Lanez label. That's my opinion.
I do believe that there are multiple agendas at work for sure in certain aspects of this.
This is bigger than some corny ass fucking shooting. Yeah. There's big business behind this. They moving the ground. Damn it! This is one of my producers from the podcast. I gotta go.
Okay, babe. I'm gonna hit you. I'm gonna hit you on Instagram. I sent you back a message.
Put you in the podcast chat.
I'm okay, babes. I'm gonna hit you on Instagram. Okay. Thanks for being here. All right, babes. Yo, guys, that was Jaguar, right? She come through, girl. She said she feel like this was a drunken fight between Meg and Tory. Okay, they was fighting over the gun. Meg, accidentally got shot, and now the big bosses in the game are using the situation to play chess. Okay, and there's a conspiracy to take Tory Lanez out, and that is rooted also in whatever transpired in Tory's dealings with Miss Kylie. Okay? Woo-cha! I'm gonna hit you back on Insta, Jag. Check your messages, because I had hit you back when you had initially hit me up, sis. So that was Jaguar, right, you guys? That was also No Jumper and Goddess Dawn Speaks. They are in the courthouse, girl. It is the ghetto going down. I do have to agree with Jag. This whole shit is so sloppy and convoluted and raggedy that it's almost hard to believe that these are like natural happenings, because you wouldn't think that there would just be so much raggediness considering the gravity of the situation and the level of professionalism that's at work. But then again, we know plenty of goddamn precincts and police and systems are raggedy as hell, especially when it comes to nigga business. So I'm also kind of not surprised that this is natural happenings of raggediness. But I have a lot of stuff I want to go over with you guys. I want to get into my thoughts about what's going on. Reckless, can you hear me, love? Are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you for being here. Tell the people where they can find you at out here on these streets before we get started.
What's going on, YouTube? Welcome to the land of Reckless Logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack that notification bell so do not miss any of my posts from us. My YouTube channel is called Reckless Logic. That's reckless, but my logic is spelled like it is in, like, as you guys see in my username, LOGICC, and that's how you better find me.
Okay, so I don't know how long you've been here, and if you heard some of the cliff notes earlier given by Goddess Dawn Speaks on YouTube, but do you have any thoughts so far about what's going on in the case today?
I personally believe he did it, whether he walks or not, and then we're gonna get into reasons why.
Yeah, okay, because we've got a lot to cover, guys. So I want you guys to buckle up real good, because we got a lot to travel through. Should I play the video first, or should I just go into what I was working on last night?
I think you should go into what you was working on last night and then play the video.
Okay.
No, like kind of give it foreplay.
Yeah.
A little foreplay.
Now don't be nasty, Reckless. Don't be nasty. This is a family show, motherfucker. Okay, you guys, hold on. Do I have pictures of these ghetto ass niggas up? Hold on, because girl, it's a lot of moving parts in this shit, okay? Okay, so first of all, hold on. So let's just get through some. Nope. Okay, yeah, let's get into what I went through last night. Okay, so this is what I want to speak to, y'all. I want to speak to simply what I believe happened in the shooting, okay? The shooting, okay? That's what I'm sticking to. This ain't about no reasonable doubt. This ain't about none of that. It ain't about what the court gonna prove and can't prove. I'm speaking about what I believe happened during the physical altercation, okay? Because let me establish this. I believe Tory Lanez did it. Those are my personal beliefs, okay? Based upon what we have so far, based upon the Black Holy Ghost in me, based upon you know, the situation and the evidence and all of this and all of that, that I personally believe that Tory Lanez pulled the trigger. Okay, those are my personal beliefs. I also want to establish, though, I do believe Tory Lanez is going to walk, because even me believing that in my heart, I have to agree. If I was on this jury, I would not be able to say beyond a reasonable doubt that Tory did this, based upon everything that has happened and been laid out so far. I would have to agree. The evidence, circumstantially, the explicit evidence in this case, I wouldn't be able to say with 100% of my being he did it based upon the evidence, but in my heart, I believe he did. Okay, so it's either going to be a mistrial or this man is going to walk. I would actually be shook if he is convicted of shooting Megan Thee Stallion. Now, I want to get to what I believe happened, okay? And we're going to get to the gun. Y'all in this gun, girl. Ooh, patriarchy so happy that there wasn't no DNA on this goddamn magazine, girl. But I'm about to get into all of that. So just listen up, okay? Stop typing and just listen real good. I'm about to paint the story of what I believe happened, girl, okay? And what I believe happened is based upon Kelsey's interview. It's based upon what Tory is claiming as it relates to his side. It's based upon what Megan stated. It's based upon some of the eyewitness account. I brought it all in, you know, to make it make sense, okay? So listen up, okay? Listen up, okay? So here we go, girl. Hold on, let me get my notes, girl, okay? Because we finna travel, and see, I don't want y'all gotta listen. Because y'all be talking and talking shit and hooping and hollering rather than listening. And then that's why y'all be out here misquoting folk and shit. You got to listen, okay? So, Kelsey and Meg started fighting. Meg was whooping the ball spots out of Kelsey's ass. Tory started shooting at Meg's feet to break up the situation, but accidentally injured Meg from shooting at the ground nearest to her. This would explain the fight that the witness claimed they saw between the two ladies before hearing gunshots, because that witness never saw the gunman. They only heard the shot shortly after the fighting between the alleged two females. Now, Meg is on the ground, bleeding from the bullet wounds. That's when Tory panicked, and Kelsey, not knowing the context of why Tory started shooting to begin with, and seeing her friend bloody on the ground, Kelsey reasonably assumed the worst, which was that Tory was trying to kill Meg. So she stood up to him when he got out of the vehicle, and when he got out of the car the first time, he probably left the gun in the car and started rushing toward Kelsey and Meg to start doing damage control. But Kelsey started swinging and banging on his ass instead, because he's the threat to her at this point. That's how she would have gotten GSR on her the first time, because GSR is transferred through contact, like a handshake, hugging, any physical touch with the person or the gun itself, and even from the environment the gun was shot in, like a car, the seats, the walls, etc. All this shit can transfer GSR, okay? So now her and Tory are strapping. Tory is fucking Kelsey up. And like Kelsey said in her interview, The driver, Daquan, gets out and pulls her away from the scene, where she's then placed in the front passenger seat of the SUV where Tory just shot the gun from. So this would have been the second time Kelsey would have came into contact with GSR, by being in the same seat and space as the hot gun that was just discharged 5 times. Now, in her interview, she claims she started hitting the gear shift to cause the truck to jerk, to create a distraction, because she's afraid of what Tory is going to do to Meg. But what I also think happened is that Kelsey either saw and touched the gun on the floor in front of her to move it, or she had to move the gun because it was in the front seat she was thrown in, where Tory just was, where he probably dropped the gun at before he ran over to them. And this would be the third time Kelsey would have came into direct contact with GSR. And it's now on her hands because she done touched the gun, moved the gun, displaced the gun. Also, the DNA on the gun would have started to become convoluted at this point, now that another person, aka Kelsey, has now physically touched it aside from Tory. Now, at this point, Kelsey is in the SUV doing all this, jerking and hitting the gear shift, being a distraction. Tory is outside talking to a injured Megan on the ground. He pleading the fifth, apologizing, telling her he on probation, he got a haircut appointment, he got a son, he'll give her $1 million, etc. At this point, Kelsey distraction is working though, because Tory comes back over to her, like she said in the interview, and starts beating her up, pulling her hair, and dragging her out of the truck. Okay? All the things she said to Meg in text message that night as well. Okay? Hold on, I lost my notes. Okay? So he comes over, he beating her up, pulling her hair, dragging her out of the truck, and the driver, Daquan, gets out to try to break them up, leaving Tory on one side of Kelsey and the driver on the other side in a tug of war for Kelsey's body, which Kelsey says in the interview. Tory is gripping her hair really tight while the driver is trying to pull her away. This also would be the fourth time Kelsey would have came into contact with GSR by transference from Tory. And this would also explain eyewitness account of 2 men fighting a woman, when it in fact is when in fact what it was they was more than likely watching one man trying to pull this woman away from another man who's fighting her, but it looks like she's being jumped to an outsider, okay, at 4:30 in the fucking morning. I can easily see how they would have confused what they was observing. Daquan successfully pulls Kelsey away at this point. Neighbors have now called 911. The group can hear the sirens in the distance. Tory knows they all got to get the fuck up out of Dodge. So he goes back to the front seat where he shot the gun from, and from where Kelsey just was, scrambles to find the gun and successfully finds it while Kelsey is back at Megan's side, aiding and comforting her on the ground. Tory then approaches them with the empty gun that they don't know is or isn't loaded at this point, while also not wanting to go to jail for none of this shit. So they let him coerce them into getting back into the car, especially after a angry Tory just proved that he was about that life, and with the gun still in his hand. So they agree to get back in the truck. Megan is in the back seat with her bleeding feet wrapped up in towels, propped up on Kelsey in the back, and Tory and Quan are in the front. Quan probably helps Tory to try to conceal the gun by tucking it under the bag in the front seat. This would have been the third person's DNA to come into contact with the gun, hence why it's so inconclusive. Kelsey is in the back, silently trying to alert somebody close to her through text about the situation, just in case some more dramatic shit pops off. Hence, she calls her mom and sister, no answer. She texts Justin Edison, the missing bodyguard, help, Tory just shot Meg, and even calls the guy she's talking to, like she said in her interview, and has him on an open line so that he can at least hear everything going on in the SUV in case something happens. The rest is TMZ history, with helicopters pulling up and cops locked and fucking loaded. Okay, now remember where the towels came from. Tory and his team might have already had brought towels, because remember, Meg invited them to Kylie Jenner's pool party. So they might have brought their own towels, or they might have left with towels, since they all knew they were going to a pool party. That's why they all were in their bathing suits and shit when they were all arrested and had to get out of the car. Okay, so you know it's common to bring towels, rags, etc. Boom, pow, boom, pow, boom, pow. Okay, so they either came with towels, because EJ, the wardrobe stylist, you know, he transferred all of Kelsey and Meg's shit to Quan's car. So they might have brought towels, Meg them, Quan and Tory might have already had towels, or they might have left with towels from Kylie's home. Who knows? But the towels were reasonably there. It was a pool party. You're going to have towels. Okay? Now, let's clear some things up. So, what we can rule out right now is that the shooting was accidental, because the firearms specialist, Mr. Rothenham, that took the stand said, along with LAPD, that 8.5 pounds of force is needed to shoot the semi-automatic 9mm Luger caliber firearm that police found on the floorboard of the black SUV the group was riding in the night of the incident. Quote, "If you just tap the trigger, it won't fire," he said, adding, "You need to pull the trigger all the way down." Mr. Rothenham also confirmed that the cartridge casings found at the scene of the shooting, 4 were found by police right after the incident, and 1 was found by a neighbor the following day, that all matched the gun found in the vehicle. Prosecutors told the court during opening statements that police found the gun was warm on a cool night and in slide lock position, indicating not only that the gun had recently been used, they said, but also that all of the rounds had been fired. Okay, this gun was emptied on Meg. The gun was fired 5 times, prosecutors said, hitting Megan in several parts of her feet. Some of those metallic fragments still inside her feet, a surgeon testified on Thursday. Now, Mr. Zebedah's testimony corroborates the LAPD's findings in the investigation. Lane's DNA, listen, because I know patriarchy sounding off about this goddamn DNA. So listen, okay, listen closely. Lane's DNA cannot be ruled out completely on being on the firearm. It can only be ruled out entirely as it relates to the magazine. They actually can't identify who all the DNAs belong to on the actual firearm, including the alleged female DNA found on the gun. And I say alleged because according to NIST.gov, some DNA mixtures are relatively easy to interpret. Others are more complex and require a greater care. Still, others may be too complex to reliably interpret at all. It depends on the specifics of the case. However, there are 3 main factors, though, that do determine the complexity of a mixture. 1, how many people contributed DNA to the mixture. The more contributors make a mixture more complex and therefore more difficult to interpret. 2, how much DNA did each person contribute? Even if a mixture contains plenty of DNA overall, 1 or several people might have contributed only a tiny amount. The lower those amounts, the more complex the mixture. How degraded is the DNA? DNA degrades over time and with exposure to the elements. This can also increase complexity. And remember, it was a cool night that night as well. And this gun been sitting in evidence for 2 years now. Okay? You may ask, so when does a DNA mixture become too complex to reliably interpret at all? Well, currently, there are no established standards for deciding this. Different labs have different protocols. When confronted with a particularly complex DNA mixture, some labs will try to interpret it and others won't. Within that protocol, some testing facilities decide to narrow down the sex of the DNA, while other agencies don't try to at all because there's no 100% safe proof method available to ensure that solid precision on the sex of the DNAs involved. It literally comes down to the discretion of each testing facility, which you can see the problem with that in a criminal investigation where DNA on a firearm is being attempted by lawyers to be used to pin down a shooter based on sex. So I said all that to say that for all we know, Tory's DNA is in fact on that gun. And I assume with good reason, Tory would have came into contact with that firearm, because even if he didn't shoot Megan, there's no way he would have left the shooter. He would have let the shooter maintain possession of that gun, because that would have been a whole liability for everybody in the car. For none of them would have wanted the shooter to go for round 2. And since Tory is the leader of the group at this point with the injured Megan, who can't make no executive decisions, I'm pretty sure he probably took the gun away from the shooter, even if it wasn't him that shot Megan. It would be hard to believe that Tory ass did not come into contact with the fucking gun. Because who's going to let the shooter keep the goddamn gun and then put the shooter back in the car? He touched that gun, whether he shot it or not. Now, with that being said, hold on. Okay. So Kelsey's fingerprints also can't be identified because she wasn't fingerprinted, since she wasn't a suspect, only someone who was detained. And of course, Megan wasn't fingerprinted as she was the victim and rushed to the hospital. That female DNA, though, more than likely belongs to Meg, because it's probably her blood, since all of them would have came into contact with the bleeding Meg, whose blood was all over the inside of the SUV, according to responding officers. It was all over the sidewalk. They all would have helped Megan to get back in the goddamn car. They all was dealing with Meg in the interim of all this fighting between Tory and Kelsey ass. So more than likely, that female DNA is Megan's, okay? Because they all came into contact with this gun, I believe. Hence, there being 4 people's DNA on the gun. How many motherfuckers is in the SUV? How many people is in the SUV? 4. How many mixtures of DNA did they find? 4. Okay? 4, 4, 4. Now, as for the magazine being completely absent of Tory's DNA, well, a magazine can be loaded with gloves on. They also have specially made gloves for loading guns. And since this was an unregistered firearm, it more than likely would have been handled with care initially, okay? Because once again, it's unfucking registered. It's hard for me to personally believe that the gun would have belonged to Kelsey, since she had only been in LA for 2 weeks, just packed up her shit in Texas, moved back out there to LA, and her nor Meg would have really had no reason to have been carrying a gun, a unregistered one at that, which is not common for women. Women don't even commonly carry unregistered guns. I'm not saying it don't happen, but it ain't common. And considering the level of celebrity Megan is, and that Kelsey knows Megan is, it just ain't personally giving me that they would have jeopardized themselves in that way. However, if Tory's driver Quan was also not only a part-time driver, but he also does part-time security for Tory, would have made more sense that a gun belonged to either him or Tory. And considering the extensive list of men, including a disgruntled ex that Tory has, he definitely would have had reason to have been carrying something, or having the people around him carrying something, in case somebody wanted to keep the same energy with him that he has maintained against others that he's punched and threatened and assaulted, okay? It would give to me that Tory ass would have more motherfucking reason to have a gun. Not to mention that that motherfucking zesty ass gun was green, and it happens to be Tory's favorite fucking color. Okay, it's just, girl, the math is mathing. Okay. Now, also, what makes me lean more toward Tory as the shooter, beyond his violent lying pathology outside of this case, is the fact that he was the most apologetic out of him and Kelsey. He profusely apologized to Kelsey, leaving her voicemails, etc. He also apologized to Meg through text and maintained a sentiment toward her through songs. What is all the crying and whining about if you didn't shoot Meg? And what man apologizes this much for smashing two women that weren't even his official girlfriends at the time? Okay? Because Tory never claimed Kelsey, and Megan and Tory never stated that they were anything more than just friends publicly. Why would he apologize to Meg for something he did while drunk? Some will say he was apologizing for outing their sexual relationship to Kelsey. But I challenge that and say, why not apologize for doing just that then? Rather than intentionally leaving it open-ended. Because it's not illegal to sleep with two women who you're not in a relationship with. It may be poor judgment, bad character, but not illegal. So it was safe for him to say, I apologize for getting drama started by divulging that information to Kelsey. But instead, he intentionally left out the context. Just like all the apologizing he did to Kelsey from jail as well. And when they met up allegedly at Kelsey's hotel to discuss the next steps. When Kelsey was asked why she never asked him what he was apologizing for, she said she didn't know why. Right. She also said when he offered her money for a lawyer, she angrily said, "What I need a lawyer for?" But when asked if Tory paid for her lawyer, she said she didn't know. Now, let me tell you something. I got to give it to Tory's lawyers because they were on their square from day one. Hence, the way they coached Tory to legally bribe Kelsey, even telling him to offer her to pay for her lawyers because they knew if he asked her that, it implied that she was guilty of shooting Meg and that it would make it hard to prove beyond reasonable doubt that he actually did it. Especially after knowing GSR was found on Kelsey too. So his lawyers had him doing things from very jump that made him seem remorseful and innocent without having him ever come out and state that he emphatically didn't shoot Meg, and it's because I believe he did. They know he did it. But lawyers can't lie for clients that they know are guilty of the crime they are accused of. What they can help them do is fight to not be found guilty for legal guilt rather than factual guilt. Okay? Now, factual guilt is what the defendant, aka Tory, actually did. Legal guilt is what the prosecutor can prove the defendant did. Which means that a defendant can literally be guilty. They can be legally guilty. Factually guilty. But if it can't be proven in court that that defendant is legally guilty, they cannot prosecute the defendant. You ever had an ex who flattened your tires or poured sugar down your gas tank, or a disgruntled neighbor who damaged your property in some way? But because you can't prove that they did it, you cannot hold them legally responsible for the damages? Well, that's the situation the state of California is in with Tory Lanez. They are burdened with having to prove him legally guilty for what Meg alleges he factually did to her. So, I'm going to be honest. Like I said in the beginning, is this case so far given guilty beyond reasonable doubt based upon everything that has been presented yet? No, it does not. I believe Tory is factually guilty, but I do not believe that prosecutors have successfully convinced jurors that he is legally guilty, thanks to all the pussy popping that Kelsey has done on the stand, thanks to how ambiguous the evidence is. You have GSR registered on two people. You have their fingerprints possibly on the firearm. You have diss tracks that are all over the place in terms of lyrics. You have voicemails, text messages. You have all. It's too conflicting to prove Tory to be guilty legally. That don't mean he ain't guilty factually, but guilty legally, this case ain't done it yet. But let me tell you what the big kicker was for me, which brings me to my final nail in the coffin. I find it interesting that lawyers can zealously represent clients who have confessed being guilty of a crime they committed, but what lawyers cannot do is lie about the innocence of their client if they've been made aware by their client that they are actually guilty. When this happens, lawyers focus on refuting the plight of prosecutors and scrutinizing any evidence and witnesses who testify against their clients, but they are not able to declare that their client is innocent. They can state that someone else is the perpetrator, like Tory's lawyers who have stated Kelsey pulled the trigger, but they have not stated, ironically, that Tory did not shoot Meg Thee Stallion, which tells me all I need to know, which is that his lawyers seem to me to be aware that he's guilty by way of confession. So I feel confident that he's factually guilty, but that explains why their strategy is to hang Kelsey, to poke holes, to produce a narrative about this being a jealous, bitter fight between two friends over a man. Things went too far, and the reason why there's GSR all over Kelsey is because she pulled the trigger, and the only reason there's GSR on Tory is because he was being the super saver hoe that day. Okay, they have to go that route. Okay, to use Kelsey as the scapegoat. Okay, because that GSR for a defense team makes her a prime fucking candidate for deflection and prohibiting beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, other developments have also taken place. Like Justin Edison, Tory's ex-bodyguard, who was fired. Okay? Let's get into this thing really quick, okay? ABC7.com reads, LAPD investigating disappearance of Megan Thee Stallion's former bodyguard. Justin Edison has reportedly gone missing ahead of his scheduled appearance in court in the trial of Canadian rapper Tory Lanez. Los Angeles police are investigating the disappearance of rapper Megan Thee Stallion's former bodyguard, who has reportedly gone missing ahead of his scheduled appearance in court in the trial of rapper Tory Lanez. Megan's attorney, Alex Spiro, issued a statement to ABC News saying he and his team have recently learned Justin Edison went missing. Quote, the LAPD is currently looking into his disappearance and welcome any information about his whereabouts, read the statements. Edison was slated to testify in Lane's trial, who's accused of shooting Megan in the feet after leaving a party at Kylie Jenner's home in 2020. Lanez has pleaded not guilty to discharging a firearm with gross negligence, assault with a semi-automatic firearm, and carrying a loaded unregistered firearm in a vehicle. Further details surrounding the disappearance of Edison were not immediately disclosed. This comes after the former best friend and assistant of Megan Thee Stallion testified on Thursday. Lanez, whose legal name is Desar Peterson, could get more than 22 years if in prison if convicted on all counts. He could also be deported to his native Canada. Lanez has had a successful run of mixtapes and major label records since his career began in 2009, with his last two albums reaching the top 10 on Billboard Courts. Okay, now word on the curb was that Justin was overseas, girl. Okay, that he had allegedly gone missing to the world to do security for the World Cup that took place, or it completed its run on the 18th of this month. Okay. Argentina versus France at the Lusail Stadium. That means that Justin definitely left during the week of the trial to prep for Sunday's gig. And if he was scheduled to be in court on Friday, but the game was overseas on a Sunday, he clearly would have been pushing it. He would have still, and if he would have still did trial and tried to make his overseas plans, that really wouldn't have worked out. It's clear that Justin said only one of these goddamn gig pays the goddamn bills, baby. So he hauled ass and left his old boss in the goddamn dust. Before I move forward, girl, Reckless, how do you feel about Justin being missing and not maintaining his commitment to testify in the court of motherfucking law? Oh, hold on. Before I do that, the reason why Justin is so significant is because not only was this the bodyguard that Kelsey text help Tory is shot at, but allegedly this is the bodyguard who went over to Tory Lanez to retrieve the rest of Megan's possessions from Tory's crib, who also allegedly confessed to the bodyguard that he shot Meg. Also, Jonathan Wright, Zeus Network's bad boy and Megan Thee Stallion's old hairstylist and good friend, also said when he was asked about Tory bribing Megan to not say nothing, also said that Tory Lanez jumped in his DMs. And he was like, hell no, nigga, I'll whip your motherfucking ass. But what do you think about Justin disappearing? You think he was paid off? You think that he made a personal decision? You think that, like Kelsey, he's probably prioritizing his personal feelings toward Meg and using that as an excuse to not show up for this? Or like, what you think is going on? You think he's dead, girl? You think they done put a hit out for this man? You think that they done P-Valley this nigga?
I don't know. I really don't know. Honestly, when it comes down to that situation, because I did talk about it on my live and stuff, and I really don't know. But so when I first had talked about it, that's when it was like the day of, and that's when it like hit. So to my understanding, it was that, oh, you know, he's missing. That was the headline. But then, however, in perspective, because I know for court systems and I also know for the legal system, a person has to be missing for 24 plus hours at least. I believe that's how it works. So when I was reading the story, it says, and then another headline said, oh, he's not missing from the point of view of the legal system, something like that. So I was like, okay. And then someone else was in the comments talking about he's over there on the World Cup, you know, working over there. They have a picture. But then yet, when I was reading the article about the pictures and stuff, they said it was pictures that didn't even include him in them. So I really don't know. But however, I will say this. Sometime back, I ended up doing a tarot reading. And basically, everything that's happening is just about everything that I found out when I was doing that reading is actually happening in real life, in real time. So I'm not shocked, especially once I remember that I did it some while back when it's around the time when Consciouztv did like that preliminary hearing. That's when I did that. But I'm not shocked everything's like going left to going right. I'm not shocked. So I do believe that Tory Lanez is gonna walk. But however, I do believe that he actually was the one that actually shot the weapon. That's just no shade. But when it comes down to Justin, I really don't know. I really do not know. But it's all right because here's my thing. Especially those that are like Tory apologists. It's like, that's cool. He can get off. But the thing is, and I'm going to say this every single platform, if he ever gets in a situation again and he just so happens to be into it with somebody else, I don't want people coming back to this platform talking about some, you know, us black, we got to start killing each other. We got to do better. I don't want to have that conversation because a lot of people are so worried about getting this man off, whether he did it or not. So I don't want to have that conversation. That's all I got to say.
Do you believe, Justin, that Tory confessed to him? He shot Meg, allegedly?
Well, in the sense of if he went to go get their stuff, then possibly, because he did it to Kelsey. And plus, on top of it, he probably didn't know why Justin was going over there. And then if Kelsey, and here's the thing, and if Kelsey texted him and he was going over there to get their stuff or whatever, or he went over there for something, he probably didn't know why Justin was coming over there. So yeah, he probably was like, oh no, I didn't mean no. And on top of it, trying to keep it under wraps. So I think the thing is, if you're going to try to keep something under wraps, I don't believe that committing committing murder is a good way to try to keep things under wraps, because someone getting shot and then saying that they were cut by glass is probably a little bit much more easier to keep under wraps than a whole missing body that's actually missing and the person's deceased, because they have a whole social security card and a number, and also they're also public as well. So he probably did. I don't know.
Now remember, Kelsey got up there pussy popping with ball spots in her ponytail and shit, talking about she feel pressure. Now she accused the prosecution of pressuring her, which is what led to the judge allowing her interview to be admissible, because they needed to prove that she was calm, she was collected, she had her husband, her wig, and her lawyers in tow, honey. She was very much so a willing, available participant, honey, just like she was willing and available for Tory Lanez's dick. And where would this pressure have came from? Now, what we have discovered as well is that Kelsey is her baby daddy / husband, or whatever the hell he is today, girl, is also the CEO of 1501, who is directly tied to the label that is litigating against Megan Thee Stallion over her contract with them. Okay, they are alleging that Megan owes them another motherfucking album, and that her last project does not count. And Megan is arguing that it does, and it meets its 45-minute and 2-second criteria to be considered a goddamn album. Okay, she's done. Okay, so 1501 is holding on to their greatest hit, which is Megan Thee Stallion, baby. They ain't gonna let her go, honey. Okay, so they battling it out. Now, ironically, earlier this year, not only is Kelsey married to the CEO of 1501, but 1501 and Tory Lanez had linked up in the earlier part of April. Okay, so it's all interconnected. To what Jack was saying, girl. Now, this may not have started off with one particular agenda, but this situation, the way that it happened, now there's a lot of other agendas involved as well. Okay, so the perfect word for this shit is convoluted. But here is Tory Lanez linking up with Megan Thee Stallion's record label owner Carl Crawford of 1501. Okay. Okay, and that is the infamous J. Prince Jr., or one of them Prince sons. Okay, the same niggas connected to the Offset and Quavo situation. There's Tory and there's Carl. Partying it up, girl. Getting drunk off of ghetto liquor, girl. Having a good old 7-Eleven four local time. Now remember, when she was asked directly on the stand, is Tory paying for her legal team, girl? She said she ain't know, girl. She ain't know who covering the tab. So Miss Kelsey done inadvertently let us know that, girl, the conspiracies are definitely conspiring. Okay. Now, one more thing I want to get into before I drop the link and let y'all come up here and stress each other out is I want to get into Miss Lanez and her video, her IG live, where she first, went forward in October to. Okay, hold on. While I'm pulling that up, somebody else just sent me something about Justin and Tory. So let me cue up what I'm going to show you guys, because you guys have really been trampling over Meg. And oh my gosh, she lied about the glass, and she lied to the police, and she lied to the doctor. She lied. Okay, cool. Okay. Y'all say she lied. Fine. Okay. Well, we're going to also review Tory's IG live about the incident as well, but not before. And thumbs up the video. You guys are in the building. Subscribe if you are new here, honey, because we get into the teams. I will be dropping the link, honey. I'm sure that y'all have shit to say, girl. It is ghetto antics going on in the motherfucking courtroom today. No Jumper just texted me and said Juror number 9 that he was talking about earlier, who is believed to be a hottie, aka a Megan Thee Stallion fan, who was asked to also stay after recess had set to be questioned. There's some problems with her, but he said that Juror 39, the hottie, who was in an elevator ride with Tory and his team. Oh my God, Gworrrllllll, okay? My street committee just sent me this article from Hip Hop DX that we're going to read real quick. Then we're going to pull over to his live. Then I'm going to drop the motherfucking link. Hold on. Thumbs up this video. Moderators, please encourage everybody in the chat to thumbs up for me, please. That is super important. And let's not do no blocking. Only block spam and explicit vulgarity. Other than that, let people be aggravating, because, you know, I want all of the engagement. I want all of the engagement smoke for 2023, honey. I want the whole engagement bag, honey. You know, this is old nasty community center press conference townhouse meeting over here, honey. So we got to let everybody sound off, even the folk we don't agree with, argue with their ass, contest their ass, but don't block anybody unless it's explicit, unless it's spam, or, you know, they're like being explicitly vulgar. But let people be disagreeable with. Okay, courtesy of hiphopdx.com. Megan Thee Stallion's bodyguard has allegedly claimed that Tory Lanez apologized for shooting his client. According to Rolling Stone, Justin Edison claimed that Lanez apologized to him for shooting the Savage rapper while at his rental house a day after the alleged incident took place in July 2020. Lanez is said to have described the encounter as an alcohol-fueled accident. Although Edison was not at the scene of the alleged shooting, he allegedly received a text from Megan's former friend and assistant, Kelsey Harris, that stated, "Help, Tory shot Meg, 911. Edison was scheduled to testify this week, but stopped communicating with law enforcement officials and Megan Thee Stallion's legal team. During the court proceedings on Friday, December 16th, a request was put into Judge David Hereford to release the body attachment, a type of warranty, by Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney Alexander Bott. When giving his opening statement on Monday, December 12th, Bott said that Edison was expected to testify about how Lanez allegedly pulled the trigger on that fateful night. In a statement issued on Saturday, December 17th, Megan Thee Stallion's lawyer, Alex Spiro, said that Edison stopped communicating with law enforcement officials this week, and he is currently being pursued. We recently learned that Justin Edison went missing right before he was scheduled to appear in court. The LA District Attorney is currently looking into his disappearance and welcomes any information on his whereabouts, Spiro said. On Twitter, user claimed that Edison was now a missing person, and his statement was one of the major reasons that Tory was arrested. Megan's bodyguard, Justin Edison, is now considered a missing person. He was supposed to testify yesterday, the tweet begins. He's the sole reason Tory got charged. He went to Tory's house to get Megan's things. He claimed Tory confessed that he shot Meg, and now he's missing out of nowhere. Yeah. Okay. In response to his absence, the Los Angeles Police Department told TMZ there's been no missing person case filed for Edison. The trial has taken many twists and turns since commencing earlier this month, with numerous details emerging about the incident. On Friday, December 16th, forensic scientist Mark Scott Taylor told the court that Tory Lanez's DNA was not found on the magazine of the gun, and that tests done on the DNA found on the gun itself were inconclusive. Mr. Rathanam, a firearms expert who was called by the prosecution, said that because of the number of shell casings recovered and the amount of force it would take to fire the 9mm Luger caliber firearm believed to have been used in the alleged shooting, he would not call the incident accidental. Quote, "If you just tap the trigger, it won't fire. You need to pull the trigger all the way down. I'm not sure whether I can call this an accident," Rathanam testified. On Wednesday, December 14th, Harris recanted on a statement she gave the prosecutors back in September when asked about the Tory shot Meg text. She claimed it was sent based on her assumption of what she believed took place. Quote, "She said she did hear gunshots that night, but she denied seeing Meg leaping." Los Angeles crime reporter Megan Cunniff tweeted, "Because of Harris's testimony, Los Angeles County District Attorney requested that her entire original statement be played in court. Tory has pleaded not guilty to 3 felony charges: assault with a firearm, causing great bodily injury, concealing a loaded unregistered firearm and a weapon, and discharging a firearm with gross negligence. If convicted, he faces more than 22 years in motherfucking prison." So when Kelsey was saying that she's pressured, girl, She got 1501 on her ass. Okay, take this bitch down. She might have took the bribe at some point in some way, shape, or form from Tory at some point over the past 2 years. So she got that fucking commitment to hold on to. But she also is a woman that saw something happen to another motherfucking woman. So she's stuck, girl, in between the trinity of sin and confusions, girl. Okay? She got too much going on, girl. Too many she don't know which way to go, honey. You know, but go into the light, Caroline. Go into the light, sugar. Okay? Don't let 1501 cause you to bust hell wide open. It's already a damn shame. You done let Tory bust your head wide open. Don't then bust hell wide open, Kelsey. Okay? Tell the goddamn truth, girl. You already married into the goddamn mob. They'll probably give you 50 goddamn lashes against your goddamn back, okay? And then you will go on to live and see another goddamn day, honey, okay? Die a hero rather than live as a goddamn coward. Now, I want to get into Miss Lanez, honey, okay? And her teens. Because y'all been out here scrutinizing the hell out of Megan Thee Stallion, tearing up her credibility, girl, because, you know, she decided to leave a thing or 2 or 3 or 6 out of the situation, girl, and to stick to the fact that a bitch was shot, okay, period. So let's go ahead and just take a little nasty run through of Tory Lanez, girl, and see if he's been Mr. Integrity of the fucking year, whether he's going to be crowned with Mr. Congeniality of the motherfucking year, okay? Let me run my old nasty fair use. Honey, how doing? And thumbs the fuck up the video if you're in the building, bitch, because we are working. Okay? We're working, girl. What happened?
After we get through this live, all the people that are pro Tory, please hit the link. Please hit the link.
Yeah,
please hit the link.
Yeah, because we want all you raggedy hoes here first. So all of the Tory Lanez apologies, hit the link, honey. We want to let y'all sound off, swang and bang, honey. Okay, come on to the front. Come on to the middle of the street, girl. Tie up your do-rags, nigga. Double knot your wave cap, bitch, okay? We gonna let y'all sound out first, girl. Okay? So this commentary is covered by fair use doctrine, etc., girl, for commentary, research purposes, parody, and just plain old talking shit. Okay? Courtesy of Black Dice TV, honey. Shout out to Black Dice TV for the teens. Okay? Let's get into, hold on, actually, girl. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and get into the teens, shall. Hold on. And it's only a 25-minute commentary. Oh, cool. All right. Reckless. Those people. Oh, Reckless, tell me the audio, if the audio gives echo or not once it start playing, okay?
A person to just like give them some sort of transparency and sort of accountability of certain things. I feel like.
Now, this is Tory's 20 IG live where he addresses the shooting. And him allegedly shooting, because at this point in time, he done been charged by LAPD with assault with an unregistered firearm, and he also has been, Meg has ID'd him as the shooter at this point, okay?
You know, for those who don't know, for the last 3 months of my life, I've been in this place where, you know, I've been bashed, I've been cut through, just people every single day coming at me. And it's crazy because the whole thing about it is like when this whole debacle or whatever you call it came about, the whole time it's like she knows what happened, I know what happened, and we know that what you're saying and what the alleged things and the alleged accusations of my name are not true. It's falsified information, it's false information, and it's not accurate information. I don't ever want to come off like I'm here to bash this girl or I'm here to talk down about this girl or ever be at a place where like I'm disrespecting her, because to me,
okay, girl. So she already told y'all off the rip, girl, that this is a whole lie, girl. This whole shit is false. It's wrong. It's inaccurate, girl. The Carfax report came back inconclusive, girl. The fraternity test is given. I am not the motherfucking father, girl. Okay, so Tory's already letting y'all know, bitch. Okay, making this line, honey.
Bitch, not Mammy's the symbol.
No matter what, even if she doesn't look at me like that, I look at her like she's still my friend. in the times that we were together or around each other, we've had nothing but joyous moments and good moments. So I'm not gonna sit here and bash her, but at the same time, it comes to a certain standpoint of me as a person where it's like, yo, y'all want me to just sit here and just allow my name to be assassinated, my character to be assassinated, everything that I worked for to get here to just be assassinated for something that I did not do, something that the events.
Girl, I mean, might as well, since you actually out here assassinating bitches allegedly.
That are being said are not even accurate and accurately being portrayed to everybody. The narrative that's being created to make me come off like I'm some monster is now what I'm having to live through for 3 months straight of just people just coming and coming and coming and coming and coming. And it's like, yo, I'm not here to beg no sympathy from nobody. I've never been one of those people. I'm not a person that's sitting here like, yo, everybody feels sorry for me. Like, nah. Because at the end of the day, if I did
pause, please.
Saying
that's not a lie.
I love this part.
That's not a lie. Like,
that's what he just
sat up here.
He just fucked up with the sentence he about to make.
But he just sat up here talking about, I'm not the type of person that talks about sympathy. Meanwhile, in present day, you're bringing your son to the courthouse as a subtle sympathetic tactic that we all know that lawyers always advise their clients to do. To sway people.
Fuck up.
Please. I need for people to catch the BS. Please catch it. And if you don't catch it, we gonna catch it.
Well, these folks can't even catch a cold. They damn sure can't catch the truth.
Then by all means, I would say the same exact thing about me. I say that nigga's a bitch ass nigga. He doesn't respect females. He's a fuck boy, and that nigga deserves no respect. Period. I've never been a person that all of a sudden, you know, it's everybody all of a sudden like, yo, he's this guy who doesn't protect black women, and he's this guy who. But it's like he's this guy who doesn't care about black women. That's what the narrative is now switching to, and certain things like that. And it's like, hold on, I need y'all to really back this up. When have I not showed out for black women? Every single one.
Pause. Lie again. When have you never showed up for black women? Let's not forget you completely staged a colorism incident.
Let's not forget that your ex is out here saying that, girl, she done been through the same shit that you took Megan through. She done been in a domestic violent situation with you. Y'all whole relationship, girl. Emotionally, physically, spiritually, girl, that you tore her ass up.
What?
But you know, so funny. That's also a common abusive tactic. Like, abusers also love bomb. So all that, like, that's just love bombing, boo. Like, most abusers believe that they love the women that they abuse, and after abusing them,
I love you.
Things to try to paint themselves. Do things to paint themselves as not an abusive, and then it's the references for me. Like, I can't believe that he's trying to use his lyrics in his songs as a way to establish his character, girl. But see, that's the point of staying out of trouble, because if you wouldn't have went on to beat the hell out of so many goddamn black people, then, you know, this proclamation would have a strong basis to stand upon. But you done pulled up on niggas, you done punched niggas in the jaw, you just wrapped up a litigation prior to the trial, like, you have a consistent pathology. So, you know, what makes somebody believe that you won't abuse women when you out here abusing people, period?
And then, like, it's the
who uses their lyrics to cite? Who uses their lyrics? All my beautiful love songs. Why would I write so many love songs if I didn't go up for black women? Why would I write so many love songs if I was an abuser? Why would I write so many love songs if my name was Tory? Was Tory Ike Tina? Why? Like, girl, are you okay? You sound like the white person who's trying to convince black people that your racist ass is not racist.
And it's like, you do know
just
that
say what the fuck happened, okay? That's all we need you to do. We don't need you to try to put us in a sunken place. Just tell us what the hell happened. Because when Megan went live, she told us that you shot her, baby. That y'all was that it was argument going on. She got out the car. She looked back. You were saying dance, bitch, dance. You shot at her. Tell us what happened the night of, girl. Don't nobody need your goddamn Don't nobody need your autobiography and none of that, girl. It's like he doing two, girl. He giving a lifetime. He making a movie right now.
And the thing about it is like this. It's like you're citing your love songs, but there are a plethora. I've been using this word a lot. There are a plethora of artists, musicians that write and also sing all types of songs that they do not
look at how Neo
embody in real life.
Look at how Neo was around here acting like he was R&B sweetheart. Come to find out, he fucking all type of prostitutes all in their ass, shooting all type of cum and shit, all in their face, honey, making them motherfucking 69 his ass violently and shit, girl. Getting all type of goddamn rim jobs and shit from escorts, girl. Right, while out here, saying that you should let him love you, girl.
Same thing with Ike and Tina.
So in the words of Tina, what your lyrics got to do with it? Mm-hmm. What your lyrics got to do with your abuse? What your lyrics got to do? What they got to do with it? Cause who needs a love song?
And let me say this too, because I always see this, and this really triggers me. I'm not even gonna lie. When people talk about Megan didn't try to protect this black man or protect him, let's not forget she still to this day still hasn't even pressed charges. It's the state picking this up. So that, which means, let me just break it down for y'all, which means that if the state didn't pick this up, it was never going to go to trial. That's how protecting actually works. And it's the fact that people would like try to do like a reverse Uno card or a draw 14. It's like a lot of people get on this panel and then they say that stuff. I'd be like, what do you mean not protecting? She didn't say nothing. Now, if her saying, but Marquez, you stay in this live because he most definitely lied all throughout this live, just so you know. But let's go. Let's continue.
I don't even want criminals per se going to jail because I'm an abolitionist, so I don't even like believe in prison and shit. But it's just like there needs to be accountability, and hoes can't even be honest. But you know what though? That's all a part of the abolitionist work too, girl. Because when you threaten motherfuckers with imprisonment for 100 years, and they know that they're gonna be gang raped by Big Dick Dare in prison, bitch, I ain't mad at niggas out here lying about shit they guilty of. I'm not about to willingly walk my ass into giving up my anal virginity, and I don't even identify as a goddamn same gender loving man, honey. So I know why these niggas be fighting for their goddamn freedom, honey. Okay, so. The prison industrial complex has a big motherfucking reason why motherfuckers can't even bow down and at least speak the truth. But, you know, since the prison industrial complex is all we got, throw that motherfucking hoe under it.
Girl is black. From say it to love to now. Like, when have I not shown love to black women? I made 5 chicks tapes about black love, about a black relationship, about a ghetto relationship at that. Like, you feel me? Like, when did I become this person? Like, my favorite song on the last Chicks tape that I put out was Beauty in the Benz. And that was a record that with Snoop Dogg that I loved. And instead of me even being inside of the video, like really take me in for a second. Instead of me even being in the video, and this is before all this, instead of me being in the video, I made the video all about the empowerment of black women. There's nothing but different types of black women in the video, all shapes, sizes, colors.
It can be argued that you go out of your way to present yourself as that because you're the complete opposite. Abusers typically disguise themselves, but Tory Lanez knows that he resolves both conflict through violence, as we proved in the live stream over the weekend when we went through several articles and several pieces of footage that showed him beating the hell out of people, threatening to beat the hell out of the people, and just all out beating the hell out of people.
Ages, then it comes to a point where it's like, okay, well, who's going to protect black women? Who is supposed to be protecting black women?
Not your ass.
has to be black men. It's not the white man. It's not the Spanish man.
Okay, well, cool. If the burden of protecting black women is an actual thing, then why are you not helping to identify this woman's shooter if you are alleging that you're not? Because you're not protecting her by forcing her to look crazy out here because nobody in the situation wants to acknowledge who shot her. You're not protecting her, boo. Like, so where's the protection at? You was present. You know who shot her if the shooter wasn't you. But you got her out here looking crazy because none of y'all hoes in the SUV want to acknowledge who did. So where's the protection, sir? You just argued for what? He's now 5 minutes into this thing arguing that he loved black women to death, down to the ground, honey. He tributes them in black ghetto ass, Tyrese baby boy ass love and tribute to their ass. But yet this woman is traumatized, crying, was clearly injured, whether you believe she was shot at or shot directly or shot close by, or whether you believe it's fragments or an entire bullet or whatever the case may be. At this point, nobody's even arguing that she wasn't shot. It's clear for the defense and it's clear for prosecutors that Meg was shot. By who is the question? And this man who was there claiming that he capes for black women and protects black women got this woman out here looking crazy and is willing to protect whomever shot her, including another black woman.
Okay, so Junior Varsity, you said there's a video of Tory beating up people. Yes, there's multiple videos of him beating up people. And then not only that, Marquez talking about, right, you was in that live, sir. You were very much present and also in attendance in that live. And this is what I mean when I say y'all annoy me when y'all start to not tell the truth. And that ish is freaking annoying. Now, Mahogany, you also said their husbands are supposed to protect them. Here's the thing. Whether a black woman is your wife, your mother, or a black woman on the street, they protect y'all by the dozens. And we see this all the time when it comes to Black Lives Matter, as in like the slogan itself, the organization's a big girl. We see this all the time by the domestic violence rates that go underreported. We see this all the time by the Stockholm syndrome that's a result. Like, y'all annoy the living out of me.
Hold on. I'm gonna drop the link in. We're gonna get into all of that. Like, just hold your horses because we're gonna get full commentary. Alexa, I know that the spirit of mammification is dark and it's dense and it's powerful and it's elusive and tempting, baby. I'm gonna ask you to resist the dark side, baby. Okay? Because y'all talk about, y'all pluralize the one situation Meg got a mugshot over in 2015. No, this woman does not have a pathology of violence, okay? She had a domestic situation with her ex, okay? Who was also putting hands on her, okay? It's just that police pulled up when she ironically was handing out the ass whipping in return and arrested her, okay? There's not people, boo. One situation back in 2015 compared to all the motherfuckers that Tory Lanez rearranged in the face, okay? So I just want you to just please, girl, pray to your ancestors, rebuke the spirit of mammification, okay?
Okay, so two things I want to say. Alexa, Mammy Parks, please get your ass up. Please get your ass up, because I guess you're supposed to be sitting down for the revolution, but I'm so sorry it failed. Now, Marquez, this is what I mean when I say that a lot of times you guys have language that lets me know and indicates to me where your mind is at. He says, man, modern. Was that red?
We're going to hit the link. I don't want to get him now.
I want to get him now, please. I'll be quiet. Because he says, man, modern black women don't protect modern black men. I'm assuming he says, unless they did something together. For example, Megan Thee Stallion. And this is the reason why you need to stay in this space and learn a little bit more. Please stay out the red pill. Stay out of the freaking manosphere. And to be no shade, you come up here, you try to present yourself like you real. Oh, you know, I'm here to learn. Da, 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 da. But a lot of times when you speak, I hear it. I hear it. And it just so happens with the situation, it's starting to come to the surface. That's it.
So we're going to show something real quick. We're going to segue right over to my live because clearly a lot of y'all did not get a chance to check out that live stream. I encourage y'all to do so. I want to refer to a small segment of that live stream where we went through a plethora of Tory Lanez bullshit. Okay. So let me share my screen here. And my request is just determined to not get it. My request has been educated time and time again on this platform. If you're still confused, you know, in the words of Sierra, if that boy ain't woke by now, Marquez will never, ever, ever, ever be woke. He will never, ever, ever, ever be woke. Oh, if Marquez ain't conscious by now. I think this here is the video I'm talking about. Okay. So listen up, girl, listen up, honey. Okay. Check this out. Okay, here it is. Okay. So here it is. Okay. You have Tory Lanez, Snuffing, R&B singer Joshua Benoit, and Running.
There's an echo.
Okay, so that's him punching the living dog shit out of. Okay, so that's him punching the dog shit out of Joshua Bennett, an R&B singer. R&B singer Joshua Benoit, who claimed that he snuffed them and then ran like a little leprechaun away. Then you also have Tory Lanez, a courtesy of courtesy. Oh, that's so much shit pulled up.
You
like all my other shit pulled up. Okay, so you got, according to Ace Showbiz, someone who called to be the Canadian musician's ex accused him of being abusive towards her during their romance, saying, "Never in my life have I felt so scared." Tory Lanez made headlines on Tuesday, October 20th, after he insisted his innocence in the infamous shooting scandal involving him and Thee Stallion. Now his past domestic violence case has resurfaced after he said during the stream that he never hit women in his life before. He said during the stream, expressing his confusion, quote, "I got to this place where I'm like, yo, this is not me. I don't deserve this. I don't deserve to have to go through all of this. I've never been in somebody's." Okay, so refer to that video to hear from the ex, okay, which he reads, however, soon after the stream ended, some people decided to go dig up his past and found an article where someone who claimed to be his ex accused him of being abusive back when they were dating. I've been dealing with a physical, verbal, and emotional abuse for the past 9 months from someone most of you look up to and even idolize, Tory Lanez, she wrote, adding that she decided to keep quiet about this to protect him. Quote, "I've done nothing to this man but showed him genuine love and support, even when he constantly humiliated and embarrassed me," according to an alleged ex, okay? Here is also Tory Lanez in a Miami club pushing through the crowd to punch Prince from Love and Hip Hop Hollywood in the mouth. Then there was Tory Lanez allegedly fights Love and Hip Hop star Prince in Live Miami club, which he just wrapped up this. Okay, let me blow this up. For those of you who haven't seen all this footage, girl, him beating the hell out of Joshua, the R&B singer, beating the hell out of Prince on Love and Hip Hop, okay? There's Lanez. Boo, swings on Prince. Boom, okay? There's Lanez, there's Prince. Boom. Right in the mouth. He just wrapped up litigation a few days before the motherfucking case with Megan or with the state of California began. Okay. There's that. Okay. Then there, of course, is the infamous altercation with let me try to scoot it up, okay? With Travis Scott, Kylie Jenner's baby daddy and boyfriend, okay? When he was getting into a verbal altercation with Travis Scott, okay, over some slick shit he said in a record. Tory Lanez was asking Travis, "Do you want to fight? Do you want to fight? Let's just square up. Let's just square up. Like, I can clear the room and we can catch a fade." Okay, just eager to wanting to get to violence. Okay, when Travis was trying to talk to the nigga like a man, but all he wanted to do was act like an angry ass leprechaun. Okay, that footage is also on the worldwide internet. Shout out to World Star Hip Hop. You guys can go revisit that. Okay. Then there's also the situation with, of course, August Alsina, okay, who he beat the hell up, put blood in his mouth, etc., and then lied about the incident, took to Instagram to say that he was in the studio at the time, and he has no idea what a crazy-ass, angry, light-skinned August Alsina would, why he would say such a thing about him. And then come to find out, when they had uploaded the other goddamn part of the footage, his ass is running away from the altercation. And people are big up in him as he's entering into the elevator with his bodyguards after he done ran down on this man. The monkey stomped him all up in the goddamn jaw and Adam's apple and shit. Okay? But got up in front of the public, girl. Got up in front of Beyonce's internet girl. Okay? And lied to the public, girl. Just lied. Just lied. Can you hear me, Reckless?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I want to make sure, honey, okay? And then there was also, let me see here. I missed one. Oh, there it is. Is this it? It's the rapper Dax, okay? The rapper Dax, he ran down on and threatened this man, made him caught him in the middle of the street, made him apologize, okay, for what he said when he inserted his comment, or what he did, like he put out a little slick record and kind of took a little dig at Tory. So Tory put up on him physically and threatened to beat his ass if he didn't apologize right here on camera right now. The poor man apologized, girl. Okay? So y'all can catch that commentary to get into all of the receipts about Tory Lanez lying ass pathology, abusive, quick to temper ass, pathology and shit, girl. Okay? If you need to figure it out. But see, this is why y'all gotta do y'all homework on people, because some of y'all be out here defending motherfuckers and don't even be knowing that they wrapping up several 8, 10, 11, 12 goddamn different litigations, girl. And been out here being problematic forever and a day. But want to talk about Megan Thee Stallion's one motherfucking incident in 2015. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, so that's rapper Zax 1, August Alsina 2, R&B singer Joshua Bennett 3, Travis Scott 4, his ex who spoke out against him 5, Megan Thee Stallion 6, Kelsey ass 7, and this is all the shit that we know about, girl. Okay, this only the shit we know about.
It's not the man who it's not none of those. It's not the Chinese man. It's not none of those men. It is it's black men. It's black men. And I'm not saying that black men aren't the people who in times who aren't the people who it needs the guidance of the neck. It needs the guidance of the woman In order for me to smell and use my 5 senses on my face.
Okay, so Tory Ike Turner is 6 minutes in, girl, and he's still giving his Umar shit, girl. He's in his Kevin Samuels bag right now, girl, when he's supposed to be here just clearing his goddamn name, girl. He going through all this black woman is the neck and the black man is the head and all this shit. He know all about the neck and head, girl. According to Kelsey, you hear her all in the back and in front of her, and all in the back in front of hers, girl.
Lean in or whatever.
You know all about the anatomy, allegedly.
I still need to use the neck. I still need to be guided by a woman. So regardless, it's like I don't feel like I should be torn down. If anything, before y'all know the story, like
we did say why he fought those people. Go back and do the research. What's a junior varsity who clearly like a bitch you're new here. Like fall back like whoa, honey. Like go do your motherfucking research, okay? And let's also stay here while we there. Tory is a grown ass motherfucking man. If a nigga puts out a diss record on you, you put out a diss record on him. You don't resolve conflict as an adult by going to violence. There's no reason for him to have fought those people. And that's the problem with you toxic ass, patriarchal, little dick ass niggas to begin with, is y'all actually justify violence and then want to claim that y'all are the protectors at the same time and want to claim innocence while also wanting to perpetuate the idea that there's a time and a place for violence. So pick a side, pick a side, pick a side. Either you niggas are Jesus and walking on water and feeding the homeless, or there's reason, honey, to be violent. Because y'all be wanting to do both of them. Make it make sense. So then, I'm glad you said that then. Because he must have had a reason then to shoot Meg as well then, right? Since there's reasons for why he do the things he did, right? Right. See, if we let you niggas talk long enough, y'all always talk yourselves right into a guilty fucking verdict. Oh, but you didn't mention why he's violent. You ain't mentioned why. I'm sure he had his reasons for what he did to Kelsey and Megan as well. I'm sure he had his reasons why.
Learn the story first, learn the factual parts of the story first, and then come at me and be like, yo, you need to fix this and fix that if that's what you feel like I did. But instead I'm being torn down for a narrative that's like, now I'm the poster boy for I don't like black women. But anyways, let's get into this. I want to get into this because it's very important for me to just say this. I'm not here to bash this woman. I'm not here to come down on this woman.
You just here to deny her experience, to completely disregard it, and to pretty much elude that she made all the shit up. That's all.
I'm here to disrespect her or throw her under the bus.
I'm sorry. Please pause, please.
Where I just can't let my...
And this is what the ish that gets me is because people like to try to play on semantics and try to play on what someone actually said. You don't always have to actually say something to allude to it and also bring it into question. I can go like this. Everybody knows what the fuck I'm doing and what this means. Fuck you. That's what that means. You don't always have to say something directly to actually say something. Because let's be very clear. If I was to be like, when it comes down to it, I'm not here to disrespect nobody, like, between me and Conscious or whatever, but I can't stand no person with long weave that got all these tattoos and a whole bunch of piercings. I can't stand people like that. I think they're real ignorant. I didn't say Conscious' name at all. You can say something without saying something.
No, I'm pro.
Trash as fuck. That shit is sick.
I'm Zoe Pounds. I'm not pro Meg. I'm pro anti-bullshit. Okay? Y'all are not going to keep equating this one woman's 2015 incident with her ex to a nigga who has several fractures against several different people, including another alleged woman. And then y'all want to do the false equivalent shit and bring up Megan's 2015 incident to several of Tory Lanez incidences that are also current behavior. All y'all can call is her 2015 incident. We can call his 2022 incident. We can call his 2021 incident. We can call his 2020 incident. We can call his consecutive behavior. So what I am is pro no bullshit. Y'all love to do the false equivalent shit. And this is exactly why I also want to pull up this motherfucking thing, this IG, because this is also the bullshit that y'all overlooked as well.
Assassinated for things that are not even really true, like and for falsified narratives and information.
Oh yeah.
Let's start.
And yours truly, no, the problem is some of y'all think y'all can talk without being contended. Just because you have an opinion don't mean you won't be challenged. So everybody here has the freedom to say what they want to say. People also have the right to rebut you, to challenge you, to debunk you, etc. Okay? You get to have an opinion, and other people get to have an opinion about your opinion. That's how it works in a dialogue.
And also, too, Marquez, you say if it doesn't apply, let it fly. But here's the thing. Yes, that would be the case. But however, this is what once it comes back to, let's be honest. Y'all get up on these platforms. Y'all pro Tory. Okay, cool. But then in other conversations, everybody wants to play the good guy, including you. Everybody, all different types of conversations. Or, I'm not like them other dudes. But in conversations like this is when y'all get to show your hand. This is when we can see a lot of you guys have a blind eye to the situation. Because in this live here, he lied all up and down this live. No one mentioned it. Y'all didn't say nothing about it. Until one day, Conscious was like, you know what? We should actually watch this live. So I was like, okay, let's go. We watched it. Baby, we had to stop every couple of minutes. It was like, hold up, you just lied. Straight up lied. Straight up lied. But it's all right.
Are you worried, dude, because you crying mighty hard, girl? Like the mammy is crying out from the blood of the land, honey.
Mm-hmm.
It's crying out from the land, honey. Like you mighty vocal about. I mean, but you doing all the talking. I see you still a free woman. I still see that you are utilizing your First Amendment rights. So who's stopping you from talking? Because you clearly carrying. You clearly carrying.
Oh, wait. Zopan, you said nobody is perfect. Okay, cool. So when he ends up in a situation, it just so happens to be a black man that ends up losing his life. Remember, nobody's perfect. Just remember that.
Sure.
And that's the issue. And that's the part that's really irritating me, is because if something happens later on down the line and something like that happens with this man, and also like a situation like King Von, we're going to come back to this platform. We're going to report on it. And everybody's going to come up here talking about us as black people. We should not be hurting each other. I'm going to keep repeating every single live we have. Don't bring your ass on if something like this happens. Because even then, even when he knew he was going to go to court for this Megan Thee Stallion shooting case, and he was able to face up to 22 plus years, he still was beating up on people like Prince. He still was beating up on people like August. And so my thing is this, and everybody knows I have a really good memory, especially when it comes to remembering lives and knowing exactly where to find this stuff. I'm telling you, if something happens down the road, a couple of years, 2 years, even a couple months, that something happens when someone gets hurt for real, and especially if he's involved, I'm going to put up this live. I'm going to tell y'all, shut the fuck up, and hopefully Conscious kick your ass off the damn panel, because we told you. We can continue.
I mean, but Zopound, I hear you saying, well, nobody's perfect. Okay, well then there should be no arrests and offsets situation, because the shooters are not perfect people. So hey, just wrap things up. Life goes on. Nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes.
He said people die every day just because they're not famous. They don't get attention. What does that even mean? Zopound, Mahogany Sins, and Marquez, I need all three of y'all to hit the link. I have some questions for all three of y'all.
So let's push through the rest of this shit.
When the original report came out, and it was a TMZ report about this, that, and the third, and there was gunshots in Kylie Jenner's house, and Tory Lanez goes to jail. They gave y'all all the facts of the juice of Tory Lanez going to jail, and this, that, and the third, and Megan getting arrested, and da-da-da-da. 2 days after that, I get a call from Rock Nation that says, yo, we heard you're going to make a statement about what happened. and it'd be in your best interest if you don't make that statement. So I'm like, oh, okay. I don't understand what the issue of me telling my fans, like, yo, look, it's not that serious of a deal. I went to jail for whatever. It's like, I didn't get for that 2 days why that was an issue. 2 days later, the TMZ report come out. TMZ reports and have the surveillance now. Now they see the video of the arrest. You see Megan, you see me, and you see it's all sprawled out on the ground in bathing suits and blah, blah, blah. And everything I'm saying is public record. You can go back and look at this shit. You can go back and see it. Like, you feel me? So they say, oh, okay, you know, you see her out of the car, she's getting out of the car, she's hopping. It looks bad, bro. And I'm not gonna lie, like, I felt bad watching it because it made her look bad. And it didn't make her look good. It didn't make any of us look good. And I didn't want that for her. I don't see that for anybody. So all of a sudden, when we get arrested, or when it looks like
Tory, why do people make being a decent person that hard? If you were a decent person, the only thing is, this is who shot Meg. Like, that's simply it. Like, character is an action word. It's not a proclamation. So the fact that he went almost 10 minutes now saying fucking nothing, but claimed to be a stand-up black man who loves black women. Your only job, since you innocent and you here to protect black women, and there's only one black woman out of the 2 black women that ended up being treated for her injuries and sustaining fragments and wound to her damn feet, is to just cite who shot her, and you can't fucking do that.
Paul got arrested. The meme started. Now I want to really bring you guys in for a second so you can understand something. And I really just want you to take this in. Like, she is a person I spent enough time with her to observe and understand something about her, where it's like, she's going through a lot. She goes through a lot. She deals with a lot on her day-to-day basis. And because of that, she's not used to, you know, and not even just because of that, but just because of the fact that she's been praised so much. We've always looked at her as like, yo, that's hip hop sweetheart. Like, she's nice, she's talented, whatever.
God, can you get to the damn point? Hold on, let me fast forward through this shit, cause this girl.
Y'all told me not to make a statement, so I'm trying to figure out where y'all taking me to. I don't get it. So then at this point she goes live because people are not really understanding the story or whatever cases. She waits. She doesn't go on, you know, a time when it's just a regular time. If y'all who don't understand, it was one of those things where me and her knew what was going on, but y'all didn't know what was going on. She went live on my birthday with all her jewelry on, da. And then she says, yo,
are you mad much?
You know, and the thing about the whole jewelry thing is like, my bad. She knew that it wasn't a situation where, like, she knew
he probably gonna say that was Rock Nation that was just calling him to tell him to shut the fuck up too.
To do certain sympathetic things, I guess, to push the narrative, and I don't know who told her to do certain things like that, and I'm not the one who's trying to like ever point the finger at anybody. But when it really comes down to it, it's like, you went on live on your birthday, and then you said, on my birthday, and then you said, I got shot in my foot, and it didn't hit no bones or tendons. So everyone's looking at this, and
please pause.
Hold on.
This is a place where people don't give a fuck about you. They do what they do. They antagonize and they do what they do.
If he gonna give a little bit more,
you get shot in your foot, no bones or tendons. The internet goes into an outrage because some people are like, hold on, how you not get shot? How you get shot in your foot and it don't hit no bones or tendons? Like, whoever is watching this, like, if you need to go on Google and look at a foot anatomy of bones and skeletons and tendons, you realize there's like 30 bones in your feet and like 100 tendons, some crazy number like that, right? So she now gets to this place where the people.
So that's the bullshit right there, because he's literally playing a game of semantics. He knows damn well, like the doctor said on the stand, we don't differentiate between shrapnel and bullets, because shrapnel are just, they are pieces of bullets. It's a semantic game. It's like somebody saying, that's like you saying, I ate a cookie, but technically you ate a part of a cookie. So they say, well, you should have used crumb. I don't have to use crumb to describe the volume of cookie I intake, because whether it was a crumb or an entire cookie, even the crumb is a cookie. So we don't need to make the distinction between bullet and bullet fragment, because a bullet fragment is a bullet. Just a fragment of that bullet, and he knows that it's a game of semantics now. And the medical report is out. So, like, what's T? And we already done discussed on this platform. Common sense. Meg is not going to speak about her injuries in a way that a professional physician, a clinical physician, is going to speak about her injuries. She's a normal person. She's going to say, bitch, I was shot. And bullets were taken out of my feet. But he's going to play the technical game right now in order to control the way you perceive what she said, when even the surgeon on the stand said what she said was technically correct. Somebody who's shot and hit with shrapnel can still attest to saying they were shot with, like, that they were hit with a bullet. We don't make those type of distinctions. But Tory, raggedy, ghetto, narcissistic ass, is trying to create and convolute more confusion, trying to create more fucking confusion around her words, when the only words he need to access is, this is who did it. Nobody asked your black ass to get up here with your bald spot and get into trying to break down her shit, because you had all this to say on IG, but bitch, you mighty silent on the stand for somebody who had so much to say. All you had to do to clear the whole motherfucking room is, this who did it. And we are 12 minutes in, and he ain't said nothing about who did it since he didn't do it.
Like, hold on.
Wait, I want to jump in on that. Because what was getting me is that he's sitting up here literally acting like what Megan was saying was a lie. The fact that she didn't get shot or have bullet fragments that's already been, remember y'all, there was a police report. Remember, she lied about the police report. So if she got cut, where did the glass come from? Where did the glass come from? All the windows in the car was completely, all the windows in the car was good. So where did the glass come from? It didn't come from Kylie Jenner's house, from everybody's testimony. There's already been, and then on top of that, when she got to the doctor and had surgery, it's already been reported that with bullet fragments coming out of her feet. So it's the fact that he's literally sitting up here acting like, oh, I don't know what she's talking about. And you know, if you were really shot, blah, blah, blah. That man is sitting up here lying his ass off. Lying his ass off. But yeah, y'all really want to get sit up here and talk about Megan. She lied about this, she lied about that, she lied about this. But yeah, y'all sat up here in this live, because I know a lot of y'all went and saw it, this live and specifically. And y'all skipped over all the lies he said in this specific live.
Oh, they ain't even heard all of them, and like that's why I want to get through this live.
Mm-hmm. The internet starts coming at her and saying, "Yo, show your feet, because we're seeing you at DJ Khaled's house and you're on your tippy toes, and then we're seeing that you're, that you're here and there," and they're antagonizing her. They're brutally coming for her and not giving her, I guess, what it is that she needed. But it gets to this point where now she posts a picture of her foot, and she posts this picture of her foot. There's no exit wound. There's a lot of inconsistencies in the story. And she says under the post, "You see, I got shot in the back of my foot because when I was walking away from the car," she says, she puts this in capital letters. She says, "I was walking away from the car and I got shot in the back of my foot." She doesn't ever show the other foot that she claims she got shot in. And I'm not trying to, again, I hate that this is coming off like I'm trying to come for her and whatever case is, but this is what I'm having to endure and watch when I'm knowing certain facts. So it gets to, it gets to this place where I'm just like, bro, like, this is not me, and I don't deserve this. Like, I don't deserve to have to go through this. Like, I never have been somebody who's had domestic cases. I've never hit no woman. I've never had abusive cases with no woman. You can't pull those type of facts up on me. I don't have those. So it's like, I just didn't understand why I'm going through this. So now it gets to this point where she posts this picture of her foot, and everyone's seeing certain things, and everyone's, saying certain things about her foot. And some people think it's real. Some people don't think it's real. And it gets to this place where some people are just not believing it. So She posted a picture. There's no bullet tray. Where are they taking out the bullets for the pan? Like, this is what's going on. Like, where are they taking out the bullets for the pan? I don't understand. Like, where's the surgical? You're not in the surgical room. And anybody who knows, I mean, this is like, it clearly had to be the first day that you've taken this picture. So if this is the first day that you've taken this picture, it's like, where's all the evidence? Why are you not in the surgical room? First of all, you're not even allowed to take pictures of surgical procedure.
Girl, she had a whole inpatient surgery take place. She literally stayed over fucking night. There was a whole surgery done on her motherfucking foot. Like, literally, there's a whole medical report from Sinai. There's fucking x-rays and all that shit that were presented also at testimony. And I was wondering if prosecutors were going to bring up this live in the courthouse, because we ain't even got to really travel through no more of this, because this is really all that I want to fucking say about this live stream, is that I think it's funny that he spent 25 minutes trying to pretty much establish that Megan imagined this whole fucking thing, and that, you know, like, what's the basis for the shooting? Like, what shooting? And I just find it so motherfucking funny that Tory Lanez, if Meg imagined a shooting and there's no basis that a shooting took place, according to your 25-minute live stream back in 2020, why were there bullet casings found at the scene? Why were the bullet casings that were found at the scene connected to the gun that was sitting in front of you? How could Megan have imagined and made up the whole shooting when the whole reason why police pulled up was because of neighbors calling in to police about hearing gunshots? Gunshots that were also recorded on somebody's door cam that's also going to be presented in court. How could you even say that she made all this up when all of the fucking evidence that a shooting took place, according to people even outside of y'all, aka the neighbors who called in the gunshots, the gun casings found in people's yard, in the street, etc. And you got GSR on you. So the fact that this man knew at this time that there was a shooting, because the evidence proves there was a shooting, girl. The GSR proves there was a shooting. The gun cases proved there was a shooting. The gun in the car proved that it was the gun that did the shooting. The 911 calls from the neighbors reported a shooting. The audio recorded that night is of a shooting. And yet you sat in a live stream for 25 minutes and tried to make people believe that there was no motherfucking basis for this narrative that she was shot. Talk about the fucking lies. He sat there on his live stream knowing he was a part of a shooting and discredited this woman from A to B. Literally said, I don't know where she would get this from. I don't know I get a call from Rock Nation and then there's this gun narrative and she been shot and there was glass and bitch, are you okay? You set your ass on that live stream knowing you tested positive for GSR and that the smoking motherfucking gun found at your feet was discharged 5 fucking times. And people witnessed the shooting outside of fucking Megan Thee Stallion. He was such an idiot that he thought it was smarter to argue there wasn't a shooting than it was for him to just argue he didn't shoot her. That would have made a better argument. But the dumb nigga actually tried to attack the actual truth and situation. How dumb can you be? How dumb can you fucking be? You knew then a shooting took place and all the evidence corroborates that a shooting took place. You would have did better just arguing why you are not the shooter than actually trying to dispel the fact that there was a shooting and try to ride the wave of all this paranoia and insecurity in the eyes of the public who now believe that this was glass, even though that's already been debunked as well. How dumb can you be? Did he really think that this wasn't going to go to trial? Did he really think that they was just going to, his lawyers were going to be able to push this thing so far out that it would never happen? He didn't think this quite through. And now you look stupid because now we know what you knew in 2020. That that gun had been discharged. That gun was fucking used. That bullet fragments were found in Megan's feet. That GSR is all over you and Kelsey's motherfucking ass. And that there was a whole entire shooting. But we didn't know that at that time, and you knew we didn't know it at the time. You knew the public didn't know all that at the time, but you knew it. And just like in August Alsina situation, you got your raggedy, bald head ass up on live with a straight motherfucking sociopathic face and sold your bullshit to the public. Because you did not count on this shit actually playing out and the evidence flowing through. So I bring that up to say this. I don't mind that y'all want to say she lied. All I want y'all to do is keep that same motherfucking energy because Tory lied. And matter of fact, bitch, she lied worse. Because at least Meg acknowledges an actual shooting. This bitch sat up in the public face and played in everybody's face and tried to literally deny that there was even that. How fucking psycho and raggedy in the brain do you have to fucking be? How demonically infused do you have to be to deny that the event itself took place? You arguing your role in the event? Fine. How you gonna deny the event altogether? So ironically, eyewitnesses corroborate the fact that there was a shooting. A shooting that has proven to have been happened by a smoking gun found in a car linked to the shell casings found in the street and also found in Megan's foot and corroborated by her surgeon on stand, as well as shooting that was heard by neighboring witnesses. So we know for a fact the event happened. But this bitch actually tried to debunk the event it fucking self. And that's why Tory motherfucking No Lanes is guilty in my motherfucking personal fucking opinion. He is a liar. A bona fide pathological look you in your face straight ass liar. The type of liar that'll steal your shit and help you to motherfucking find it. Oh, Amber Heard lying asshole. Gonna lie from east all the way to west, bitch. Just gonna lie and lie and lie. At least I can also say what Kelsey told prosecutors back in September in her interview at least corroborates the actual event. Even what she told prosecutors on the stand to an extent also corroborates. She at least says, bitch, I heard the shots. Tory Lanez sat on a whole IG post, girl, and tried to act like a shooting never even fucking happened. And that this all over glass and the rest of this shit was a spun narrative about being shot. Because where are the bullets and where are the exit wounds? And why she told them that it was glass? When, bitch, you knew that gun had been used then when you got up in the public's face. You were lie. These are the type of niggas that'll make a bitch go gay. These are the type of niggas that convert bitches into homosexuality. These are the motherfucking type of niggas that'll make a bitch go vegan and change her motherfucking life, baby, and hold on Jesus to the very goddamn end. Just a liar, and I wanted to show it. So when I let you niggas come up here, I have grounds to call y'all a motherfucking liar. When you want to leave out what the fuck he said for 25 motherfucking minutes. Since we so fascinated by all the goddamn lines, yeah, but at least Megan's lie included a big chunk of the goddamn truth. And at least what Kelsey told prosecutors included a big ass a chunk of the goddamn truth. But what Miss Tory Lanez did, bitch, is denied that that's even a truth at all. But we now know GSR is all over his ass. But now we know there was a smoking motherfucking gun that was discharged. But now we know bullet motherfucking fragments were motherfucking taken out of her foot according to her goddamn surgeon and motherfucking x-rays. Now we motherfucking know that neighboring goddamn witnesses also heard all the goddamn gunplay and alerted police that ghetto ass shit was going on in their motherfucking neighborhood. Now we know, bitch, what he didn't know that we would know. And he took advantage of a naive, skeptical ass audience who started to question Meg's story because nobody believed that she wasn't fucking and sucking on Tory Lanez. And then when people saw the pictures, because she was saying, I got shot and they took bullets out of my feet, the public had an expectation that they would see holes and see an interest and exit wound out of her feet and all of that shit. And Tory Lanez sat there and read the room just like a narcissist does and placated to all those fucking insecurities. Placated to all those insecurities, all of that skepticism. But now we know what he didn't know we would motherfucking know 2 years later.
Oh, so now we all guilty, girl.
Bitch, you are a flat out fucking liar. And I would not believe a motherfucker who will deny all reality, girl. You want to defend your role in it? That's one thing, bitch. But you are a delusional hoe when you deny the fact that today is Monday and the sun rose in the sky.
We're all trash and shit.
When you deny the fact that it rained, bitch. And we know it rained, girl. The precipitation says that it rained, girl. The weatherman says that it rained, girl. I saw and witnessed and felt the rain, girl. There's video footage of the rain, girl. There's audio of the rain, girl.
Here we go.
Now, you can argue you never experienced the rain, but you're not going to deny that there was rain. And that's exactly what the fuck Tory Ball Spots No Lane's ass did. So when y'all come up here with Meg is alive, bitch, be prepared for me to remind you over 10 and over 10 and over 10 again that Lanez lied down to the goddamn ground, baby. Lied to the point of unrecoverable. Lied to the point of denying that there was a gun involved in an actual shooting that did take place. And that motherfucker got up there and taught all that young Pharaoh shit.
Young Pharaoh.
All that good, sweet R&B, New Testament shit about loving motherfucking black women and all this motherfucking shit while knowing his motherfucking ass was covered in GSR. While knowing that somebody had shot at this motherfucking woman. And got his ass up on the internet for 25 whole motherfucking minutes. While knowing that and discredited what this woman experienced altogether. Completely and entirely. He didn't say, hey, I ain't do the shit. He didn't even say, hell, there was a shooting. But like Kelsey said, I ain't have the gun. I ain't pulled the trigger. The bitch couldn't even bring himself to do that. He couldn't even bring himself to do that, to acknowledge a fucking shooting. Because he's a class B fucking psycho. Psychotic. Full on delusional fucking psychopath.
And why would he apologize? Y'all are so slow.
The same women talking about Tory Lanez love black women are the same motherfucking bitches who married to a Tory Lanez. The same motherfucking bitches and mammies who take pride in the goddamn bullet holes in their body from the nigga who they love. The same motherfucking women who take pride in the motherfucking black eye and busted lips at the hands of a goddamn sunken place nigga. The type of bitch who believes that a motherfucking man only loves her if he is fighting and beating and holding her ass hostage. Mammy Henderson.
Oh my gosh.
Because I know that you Dr. Mammy Luther King assholes is gonna hit the motherfucking link because y'all ain't nothing but the goddamn flying monkeys for patriarchy too and toxic ass masculinity, girl. Y'all go out into the goddamn landscape, girl, and make sure that y'all get every other independent, self-respecting black woman back in formation, honey, when she dare operates outside of toxicity, honey. I know you Mammy J. Blige assholes are gonna hit the motherfucking link too, along with these degenerate ass, sunken place ass niggas. But we ready. And shout out to Raw B Privilege for the motherfucking Cash App. Hey boo, and make sure you guys subscribe over the wall to Raw B Privilege. Okay, she does amazing content. But what we want to do before I drop this link is we want all the Tory Lanez apologists to hit the link first. No Megan supporters. Let all the Tory Lanez apologists hit the link. If you come up here and you team Megan, I'm going to have to sit your ass down because I only want Tory Lanez apologists to hit the link.
The apologist is killing me.
Okay, so moderators, make sure that when y'all are rotating the link, that y'all caption it only Tory Lanez apologists hit the link. If you are a Megan supporter, do not hit the link yet. We let the pawns go first. Make sure you thumbs the fuck up if you in the motherfucking building. Subscribe if you motherfucking new here. Share if you don't give a motherfucking fuck. And definitely click your motherfucking notifications and set them to all, bitch. So I can motherfucking entertain, stimulate, arouse, and aggravate you all in the same breath per live stream. All Tory Lanez apologists, the doors of the court are now open. You may be seated, bitch. Come on through. We're waiting. We're waiting. The doors of the court are open. Because I know why half you hoes can't hit the link because half you bitches ain't even goddamn articulate enough and got a 6th grade education, honey. So y'all can't actually articulate your defense well. Okay, we got Jay Varsity and King Patriarchy Marquez Matthews on the panel. Welcome. Welcome to the platform, Patriarchy. Of course, we want to sound off with seniority first. Marquez, your thoughts?
Okay, number one, King Patriarchy. Yeah. That's tough. That's tough. I'm going to say this. Tory Lanez, he did lie. We seen the Instagram live. I'm not going to sit here and peek for the fact he didn't lie. We saw him lie. He lied. He didn't show. He didn't want to let people know that he was even near the shooting. He lied on that aspect. Yes, he lied on that. I can admit that.
What a coincidence! He did the same thing with August Alsina. Okay, continue.
Hey, right. He's been known to be a liar and he's very violent. But I will say this, y'all: it is innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. And I'm just saying, not to sound like I'm a misogynist or I'm against black women. That's not the case. Even though that man has a violent past, you cannot say he is guilty. It's innocent until proven guilty until the court of law. And the court of law looks at it and says that Tory Lanez is just as much as innocent as the person who got shot, aka Megan Thee Stallion. That's how the courts works. That's my first point. My second point is this: facts over feelings. guys, we gotta stop doing feelings over the facts. If you keep bringing us more facts, we'll agree with you. When you pull up the facts, and I quote that show that he lied, lied.
This is what
over feelings is different. It's facts over feelings when it comes to court, bro.
No. Because when we set up here, we showed all of those videos. A plethora of people. There are Tory Lanez apologies, but still like, well, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't know. I don't see what he's talking about. And that's why
he had his reasons.
He had his reasons. People die every day. Like, stop that shit.
So hold on.
I mean, you brought up King Von, but you brought
hold on. And to that point, if the excuse from Tory Lanez supporters is in all those beefs and situations where he executed leprechaun violence upon other black people, and he has reasons. But y'all don't keep that same energy for Megan having her reasons for not saying she fucked Tory and having her reasons for why she initially lied to fucking police, which was to avoid being George Floyded by police. Y'all don't keep that same energy.
They don't.
I find it funny how the excuse can be, well, he got his reasons, and da-da-da-da-da-da, but Megan articulated her motherfucking reasons too, and y'all didn't give a fuck. She lied.
So it's hold on. Conscious. So it's our fault, Conscious, that the prosecuting attorney is calling out the fact that she slept with this man and is using that as an advantage to get his client off. So that's our fault.
Okay, but let's be clear. They still can't prove that she slept with that man. That's still hearsay.
And it's hearsay, and it's hearsay that Tory actually shot the gun.
And you know what's very interesting is because how do
you have gun residue on your hand and you don't have the?
But guess what?
Gun residue on the hand, but no DNA on the gun.
But guess what? But guess what? They already done proved he got GSR on his body. They can't prove that man got motherfucking nut on her pussy from Tory Lanez.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Kelsey, because realistically, Kelsey's the only one. We're not blaming Megan here. Megan's the one who got shot in this situation.
Well, I kind of beg to differ, because a lot of times y'all bring up her sexual history, and a lot of times as well, you also said that if this comes to an end, they need to get rid of her Grammy. And then also on top of that, people have a little time. Which one is it?
The dude's gonna get 20 years and 22 years and deported. What?
So which one is it?
How delusional can you be?
Delusion
oh
is,
my God, bro.
Shot herself. And also delusion is, oh, she wasn't shot, but yet she had surgery when bullet fragments were taken out of her feet.
He had gun residue. How do you have gun residue on the gun? How do you have gun residue on your body, but no?
If something comes out of a gun, you were shot. It didn't fire by itself. 8 pounds of pressure, like P-Valley.
Reckless, we know that. But reckless, reckless.
Now you know that, because yesterday,
reckless.
Y'all didn't know that.
Reckless. It's GSR. We know that gunshot residue comes out of a gun. You have to pull the clip to shoot it to get the gunshot residue. We know that. That's elementary. That's first grade. But if you have gunshot residue all acting like it wasn't. Reckless, there's nothing you can convince me for a person to have gunshot residue to have all that over his body like Tory Lanez have and not have no DNA on that gun. It's impossible.
I guess this is what I mean.
It's impossible.
Hold on, wait a minute, because y'all also misrepresent that. Let's be clear. His DNA was not found on the magazine. They cannot. It's inconclusive if his DNA is on the firearm.
You know what inconclusive means, right?
Hello, because there's 4 different DNAs found on it. That's why they had specialists on the hand. We're not gonna take y'all word for a fucking specialist who agreed with other specialists that the tests were inconclusive. So if y'all want to be factual based, y'all cannot. His DNA wasn't. No, his DNA could not be concluded. Just like they can't identify who any of the fucking DNA belongs to. Not just Tory. They can't identify who none of it belongs to. So it could be there or could not be there. But that's the point of the term inconclusive.
Conscious. Okay, then Conscious, because you can't say his DNA is not. We're gonna use inconclusive. Inconclusive means in court that they cannot prove whether or not his DNA or any part of himself was on the gun. Meaning, when you go into a courtroom and when the courtroom goes and they figure it out, and that jury goes in that back room and they talk about that inconclusive DNA, that's gonna be a point for not guilty. Because guess what? If you can't prove it in court, it don't matter.
Okay, so I have a question for all the Tory apologists. Now, this is how we know if y'all protect black women or not. So if that's the case, if they can't prove it, but yet he's apologizing for, oh, you know, I was drunk. First off, if Megan was the side piece, and you didn't claim it, what are you apologizing to her for? You didn't even apologizing to Kelsey.
He's
and then on top of
apologizing
that,
he's apologizing for sleeping with both of them.
So if my question is, once he's found not guilty, right? Are you guys still gonna support him?
Me personally,
I'm asking.
Is a personal question? Personal question?
Yes,
personally. I don't even listen to this nigga's Tory's music.
Oh, okay.
So it's not it wouldn't be no issue for me. But I do want to see a black man be out here and make his money and provide for his kids. I want to see that, especially if he's not guilty.
But you know that that's what they all say when they get on the panel. But off the panel, they go listen to his music. Okay, next person.
Okay.
Oh, for sure. So hold on. So Megan Stallion's been lying. So you telling me you want to go listen to Megan Thee Stallion when we get off the stream?
Because here's the thing. And this is the issue that irks my soul. No. Because this is the issue that irks my soul. Y'all come up here acting like, oh, because here's the thing. This is how I know y'all always like to move the goalposts. Because originally when no. Because when I first asked the question in the original live with the first day, probably first or second day, I was asking the question whether or not the people actually believe that he actually did it. Then all of a sudden, once we start getting to the conversation whether or not he actually did it, all of a sudden the goalpost moved to, oh, you know, reasonable doubt. Because that right there lets me know is that you're just relying on whether or not it's proved in court, but you don't actually give a fuck if he actually did it or not. That's just no shade.
That's not true, Conscious. That's not true. If he's guilty today or tomorrow,
that is a lie.
He needs to be underneath the jail. He needs to be deported. But if but listen, we cannot. But Conscious,
y'all also understand.
Reckless.
Hold on. But do y'all understand that somebody can be factually guilty and not legally guilty? So just because I'm preparing personally for Tory to walk, I don't believe that the prosecutors are going to be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Tory emphatically did this. I don't believe that because it's too fucked up and it's too muddied up right now. So I'm prepared for him to walk or for this thing to be mistrial or whatever the fuck it's going to be. But I don't prepare or expect him to be locked up because it doesn't appear to me that the prosecutors can prove that he, in fact, did this. However, for me, that does not mean his act is not guilty. He's just not legally guilty, as far as I'm concerned. Because
can I ask a question?
I see what you're doing, Conscious. He might not legally be guilty, but to you and the woman in the chat and people on this panel, he's morally guilty.
The facts are that people can be factually guilty. That's why I brought up the circumstance of, have you ever had an ex do something fucked up to your car that you couldn't prove they did, but you know they did? You might have even in part saw that they did, but you can't legally prove it. Therefore, you can't legally hold them accountable for what you know that they did. This is how the law is. Tory Lanez is not going to go down because of what he did. He can only be convicted if the prosecutors can prove that he actually did it. Now, if he walks, it don't mean that he didn't do it. It just means that the prosecutors failed to provide the burden of proof necessary to convince a jury that he's actually legally guilty of what the state of California is accusing him of doing to Megan Thee Stallion.
So, Conscious, you're saying, hold on. I just want to ask Conscious a question real quick, Reckless. So, Conscious, no matter what, if he's guilty or not, you're saying in your mind, because you're coming off saying he's factually guilty, and by that part, it becomes morally guilty, moral guilty, because let's be honest, it's not proven in court, so it's no longer a factual guilty. Because if it was factual guilty, you would be able to prove it in court.
No,
I'm saying it's morally guilty at that.
Well, that's the whole point. Hold on. Like, you literally just didn't listen to nothing that I just said then. Exactly. You can be factually guilty and not be legally guilty. Okay? That's why guilty people get off for shit they did and go home free all the time. This also is why innocent people can get locked up, because they can be proven to be legally guilty of the crime that they're accused of, even though they didn't factually commit that crime. Mistaken identity happens all the time. Other people at the scene get blamed and get accused of, and the evidence can be persuaded to those other persons. It goes both ways. Innocent people go to jail for what can be legally proven, and guilty people go home scot-free for shit that can't be legally proven.
And also,
this is the criminal justice system at heart. This is why Kim Kardashian was able to emphasize a issue within the criminal justice system where you have innocent black men who are in prison for shit that they didn't do and are able to go and open up those cases again, because this is the courts. So I think a lot of time as the public, we assume because people got off legally that it means that they didn't commit the crime that they did. And either they did or they didn't. But I'm just saying that for me, even if he's not legally convicted, based upon my personal understanding, I would not use this man as a juror. I would not use my personal feelings to incriminate him. I would actually be integral enough to base that upon the arguments made by the prosecutors, by Tory's defense, and then the evidence shows. So for me personally, there's enough here for me to believe he did.
What did he say in his live?
It really ain't enough there.
Where did he say
it really isn't enough?
There was no gun, or there was no shots.
Did you not hear not one part of that live where we stopped?
Listen, no, they're saying bro, he lied. I don't want to argue the Instagram live.
Listen to the whole 25-minute IG, which I wasn't going to play here. The nigga literally tried to deny the entire event.
He went off with the public. He went off with the public.
But didn't Kelsey get on the stand and kind of deny everything that she said on there?
But here's the thing, like he was going off what the public said. That's after Megan actually said she got shot. So what you mean he's saying that she didn't lie? He wasn't saying that she was lying. You cannot be present doing a crime, witness a crime, have GSR on you, be on the scene, and then once the actual victim say yes, I was shot, then get on live talk about some. Yeah, you know.
Yes, you can.
Did you?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Right next to a person and gunshot residue. Yes, you can.
But more importantly, you cannot claim you are protecting black women, and then there's a black woman who wants to be protected, and you're not even willing to cite who her perpetrator is, if that's not you.
But it was a possible case about that.
Okay, I want to get to some of the other patriarchy on the panel. Hold on. I want to get to some of the other patriarchy on the panel. Before I do so, Beauty and Me. Can you hear me, Beauty and Me?
Hey, Conscious, I can hear you.
Hey, are you hold on. Are you team Megan or Tory?
I'm team Truth. Okay.
That's Tory.
So I'm for the truth. I wanted to kind of piggyback.
Hold on, boo. I'm gonna have to open up the panel when it's time for Team Truth to come in. I only want Tory Lanez apologists in the building, so I'll open up that link at some point. J Rock, then Joe, then Harry, then Vale, then J Varsity. J Rock.
Yes.
Welcome to the platform, sir. Your thoughts?
What's going on? So my whole issue is, I mean, you're saying we're apologists, but the person who actually saw what happened said he saw two women fighting. He saw that he saw seeing gunshots near them. And you're saying because he had gunshot residue on him, then that makes him guilty. Well, both of them had gunshot residue. Couldn't have been a situation where maybe she was shooting and he maybe took the gun from her or maybe touched her?
This is the point that I'm making, J-Rock. And yeah, I said that too. Like, that's how GSR was transferred to her, through touch.
Right.
But my whole thing, hold on. But this is my question to you. Why does it take an outsider to identify a gunman when the people in the situation, aka Tory, know who the fuck the gunman is? Because if he's saying that it's not him and it ain't Daquan, that only leaves Meg and Kelsey, and he ain't willing to point nobody out of the fucking lineup as the gunman. And he was directly in the eye of the storm, unlike the surrounding witnesses in the neighborhood.
So you pretty much wanted him to just snitch on
for a nigga to sit up on his fucking live and convince me for 25 minutes that he here to protect black women and he ain't here to take nothing away from motherfucking Megan Thee Stallion, and that he literally is here to do the protecting and then to leave this woman to look like a fucking maniac before the public when you know there was a shooting,
like that.
when you know he's helping and Kelsey's helping and Daquan is helping, because that's what zipping your fucking lips accomplishes. It makes the fucking victim look like a fucking maniac out here because nobody else is willing to say, I saw the ghost in the room too.
Well, she zipped her lips initially as well until
she told the truth eventually.
Because her team made her. Because her team made her do that.
And she interviewed with investigators in 2021, and she went on live and eventually did what she needed to do, and she maintained that stance from then to now. These other people, well, Tory specifically has denied top.
But you gotta understand.
There's never came a moment of honesty, and I'm trying to understand if you innocent of a fucking crime.
Right.
And you here to protect your friend who you had a relationship with, and y'all bonded over the loss of y'all mom, and y'all are pen pals in the industry, and this was the woman you cared about, and you know something happened to her. How, as a man, can you go to fucking bed knowing that this woman experienced something, seeing all of the backlash that she's getting? You also claiming that you fucking innocent. So why you can't tell the fucking truth about who hurt her? Why you can't
answer that?
Yeah.
So initially, if you listen to Kelsey's live, she said it was never supposed to even go this far. She was so confused as to why Megan was taking it this far. And I'm pretty sure Tory was confused as well. They probably never thought it was going to go this far. But once they saw that it could possibly turn into a case, he's going to keep his mouth closed. So he's going to wait until the case comes where he'll make her look foolish what she's doing at the moment.
So you're gonna make somebody who experienced something that you know they experienced look foolish.
I hear what you're saying. You also gotta look at their standpoint. They probably saw she's a habitual liar. She's a snake. They saw the true.
That ain't got nothing to do with bullet fragments. And
they saw
that ain't got nothing to do with bullet fragments in a bitch feet.
I understand that, but if Kelsey did it, Tory is not no snitch. He's not just going to.
How are you protecting black women?
You are not a protector, and you are a foul, toxic ass motherfucker.
But what do you mean?
That's
how
literally the definition of toxicity.
When this black woman is lying?
So which one do we want? Hold on. But which one do we want? Do we want a safe community?
I can understand how y'all can be mad at him for saying that lie.
So which way do we want it? Which way do we want it?
He never
said that there was no gun. Which way do we want it as a society? Which way do we want it? Do we want to get rid of the toxic ass culture of no snitching and literally create a motherfucking better world and eliminate the fucking streets of bullshit? Or do we want to encourage and sustain it by doubling down on no snitch culture and doubling down on street culture that does not do anything for the betterment of the spaces that most black and brown people occupy in this country? It cannot be a either or. We're gonna have to pick a motherfucking side.
I agree with you. I never said that. I never said that I will pick the latter. I said what Tory maybe is thinking. I never said I felt that way.
A toxic nigga, because if I'm innocent, it ain't gonna cost me nothing.
I'll go to court and prove that I'm innocent.
It ain't gonna cost me nothing to identify who is guilty.
Okay, so if he would have told the story on his live, he still would have had to go to court about it, right?
And
that would have just gave them. That would have just gave them something to play.
And like Megan, you tell that same fucking story. All I'm saying is that it's three other people outside of fucking Megan who know something happened to her and know who did it. And nobody is willing to identify that person aside from Megan.
Because Megan is the reason that it all happened. She started it.
And that's exactly. Excuse me. Thank you for letting me talk and complete a fucking sentence. That's the problem here. Why is Megan the only person willing to say?
One more question, and then I'm gonna leave. One more question, and I'm gonna leave. If it wasn't for Megan, would any of this have happened?
Absolutely not.
Exactly.
If it wasn't for Megan, none of this would have happened.
Hold on. Expound upon that.
Tory wouldn't even been in the car. Tory would have been in some cheeks.
Hold on. Expound upon that. What you mean? What part?
Huh?
What part? Like, what do you mean if Megan?
If it wasn't for Megan, Tory wouldn't even
in the car. In what way?
He wouldn't even been in the car. He would have been getting some cheeks from the Jenner lady, the Jenner girl. What you mean?
So
they get cheeks somewhere else.
He did invite him.
So do you think that Megan Thee Stallion literally allowed Tory? First of all, they were in Tory's driver's car. He had a right to be. He had a right to be in Quan's car. That was his fucking ride.
He was supposed to take them back home and then come back and get him.
Right.
Okay. That literally is Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Dumbest
That's
shit.
You
that's
literally
100% true.
do you honestly believe that Megan Thee Stallion
Yes.
was comfortable getting back in the car with Tory with the understanding that she was gonna fucking end up shot by his ass?
No, that's not what I'm
That's
But she
saying.
was
not what
mad enough to
Okay,
turn back
so
around
then
and go
it means
back.
that so then it doesn't matter what the fuck she did, because at the end of the day, she expected to make it home safely.
Right.
That's what
But she was mad enough to turn
She
back
expected
around to
make
go
it
back.
home.
To get
She
her
had a right
slipper.
to go home and get her shit from another bitch's property.
She didn't even have a slipper when she got in the car.
Where was the slipper?
Tory didn't even have a fucking
She
shirt on
turned
when
back
he entered
around.
the fucking car.
Tory was the slipper. Tory was
Let
the
me know
slipper.
when I can jump in, Gemma.
Tory, that's what it
I
seemed
don't
like.
give a I don't care if she went back for Tory. She should have made it home safely. Is the point.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Now that
absolutely.
is
We can agree on that.
And that was
We can all
her
agree on that.
expectation, because I'm sure that none of y'all go hang around nobody with the expectation that you're going to end up with bullets in your ass by the end of the night.
Absolutely not.
So it doesn't matter that she it doesn't matter that she
Okay.
went back for Tory. It doesn't matter if she was fucking Tory. It don't matter if she was sliding on her girl. At the end of the day, she didn't expect that the nigga she was getting in the car with was going to be a nigga who's going to put bullets in her.
All right.
Because he didn't.
Well, let me ask this:
She dragged him into the car.
Is it not possible that an argument started, that the girl started fighting, that gunshots was let off by
And
Kelsey?
she didn't drag him to anything because Kylie Jenner allegedly told them all to get the fuck up out of her shit, including him.
After she came back.
But she forced him to get into the car, though.
To get the fuck up out of there. Get the fuck out of my fucking house. It was a
So
key.
I think it's very wait, Conscious. I think it's very interesting because on
But
the
if
last
Kylie wanted
line,
to kick them out, why didn't she just kick them out all of them the first time?
But
Why did Megan have to come back and then
Kylie made the decisions that she made, and Tory made the ones he made.
Exactly.
Oh, for sure.
Here's the contradiction.
Plays no part in that.
Here's the contradiction.
You
The
let
contradiction is that last time we were on this panel, a lot of y'all was up here arguing, talking about
This is
some.
my first time.
Kylie Jenner want them to leave.
My
She
first
got
time,
security.
too.
She can make them go. So what? And on top of that, we already established that they were both kicked out. So what? Like what do you mean drag back? They were both kicked out.
No, because you were saying
Megan had already left.
Hold
with
on, I'm still
Ron
going.
and
Hold on,
Kelsey.
I'm still going in chronological order. Are you done, J Rock?
I guess so. I'll listen.
All right, hold your peace. Joe, are you there?
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Hey, what's going on? Pop your shit.
All right, hey,
what's going on?
So, hey, what's up, everybody? Hey, this is the only thing that I have an issue with. There's two key factors in this thing I think that's swaying me, and of course the number one is the GSR, right? And I think they really didn't get into who had more gunpowder on them than the other one.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's very important. If we could have kind of focused there, then maybe we would kind of know exactly what happened. And also, we can all agree, right? We have 4 people that were in the car, and 3 of them are unreliable for as witnesses. They've all lied in some kind of way, and the fourth person, the driver, is MIA. So there's the driver knows. The driver has a vested interest because I believe he was Tory's driver, and I believe the person that's really going to impact this and we get to the meat of everything is the independent witness that did see it, because everybody else has a vested interest in this whole thing. You got Tory and Meg have a career to protect and an image to uphold, and you have Kelsey, kind of the girl that's in the middle, and she has a famous friend. And if you really look at it, like going back to Conscious, what you were saying, this whole no snitch policy thing is a big problem in our community. And I believe, and the overreaction, the emotions that we put into everything, that I believe that's why we are where we are now, because this rarely happens with people outside of our race. I mean, you had a diss song that came out. You got 2 Instagram lives when a lawyer should have been telling everybody to be quiet. So now that's why everybody's confused and don't really know what's going on, because you got too many people talking about a situation that actually led them to the courtroom. I mean, I don't really think any of them took this serious at all, because I do believe Meg was shot. You know, even if it was a bullet fragment in her foot or whatever, that's still considered shot. Now, who shot her is what we're trying to figure out.
And guess what, Joe? And because of that, no snitching shit is exactly why the fuck we can't figure that out.
Exactly.
Right. So if we kind of get rid of that angle, because I really do believe that Tory should testify, but then because I don't consider him like I'm with one of the other guys that was on the panel. I've never really listened. I can't
tell you Tory Lanez song.
Yeah, pardon the analogy, but if you put a gun to my head, I couldn't name two. I probably couldn't name one. But it's just this situation. It just seems like a lot of our problem. Because to me, he started something. Tory was messy. Started a fight between these two women. These two women fought. Megan probably was whooping her ass at some point, and a gun got involved. The girl had the gun. The gun went off by accident. That's what I really, or vice versa. It could be vice versa. They both had residue on them, but just seeing how messy it was in the whole situation, that's why they don't think, well, nobody shot you, it was an accident. But if somebody would have just came out and just said that in the first place, we wouldn't even be here. Nobody would be talking about it. We just say, hey, it was an accident. Somebody grabbed a gun. We've seen these type of things before. We've heard these type of stories before, to where gunplay gets involved and something goes left. That's why the girl's asking her, was she okay? He's asking, is she okay? And she's trying to figure out what went on.
There's no record of Tory asking her if she's okay, though.
I think they said it was on body cam or something. He called her. He said, "Are you okay, Mego?" Something like that. Mego.
Yeah,
he had a nickname for her. So he did ask her.
Because
he did ask her.
You know what? I think it's very interesting.
I did not hear that. I heard that Kelsey asked.
They both did.
No, but it was admissible in court from those who were actually in court today.
Okay.
They played those audios and they submitted a bunch of body cam footage. And one of the cams, Meg is walking past Officer Cabral, who's dealing with Kelsey, and Kelsey is asking, "Hey, Meg, are you okay?" Which you can also hear in some of the footage that's on YouTube. And then they submitted another piece of body cam footage where Tory Lanez can be heard screaming over or yelling over to Megan. They asked Cabral, "Did she hear that?" She doesn't recall hearing that, even though that clearly was stated and heard in the body cam footage. But
what's wrong with him asking, "Are you okay?"
And no, it's not a problem that he asked if she okay. I just think that it was a big like they're all drunk. It's heated. A gun got involved, and she ended up getting hurt within the midst of this.
Whose gun was it?
But nobody because
is that confirmed?
It's unregistered.
Is that confirmed?
Wait.
You keep saying it's Tory's gun, but is that confirmed though?
This is irking my soul. Because this is irking my soul. Because
that's
I think
another reasonable doubt.
Because what he just literally just said was that of how Tory had played a part in starting this. And then y'all just said on this panel 2.5 seconds before he's talking. Well, you know, Megan started it, but on previous panels, we literally just talked about and discussed how both sides basically, his defense was basically saying that, you know, him and Megan was going back and forth, and then Kelsey jumped in and he said, "Why are you defending her? She always sleeping behind you."
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So how did he not start it? That's my question. I want to answer that before we proceed.
No, that wasn't my point.
No,
I said if she never would have went back and got him, this would have never happened.
Right.
That was what I said.
If she didn't go back to get him, she went back to get a slipper, and by the time she got back, whatever was happening, Kylie Jenner was frustrated and wanted them out. And after all, he had first dibs on the vehicle that they traveled back to Kylie Jenner's estate with, because that was his fucking driver. So obviously he got in the car. Like that should it ain't like it is what it is that he got back in the car. But what it sounds like y'all are saying is that because Megan turned around to get her shit and Kylie Jenner kicked his ass out upon her leaving and wanted her to take Tory with her ass, that somehow it's her fault.
No. What I'm saying.
They keep bringing that point back up.
They don't make no sense.
And somebody literally said this wouldn't have happened had she not went back and got Tory. That was literally stated.
No,
But
exactly.
maybe this
It was a
wouldn't have
rebuttal to
happened
what
if he
you
wouldn't have
said
been a
initially,
messy
but
ass little boy and just said that shit. Maybe that.
Oh, so it's
maybe it
his
wouldn't
fault
have happened.
that they both smashed him.
No.
But he knew what he was
The
doing when he
only
said
person
that.
that fault is the
For
motherfucker
sure.
who
Now we
pulled
can.
the gun, and that's who we want held accountable.
Exactly.
Who
right,
pulled the
Right,
trigger?
but
I
what
agree,
if it
but
comes out that it was Kelsey and not Tory?
Then her ass deserves to go be a lesbian for the next 22 years.
Okay, no. I'm sorry.
But can y'all give
The
can
switch.
y'all give me evidence that it was Kelsey?
Bro, that's
what I want.
wild.
Get
Okay,
line it up
okay.
so I know
Wait,
that.
I'm so
she's
sorry.
the only one that pled the fifth.
Right.
That's what I was about to go to.
Actually, I think
And
it's
she
very.
got a deal.
Has even
Wait, Conscious said we was going to go in order. Can we go in order?
I
Thank you, so
apologize.
that we can finally get to Zane.
Cause
Hey, Conscious.
everybody talking over everybody is not working. It's confusing. Conscious
Okay,
said we
y'all.
was
Okay,
going in
Okay, we
order.
get it.
okay. Hold
Take
on.
your
A lot
show
of
back, Conscious.
thank you, Boo. Joe. Okay, now Vale, welcome to the platform. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, welcome to the platform. Pop your shit.
No, I'm just trying to figure out, like, this is what I don't get, though, because we done went through the whole situation of Meg going back to the slipper. And maybe her and Tory got into an argument. They got kicked out the house. Who knows? We don't know. We weren't there. The slipper was never didn't come back with her. Tory did. Whatever happened there, like we said, her and Tory got it, or they got their argument, get in the car. Tory does a little, as everybody's saying, the messy thing, blurts out that, Kelsey been, smashing. Kelsey and Meg, they get into a fight, where they start arguing, get out the car, fight. How do we not know, like it's been said, how do we not know that Kelsey got this gun? Tory went over here trying to do whatever. Maybe was close, maybe got out.
Oh my God.
No time to get over there. Tried to get the gun goes off. Does that still constitute him shooting her? Or is he trying to just protect her by getting the gun from Kelsey?
How do y'all know that he was trying to protect her?
Am I saying that? No, I'm asking, how do we not know that he wasn't trying to?
We don't know.
That's what I'm
what
saying. Like, how?
happened.
Okay, but
Y'all over here giving like a whole bunch of stories that we don't even have evidence to. That's crazy.
Well, I mean, let's come into the conversation.
Like, if anybody's making the argument that Kelsey could have been the shooter, I agree. She could have been the shooter. Yes. She could have been the shooter.
That is my.
I don't personally believe she was, for all the other reasons I already don't went over in my commentary. But I do understand that based upon some of the evidence and the way shit is looking and sounding and all this pussy popping, but based upon more so the evidence, that, yeah, I can see Kelsey as equally being a shooter as well. I don't believe she is at this point, but yeah, I can see her as being a shooter. Sure.
Doesn't that make more sense with her being a shooter?
No, because you know what?
Right.
This is the one thing that makes my pendulum swing a little bit to the right with Tory. Then when it comes to Kelsey, it's because Kelsey does not have a documented a documented history of being violent. It's hard to believe. Hold on. It's hard to believe that the person who has a well-documented history of violence isn't the person who has escalated the situation in terms of physical violence in the situation too. It's hard to believe that. When he's the only person out of the three that has a consecutive who's consecutively violent. And I use the word consecutive, so I don't need nobody inserting 20. I don't need nobody inserting Megan's 2015 incident. I said the word consecutive. Consecutive. It's hard to believe that a motherfucker who always yields to violence, as I already done shown on this platform, just did not commit violence once again in this situation. And once again, he's the only person profusely apologetic. And I don't believe that Tory Lanez is simply that apologetic about sleeping with two damn women, because if his guilt was eating his ass up that much, he wouldn't have even been fucking two damn friends. So I don't believe all of his whining and dying is about smashing two friends. He's bleeding out too much on that phone call to Kelsey. He's bleeding out too much in that text message to Meg. He's bleeding out too much. And a nigga ain't gonna be this remorseful unless it's because it's some real shit on the line. He only gonna be this empathetic and sympathetic if he got some real shit on the line, and he knew then it was his fucking freedom.
But did you ever factor
Conscious is Zane. Excuse me, I don't mean to cut you off, baby. Zane, Conscious, listen. I have patients to medicate. I am a nurse on duty, but I don't miss none of your shit, honey. So can I, take my turn and drop off real quick?
Yes, go ahead, boo. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry, panel. I don't mean to cut none of y'all off.
No, go ahead, honey.
Mama got
go ahead.
Okay, I got an IV to hang in about 2.2 seconds.
Right.
This is my thing. And I want to start off by saying I am biased. And I'm going to tell y'all why I'm biased. I'm biased because I have 4, not 1, not 2, not 3. I have 4 sons, okay? 4 beautiful black kings that I raised to be men. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
From the very beginning, this is what has bothered me. 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 My daughter is my last child, okay? I have always told my kids, if you can't tell nobody the truth, you can tell your mama the truth. I'm going to stand by you, right, wrong, or indifferent, because that is my job as a mom, even though I'm not going to co-sign for your bullshit, okay? I've always raised my kids with those principles. My problem is this. I honestly believe that night was an accumulation of the bullshit for Kelsey. I honestly believe that Kelsey pulled that trigger. It was 5 shots. It was a pop, 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 pause, 2 more shots, pop, pop. I believe that the in between those 3 shots when she let off, when Megan was walking away, it was the pop, pop, pop. Tory realized what was going on, and it was a struggle over that gun. It was another pop, pop. Let's stop with it was accidental, because there was a specialist that I believe he was a gun expert or something like that. 8.5 pounds of pressure. 8.5 pounds of pressure to pull that trigger. The clip was empty. So there's no accidental. You cannot tell me in this United States of America, okay? We live in the United States. We talking about 3 black people, 1 black man. You cannot tell me that if that clip was empty, that attempted murder charges wouldn't have been charged. That's another point. Another point that I want to make. My father was an attorney. He does corporate law, so it's not the same as criminal. Okay. When you are charged with something like that, the last thing you want to do is bring it to the internet. Another point I want to make. I lived a life before my kids. I have been shot before. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I was in those streets. I will never, ever, 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 for the life of me, forget the events of that night from beginning to end. I can remember every single freaking detail. Okay. I was shot in my feet. Okay. One of those bullets did ricochet and literally hit me in my foot. I could not walk for 9 months. Okay. I damn sure wasn't twerking on the internet later on. Okay. I'm sorry. I love Megan's Tina Snow album, but she is a liar. She is a horrible.
All of them are.
Friend. And I'm not saying what happened to her deserved to happen to her, but you can't sit here and tell me with all this negating circumstances that another man deserves, a man or woman deserves 22 years. If the lines are not clear cut, I'm sorry, but I do believe Kelsey pulled that trigger. I'm sorry, I do. And
So why
there's an
don't you believe
eyewitness
Tory
that's
did?
about. There's an eyewitness that's about to testify. That's about to testify to the fact that he saw the muzzle of that gun go off closest to that female. Conscious, I love you. I love you. You are doing
Thank you
such
so
a
much,
great job.
Zane.
I stand by you. I support
Thank
everything.
you, boo.
Well, I have a question. Well, I would love for you to still stay on the comments or whatever, because what I'm about to say is actually about to be a rebuttal to you. You talked about your sons and stuff. I'm pretty sure you didn't raise your sons hopefully don't have a history of being violent. So with that being said, they will be given the benefit of the doubt. And also with that being said, you also talked about being shot. Like we keep saying, there's a difference between an actual full-fledged bullet and shrapnel.
Yes.
Two different things. And also as well too, I think it's very interesting that we literally talked about Tory, his lying, and Megan, her lying. But we also showed on this live here that he did the exact same tactic on that live here, the one when he was on white and green. Oh, what a coincidence! He has a green hat, whatever. But when he's wearing white and green, and he literally used the exact same tactic that he used with August Alsina. Oh, that never happened. I wasn't there. Finally, it happened, and his ass was there. What happened to this one? Oh, that didn't happen. I wasn't there. His ass was there, and it never happened, and it fucking happened. Like, how many times
all of them rappers do? That's nothing
like,
new.
what?
Right,
Dude,
King Von told people he never caught a body, but that didn't caught
Oh my
15
God.
bodies in Chicago. What are they talking about here?
What are you talking about?
Okay, so that makes his ass more liable to be the guy. Okay, then that makes his ass more liable to be the goddamn shooter then, since that's what niggas do all the time.
Thank you.
I mean,
Why is this
one nigga lied on mute. One nigga went on Instagram Live and King Von. He used to go on all the time, say he couldn't catch he killed people all the time. He said, I ain't never caught no bodies.
Yeah, but if you listen to his music, he'll proudly say it. So could we just move
And
on?
also the same music that he cited for his love. So if he can cite it, we can cite it.
You're making the same argument about
For
his
sure. I just want to put it out there. It's kind of selective politicking. It's kind of
How
selective
is it for
politicking.
show when we're talking about somebody who has an actual well-documented history of being violent? Not violent in music videos, not violent in movies.
Is the situation with
don't
him?
have-
I'm just telling you, but listen.
Hey, hell, the king is hanging. The king is
You
hanging. Not,
You're right.
not well-documented violence in his art, but actual violence.
So let me.
And then he's getting sued because supposedly he hit a pregnant woman and had no integrity to help her out.
Female, you can't do that.
What do you mean?
You can't do what?
Compare fighting a dude.
I can't do what?
Fighting a female. You can't.
It's not
what do you-
just a
what did she
female. Kelsey told Meg in text that same night that she needed to go to the ER because Tory had dragged her all up and through and out of the SUV and caused her neck, back, toe, Adam's apple pain.
Oh, so that was
He also has an ex who came out and said
Thank
she
you.
also has experienced domestic violence at the hands of Tory
Where's
Lanez.
the charges?
You also have Megan claiming that she experienced violence at the hands of him. I just find it funny that we are willing, that we can
we're
believe
gonna
all
believe
niggas,
Megan.
but can't believe none of the
Yes, we
goddamn
are.
women who done spoke out
Wait.
about him.
And wait,
I have
and
a
then
question.
he's also getting sued by a pregnant woman who she said hit and ran, and he has like a whole case next month
I know we
for that.
Not found guilty for any of these
I ain't
things.
heard none of that. Let me go hang my IV. Girl, you done did too damn much. Now you done
Girl,
violated
you so
with
much
that
of a
woman.
black male worshiper. You would
go,
rather
baby.
argue with me
I'm
about
going
something
back
that's
to the
documented
bushes.
instead
Hey,
of
I got to
you
get my
researching that.
I'm going back
Hey,
to the bushes.
let's look at Tory Lanez arrest record.
Baby.
All right, babe. I thank you for being
What you-
up here, love.
Thank you,
She said,
beautiful.
looking at his
Thank you,
arrest
baby.
record, girl.
I mean, let's look at his arrest
Okay, hold
record.
on, you guys.
What?
I want to get to some of the other panelists too, just so I can give everybody time to get their initial thoughts off. Taylor Mercedes, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts?
It's kind of like the same because I've been on your platform like once before, and I got into it with see Truth or whatever. I wish that she was on here. Because she said that Meg lied, but all of them have lied. So for me, it's just like then I hear people talk, and I'm just like, he does have a record. He definitely does. And next month he is going, like, he's getting sued because supposedly he hit a pregnant woman. Like that man has no intention.
Is that a fact,
whatsoever.
or do we actually have proof of that? Is that actually out
Can
on
y'all
record?
research before you just like start questioning somebody? Yes, it's a fact. You can look it
But
up.
you're
It's
gonna
in
say, and I quote, okay, then you should be able to prove it in the back chat.
How about you actually look up, put Tory Lanez, pregnant woman hit and run, and it
Okay.
will show up.
So if I look it up and it don't pop up, you're capping?
Can you look it up?
So if I look it up and it's
Look
not
it up
there,
and
you're
then
capping.
Okay, sir.
But I gotta move on.
Hold on.
It's on
Sir,
TMZ right now.
if all of your fingers serve you to get on the StreamYard link, then go do your due diligence and pull up the article like the lady said. Continue on with your talking points.
I thought it was only for
So
people
I
who
was gonna
supported
say
Tory,
basically, because I
she
can't
don't
talk too
support
loud. So
Tory.
basically, just the way that people can say
This lady
Kelsey
doesn't
did it,
support
I
Tory.
can make an argument and say that Tory did it, because at the end of the
This
day,
lady
like, it's
doesn't
easy for
support
him to
Tory.
get in an argument with two women. Then he saw clearly that it wasn't working because these women were not fighting. Because this is what I'm going with. They say that they weren't fighting. There was a witness also that said that they saw a man and a woman fighting. So, okay, whatever. So for me, it's just like, yes, he can also be the shooter as well. Like, y'all just trying to make it seem that it can only just be Kelsey when it can be a lot of the times him as well.
So this
And
lady
he's the one
doesn't
that's on
support
trial.
Tory.
That's what
She
I
can talk.
find that it's so funny. But I'll let y'all rock, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you for that, Taylor. Vale, are you there?
It says that the lady was sideswiped by a car.
Hold on. I think I spoke to
God.
Vale. Vale,
He's
you
also
there?
getting sued, right?
Hello. I will take everybody down and do a single file line since y'all clearly don't understand instructions. Vale, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, I think I went to you, but if you have any more other thoughts, then go ahead and cite them, and then I'm going to get to Raw B privilege.
Oh yeah. Hey, as far as the gun goes though, now just like I said in the chat, what if this was driver gun?
Okay, somebody has some really bad, like somebody straight talk ain't talking straight. Somebody got some bad feedback. Okay, Bill, can you hear me?
What if this is a driver gun?
Say that again.
I said, what if this is a driver gun?
It could be.
Everybody saying all this, that, the third. Where's the driver at to figure out, fingerprints on that person as well? DNA, gunshot residue.
Did they test him for GSR? Because I heard that he was cleared.
Test for gunshot residue.
I'm going to assume that if everybody would have been tested, that to some degree everybody would have had GSR on them, since they all came into contact with the person who shot the gun, and they all came into contact with the vehicle that this gun was shot near, but maybe not. But I'm just going to naturally assume that everybody to some degree has GSR.
They tested everybody. They tested everybody but Megan. Because Megan was the victim, so they tested everybody else, including the driver.
Right.
And it probably became suspect because she had a large quantity of GSR on her, like Tory did, which is why the defense is using that to try to spin the block and pin Kelsey for it, because they know that the witnesses and all of that have seen enough to incriminate Kelsey. They also know enough has been established to incriminate Tory. So his defense team is doing what they need to do. Well, obviously, we're not about to incriminate our goddamn client. So we're going to use that evidence to paint the picture that Kelsey put this motherfucking gun, because that's the only thing that makes sense to do in this situation.
Now, with this, correct me if I'm wrong, it was said that the shots was fired by the vehicle. It was also said that the rounds, or let me go back, not rounds, the casings were found in a different area, I guess in somebody's yard or something like that.
Yeah.
Now, I ain't heard nothing about how close the casings were to the car in this place or this yard. Now, how can you shoot somebody from a car, depending on like what side of the road it is? Maybe a casing can fly over a car into somebody's yard. Now, depending on where they park that, though.
Yeah, because I'm going to assume that if they stop the car, if they stop the truck to let Meg out, then maybe the driver pulled over closest to the curb. So the vehicle might have already been closer to the curb where somebody's yard was. Maybe when Meg stepped out, she was damn near on the curb and the front yard when she stepped out of the side of the vehicle that she was on.
What happened was he said that
if he leaned over the window and the truck was pulled over to the side of a curb that was in front of somebody's yard, then those shell casings would have got in somebody's yard.
Nah,
Right.
he wouldn't even have to. You don't have to do all that. Like, I don't know if you have any weapons or
Ain't even
anything, but
all that. It's just
I have 5 pistols. I know how all that goes. I used to be in the army. I
It
know
ain't
how
even
far
all of that. It's
a
just common.
casing can
It's
go.
just common. Ain't even all that. It's just common sense.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
This is what
common
happened.
sense. You don't have to say that he leaned over the car or
I mean,
over the window for it to
But
go
I
over
mean,
the
both
car.
people have
Excuse
said
me.
that.
I'm gonna say that if somebody asked the fucking question about how the fuck the shell casings got in somebody's yard, that was the question, and that was my answer to that question.
Yeah. Okay. So what Megan said was right is that she got out of the passenger the passenger side of the car, the front seat, and she was walking like to the left, to the driver's side, and she was about maybe 8 feet away from the front part of the car, and that Tory was shooting from the back passenger seat where Kelsey was. That's why she said that in the testimony about maybe she don't know if he crawled over her or whatever, but she was walking to the side of the car where he was actually sitting on. He was sitting behind the driver. So the casing should have been closer to the car, which if the casings are outside of the, or I think when you fire a gun, right, you can throw the casing maybe 5 to 8 feet away, depending on the caliber of the gun. So it's a 9. It's a 9mm, right? So it should have been a little bit closer to the actual car. Now we don't know what happened, but it indicates.
Actually, hold on, wait, time out. Let me tell you something, because I got 3 9s. I got 3 of them.
Yeah, I got 1.
So I can shoot, and literally, if I shoot my 9, I can have casings right beside me. They don't have to fly all over the place. Now, when I was in the army shooting an M4, shooting a 5.56, a rifle, that might be over a car way in somebody's yard.
That's why
what
I
are
said
y'all implying?
That's why I said the caliber of the gun will dictate like how far the
We know
casing.
that in this case, according to the witnesses, he didn't shoot from his hand beside him. He leaned out of a window halfway, according to what Kelsey told prosecutors, and according to what Meg said on the stand and told investigators. He leaned outside of a window with half of his body dangling out of a window, extended his hand out, and then shot her. If they had pulled over to the side of the road to get out of the middle of the road to avoid being hit to let Megan out of the vehicle, then that's how those casings would have flippity flopped and biggity bounced onto that person's property where they already had pulled over close to.
See
that don't sound right, because just like I just said, it would be hard for it to go that far.
A 9mm. A 9mm. That's what I'm saying. Like it's more indicative on someone being outside of the car.
Yeah.
And the gun was fired as opposed to being in a car.
Inside the car.
And the gun was fired because of where
Hold on. Do any of you guys have a front yard?
Yeah.
Okay. Is y'all front yard, is it fenced?
Oh no, not mine, no.
Okay, so then imagine somebody pulling over in front of your house. Your home is not fenced, and they lean out of the window, extend their arm out, and shoot the gun. Are the casings not going to fall in the yard?
Well, that's true.
What's trying to be said is the distance. The distance. If you're on the left side of a car and it's going over the car all the way around to a different spot, it sounds kind of off. Somebody has to be outside.
Yeah, the problem is
I find it so funny that y'all are finding issues with none of the words.
But this didn't happen. But this didn't happen on the left side of the car. It happened on the right side of the vehicle.
Yes,
I thought you said he was behind the driver's seat.
No. He shot from the front passenger seat, according to Kelsey and Megan.
Outside of the window.
Hey, you had to be like Superman just to go back seat over the console into the front seat.
Hold on. I have fucking 7-year-olds who jump from the back of SUV. What are you talking about?
Right. He
You're
acts like
okay. That's a 7-year-old, a small child. I got
I'm
a
a grown
6-year-old
man.
son.
He's a small
I
adult.
jump seats in vans. Justice. What you mean? Like, no, it
Right.
doesn't take no incredible superpower to jump your ass from the back seat to the front seat of any vehicle.
Right.
You just
Yeah, I agree. I
And we
agree
ain't
with
gonna
that.
act
and guess
like
what?
Tory
And
Lanez
guess
is a
what?
big
He's
man.
also, you gotta remember, we're
Thank
talking about
you.
a small, skinny man. He can,
Right.
I mean,
Right.
like, this is a small thing to a giant. So
Yeah, I'm not
it's
arguing
nothing.
that. Yeah.
It's not some Olympic feat to get from the damn back seat to the front seat.
No, the problem is with the seating arrangement, right? She got out of the front seat, right? They asked her, where was he firing from? And she said, I don't know if him and Kelsey switched seats, but he was firing from the passenger rear seat. So they asked her, did he crawl over her? Like she said, I don't know.
I think y'all getting your story.
Look.
Okay, all right.
No. Because
Okay.
Megan and Kelsey told the same story. This is how it went.
Right.
Megan was in the front seat. Okay. Kelsey was in the back with Tory. When they stopped the car to let them out, Meg got out of the front passenger seat where she was. She was sitting next to Quan. Tory and Kelsey were in the back seat.
Yes.
Kelsey gets out of the car with Megan. They both leave. Tory makes it from the back seat, according to Kelsey. Hold on, wait a minute. Now I'm fucking confused. What am I saying?
Yeah, it was 2 different times the car stopped.
Yeah,
it was 2 different times.
No, he's talking about the shooting.
Yeah, the final time, right?
Yeah.
The final time.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because she was in the front. She walks past his side of the vehicle. She walked because he's sitting directly behind her, I believe, at this point. And because Kelsey gets out to the left side of the vehicle, Megan gets out to the right side of the vehicle. So Megan was sitting back passenger left, Meg was sitting front passenger side. So Megan get out to the right, Kelsey gets out to the left back seat. Kelsey claims when she looked through the window that the gunshot started happening almost as soon as she could barely get out of the car. And then she heard the shots. And when she looked back, Tory was in the front. He had made it from the back seat where they was to the front and was hanging out of the window. That corroborates
Yelling
with
Dan.
Megan saying that when she looked back, she saw Tory hanging out of the window saying, "Dance, bitch, dance," and shooting her. So he made it from the front to the he made it from the back to the front passenger, hung outside the window, began shooting.
But she also said this too, right? She also said that nobody else heard the dance bitch dance shit.
They don't have to.
She said,
They don't have that. It's small and minute.
Yeah, that's kind of.
I know. But what I'm saying is, it's like when they're trying to put together a story, like in court, they're trying to establish motive, right? And the Kelsey girl said, "Where did you hear that from? Or where did y'all get that from?" Because Megan's the only one that actually heard it. Now he could have said it. He could have said it. Nobody was there but them. What I'm trying to say is that from what they're saying is that he crawled. She don't know if he crawled over her. That was actually in the testimony, and it was some type of picture or something that was drawn. Like Megan drew a picture of where she was, and where the gunshots actually came from, because she actually walked to Tory's side of the car. But Tory wasn't on that side of the car. He fired from Kelsey's side of the car. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's so confusing, because you don't know who's lying and who's telling the truth or whatever.
Okay, well, Kelsey and Meg both agreed to seeing him hang out of the window.
Exactly.
Right, of course.
Out of some window. It could have been a rooftop window, the front window, the back window. Maybe he had a Scooby-Doo door on the floor that he slid out and hung out.
So now explain. so now explain the independent witness. Now explain the witness that saw struggle outside the car. I'm more inclined to believe that person than 3 or 4 people in a car ready to lie and get themselves out of trouble. Because now that story makes more sense.
Well, there was 2 people saying,
but
one of them said that they saw 2 women fighting. Then another person said that they saw a man and a woman fighting.
I heard one.
And they could have thought that he was a woman just because of his stature, because he's so tiny.
Hold on.
That could be
Which actually makes sense because that actually makes what Kelsey told the prosecutors in September facts. Because
Exactly.
she spoke about a single hand fight between her and Tory. That would have corroborated one of the witnesses who said they saw a man and a woman. Then she spoke about Quan trying to break up a fight between her and Tory the second time around. So that corroborates what the witness said about seeing two men. But what the only thing with that is that they thought they were watching two men on one woman when it was one man trying to get a woman away from another man who was fighting her.
Yeah.
So why wasn't he charged for murder or kidnapping?
Well, he didn't murder nobody.
He didn't murder nobody. Come on.
Attempted murder. Attempted murder is what he meant. Attempted murder. And then you got to think about this.
Because it wasn't a mid-mass shooting.
Right. This is the most important part of this whole thing too. Is why did she plead the fifth? That is very weird. Exactly. Because when you plead the fifth, you don't want to say anything that incriminates you, even though she was given immunity. Now, why are you pleading the fifth? And then even after they told her, hey, Miss Kelsey, you have immunity, go ahead and tell us what we want to hear. She just said, I don't remember.
I think that y'all think that Kelsey is a lot smarter than what she actually in fact is.
Exactly.
I think so.
Yeah, hold on. She actually didn't even understand the fucking law. She didn't even know that she could commit perjury and that she could be charged with that. So I think that Kelsey was literally saying plead the fifth because that was her way of saying I don't want to talk about that. And I think she thought that was the legal way of refusing to answer the question because she had established from her opening that she didn't want to be there. She wasn't interested in being here. She don't want to do this. She got a lot going on. So she made it perfectly clear her ass did not want to be in court. For no reason at all.
What I'm not saying,
I believe that all her pussy popping was due to the pressure she gave into 1501 and her literally just wanting not to participate in this shit and pleading the fifth and immunity was just a way for her ass to get off the goddamn stand.
And then also with her doing all that, it created doubt, like, because obviously with her saying that, it created doubt for y'all. So what makes y'all not think that she knew what she was doing when she was like, well, let me say this and then it'll help out the defense?
No, I think she okay. Now I'm not saying everybody that's college educated or a college graduate is just smarter than everybody else. I'm not saying that, but the girl she got some education behind her. I don't think she's as a hood ratty as we think she is, and I believe she brought her own representation, her own lawyer that they consulted with, independent of them, which tells me that this girl is a little more strategical than what we think she actually is. So when she invoked that Fifth Amendment right, and then she guaranteed her immunity, and then still said, I plead the fifth, that lets me know that she actually understood exactly what she was doing. That lets me know that she understood exactly what she was doing.
That doesn't.
Hold on. If anybody come into this chat and put any other content creator's name in my chat, drop their ass off in the Mississippi motherfucking river because CTV can't get no free full promotion on none of these hoes platform and none of them motherfucking niggas can get none over here either. So moderators, when y'all see people put other influencers or content creators or Instagrammers or whatever the hell they want to be in front of the camera today, name in the live chat, block their motherfucking ass. Also, I want to get to Robbie Privilege and my other panelists as well. Welcome, Robbie. Thank you so much for the Cash App love. I appreciate you. Your thoughts on this debauchery?
No problems, Boo. You know I've been dealing with you a long time, Boo. I love you to death. Yes, thank you for doing this stream and being male energy, speaking life to the situation because these men are out here losing their mind. Like Tory Lanez has gotten caught up today with alleged jury tampering and witness tampering. So am I shocked that Kelsey went up there playing dumb and pleading the fifth? Absolutely not. This is all about a legal defense. And I'm not biased in the situation. Whoever's lying is just the truth is going to come out in the end. But what we do know is there are two people that have GSR. What we do know is the text messages that Tory sent to Megan were very apologetic for what he did. What we do know is that Kelsey's eyewitness testimony in the heat of the moment was verifying what Megan had to say. Now, it's been some time since the incident happened. There's a lot of things that go on with witnesses in between when they make their first deposition and when they get into court. So what has the most weight with prosecutors and the jury is going to be the statements that were made at the scene of the crime. Like, everybody can put all their conjecture on it. Everybody can feel however they want to feel about it. But none of, most people that are commenting on this do not have a law degree. They have been on the wrong side of the law. They have not had, appropriate legal representation when they've gone to court because they've not been able to afford it. They don't understand how you construct a defense against these type of charges. And for people that are wanting Megan to go to jail for perjury for an umpteenth amount of years, guess what? You may have spoke that process on to Kelsey because Kelsey has use immunity for her testimony in this case. This case is really, really widespread. It's getting a lot of notoriety and attention. So if it's found that her testimony, which encouraged the police and the prosecution to go forward with a grand jury indictment, is flawed, she's not only going to get charged with perjury, she's going to be charged with obstructing justice, wasting court time. Like, there's a lot of criminal charges that attach to that. Like, and I've been sitting here listening to people, and you can tell they don't know apples from bananas, and they just run their mouths, like, because they want Tory to be innocent. Shout out to you for showing that Instagram like he played himself. Congratulations, Tory, you played yourself. At the end of the day, the language you use when you're innocent is, I did not do this.
Period.
I don't know anything about this. This is a tragedy. I didn't do it, but someone else did. You participate in the process. What this man is a master manipulator, and he's trying to manipulate the court of public opinion, and that has absolutely minimal bearing on a court of law. I hope these juries.
But the reason why he wants out,
do the jurors have a law degree?
Hold on. The reason why
you have a law degree?
Hello, who has
don't,
to
obviously.
But the reason why he wants to manipulate too on the court of public opinion is because he got canceled by the court of public opinion, and he's looking to regain all that he lost when he got pinned for being the shooter. So he's gunning for all that he lost out here in these streets.
But what she said.
Hold on. But my question to you, Robbie. So you believe, Raw, that Tory shot Meg?
I believe that there was a shooter in that car that night. I find it very interesting that the DNA evidence did not remove him from the situation. Rather, it came back inconclusive. To me, that shows that somebody tried to wipe the evidence of the gun. Now, when they're talking about, well, there's no DNA on the magazine. If I snatch Conscious gun out of his waistband and go to, fire off a couple of shots, of course, my DNA won't be on the magazine because I'm not the person that loaded the weapon. And that's the part. Like, I think there's no reason for Megan to have lied in that moment. I think the video footage was very telling, and the witness accounting was very telling, and the text messages themselves were very telling. Do I believe that it was fully intentional or fully malicious? Not really. I think they were at a Hollywood party. They partied too much and too hard, and they were out of control in that vehicle. But still in all, if you have discharged a weapon, you're going to have consequences for it. Kelsey was just smart enough to get her immunity.
I believe that too. I don't believe that the shooting was, I can accept, I'm going to say I don't believe it. I can accept that the shooting wasn't malicious. I do believe that the aiming at the ground was intentional. I do believe clearly if this person wanted to shoot and kill Meg, they could have actually shot her. They could have accomplished that. So I can believe that the shots were maybe intimidation shots or shots with the intent to break up a fight that I do believe happened between Kelsey and Meg. But yeah, I can accept that it wasn't malicious, which is why I believe Tory personally feels that he shouldn't be held accountable because he's looking from his intent, not from the consequences of his actions. Like, because he didn't intend to hurt her, as far as he is concerned, he's innocent. As far as he's concerned, well, maybe not even innocent. I shouldn't be penalized because I didn't intend to hurt anybody. I think that's why he felt comfortable still confessing love to her and still confessing that he was her friend and blah, 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 because he wasn't looking at what his actions led to. He was just looking at the fact that, look, you know I shot that gun to break y'all up because you was whipping Kelsey's ass. And I only shot that gun so that y'all ass could stop the cat fighting and get back in the fucking car and we could go home. But when
that story makes sense.
Accountability for it is fuck your context for why you shot that gun. At the end of the day, bitch, I got hit by that gun and I could have lost my life and I could have been permanently injured and disabled and my whole life could have changed as a result of what you did, regardless of what your personal reasons are for what you did. So Tory and Meg not gonna see eye to eye on that because, and I don't blame her because I'm not sure that I would be able to see eye to eye either. I'm not sure I would give a fuck either about context. At the end of the day, my life flashed before my eyes. I saw blood come out of my body. I ain't never been in no shit like this. I could have lost my fucking life, and it was a bitch fight, and you could have stayed the fuck up out of it, especially since you started it to begin with. So the fact that you even started this shit, and then the next action you took put me in a fucked up position to have to be in the hospital. Nigga, I ain't trying to hear you, see you, know nothing. Fuck you. You shot me. At the end of the day, that's it. That's fucking all. Leave me alone.
Can I say
Exactly.
something?
And I mean, for people that are asking if I have a law degree, I've actually worked in law enforcement for over 20 years. So that answers that question. For those that said, how could they find DNA for Kelsey and not for him? Because when you grab and hold a gun, there are multiple surfaces in which you grab and hold in the gun. Most people usually only wipe off the trigger and the magazine. They don't wipe off really the butt of the gun, the safety, little other spaces on the gun. So you can find minute traces of DNA and be able to have a conclusive match. But if something is tainted, swiped, mismanaged, or other organic matter is infused into the DNA sample, it will come up inconclusive because it's not a clean sample. And yes, I have a degree in science as well. So just that real quick.
Period.
I'm also an investigator
Well,
as
that's supposed to
well.
prove, but okay.
Throw that up too.
I said, do jurors have a degree? Because they're the ones ultimately going to make the decision in court.
Right.
I mean, do they have a law degree?
No, they are listening to experts and people who have went to school, and
we're listening to the same thing going on in court.
Yeah, and right. So what we're doing is fine because this is a court of public opinion. Our opinion really doesn't fucking matter. It ain't gonna change shit. But
actually,
I think.
Let me. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry, just 1 second. And that's the reason why I asked you guys that question of, okay, even if he gets off, are you guys still going to support? Because even when you guys have experts explain it down to the T, are you guys still going to support? Because then that lets me know whether or not you're focused about whether he actually did it or not, or if he gets off. And that's why
can I answer that?
Yeah. He
Can I
gained
answer that?
way more fans because of this.
I would say if it was a situation like where we mentioned the OJ, where we clearly know that he did, only reason he got off was for, that glove situation, I'd be like, all right, that's different. This one, there's so many different stories. We don't know what's true. So if he's found not guilty, why should we not still listen to him? And I'm not his biggest fan, but why does that make me not want to listen to him? He was found not guilty. And the story that you told, Conscious, makes the most sense. That last story you told, where she may have been shooting at the ground and they was fighting. But if it was that simple, they could have easily. Why would they not all say that same story? It's all of these different stories. If he just shot at the ground just to intimidate them,
you know why?
Because he's not supposed to have a gun.
It's because he still is going to be held accountable regardless.
No, what I'm saying is, why would Kelsey and Megan? Why would Megan make up this story that he said dance? And then Kelsey make her own story.
But it doesn't mean that she made it up. Because hold on, if they got out on two separate sides of the vehicle, then it's reasonable that Kelsey was preoccupied with her own thoughts and did not hear that. Megan didn't. I mean,
but you said he shot it while they were fighting.
Okay, that's still not okay.
No, okay, so here's the
I didn't
thing.
say it's okay. What I'm saying,
you can
that's
still
an
be held
easy. That's a
responsible for that.
that's a
But
simple.
you gotta understand too, though, like if somebody starts shooting, right? Like the way that trauma works, and I'm gonna be honest, I think that both Megan and Kelsey have trauma. I'm not sure that either one of them would remember every single minute detail. We still are talking about people who were slightly inebriated. We're talking about something that happened 2 years ago. We're talking about, like, you ever been in an argument, right? And because the person fighting with you is arguing with you, now you hear things that nobody else in the room heard them say to you. So you'll be like, yeah, that bitch said that my mama was dead. You be like, girl, I ain't hear that. You ain't hear that because the bitch wasn't talking to you, even though you right here next to me. Because it's my fight, I'm gonna hear everything coming my way. And I'm sure that we've all been in that situation where we've had people right there in the room, hell, right on a panel, and had people saying shit. And you like, hold up, bitch, you said what? And then nobody else heard that person say that, but you heard it because it was directed to you. So of course you gonna hear it. Whether that was one of those situations where Megan heard this, but Kelsey don't. I think Kelsey, honest, and it's not to say that she didn't. Kelsey, for all I know, I think she's slightly still interested in Tory, because once again, when I saw Tory in 1501 hanging out in April, I'm like, okay. And Kelsey is now married into 1501. So I think she's interested in not bringing down one of the boys. I don't think but she ain't also comfortable completely denying that Megan was shot either.
Wait,
I believe.
Conscious.
What I'm
So
saying is,
wait.
what I'm
So
saying.
Tory and 1501 was hanging out together?
Yeah.
What the? And y'all, man,
I mean, that doesn't mean any. They're
that
all
means
in the
a lot.
industry.
That means a lot, sweetie.
It means a lot.
I believe.
Hold on.
And did he offer Kelsey a job too?
I'm gonna let you rock.
That means a lot when you have one of the key witnesses married into the into the label that's open, that's right now suing Megan Thee Stallion, and you have the key witness is married into that label family. Talk about influence and bias. Talk about
conflict of interest.
Conscious, but what I'm saying is
conflict of interest.
You just told a story that makes sense. Two women are fighting, and I shoot the ground and say, break it up. Why would Megan Thee Stallion not come back and tell that story if it was that simple? That's an easy story to tell. Me and Kelsey was fighting.
Why
over
does
a situation,
you realize
argument we had?
That was conjecture. That's probably not what happened.
Hold on. But you got to understand, Meg is telling the basically of the story. It doesn't. All the other details don't matter to her. I think the mistake that Megan though is making is that she doesn't realize it's important for her to tell it all, because this is a criminal case now, and it's not good for you as the victim for you to withhold all of those nuances. I think Megan don't give a fuck, because in her brain, I don't give a fuck whether it was pointed at the ground. I don't give a fuck what nigga shot me, lock him up. He shot me.
I think that I believe that Kelsey was. I believe that when what Kelsey and Megan both said themselves, and what their text messages corroborate, that I think the witness thought they saw two girls fighting. Tory is a small guy, like 5 foot something. I believe he looked like an old bald head chick out there fighting. He's so small. So I believe,
and he had on a do-rag, which can easily be mistaken for hair. This is
exactly. So I believe he was mistaken for a woman. I believe exactly what Kelsey said. They have no reason to lie about this. Megan has no reason to protect Kelsey. If Kelsey was the shooter, if she knows for sure that we can all agree that they don't get along. Kelsey doesn't get along with her. as well as Tory Lanez doesn't get along with her. So what would be her point in trying to protect Kelsey if Kelsey was the actual shooter? To believe that Kelsey is the actual shooter, you would have to also believe that they are both like some sort of psychopath, because if Kelsey literally shot him and then got on the phone and texted the security guard a few minutes after that, Harry, Meg shot Tory, that's psychopathic. That's not even normal. You would have to have a real psychopathic background to even shoot somebody and then think to text something like that directly
remember
after.
Remember Octavia. I remember also she also got Megan got in the back seat with her alleged shooter and put her feet up on Kelsey.
Mm-hmm. And that same alleged shooter was making sure she was okay on the ground.
Exactly. So to me, Kelsey is ruled out. It doesn't make sense.
Alleged shooter is going to go back to the hospital, and that same alleged shooter, Meg, is going to pay for a whole year.
Is she going to pay for her and get a live one? So to me,
I said that story you told makes the most sense.
To me, that doesn't even make sense though, because she. Okay, well, if he did, then that means he shot him. Then, so that means that he need to be held accountable. But the point is, the way he played on people and act like this girl was crazy.
Hey, can you let her talk?
You hear other people talking, J Varsity?
Right, they just cutting me off. I say yeah. But my point is to believe if you believe that Kelsey is the shooter, you would have to also believe she is a serious sick psychopath,
and that even Megan is as well.
And Megan is as well, because that means that Megan knows it and she's going along with her. Like you would have to be like. You would have to believe so much weird ass shit for that to be true that it just doesn't even make sense. And then why? And there's no point in Megan even trying to protect this girl at this point. I personally believe that Kelsey is working for Tory Lanez's defense.
And that's why when they asked her on the stand, "Is Tory paying for your lawyers?" She couldn't even say explicitly yeah or no. She said, "I don't know. I don't
exactly."
What?
I believe he paid for her lawyer. I believe their whole strategy was the whole time for her to, go into the police office, tell them that you're going to tell them everything you know in exchange for immunity. And their whole strategy with the lawyers working together was, you're going to get immunity, so you're not going to go to jail. Just don't, incriminate yourself, but you can't incriminate Tory. And that's just part of the agreement of what she was going to do from the beginning. That's my belief.
And it's not even that, Octavia. You would have to believe that Tory doesn't give a fuck about his life, that he would allow a narrative to go around that he shot a woman and not say anything, not say, hey, this is what this bitch did. I didn't do that. I was
exactly.
Like, you would have to believe that Tory is that much of an idiot to just be like, well, forget my career. I'm just going to allow them to blame me and all this other stuff. When somebody else did.
Exactly. And then if he hadn't done anything and he just witnessed Kelsey shoot her, his texts to Meg would not have been necessarily, I'm so sorry. It would have been like, girl, how are you doing? I hate that she did that to you. Like, are you okay? This is what you say to your friend that you just witnessed getting shot. You would say something like, oh my God, I can't believe that, that happened to you. What could I do? Can I come help you? Why would you be worried about what she think about who slept with who if she just got shot? That'll be the last thing on your mind. You will be focused on, are you okay? I hate that you got shot. I hate that this happened. So obviously the text message had to do with something to do with the shots. I doubt that he sat there and watched. Could you imagine you got shot, but your friend texting you about a goddamn, I'm sorry that, I was sleeping with both of y'all. Like, what sense would that make after you saw your friend get shot to be texting them about some bullshit like that?
I even care about? Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. And somebody got some feedback, y'all. And do you think that do you think that Megan would concern herself with the livelihood and well-being of her shooter, like after the fact? Like, bitch, you can't you can't call me to ask me to give a fuck about whether you got somewhere to go back in Texas or what's your situation. I don't give a fuck.
Right?
Exactly.
Let's talk about that.
Like, what the fuck?
Exactly. He has reason to do all this lying because he's standing a chance of being deported. So for him, it's do or die. So he willing to do whatever it is that he have to do, throw whoever he have to under the bus, because he could be kicked out this country and lose his whole career, his son here, or whoever's here. They don't have those same, things. They don't have the same background as him. Like, he's already shown that he's willing to do whatever he have to do to save face. His history repeats itself. Trust
y'all
me.
think
that ain't the first time he did it. It ain't gonna be the last time he did
it. Going to pay the shooter's rent for a whole year?
Right.
Y'all really think that?
After him.
And you gotta remember, and Kelsey also told the prosecutors in the interview that Megan caught her when Megan was going to go to make a public statement and asked her, did she want her to include her in that statement?
May I
Why?
speak?
So you would literally have to believe that Meg is literally protecting her shooter.
Exactly.
Right.
Now, initially, I entertained.
And Tory. No, wait. And Tory. He's protecting her too. Protecting the shooter too, because he ain't ever said that Kelsey did it until this point.
And what behooves me is how people are so easy to believe.
That's another thing. He already had exonerated Kelsey on Twitter. He explicitly stated, no, she did not.
And on Instagram.
So then who the fuck does that leave? And neither one of them saying that Megan shot her damn self. So what's T?
He said he was protecting his girl, meaning Kelsey.
The T is they don't want to go to
Protecting
jail.
her for what?
He ain't
What you mean?
protecting her. Come on now.
Right.
Come on now.
Make that make sense.
No, protecting her, but like
make that make sense.
sleeping together.
If I
Protecting
can't
Kelsey,
speak
but
now,
sleeping
'cause
with her
I've
best
been waiting
friend.
an hour.
Come on now.
So if I
We already proved y'all niggas are not going out.
Okay, let him talk.
Your volume low
For no
though.
black woman.
Calm down. J Varsity, I'll respond to that.
Okay, so if I can just say what I think about the case, what happened? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Can you hear me?
Go ahead and talk, sweetheart.
Can you hear me, Varsity? Can you hear me? Hello. Okay, he got a boost over issue. So y'all continue. We have Wody. Hold on. We have Wody here. Wody, welcome to the platform. Ain't seen you since the last time you were traumatized by male feminists. So I'm happy to have you back on the panel. What's going on, Wody?
What situation that you're referring to by male from? See, I forgot. Life be happening. What situation you're
right? So, what are your thoughts?
Well, not you. Not you acting like Megan.
What are your thoughts on the shenanigans?
Yeah, nah, I'm dead. Like I'm so serious. Sometimes at the panel I jump up and I save that particular YouTube panel, so I can go back and just review the conversation or hear it over. But yeah, I really don't remember. But good to see you again, CTV. And actually, what made me jump up, besides all y'all wonderful people up here, y'all having a good evening, I hope. As I saw Miss Raw B, before you even brought the screen up of everybody speaking, I heard the voice and I knew who it was. Raw B. Shout out to Raw B though. What's up, Raw?
Love you, Wody. Hey.
Don't act like that. It's nice to see you. Yes, I'm
You being good, Wody, or you about to cut up? Don't embarrass me over here
I'm
now.
gonna just doing my regular ones and twos as all, just bring my point of view. That's all.
Translation.
But, really not much. But there's really not much that I feel too much. Otherwise, left or right. But it is in this situation. I did like that one thing that CTV did bring to it, because in most cases I was looking at it like from Megan's interview with Gayle King, where she said that the argument started with the two people in the backseat, right? So paying attention to her words there, because again, we assuming that people are omitting, they're lying, they're changing the story here and there. And in a lot of cases when people are lying, I'm going to try to use a simpler word than innocuous, but a little innocuous details or little you think things that are just like harmless, people who have the tendency to tell the truth on. So it's like, yeah, they were sitting in the back, right? Which that might be all intents and purposes, that may be true, because again, you don't think telling the truth that those two people were sitting over there, and you don't think that's a relevant issue to the story, whatever the case may be. So we start off with Megan saying, yes, the two people were sitting in the back. When the police said that they searched the car, they found a Louis Vuitton purse in the front seat. So then that is, again, that kind of you may infer from that, if Megan says she was initially sitting in the front, her bag was up front, the gun was found up front. Don't know where the gun could have been produced from, a center console. This is an Escalade. I don't know. I haven't been in an Escalade in a long time, but I don't know if they have
Here's the question. I'm sorry. So if Megan was in the front and her purse was in the front or whatever was in the front, right? But now she's in the back with her feet propped up. So somebody else would have had to take that gun so they can make it to the front because she wasn't even able to walk and all of that. They had to help her get it back. So somebody took that gun and put it to the front. Who would have did that?
Right.
That again, that is true.
Wow,
Now,
CT, why
but
didn't you
again, the
think about that?
description that again, that's it's like you say, whatever that may have transpired, right? It seems like Tory is probably the person that took the gun and placed it back again in the front under the bag, whatever the case may be. Or in the process of all that happening, they trying, which I think is kind of stupid. You trying to hide a gun, just placing it underneath a purse, like give me the gun and put it underneath the bag. It's kind of stupid. So again, there's seconds, minutes, and all type of things that can happen before the police officer gets up to the car. One, you got to get pulled over, wherever the weapon may be. You don't have too much time to hide it, right? Unless again, if they got back in the car, he had the weapon and he put it underneath the purse. So again, still not knowing, but this is what again I said, you can infer many things from that, whether the gun was in a glove compartment, a center console, whatever the case may be. There's also a possibility that because the size of the pistol, the color of the pistol, a lot of people was like, I saw that one live you had where the guy had a little green gun, little small. I don't know which pistol. It looked like a little deuce or a little mini 38. The size of the pistol is also something that we do know some women carry guns for personal protection. Megan is from a state with constitutional carry, right? Being a Texan, where you can legally own a firearm by just from your constitutional right from the state that she's from. So it don't necessarily have to be, you know what I mean, a registered weapon in some cases. Or I may be misquoting that, but again, constitutional carry applies for Texas. That's why Texas people call it God's country, right? The size of the pistol is something that could fit inside of a purse. So it also would lead me to believe there's a possibility, if I want to also include it, that it might be Megan's weapon that she got out with some malice on her mind, whatever was said, and some type of beef, and she had the weapon when she got out of the car. That's also another scenario too, possibly. Or like I said, it could have came from a center console or out of the glove compartment. Who knows? But just the way that the pistol looks, small, lime green or high yellow green, it could have been something she could have been holding in her purse too. I've heard other people inferring this, and mainly like when I go watch what they're talking about on the case, I like hearing what like people who are lawyers. Is one other channel, and I won't mention, but they did a breakdown of the first 5 days. They did it like Friday or so. They had a guy. He's a criminal defense attorney, and he was speaking about it with a guy who is a former Fed. Right, and they were talking about it and going day by day. You know, everybody's gonna have their biases, whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? I would like to see what the final determination is gonna be, and unfortunately, whatever it may be, those who don't like Tory just not gonna like Tory anyway.
A hung damn jury.
But that's all.
Okay.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Just because it's a small gun and just because like it's quote unquote like what women would use, I know a lot of like,
I'm sorry, I was just saying the size of it is possible to be put in a purse. That's why I say that.
Okay, great. But I was gonna say,
remember, hold on, because the other reason why I had brought up that green gun from that guy on Facebook is because his whole contest for having it was because it was also small enough for him to put in his sweatpants and conceal too.
Thank you. That's what I was gonna say. Thank you, Conscious.
That is also a possibility because of the size of the weapon, how easily it can be concealed. Mm-hmm. And something that size, I don't know, did we get a chance to see what type of purse that was there in the front? Did anybody have an idea?
I haven't seen the purse, no.
No,
Okay.
but this is the thing. Like, again, I love that so many people are having commentary on the cases and people are starting to really evaluate and look at laws and possible situations that they get themselves in. And it's great to have speculation, but we cannot speak to things with certainty. Now, yeah, okay, Megan comes from a constitutional carry state and all of this and all of that, but she didn't have any GSR. And not for nothing, I'm sure they tested her too, because of the simple fact that they were intoxicated at the scene of a crime and their skin is brown. Everybody in that situation was tested and wiped down. So therefore, she didn't have no GSR on her. If she ain't had no GSR on her, she could not have possibly shot herself. If she shot herself, there would have been GSR on her hand, on her body, on her clothes, everywhere. Just like
hold on. I have to make a correction. Because this was done so sloppy, Meg wasn't actually tested for GSR. It was only Daquan and you know, all the people who went to down to the precinct basically.
And CTV, that's the same thing that I heard too from somebody else too, which was questionable. That's the same thing I heard somebody else say. Again, I wasn't really paying too deep, in-depth attention to it, just hearing what you were saying about it, what other people saying, Raw and everybody else that was speaking on it. But that is the one thing I did hear a couple of times, people saying Megan was never tested. So that right there to me is questionable. So then that completely eliminated any type of culpability on Megan.
That the defense is trying to make Kelsey out to be the shooter, but they never DNA tested her at all or nothing like that. It was just the GSR. So that's why I question this. I'm like, well, how can you pin something on somebody when you're not even doing an accurate job of making sure that her hands was on the gun? You're just saying GSR, but we all know that GSR can mean a lot of things, can get on you in a lot of different ways. I hope a lot of people know that. Y'all should. But yeah, so that's why I'm saying as far as defense, I'm like, well, how are y'all trying to make a case? Because it's not making sense. And if you're trying to say that somebody did it, then you need to fingerprint them and you need to get DNA just as much as Tory does.
Cause now they can't because now the time done came and passed and they don't even got that to work with as a defense. So now they gotta rely on the GSR and they gotta rely on the witnesses who claim that they saw the muzzle flash go off closer to the female and you know that they saw two females fighting, and now they gotta work with what they got. So and that's why they're running it down on their body counts and they're going into their history as friends and they're going into Meg, you know, done repeatedly did this to Kelsey, and you know, Kelsey was upset when she found that, so they got to run the block with the narrative to deflect, but that's all they got to work with at this point.
I'll bring up one thing because I seen the comment trying out some multitask, but I'm listening to y'all too. Do you recall many years ago where this gentleman went to jail for 2 years, a former professional football player? He served 2 years in jail for I believe it was just for solely off the possession of the gun, but he shot himself in the nightclub. I'm not going.
How many shots?
Exactly. There you go. Thank you. Exactly. I knew the
Birds.
name. I just wanted to see if anybody was familiar with that situation.
But did he shoot himself 5 times in the nightclub?
No, that's again, even that's an accidental discharge. Now the 5 times that seems intentional.
Exactly. So we cannot. So we need to leave this. She shot herself.
So it wasn't accidental. The only thing I feel comfortable saying was accidental was the person who shot the gun may have not intended to actually shoot Meg and penetrate her, but shoot at her, and for whatever reason, whether that was for her to break up the fight or for somebody defending Kelsey if she was getting her ass whooped, or to just kind of break the two females up, period. They caused a distraction by shooting at the ground, and then she was injured. But, well, yeah. So, I mean, well, but that's that. But I don't believe this whole shit that she shot herself. Like, it's just there's no reason to believe that. And neither side are even arguing that even was a possibility. Like, even the defense ain't even touching that she shot herself. The prosecutors ain't touching that she shot herself. Kelsey and Tory and all that they have shared ain't, saying she shot herself. And I don't believe that Kelsey and Tory would go that far to protect Megan if she somehow played that much of a role in her injuries, that she literally had her hand on the gun and pulled the trigger. I think that they would definitely go down that sliding board if there was any truth to that. So I just don't believe there's any truth to her.
I believe y'all are giving Tory a lot of grace saying that y'all think that it was an accident. That man is a sociopath, a psychopath, and you don't accidentally shoot nobody shooting at them 5 times. An accident is, or even if he was trying to stop a fight, if you're stopping a fight, you shoot in the air. You wouldn't shoot at nobody's foot. Like, y'all are giving him a lot of grace. That man is a psychopath. He shot at her foot, and he needs to be convicted.
I was gonna say,
I give you a scenario with somebody
around like rough people. Have I ever heard of somebody trying to stop a fight and they're aiming at like somebody's
at your foot 5 times? That is not an accident. He intended to shoot her, and he told her dance, bitch. That's what he told her, and he shot her, and he thought he could get away with it like he did August Alsina.
I
And
grew
you
up in
seen
the
it,
hood,
Conscious?
and that type of shit did happen. Like
Really?
we used to do that type of ignorant shit. Yeah, like niggas would even sometimes do that shit for play in the parking lot. Like they would shoot around niggas' feet, like and literally try to make them dance or just to like rile them up. Like that type of ghetto ass shit. I've seen with my own eyes happen. I don't know about anybody else. I can definitely attest. I've been witness to.
But in an argument, though, you saying playing, they might have just been stupid. But in an argument, when you shoot, you shooting.
But at that point, he wasn't arguing if the truth is Kelsey and Megan were the one fighting, and he.
But I don't think that was the truth. I think, like they said, that he offended her. She offended him and said her career was better than his or something, and he was jealous. He seems very insecure. He beat up August Alsina for not speaking to him. He's a very insecure little midget, and I believe that's why he did it.
Because y'all gotta understand though,
blame
like
and explain.
we can't
Just
necessarily
like y'all blaming Kelsey.
Please,
let's stop.
But y'all gotta understand though that
Blame and explain.
we can't necessarily say what he won't do 2 times or 3 times because most of us won't even perpetuate the level of violence that he done perpetuated on anybody.
Yeah.
You know, so we're talking about somebody who's not us, and we're talking about somebody who is over the top with his antics of all kinds. He's very thirsty for attention. I do think shooting the gun 5 times was excessive, but I do think he was showing off at that point. It can still be like a bunch of things can be true at the same time. Like he shot that gun with the intent to break it up, but then also tried to show the fuck off by doing the most in that situation, while still maybe lacking a intention to shoot her. My only thing is, with me seeing Tory put his actual hands on people, I believe if he was going to shoot that gun out of anger at Meg, I think he would have went for the gusto and would have actually made it his business to actually strike her.
He did. He hit her foot.
No, I don't.
He did. He hit her foot.
I don't think that he would try to kill her.
She was hit.
I think he shot at her foot because he wanted to make a point. He has a Napoleon complex, and that's what a lot of small men do to try to exert their power. Like that's who was he showing out for? It was just them out there. He trying to prove. I believe he was trying to prove a point, and he couldn't get her attention. And he seems like a control freak. And he shot her, and he said, "Dance, bitch." And you don't make a mistake shooting at nobody's 5 times, period. That is not a mistake at all. I don't care how you put it. It's not a mistake. He did it. And I think that we are just being a little too naive with him just because he's a celebrity or something. I don't know. Y'all are giving him a lot of grace, but I just don't see anybody shooting at you 5 times.
The only person that's not a
I'm not
celebrity
giving them grace because I done been shot.
The only person not a
5
celebrity in
times
this
though.
case.
It wasn't all 5 times. It was a pause between those 2 shots.
What?
So that make it better?
Right. What the fuck?
So what
No,
the
I'm just saying, realistically, a person can shoot.
Y'all are giving
A person can realistically shoot somebody or shoot at the ground maybe 3 times and then shoot the last 2 up in the air.
Well, who said that it went that way?
Right.
Well, you're saying it didn't go that way.
How did it go? That's what people are asking the question. How did it go?
Well,
Right.
It was aimed at her foot. That's what
we're
she was
talking
shot
about
at.
here, though.
Are
And
you
then
sure about
He was aiming at the feet.
Are you sure
Like
he
he
shot
was
her 5 times in the foot?
That's the question. Are you sure about that?
What I'm saying is the only thing we have proof of is that he was aiming at her foot because that's what she was hit at.
Are you
So
sure
we have
about
no
that?
proof of no other places.
No
Are you
offense.
sure he was actually proven to be shot? Are you sure he actually shot her in her foot? Are you sure he was actually the one that shot her? Actually shot her to begin with.
Fragment was found in her foot. What are you talking about?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
No,
like,
I'm saying she said in the quote, Tory shot her in her foot. Are you sure Tory actually shot her in her foot?
At the end of the day, though,
it's stupid, but all this is speculation.
At the end of the day, even in a
speculation, dude, the doctor confirmed it.
Hello. Even in a if Tory shot her, I think everybody should feel comfortable with the fact that Tory Lanez needs to be held accountable for using a deadly weapon, no matter what the context is. Whether he was drunk and stupid and made poor judgment, whether he was trying to break up a fight, whether he shot at the ground, shot at her feet with the intent to hurt her. At the end of the day, he employed a deadly weapon. And that
we make a
discharge if he in fact is the shooter, and his ass still need to be held accountable.
Exactly.
Yeah, nah, I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm not going.
Dad, may I
Exclude
just
Tory
quickly
from
say this,
possibly.
Conscious? Can I just say this? Listen, I've been shot. As a person who has been shot, ain't nobody making up no story about who shot them.
right.
You're not gonna pretend somebody else shot you when you've been shot. I was shot.
But
Right.
she was drunk though. She
And
was
you damn
drunk.
for
Oh,
sure ain't
I
finna
don't
pay
give a
nobody's
shit. I
rent.
And
was
he was
drunk.
drunk too,
I
though.
was drunk, and
He
I
was
remember
drunk
every
too.
second of it.
Right, but if you're drunk,
All
you're
them
gonna
were
remember the
drunk.
last person that you saw. Who? Come on, man.
Dude,
You gonna know
listen,
If
who
let
you're
me
shot
tell
drunk
you
and
you.
out your
You gonna
mind, you're
know
not
who
gonna
I'm
shot
remember.
sorry.
you.
All right, bro.
Straight men don't. I don't know what's going on with y'all.
I
All
don't
right.
even know like the logic, though. I
And
mean, you
that's
can
why
tell you. I'm sitting here telling you from a
People get
person who
drunk.
has been shot.
Kelsey
Sir,
also
have you been
identified
shot?
him. And Kelsey also
ladies,
identified him the
let
shooter
fools be
at two
fools.
different occasions. She identified him as the shooter in the text. She identified him as the shooter in her interview with the prosecutors. And you got to remember, Justin, the bodyguard, also said that Tory confessed to shooting Megan. So he
And
Wait,
I
Conscious. Wait,
no, but
Conscious. Wait, Conscious.
and when you
Wait,
think
wait,
about it,
wait.
Tory
Check the DMs.
Tory has never
Tory
really
confessed to
said
Megan.
I did not shoot him herself. He just always made up these conspiracy theories, but he's never actually said I never shot
I
that
did not
girl.
shoot
Like
her.
he's
Yep.
never denied.
And the
He
lawyers
always just
never said it
was
either.
kind of giving these
And his
conspiracy
lawyers
theories.
don't say it either.
No.
Exactly.
Wait,
They're not.
Conscious.
And because that's because they trying to
Okay,
use
hold
another
on.
Hold on, y'all.
story to
Hey,
see if he get
hold on.
caught.
Guys,
Hold on. I just got some intel.
Yeah.
Oh, go
Someone
ahead.
had
Okay.
sent me that. Someone had sent me that, so I'll just send it to you. I'll let
And
you
what's
look
this?
over it. They said that, girl, you know, I'll be on here. I'll be just be
So
listening for
that
the
post
moment.
was from the second week after Meg shooting. You remember that back and forth. Okay, so let me see if I can show this on the screen here for you guys.
And then maybe people on the panel have more information. They can dissect it if it's true or not true. So
Yeah, hold on. Let me see here. What the fuck is this?
While you
Wait,
pull that up,
you
I
talking
just
about
wanted to go
what's
ahead
in
and
the
give
back
honor to
box?
the pastor.
and
Huh?
me, and I want to entertain Kelsey possibly shooting Meg. So you mean to tell me that girl, after shooting her and then trying to figure out what's going on, she hurried up, rushed back, put the gun underneath the front seat, underneath the bag, then went in the back seat to hold Meg's foot, and Meg wasn't tripping? That's what y'all want me to believe.
I mean,
no, wait, but
it's
Conscious, I
very.
actually the actual post, so we can actually click on it and see.
Okay, so hold on. So hold on. This shit was super small in this goddamn box. Oh, this will be the whole thing. Hold on.
No, I sent you the post individually, so you can click on it and read it.
Is this the post you're talking about? That's on the screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in big caps it says Jaylee is owed an apology. She was at the LA house when Kelsey got her stuff. Kelsey told her about Tory shooting Meg and assaulting her. But when Jaylee spoke out, Kelsey made it seem like she was lying and bullying her. I can't even read that. That's too far up.
But the thing is, I sent you the two posts you see right now. I sent you those separately.
Oh, hold on.
You can
So let me
click
just
on it.
I'm gonna leave this one up then and just go back to my inbox and
Okay.
watch my quality. Let me get this out of the way.
And while you're doing that,
hold on. Let me go ahead and just get this out of the way.
Go ahead.
Get out of the way. And then you can speak as soon as after I'm finished. Okay, so it says, like, how the fuck you so silent and you goofy long faced bitch? How can you come in my room that day at the LA house and say, hold on, somebody got like really bad. I need everybody to mute because there's some feedback coming from somebody's phone. Okay, thank you. Like, how the fuck you so silent, you goofy long-faced bitch? How can you come in my room that day in the LA house and say verbatim, Tory shot Megan? You forgot you came back around 4 p.m. after you got dropped off telling me the details about how he fucking pulled out a gun during a petty argument and he got mad and shot her. How the fuck you let that midget bitch shoot my friend, ho? But now you being quiet, you coward-ass mouse bitch. Really? Lied to me of all people about being injured because Tory was beating your ass. What happened to that? Why you ain't say that shit? But Meg's supposed to be your best friend. That's not how best friends work. And you know you wrong. God gonna handle you accordingly. I also remember you mentioning that you're gonna have to pay that. I also remember you mentioning that they gonna have to pay you or something, or you forgot. Throat must be where that little necklace came from. I wonder why you only posted it on Facebook with that weak ass freestyle. Remember how Tory called you and I told you to decline it, and we both listened to a voicemail of his ass crying, saying how sorry he was for shooting her and how he was too drunk. That amnesia a fool, huh? Y'all keep asking why Kelsey's silent. Well, talk now, bitch. Karma gonna fuck you, Miss Girl. And this was something that happened 2 weeks after the shooting. My God, today. So why she didn't take the stand? Like, are prosecutors aware? Because they could have used her in place of Justin. Since Justin was there to testify that Tory confessed, they could have brought her ass in to confess that Kelsey confessed to her. That
I don't know.
You know what? But that makes sense because she has been coming for Kelsey's neck, completely Kelsey's neck, like this whole 2 years. And I do actually kind of remember seeing that. But it's funny that none of these bloggers, nobody like kind of picked it up or nothing like that. Because I do remember Mob Radio at all people talking about this. And it does corroborate crazy, but what her story, what she said on September of this year. Yeah. Makes sense. Because I forgot about this because I've been wondering. I was just like, why does Jay Lee keep coming at Kelsey like this? I completely forgot that she made that post.
And, you know, they may not have called her because they may not be able to actually corroborate that she was at the house at the time that Kelsey went and got her stuff. Unlike the rest of the situations where there are text messages and other evidence to back up and corroborate the placement of where they're
with Justin, who does going to put on the stand, who claimed that he went to Tory's house to pick up the shit, and that there was a conversation that took place between him and Tory.
And so they may have text messages between him and Tory where he's saying, I'm on my way to get Megan stuff, I'm outside, or anything like. So we still don't know what all of the evidence that they have, but they obviously have reason to believe that when he went to go pick up Megan's stuff, that there's something that proves that he went there the next day to go pick up that stuff.
But I wonder if she would have had text messages too, because she probably would have contacted this girl and be like, "Hey, I'm on." Well, I don't know if they would have been. She might have called her, but yeah, I can see your point there.
Yeah. Who said that? Because that was smart.
That would be me, Forever Anisha. Hello, panel, everyone on the
panel.
Hey,
shout out to the
women. Apologist, the pastor, the assistant pastor, aka armor bearer. Hi, love you guys. Of course, want to make sure that I tell everybody that, you know, all of CTV's Cash App and PayPal information is scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Please make sure that as the collection plate is passing through your pew, that you drop whatever you have and may it come back to your double. Okay.
Oh, I'm about to moderate you up, child. You be on it. Thank you for that. Yes. So what do you think? Because also, according to Neighborhood Talk, EJ, the stylist, took the stand. It's not quite clear what he said, though. So I'm gonna try to find some context to what he said happened at Kylie's house.
I was okay. So I was gonna tell you to hit up Poetic Flocka because he was in the comments earlier. Referencing EJ hitting the stand. Yeah, he was. I was trying to get through, but by the time I
girl, when you trying to get through, tell everybody shut the fuck up. Get up in this bitch. Windmill.
But yeah, just hit Poetic Flocka up.
Like that.
Hold on. Let me call
because he was talking about it.
Damn.
Well, I actually wanted to also speak to whether or not Kelsey and Megan had a fight. And one of the things that I want to draw attention to is the fact that in all of the sayings, Kelsey is still not saying that Megan and her had a fight, even though they've fallen out, even though they've gotten into it, even though she's married to the executive of 1501. She still has not come out and said that they had a physical fist fight. And if she is, in fact, the one who shot Megan, and if she is, in fact, guilty of that, I wonder why she would leave that out of the story altogether. Like she's not having a problem with defending Tory, and she's not having a problem with defending herself, but she is definitive about the fact that they don't fight, and they didn't fight. She doesn't remember them fighting. Even when it comes down to the amnesia on stand, she has minimized that down to a bump. So after all of this time, and after all of the stories, and after all of the arguments, she's still not. Number one, let me go back because I want to address.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, can you repeat that again? Because I was listening intently when you said that she's omitting the part of her fighting with Megan.
Yes.
Why would she do that?
Yes, if they're
I mean, you
not
would have to sit back
transitioning,
and think about that as like if they're thinking of probable cause, that would be implicating herself.
well, she already has immunity, and this testimony
Exactly.
wouldn't be
Only
able to be
in
used
the
against
case
her.
of but by just like how Raw B made a mention earlier, the what's the exact term? I don't want, because there's two terms that let it be told, two forms of immunity.
There's the
She still
transaction
could be
versus
Transactional
covered.
and use.
Yeah.
Right. She needs the second one to get full immunity. They're giving her use immunity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
But
she
even
still
in
could
use
be in a way of
immunity,
implicating herself.
No, that's not how that
in
works.
use immunity, she wouldn't be implicating herself because they wouldn't be able to use this
Right.
testimony to charge her. That's what
But they can
that's
use
the
the
implication
evidence
has.
though. If let it be, if I'm not mistaken by how people break it down, other lawyers, they can still go back and use the evidence, but not her testimony, and then try her again.
Exactly. So that still goes to my point. If she's got immunity and her and Meg had a fight, and the fight is the big central point of what the supposed reasonable doubt is, then why hasn't she said that they had a fight at all? She is still vehemently saying they did not have a fight. She does not remember a fight. At most, she remembers bumping her.
And then that's still like that's even like
Megan
trying to
ain't gonna
minimize. That's
say-
trying to minimize the
But
situation.
listen, Megan is not gonna say somebody else shot her if it was Kelsey who shot her. Then she get in the back
That's
seat
your
and
friend.
prop her
That's
feet
your
up
friend.
on somebody that
Used
just
to.
shot at you. Come on, I've been shot.
We are
I know
we
good
are
damn
taking out
well
of
I'm not sitting
we are
beside nobody
taking
who shot at me.
we are
And then,
She
taking we
ain't
are taking
shot.
out of
and then you think a black man who already has like history of guns and he can't use guns, you think that he's gonna allow somebody to like put all that on him and him not be like, nah, bitch, I didn't do it. That bitch did it. Your friend did it.
He
Like,
would
no,
have said Chelsea
I
did
feel
it because who is
each
Chelsea
and
to
every
him?
one of y'all. I feel
You
each
think
and
he
every
gonna
one of
give
y'all
up
on
his career for Chelsea? Fuck no.
Okay.
If Chelsea
But
shot, or Kelsey, whatever the fuck her name is, if she actually shot the gun and that was the way for him to get out of it, do you not think he would just say that? He don't give a
Yes.
fuck
yeah,
about no
you
G
are
code, no
speculating
snitch
that, but
code,
just in the
no
same
none of
way.
that. Because who does Kelsey to him? Nothing.
So this is
Nothing.
the
He'd have just
thing.
said it. She shot her, period, point blank. But he can't say that because he did that shit, period.
Mind you, a
What I'm
man that
With
saying
had
use
is,
Just in the scenario that
immunity,
you
they
gave,
can't
just in the
take what
scenario
she
that you
said
gave.
in
may
her
I speak? Let's
deposition
one mic.
and
One mic.
But
charge
just in the
her.
scenario,
With
ladies,
use
just in the
immunity,
scenario
they
you gave.
cannot take what she said in her deposition and charge her. With transactional immunity, anything that happened at the scene of the crime, she could not be prosecuted for. So now, if she
I
told
don't give
part
a
of the
shit
truth,
about a
okay,
transitional,
no, let
or
her talk. Let her
can I
talk.
please?
transitional,
Hold
or
on, hold on, hold on. Hold on.
heterosexual.
Hey,
None
hold
of
on.
that.
Hey,
What does
hello.
that matter?
Let her finish.
You're misunderstanding what she's saying right there.
Allow raw privilege to complete her statement.
Thank you. So when it comes to use immunity, if they had something else going on at the scene of that crime, like if there was some, illegal activities and stuff like that happening, and she has to tell the illegal activities that was happening while the crime was committed, then that's something that she could be prosecuted for. So of course she would plead the Fifth Amendment. Like how I said, they were partying very, very hard that night. We really don't know. That could have been a drug deal going wrong. In all honesty, there's a lot of things nobody's ever going to know unless they were actually there. And I get it. I get the outrage. But again, we have to allow the events to play out how they want to. And we definitely, when you are, if you ever find yourself in a situation, make sure you volley for transactional immunity and not use immunity. I don't think that girl is ignorant of the law. She knows exactly what she got when she made her statement, and she can't say certain things because she's gonna go to jail. Period.
With also too, with also her legal counsel probably advising her to try, because again, they can't outright tell you to lie, but they can tell you be careful with saying such and such, just like in a way telling you watch yourself because you can implicate yourself. So she has legal counsel advising her, as well as now her man, who probably has been through some stuff, some runnings with the law and the people around him. You know what I'm saying? So again, this is not just necessarily to say to implicate fully Chelsea, but when you ladies were saying why not say, I do understand there's three people in this who are all omitting or leaving certain parts out of the story that may make them look bad. But just like with anybody, usually when you're at wrong, you're not the quickest to try to take accountability when you was the one doing the bullshit.
Which brings me to my
Meg,
next point.
Kelsey, or Tory.
Which brings
Why
me to
not?
my next point.
Because
Hold on, wait,
why
let her
tell
go.
on yourself? Why snitch on yourself?
Well, their fight wasn't. That's neither here nor there. I want to go back to another point I want to touch on. I want to touch on pleading the fifth, because people are saying, you know, we keep bringing up the fact that she pled the fifth. What's not being discussed is what she pled the fifth to. She did not plead the fifth when they asked her if she shot Meg. She vehemently said, I did not shoot Megan Thee Stallion. What she pled the fifth to were things that would incriminate Tory. They were not things that would incriminate her. And that's where the problem comes in with the fifth, because just because she pled the fifth doesn't mean she pled to keep herself out of trouble. The questions that she pled the fifth to directly implicated Tory.
Yep.
But this
Shout
is
out
the
to
thing.
you, sister.
You don't know if her answer to those questions would have directly implicated her. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like if someone asks me if you robbed somebody, right? And I'm standing there with you while you rob somebody, I could potentially be charged with an accessory to robbery. You understand what I mean? So just because it was pertaining to Tory, it doesn't mean that she's implicitly exempt from having any wrongdoing in those answers.
Oh no, I'm not saying
but the
saying she's exempt at all.
The
I'm saying
question that she pled the fifth to really had nothing to do with her. Wasn't
had
it
nothing
that
to do with her.
didn't they ask her like, hey, did Tory say that threatened to shoot you or something like that? And that's
that was one of the questions she pled the fifth to. Do you remember telling us in September that Tory Lanez shot at you? What? Tell us about the events of the evening in the car when Tory said he'd shoot at you. And that's where she pled the fifth. That was not going to implicate her answering whether or not he shot her.
Right.
You see the question? You see this question you said? Tell me the events that happened in the car. How you know what the events that happened in the car was?
That's a whole separate question. We're speaking to I'm speaking specifically to the question where he asks, did Tory Lanez threaten to shoot you?
Yeah.
And she said, I don't want to answer.
May I speak after, please?
Matter of fact, she said, do I have to answer that?
Right.
And the judge turned and told her, yes, you have to. And then she said, I plead the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th.
Yep.
To that specific question.
Exactly.
Outside of
Well,
the
that
events
says
of
it
the night.
all. Because if he didn't, she'd have just said no.
Exactly.
Well, he did. From what I heard, he also offered her a job because his attorney told him that he couldn't give her money directly. So there's a whole bunch of different theories to be applied in her pleading the fifth.
Yeah, but if somebody
the
threatens
fifth.
to shoot you, it's either yay or nay. It's not I plead the fifth.
It's either a yay or nay for you. And you know, we all, like
What do you
Conscious
mean
said
it's
earlier.
either yay or nay for me? If somebody threatens to shoot me, it's either yes or no. There's no need to plead the fifth, because how is that going to incriminate you? It's either that yes he did or no he didn't.
Right.
Like Conscious said earlier, we all have regular lifestyles. You understand what I'm saying? We have a different level of morality than these pseudo celebrities or celebrity. What may be a yes or no to you is clearly not a yes or no to somebody else.
Yeah, somebody who seems like she's protecting somebody. Because regardless if you a celebrity or not, it's just a simple question. Did he threaten to shoot you? It's either yay or nay. It's either no that he didn't or yes that he did. Like, I'm not understanding.
Guess
what?
what? The fact that she could not even answer the question about if he paid for her lawyers lets us know that she's in cahoots with Tory. She is protecting
that too.
But then again, like even as you said that though,
she refuses to directly incriminate him. So she'll say things that are subjective, like, well, did you see Tory shoot Meg? She'll say, I heard the shots. But then anything that's directly, as y'all saying about him, she a pussy pop about. I don't know, and I don't know, and I don't know, and I don't know, and I don't know. Did he hit you? Like she scoots around.
I don't remember. I have amnesia.
And this is the thing too. Like, I didn't think about this until now. If she was that fucking broke back home in Texas, and she needed Meg's help to get back on her feet and to get her shit together, then she also is the prime candidate for somebody who should have took a bribe, because she was in need throughout that whole year. She was in need possibly the year after. Tory Lanez catered to that shit more than likely by doing things for her, and that's why his lawyer was coaching him on how to speak to her. Like, look, you can't just you need to just ask her, does she need anything? Does she need a business?
That's what's in the recording. Yep, CTV.
Something. You need me to invest in something. You need me to, like what, like if I'm there,
start your business.
Like I'm there, girl. Like I got you. If you need anything at all.
But she can remember everything what Meg did. That's what kills me.
I know they might be very inconsequential to everybody though, but at the point around the time that she married this dude, whatever the CEO 5150, they've been married for about a year or so now. So I mean, it would lead me to believe if she just got legal counsel that you would believe that if he's a millionaire or so, he can afford to pay for a lawyer. I know it's consequential because everybody keeps saying that Tory paid for a lawyer, but she married to a nigga that got money.
Then she would have said, no, he didn't pay for my lawyer. My man did.
Exactly.
It's just so simple, like, guys, like these are simple.
But they put him on payroll to pay for that lawyer. Trust and believe.
Would you say?
I said, but they put him on payroll or increased his position so that he'll have enough money to cover that lawyer. Common sense.
Who
So do you think that
her husband?
The dude she married. The dude she married.
CEO, right?
He was in 5150.
He the CEO, right?
I heard that he's Erica Banks' manager, so that should tell you about how much money this nigga get.
So this is the thing.
I like Erica Banks. Let's not do that. I like Erica Banks.
She ain't no Meg Thee Stallion, child.
Amen.
So do you think that this strategy is going to be effective for Tory Lanez? Like, do y'all feel Tory Lanez is gonna walk without any penalization?
Yep. I do. If the plan was get the fucking immunity, get up there and say, I don't know, because she ain't committing perjury by saying she don't know. She'll commit perjury by explicitly lying and stating emphatically a yes or a no. So she's very strict in the I don't know, I can't remember, I'm just not sure. Like all that strategy to muddy up the verdict. And I think Kelsey honestly believes, she rationalized it like this. I'm not Tory Lanez. Clearly, Kelsey also must believe that Tory ultimately didn't mean to do it, which is why she would have received his phone call, maintained communication with him, et cetera, because she must also, for whatever reason, be convinced that this was accidental and that Tory did not mean to hurt Megan, even though she was hurt. But I think she's like, because Tory, and maybe it was strategy on Tory's part. Maybe like Tory intentionally got close to 1501, knowing that 1501 was close to fucking Kelsey, to apply that pressure to her because she was worth putting away somebody who's a friend of her husband, who's been very kind to the 1501 brand, who's been very So now she in a situation where she either done took a bribe, he has helped her in some ways, which I do believe. So she can't emphatically send his ass to jail. I don't think she would even feel comfortable doing so anyway. I think the emotional totality of putting him away for 22 years, having him deported, having him separated from his family, I think all of that makes her feel away. I think she looks at Megan like, look, this might be fucked up, but bitch, you got your life and you got your health and you got your Grammys and you got your success and you went on to the promised land. So, I'm not about to take a situation that we all played our part in and act like there's one person who's like so dramatically wronger than everybody else in the situation. Because girl, even that he didn't mean to do that shit. So I'm not about to let this system penalize him dramatically like this. And
I have a black son now, so I don't want to put a black man underneath.
Yeah, I don't put a black man or that at the end of the day. And I already done took.
May I speak, please? Mammification.
Period. That's
period.
But we can say that Meg is a mammy too, because girl,
you know what? She started.
Why would you say Meg is a mammy? This is interesting.
She started off on her mammy shit, but eventually she transcended though. So I gotta give her credit.
Them shots.
Yeah, but
why would you say man.
But I have to
was
say this:
thinking
being a
gunshot.
mammy and a pick me does not do with black women well. And I wish that y'all would look at this situation and just be like, you need to do what's best for you. Tell the fucking truth. There ain't no street clothes. You ain't no nigga. You ain't in the streets. Tell.
Yes. Tell the truth from the beginning.
Forget all that black shit.
I mean,
Absolutely.
if your
You know what?
audience is white people, you go ahead be a snitch. If your audience is predominantly white people and
It
women,
ain't
right?
a snitch.
No,
it
it's
ain't a
not
snitch.
about that. You're a
Just telling the
woman.
truth. You breaking the law. You breaking the law. If you break the law, your ass go to jail. Why
It's not
should
even
we
that. It's
continue to hold what the fuck is really going on? No, he really didn't hit me. No, it really didn't happen because I don't want to be a snitch in the
Yeah, fuck
community.
that.
When snitches get
But who
snitches,
does
all
that?
this bullshit.
it goes deeper than
Do
that.
y'all still listen to people that were allegedly snitches or say like 6ix9ines of the world or
Nobody
Young
listens to
Gunners,
6ix9ine.
all
First
these
of
rap
all,
artists because
Megan
they
Thee
took out because they
Stallion is
told?
a
Look,
woman.
I'm gonna tell you the
This
truth. My son's daddy is still in prison since he was 11 months old, and he's now almost 18 because he didn't snitch. And I used to think
Just
not
dumb.
snitching was the way. I used to think not snitching was the way, but everybody around his ass that told it, they out free with their kids. But 17 motherfucking almost 18 years later, he's still in prison because of conspiracy. That's what I'm saying.
But
So that
there was one thing I
non-snitching
wanted to
bullshit,
bring up
I don't
real quick.
believe in that no more. I don't
Miss
believe it.
Patron, just two things real
Not
quick.
snitching is
Two
why
things
we
real
have a
quick if I
Canadian
can.
Bacon.
For one for Miss
Not
Patron
snitching
and
is
then one
because we
to
have
Remy.
is now that we have a Cabo 6. So not snitching does not work well for black women in general. That's why I'm saying y'all need to stop
It
that.
don't
Y'all
work
are
for
not
black
men.
people
At the
in
end of the
general, including black
I guess,
men.
but at the end of the
I'll
day,
put it
men are
two
gonna
things
protect men.
real quick. Two things real quick. The people who are upholding the no snitching policy, and this may just be speculating or just stereotyping most people, but the people who feel like snitching ain't the wave and they in the streets and this, that, and the third are generally not people who are going to be purchasing your music on streams or buying your album. Again, a lot of these artists, the bigger artists of like the Megs and whatnot, the people who are purchasing their music, some of the white community, women, so on and so forth, is not
Purchasing music has
people
the
in the
least
street.
that least
She
that can
ain't
do
Nicki
with our
Minaj. She
community
ain't
and
got people
snitching.
purchasing her
Dude, what the
music like
fuck
that.
music got to do with snitching and living in a community where somebody can kill somebody, take their life,
We talking
and you
about
not
we were talking
tell
about the
just because
artists
you
and the
don't want to be
snitching.
labeled
That's
a
what I'm
Yeah,
snitch?
but
Who
you're
gives a
talking
shit
about
about the music streams? I
we
mean, just
talking
think
right
about
now.
what
If
you're
we're
hold
saying.
focusing
on.
on
You're
artists,
talking about the
if we're
artist,
focusing on artists,
but Meg Thee
we're
Stallion doesn't
focusing
make.
on artists snitching and
We
their
know,
livelihood.
we get it. But Meg Thee
If that's
Stallion
what
I
is
we're
don't
not
give a
that
focusing
shit
type of
on in
about the
this
artist.
artists.
moment,
It's only 5 artists out of
I can't
500
hear
million
y'all.
people living in my community is what I'm saying.
Yes,
The
but
artist
we
is
get
like
yes.
2 to 3. And then you
yeah, but we
combine
were
that with the
focusing
people
on
that's
people
living
and their
around
livelihood.
you.
We get it, sis. Yeah, we get it. But I'm talking about for him, as far as the artist, she's
Yes,
not that
for
type of artist
Megan,
to where
for
she
Tory,
has street clothes.
for Gunner,
Oh my
yes,
god.
for Gunner, for a Young Thug, for all these people whoever went through a legal procedure, the Tekashi 6ix9ines of the world. We're talking about artists and the no snitching policy because we were
Yes, we get
focusing
it.
on
And I'm
artists,
telling
So
you
and
that Meg Thee
their
Stallion doesn't
livelihood,
have that type
especially.
of audience. She doesn't have the type of audience. She's not a street girl.
Imagine Young
Hers is
Jeezy, if you will. Yeah, and
hers
Megan's
is
not a street
twerking
girl.
in the
Imagine Young
club
Jeezy
and
being
having
a
fun
street.
with your girls.
If
That
I
is
may,
not
you
no street
guys,
stuff.
I may be able to clear some things up. If I may, the no snitching
Wait.
policy.
Wait. 1 second. Conscious, check your DMs. That's it. Y'all continue.
Also, hold on. Hold on. Okay.
This goes beyond just the no snitching thing. The reason why it doesn't pay for us to lie in the beginning is because Meg lied to protect Tory. And the same lies that were used to protect Tory are the lies that they're using to vilify her as a liar.
Yep.
And using that to say that she's not protecting Tory. She didn't even press the charges.
Exactly.
And this is still a situation where she is being vilified for quote unquote not protecting a black man. Now, when she did protect him, she was lying. She lied to protect him. And that same very lie that was used to protect him is the very same lie that they are using to break her down.
Yeah, she was
Call
being a
her
mammy.
uncredible. To say that her story doesn't make sense because at first she was protecting him and now she's telling the truth is a problem. So the reason why you need to tell the truth from the beginning is because when you tell the truth from the beginning, at least they won't be able to look back and say that you was lying. Protect yourself first.
Period. Period. Especially, yes, period.
Can
I
I
would
say
the
something real quick?
community, but men are gonna be men and do whatever they want. I'm talking about women. Like, fuck all that shit. You need to tell the truth. Period. Fuck all that pick me shit. I'm gonna protect him. He's a black. No, fuck that. You need, if somebody do something to you, harmful, woman, black, white, don't matter. You need to tell the truth. Period. Like, it means nothing for us, especially black women, as to protect somebody, because ain't nobody gonna protect us. So what you need to do, you need to protect your damn self and stop worrying about other people.
And
who
I
ain't worried about you,
understand why some people uphold it, but it's just like saying your sister witnessed you commit a crime, whatever it may be, something minuscule. That's the one person, like, say, I understand in the case of like family, immediate family members, right? Your sister can see you committing a crime, and she's the only one that can bear witness to it. Now, do you expect her to tell on you?
If it's to her detriment.
Damn, I put a nigga in a predicament, didn't I?
No, if it's to her detriment.
If it's exactly, if it's to her detriment, or if it's necessary for her to tell the truth, or if they call her up to the stand, I expect her to not get herself in a position where we both in jail because she could be perjury.
Okay.
I need to be making sure that I got my lawyer and shit straight so that I'm
Yeah,
not putting my sister in a position to have to lie for me.
I wouldn't allow my family, someone I love to take a bid for me. Absolutely not. Why would I?
Yeah, and exactly, like it's better off if me just like, yo, telling the truth, like, yo, I did it. If it's gonna hurt mama, it's gonna hurt one of my loved ones, I understand. But as far as like for strangers, I can't see it unless it's like your life is in jeopardy for some reason, whatever the case may be, or people are putting pressure on you. But again, one reason why I think it's like that in the inner city areas where there's a lot of crime, if you know this dude is known, this dude is known for just outright committing heinous crimes and potentially taking people's lives, and you can be a potential witness, you know what I mean? Whatever the case may be, whatever the crime may be, if you don't know that dude is going to be guaranteed off the street, you know what I mean? I can see why some people be like, yo, I think I'm gonna keep my mouth shut, especially if you like, yo, damn, the person on the 5th floor, I heard he said something, he owed that man some money, he ran up in there and blew everybody's head off in the house. That will frighten some people.
Listen, we understand,
especially women.
Oh
Listen,
my God, the black community is just
he's speaking to the point of Tory Lanez and Meg, right? We know that Tory only fucks with people, like he only abuses motherfuckers that he think are weaker than him. He ain't gonna go up to no real and I'm no defaming to nobody, because everybody's human. I don't give a fuck what a person think of a person as far as strength and all of that.
But say it right, sis.
At the end of the day, they're still human beings. But
right.
he chooses. He's, in my opinion, he's chosen very wise in who he goes and assaults, including the men. Okay, he's very, very strategic in that way. But
something though.
Hold up. To me, he's most definitely not a nigga to be feared. Okay.
Nah. Okay. Most men do have picks and chooses with a lot of times, like, and it might just be either. Imagine somebody like Bruce Lee who is like 5'6", 5'7", right?
Hold that thought real quick, Awody. I want to get because a Poetic Flacco had joined the panel to give us a little bit more context about what happened in court today. Because I know that EJ, the stylist, had took the stand. Poetic, what the fuck was that like?
Yo, listen. So first off, my first time meeting EJ, I ain't know bro was like 6'9", bro. That nigga talks a motherfucker, dog. Like that nigga is a tall motherfucker.
Beast, baby.
He had on heels too, though. So like that might be, you feel me? But he was bro, right. But then you're right. Look though. So I went into his like testimony, thinking, man, bro, Tory guilty, man. Let's just wrap this shit up. After his testimony, bro, I feel like we all owe Tory Lanez.
I told you the pendulum is swinging from left to right.
Listen, man. After EJ testimony, man,
what did he
we
say?
all owe Tory Lanez, like you know, just like the respect to at least hold off. Again, because Conscious, from day when I told you, man, listen, I think, bro, that nigga Tory guilty as a motherfucker, right?
Mm-hmm.
After EJ testimony, I say, you know what, let's wait, right? You know why? Because again, and here was the most important key that everybody gasped at is when the prosecutor, again, the prosecutor, not even, again, this is not even Tory Lanez's lawyer, this is the prosecutor, asked EJ, when you were packing Megan bags, did you see a gun? This nigga paused for 15 seconds, straight up, and said, "Oh, I don't recall." And then the prosecutors re-asked it. Are you saying you did not see the gun, or are you saying you don't remember? Again, this nigga paused for, bro. This time was an even longer pause, bro. I'm talking about long as fuck. I don't
trying
recall.
to figure a way to answer that. Yo.
Right? Saying I don't recall. So mind you though, but the defense said that EJ was upstairs talking freely, you feel me, man, giving all types of statements, and EJ said that he seen something that looked like a gun, but he could not confirm that it was a gun completely. So at this point, dog, nigga, I'ma just refrain from giving my take on who I'm good.
Wait, Flacco, hold on, Flacco. So you so you say that he says he may have saw something that looked like a gun in their bags and make it bag?
Yes, right? But right? And those even like better though, right? Is he stated that it was already there and he just packed on top of it. But he's saying that he cannot confirm that it was a gun, according to a Tory lawyer, but he said that he's seen something that may look like a gun. And then while on stand, the prosecutor asked him a very simple question. Did you see a gun in Megan's bag when you were packing up for her? And he paused for 15 seconds. I don't recall. They asked it again. Are you saying you seen a gun, or
That's right.
Are you saying you did not see a gun, or are you saying you don't remember? The nigga paused for at least like 30 seconds now, bro. 45 seconds maybe. I don't recall again. So at this point, Conscious, we just gotta give that nigga the proper decency, yo, and just wait for this shit to conclude.
No, because
I don't know what's going on.
Wait, so who still shot Meg then?
Because it still don't say
and it
nothing
still
about
could be
what
Tory shot, but it might have been Megan's gun. So
wait,
Megan
wait,
for having a gun.
Wait.
I would think
one more thing,
that Tory took the gun from Meg or Kelsey.
One more thing,
Hold on. Allow the man who was actually in the court to have the floor.
Yeah, one more thing though, right? So look. And here's the thing that really fucked up the courts. So EJ told the defense attorney when I brought their bags and a Louis bag and the suitcase, I put it in the trunk. Again, this is the same bags that may or may not have a gun. He said I put it in the trunk. And then the prosecutors, and then the defense, Tory's lawyers, they then like put up a bunch of pictures, right, of the crime scene. And he said, hold up now. Are these the same bags that we now see up front with blood on it? Or are these the same bags that you put in the back of the trunk? And he said, yeah. So now they're trying to figure out, okay, hold up now, bro. Why was that bag moved out of the trunk up front? And for what purpose, right? So one, EJ cannot confirm nor deny for certainty that there was a gun inside the but he said he seen something that looked like a gun. And now we got to figure out, okay, so why was the luggage just like moved from the trunk up front? Like for what purpose?
Well, didn't they say that Meg was looking for her slipper and couldn't find it, and that's why they went back?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was a handbag. So
why would you move it though? You can just go to the trunk and just look at it.
Or what about?
Well, I mean, I've done that before. I told them like, go in the bag, give me my bag so I can see if I'm missing something. Like I've done that before.
Or what about when they were arguing back and forth in the vehicle and he was telling them to get out? You know what I mean? Who's to say that bags wasn't pulled from the back to get the hell out?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah,
but
right.
This is too.
I'm sorry, this is not doing nothing for me.
Right now, though, listen though. Right now, though, right, we can both at least say though that listen, man, we now. Again, like we all started off as Tory Lanez guilty, but right now we have to give him the at least the decency and say, you know what,
a poetic, like, but because like, what does that mean? Like, did they make him expound upon what he thought he saw that looked like a gun? Did he describe it as green? Was it metallic? Was it metal? Like, what did he mean by he think? Like he saw something that looked like, what does that even mean?
Yeah,
like
right. Yo, listen to right, like we barely got answers because, bro, again, like he was talking. I'm talking about freely and openly about everything else, but when it comes to that gun being inside that bag, that boy was coy. Not listen, damn near doing the Kelsey, yo. I don't recall. I don't remember. Like he was damn near doing the Kelsey, right? Again, saying something completely different upstairs than like coming that stand and acting like he coy. He don't know what, man. I'll tell you, man. Listen, something is smelly here, bro. You feel me? Like something don't make sense, yo. You feel me? It don't make sense.
I'm sorry. So you know what that
EJ said, listen, right? EJ also said, right? Listen.
Hold on.
Sure.
So, okay, because see, we can still work with that too. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say, hold on, wait. So let's say there's an unregistered gun on in Megan's stuff. That means that it would have either been her unregistered gun or Kelsey's unregistered gun.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the reason that gun could have still ended up in the hands of Tory is because we also know that Megan and Tory Lanez are close.
Mm-hmm.
And he probably would have known that Megan owns or totes or carries on her persons a gun. I don't know whether there are discussions between how much discussion happened between Tory and Meg that day. She might have mentioned she had the strap. I don't know, what information would have been crossed up throughout the day or the day before, or whatever the case may be. But what if Tory had knowledge that that gun was in that bag? Because that would explain why he wanted to get his ass to the front seat the way he did when they exited that vehicle, because he knew that gun was there. He knew that gun was there. And see, this kind of goes back to my original theory that maybe what Kelsey wanted immunity for is because that's actually her fucking gun, but Tory discharged it. So she needs immunity to to protect her as the person who had that unregistered gun.
Yes.
But I'm just
then
saying
again, that
that
makes sense. That does make sense. But you know what?
Because he shot her, he jumped his ass from the back to the front, so he would have known, and he did that for a reason. And that means he knew where that gun was.
Either way,
CTV, what you did right there, there's also the other possibility that they got out of the car, nobody fired a shot. He took the gun from either one of them two women, because some people sometimes get out big and bad with the gun in their hand, like what you gonna do? And he took the gun from one of those two women, you know what I mean, and then discharged the gun, like y'all chill out, shot the gun. So there still is the possibility,
5 times?
yes, that he was the Yeah, again, still what I'm saying is, so one, it's an unregistered gun in a state that does not have constitutional carry that belongs to potentially one of those two women, right? Like what I was saying earlier, it's a gun small enough to be carried in a purse. So whether it's Megan's gun or Kelsey's gun, just like how they did Lil Wayne, in New York, where you get caught with a weapon, you still doing some time for the gun, even if you beat other charges that you had right there, right? You said, oh yes, or Tory, if you want to say that, but we're only using, because we all have our own series of events. There's also the series of events. If they said they both got out the car to confront each other and one got out with the pistol but wasn't intending to shoot, my son seen the gun, you don't know if that person is actually going to shoot. And so again, we're saying, with the all intents and purposes, that a man can take a gun from a woman if she's not shooting at him. He took the gun from them with their altercation, saw the gun, and probably discharged the weapon at him. That is one scenario that is possible that could happen. So
that's still not good for Tory Lanez.
It's not good for Tory either way in either scenario. And then maybe that's probably one reason why shorty, if that's her gun, because then you are in possession of an illegal weapon, because then that also implicates them to go after her for possession of a legal weapon.
I mean, I would get that, but they never asked her, hey, is this your gun? Do you know whose gun this is? I don't ever remember anybody saying that. So, that's why I'm just confused with it all, because I do
whoever's gun it is gonna get time for the gun.
I do know
whoever's gun it belongs to get time for that gun.
Hold on, I do know women. I'm not gonna lie. I've been one of them to where I'm with somebody and they be like, hey, can you bring me such? And then I'll put it in my bag and then I'll bring it to you or whatever like that. They're, I've been young, dumb and shit like that before. So that doesn't really clear him of that possibly being his, because there are women that will bring a GUN. I gotta be careful what I say because I'm in the office. GUN to especially if you know the nigga's gonna be there. He's like, hey, can you make sure you bring me that? And then they'll bring it in their purse or whatever and X, Y, and Z. So I don't know, like, I get what y'all saying, but I know too many dumbass women, and I've been one of them, to where they have like brought some shit to a man and it wasn't even theirs. And then they're the ones, if they get caught up, they're the ones that have to go to jail for that shit.
But that's why she pled the fifth when they asked her that question, if he threatened to pop off on her. Because answering that question opens the door for the attorney to ask her a series of follow-up questions that could have incriminated her. And when you're being prepped for trial and when you're being prepped to testify, they prep you for each and every way that the attorney is going to come at you.
Okay, but even with that, she pled the fifth was, hey, did he threaten you or not? That still don't make no sense as far as why she pled the fifth. Like,
did he threaten you? You answer yes.
But
No. Listen, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you a series of questions. He threatened you? Yes. Why did he threaten you? Where did he have the gun? How did he come into possession of the gun? Were you in fear of your life? Did you ever have access to his gun? Did you have the gun that night in the car? See, there's a whole series of questions that follow behind it. And if she answers certain ways to those questions, like Poetic just said, if it's her gun or she had access to the gun, now there's a charge on her.
And process
Does that make
of
more
elimination.
sense?
But wouldn't you think that she would plead the fifth on that question? Like, did you conceal? Did you have access? As far as somebody threatening you when you already said that they did, that's what's kind of like losing me. And mind you, like, I've worked in the court system before, so that's why this shit's kind of confusing to me, because it's just like you wouldn't plead the fifth on that particular question. You would plead the fifth on the question that you feel like is gonna incriminate you.
And guess what though? Why she pleading the fifth, to Robbie Privilege's point, like, it's deep, because Kelsey and her lawyers had a private exchange with the judge in his chambers about why she pleaded the fifth. She never communicated why to, the prosecutors or to the defense, but the judge knows why he's pleading the fifth to those questions. And I was saying earlier in that gun was probably Kelsey's on. That's why she wanted that fucking immunity deal. And that's the
could she, if it say it was his, and say the scenario that the young lady was just speaking about, like she could have, had it when it picked it up for him, right? She could still be charged with with an accessory, like of some
illegal
sort.
possession of a firearm. Any state that don't allow it, you can still go down for possession.
Yeah, you can.
That's why I used the Lil Wayne example, because Lil Wayne didn't even have the gun.
Yeah, but even if you have immunity, though, even if you have immunity.
No, not immunity. That's what I'm saying. Like, it could be multiple scenarios. I was saying, because even what she just stated, that's that could still be a scenario too for why she basically got the immunity or whatever. And I could understand why she pleaded the fifth on some things. I'm just like the other young lady. I don't understand. I can see that the possibility as well, but I really don't think Kelsey's that intelligent enough to be like, okay, if I answer this question truthfully, they're going to hit me boom, boom, boom down the line somewhere and they're going to get me caught up. You know what I'm saying? And I'm basically damn near incriminate myself, right? I don't see her being that intelligent to think that ahead.
She may not be that intelligent
but
on her
her
own.
But her lawyer is.
Right, her lawyer is. That's the whole point. This is why you go into
court.
Her
lawyer did her lawyer not tell her don't get up there and be talking about no plead the fifth for every damn thing?
But this is the thing. It's your constitutional right to plead the Fifth Amendment for every question that they ask you if you honestly want to. But when it comes to this immunity, and I'm going to say it again, use immunity. The immunity they gave her was just simply for the information that she put in that initial deposition. That immunity does not protect her from, if she has possession of a gun, getting a charge for that, because that's evidence of an independent crime. She didn't ask for transactional immunity, which would have covered all testimony about everything that happened that night.
So that's one scenario that people are bringing into it. And then outside of the fact that also potentially that it could be Megan's own weapon, but it's still an unregistered gun. So anybody who gets that possession and maybe except Megan in this case, but anybody who's potential the owner of that gun could be going down for illegal possession of a firearm in California, especially in New York.
And still yet, at the end of the day, the gun was found where Tory was sitting, and once again, none of the girls made it back to the front seat. So Tory was the last person, him or Daquan was the last person to come into contact with that gun. Because one of them would have had to put it to the front where they both were sitting. Meg and Kelts was in the back after the shooting.
Right. That correlates into even the scenario I gave you. Where I said if they wrestled it away for per se, one of those women got out the car with the gun, they wrestled it away from him. Tory potentially discharged the weapon because that looks like the most feasible. Like either that or Kelsey discharged the weapon 5 times, or whoever May did, and then Tory took that gun from one of them women and got in the front seat with it, put it on the floor. Right? Because then when you got to listen to everybody's testimony and you piece by piece by piece by piece, why would she ask for
I'm gonna tell you why.
immunity?
See,
It could potentially be her gun, right? Why would
call.
Megan deny certain things? Potentially be her gun. And we're like, again, it said whoever it belongs to, it's an illegal weapon.
It's that third pause though for me, because that third pause could have been Tory as quote unquote trying to break up the fight by shooting at the ground. Pow, pow, pow. And he could have said something like, y'all bitches need to stop. And then maybe they were still feeling buck. He sent off 2 more confirmation rounds. Because I'm trying to figure out what would be the context of the person pausing the gun.
Yeah.
Like, what's the context of the pause?
And then also too, one thing they did bring up, he said piece together stuff, right? They say they found several different DNAs on the gun. So even in that case, we said one went from one hand to a second hand to a third hand. Potentially, it could have went through 3 hands that was in that truck.
I know it had to have gone through
at least 2.
At least 2. It definitely.
And they said they found like several.
But they found 4 DNAs on the gun, which is why
so
it's
everybody in the car could have touched that gun.
That's what.
Why did Megan touch the gun? If there was, and they didn't test Megan, but there was 4 people in the car and 4 DNAs. So then we got then inferred Megan.
But it was also but all the evidence and the investigation, everything was mishandled. So it could have been an investigator's print on that gun. Somebody back at the precinct could have accidentally touched the gun. It don't even have to be somebody who's at the scene who touched it.
And that is true. That is true. That is true. But again, even with that one scenario, that one fork in the road that you get, you will not eliminate potentially that Megan touched the gun unless you just want to eliminate potentially Megan touched that gun. That's a fork in the road, but it's not.
Okay, so I'm going to believe that
the person that put the gun in the back seat could have touched the gun.
It could have been police misconduct, and once they realized they mishandled the gun, they wiped off their own fingerprint and messed up and tainted the rest of the evidence. You never can.
And the woman who was on the case, let's be honest, she could have touched that gun on accident.
They could have been anybody, but also in terms of where Megan would have came into play, if there's truth that this gun belonged to Kelsey, then obviously Meg would have known that Kelsey had the gun, and Kelsey packed the gun. Meg, if this was in her stuff, she probably touched the gun back at Kylie's house, just going through her bag to get whatever the hell she was getting. And that might have been the last time she herself touched that gun, but it was back at the house because it was simply packed with all her shit. So it could be her prints on that gun, or not her prints on that gun, or as everybody said, it could be. I mean, who fucking knows at this point? You know who the fourth person is.
And I don't know.
I don't think the gun was in the bag.
Maybe somebody with even a little bit more knowledge on it.
I want to know what the fuck the lace wig wearing ass EJ. What the fuck he meant by something that looked like what looks like a damn gun.
That's the
and this
thing.
is what I'm talking
I
about
don't
as far as
think
the defense. They're not doing they doing okay, but it's just like if you're trying to say that Kelsey did this, and I feel like they're trying to say this is Kelsey's gun, then why would you not DNA test her? And then what is up with these questions? Like, why aren't y'all getting more in depth with these damn questions, especially the defense? Like,
they don't have to prove anything. All they have to do is establish a reasonable doubt. They don't got to throw her underneath the bus to get their client off. Once a reasonable doubt is established, the jury cannot convict.
that's why they're doubling down. I don't think that the gun was in the bag for 3 reasons. One, because of the defense's tactics of basically trying to cause reasonable doubt. Two, Megan's current stylist got online and called EJ a fake ass bitch. I'm sorry for I can cuss, right? Conscious, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. For Megan's current stylist getting online and calling EJ a fake ass bitch after his testimony. And three, the prosecutor's questions. So EJ saying something that looked like a gun actually protects him because I think that the prosecutors talked to EJ before and he said he didn't see a gun. And now he's saying something that looked like a gun. So that protects him because he's not saying that he saw a gun.
Right.
He's not
So I
lying
think that
full
both
outright.
That's true
so I
too.
think that both EJ and Kelsey are kind of flipped on Megan because they're not in her life anymore. And so, and then also, again, with the current stylist statements and then with the prosecutor's questions, like the prosecutor is really trying to get to the bottom of it. And if the prosecutor really thought that he saw a gun in that bag, the prosecutor wouldn't have kept on asking, did you see a gun? Did you see a gun? Did you see a gun? If he had previously said he saw a gun. Now he's saying something that looks like a gun when previously he said that he never saw a gun, he never looked at, you know what I'm saying? So I think that is just, again, the defense's tactic to cause all of this confusion.
And then again, even as somebody was just mentioning, with the gun laws vary by state, right? Somebody was saying that he may go down for the gun possession. That even still, they have to somewhat prove that. But there was a term that I heard somebody use.
Discharge of a firearm.
No, something a form of possession, like if you're in the area. That's why I brought up that Lil Wayne one. I forgot the term exactly, where you don't have to be actually holding the weapon and being on your body, but it's in your vicinity that we're gonna put, it's a term I heard somebody use the other day, something possession or to that effect, some type of possession where because you're in the vicinity of the gun, we're gonna assume it's probably yours. You know what I mean? So just him being in the vicinity of the gun in the front seat, then the prosecutors, even if they can't necessarily prove that he was the one to discharge it, well, you were there sitting there. So they may have the jury may come back. We find him not guilty of this, that, and the third on the charge of possession of a legal firearm. We find him guilty. It could potentially go that route. You know what I'm saying? But the one case where I wanted to ask everybody, we stepped away from it, far from it. We have a case where we had somebody who was a celebrity, Remy Ma, actually shoot somebody and did what, 7 or 8 years for actually intentionally, which almost was damn near like intentional murder, and she got 7 to 8 years. So this where Megan had a foot a laceration on her foot. How many years if Remy Ma did 8 for actually popping somebody in their thigh, in their hip, got 8 years. If he was to go down, how much time out of these 22 do you think is justified for him?
I'm thinking about some of the other and somebody can answer that too. But I just want to say this, I'm thinking about some of the other parts of this too, with when Kelsey said to prosecutors that after her and Daquan was released from the precinct, that Daquan said, and you know he protecting you, right? And she was like, protecting me from what? And he was like, you'll find out soon. Maybe Daquan said that because Tory took the gun charge when he could have threw her under the bus and said, it could have been like, nah, like this Kelsey gun, but instead he took it. And maybe took it as a result of at the moment feeling guilty because him saying what he said in our car turned everything up to the next level. And so he called himself just trying to make it up to Kelsey by just not telling them that this was her gun, etc. Boom, pow, boom, pow. But some of these little like statements that was made throughout to everybody, they make sense now. Like they make sense.
Would that be doing some real shit? Would that be doing some real shit in your ICTV? It was like, I took a gun away from you. You was mad at somebody, and I shot at motherfucker with your gun, and I ain't tell him it's your gun. Would you think that's what he's
that
doing?
don't make
for
sense.
real?
I still don't think Kelsey pulled the trigger though.
No,
I
of
don't
course
think
not.
No,
that's
no. I'm
what
saying I
happened.
took the gun out your hand. I shot it. It was your gun though. And I'm on
No,
trial
that
for the
ain't.
gun. I'm just saying I took
No,
your
that
gun from
ain't
you
no real
because you
shit,
was mad
nigga.
at somebody. I shot it, but it was your gun. And I'm not telling them it was your gun I took. Am I doing some real shit? By not saying that wasn't even my gun though.
No, I don't think. Listen.
No,
I don't
think
think
about that
that.
again. Because you
I'm
can go
thinking
down
of.
for
I'm
illegal
responding
possession
to
too.
what you're saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't think Tory took a gun charge for Kelsey because he knows that if he's caught with the gun in America, he's going to be deported. If there was a smidgen of proof that it could have been Kelsey's or Megan's gun, he would have threw them under the bus real quick when he went
But
that
you do
night
know
and got
gun
that bail.
possession,
And
like
you do
illegal
realize
possession. I
that
don't
this
know
is
about
not,
outside of New York, but
his first hango with having an unregistered gun in
But
his
I also
possession,
want to.
right?
yeah, but
I mean,
just
yeah.
like even the legal
Hold on,
possession of
So why
guns.
would he do
wait a
that
minute.
again?
Hold on, wait a minute, because we got. But no, because it's making sense. Why Kelsey at the same time? Kelsey got to explain her loyalty to Tory.
Yeah.
Because she stayed in communication with this nigga, even though he allegedly shot her friend and beat her ass. And so maybe in her mind, that's how she opened up the space. It was like, okay, everybody did wrong in the situation, and we all gonna try to protect each other to the best of our ability. Yeah, he shot Meg. He didn't mean to.
Yeah, he beat my
You know,
ass, and
like
he
he
meant
fought
to.
me, because I was obviously I'm fighting him. He gonna fight my ass back or whatever. But he took the gun charge, so like because he would have had like her loyalty to him don't make sense. He shot your girlfriend in front of you, and he beat you the fuck up on top of that in that whole situation. So there has to be more that he did for you aside from bribe, because she took his call from the jail. Like, so he hadn't even had time to bribe her motherfucking ass by that time, and she still was open and receptive. So I'm like, something happened, my nigga. Like, this nigga did something
else is there.
that made you that like made you be like, that just made you be like, that just made you. Like,
Wasn't he sleeping
But
with
then
the
I
both
have
of
to
them
ask the
though?
question, because California, you can't get a gun, and then we know that she was in Houston, so she got a gun that fucking fast. That can't happen.
it could have been a
Like,
high
do you
gun because it
really?
was unregistered. It could have been a street gun. It could have been.
Yeah,
I mean,
a
who
street-
knows? I mean, like,
I know that, but I'm saying she was
we talking
only in
about-
California for so long. So
But we talk,
that's
yeah.
why it doesn't
But we
make
talking
sense.
about. Hold
Oh,
on. But we talking about people who connected. So that's the whole point of being connected. You got connections. Like Meg might have known somebody who was able to facilitate that. I mean, we talking about somebody who was working for a whole celebrity. Meg could have even facilitated Kelsey getting access to the gun. She might not have minded Kelsey having a gun because hell, they black women, they making a lot of money. Hell, she might not mind her friend, having a gap to make it do, what it do. Like, we don't really know the extent of it, but we are talking about celebrities. These folks can get access to anything. And it's LA. LA is a crime written ass.
Oh yeah, I know that, but
I mean,
you get carjacked out there, but
this
I don't
is the
know. I don't know
thing.
what's the
Was it-
mandatory minimum in Cali. I know New York mandatory minimum, like you're gonna do like 2 to 3 years for illegal possession. I don't know about in California, but imagine any of y'all, if you can, you get off on everything, but you still could be doing 2 years in jail. 2 years in jail is a long time for anybody.
and deported.
Anybody.
But wait a minute.
And being
Not even just say deported for Tory. Let's imagine a woman, send a woman to jail for 3 years.
Right.
Tell them like, yo, well, this is your gun, and we gotta put somebody in jail. You know what I mean? Like, are you willing to take that 3 years for your sister, your mama, your cousin, your best friend? 3 years.
No,
That's New York.
I think you guys are forgetting.
Like, I'm
I
not
think you
doing that
guys
for
are
nobody.
forgetting
but the
that
thing-
Tory is not a citizen, and that he already had provisions to where if he had a gun in possession, he could go back. So he's not going to take a gun charge for anyone.
Right. Thank you.
Right.
Yes.
And he was also sleeping with them women. So we're not gonna act like we don't understand the power of the D. He probably have that
that
little
has
girl
nothing to do with it, though.
But it does though, because if somebody is
Especially
all wrapped
when
up
your
in
life is
love,
on the line.
but if somebody
No.
is all wrapped up in love and they taking calls from the jail, whatever
Yeah,
else
but did
is
you
the
just hear what she
reason.
just said though? Like if he gets caught with a gun, then that's over because he's already had issues.
Right, but
prior
I'm
to
talking
that.
about
So why
I'm talking
would
about
you-
Kelsey's.
Yeah, but
I'm talking about
Tory.
Kelsey's response. Like her
Yo,
response to her
nobody
covering
from
for
California
him.
around here? You see that
I'm from California. California does
comment?
not play about guns.
I am as
or
well.
discharging.
Yo, is that true? They also add a year for each bullet too? I thought I heard that before too. Like, yeah, they also add a year. Yo, so why would you take a gun charge with somebody with a fully loaded gun? You could do damn near 10 years, man.
Especially when you've had run-ins before.
Look, BG, one of my favorite artists in Louisiana, he got caught with AKs, SKs, and like all type of heavy artillery. He's doing 14 for that. And imagine how many bullets he had with that. So imagine the time could have been doing, say, like in California for something like, oh my God, nah.
And also, I just wanted to
Did T.I. do a year? T.I. did a year for what? What did T.I. do a year for?
Listen,
okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna say goodnight to you all. This has definitely been an engaging conversation. This whole case is. You're welcome, Conscious. Thank you for having me up here. This case, it leaves a lot to be desired, and there's a lot to wrap your mind around. No, not one of us have the inside track on what actually happened that day. I just hope that justice gets served for all.
Yeah.
And Conscious, I'm gonna holler at you. We got to do something
Okay,
soon.
boy,
Love
yes,
you, boo.
and don't be a damn stranger, honey. Hit the link and set it off. Over and over, and over again.
All
Okay,
right.
bye, boo.
All right, babe.
Bye, y'all.
That was
All the best, love. All the
Is
best,
a
love.
content creator on these streets. Make sure y'all subscribe to Raw. Be privileged on these
Oh,
streets.
you know
Okay,
I
babe.
am. You know I am.
Yeah.
Can I just speak
But
to
that's
something
still
really quick? I'm sorry,
Yes.
guys.
Yes.
I wanted to speak to what you said about what was the motive for Kelsey, in her connection to Tory. I feel like she already explained that in her testimony and in her diss song. She was mad that Megan cut her off the same way EJ is mad that Megan cut her off, which is why he's saying it could have appeared to be a gun. It could have appeared. So and then her current style is coming out saying that he's a fake ass bitch. Don't look at me when I see you, and basically saying that like the stylist like that he's like basically like blackballed in like the stylist community now over this bullshit. So I just think that both are two disgruntled employees who are mad at Megan because she yes, Megan has an attitude and she cut people off when they were loyal to her, but that does not mean that you get in a court of law and just play stupid and lie.
I'm still trying to figure out why would a man who I don't know, like I just don't see a man who's had prior run-ins with a pistol, an unregistered pistol at that. I just don't see somebody with a brain and he cares about his future will take a damn gun charge for somebody.
You talk about a man who out here openly fighting a bunch of damn people willing to take assault charges. He just
But I'm saying, but this is way different than taking a charge for somebody. Like I can see him getting angry and beating the mess out of somebody, but you taking a charge for somebody when you know like you can get in trouble for having that.
Y'all are trying to rationalize somebody who is unruly, rebellious, and don't give a fuck, period. And y'all trying to size up what they would and wouldn't give a fuck about. People who just don't give a fuck make flipsy ass topsy decisions all the time. But you gotta remember too, T, this would have been this would have been the part he would have played to appeal to the women. I'll take the gun charge. Don't tell these people I shot this woman. I know I set this shit up in the car. I know I elevated the situation by outing the fact that me and Megan is fucking. I'm gonna do my part and take this gun charge. Y'all do y'all fucking part and don't say shit. Don't say shit. Don't tell the feds, don't tell the police on me. Like I can deal with the gun shit, but I can't go down fast shooting this. Like I can't go down for shooting this woman.
Okay,
I'll take the fact that I got a gun charge or whatever, but that shooting shit is next level shit.
Okay.
But I think that EJ and Kelsey are on the same level because they're harming themselves to protect Tory. Because I understand what you're saying. He's flippant. He doesn't have logic and all that stuff. But at the same time, he protects himself. Like he knows he already flipped out and did the illogical stuff, which is why he's under gun provision in the first place. He's not supposed to have any guns or he knows he can get deported. He already did that. So I
You
don't
did
think
say
that he
something
was.
that why would they
Hold
harm
on.
themselves? though?
Hold on. I want to ask you a question, Presley. Wait a
Mhm.
minute. I just realized they're not even dealing with whose gun this is.
They're not.
So what that tells me, also, because this is why I believe Tory did it, because his lawyers are not emphatically saying my client is guilty. They can't say that if they know that Tory is guilty of the crime that he committed. So the fact that they're not saying that, the fact that he ain't saying I did not shoot this woman, and then the fact that they're not even battling out who owns the gun tells me that they also know this is gun. So the defense is only left to do what they're doing. We just need to pin the shooting on the motherfucking Kelsey, period. And Kelsey not going to admit she even owns the gun. I mean, yeah, we'll scrap that part. But yeah, so like they're not even arguing that this ain't even his gun, because if they were going to argue, because if it wasn't his gun and he didn't confess that and confine that to the lawyers, they would also be arguing that point too, because the gun is registered. Technically, they can argue it belongs to Meg, it belongs to Kelsey, but they ain't even doing that. So they must also know this is my client's gun, and they must also know that my client did this. But the
No,
only
that
thing
would
we
be a
have to
reach.
work
That would
with
be a
in the
reach.
situation as the defense is deflecting from the fact that he did it. And since there is a witness who says they saw the muzzle flash go off closer to Kelsey, and there is enough GSR on her to lend to reasonable doubt, hey, we're going to double down on that. And that's been the only strategy, because why not argue that your client, that this gun ain't even your client's? There's two other women in the
Think
situation
about
to
it.
pin it on. You can pin it on Megan and on Kelsey, and they ain't even fighting that.
And that's exactly why they had EJ deflect, try to muddy up the fact that it could be Megan or Kelsey's gun by saying, I don't know, it could have possibly, I saw something that looked like a gun, because he knows he didn't see a gun in that bag. So
But
they're
then
trying to
again,
money that
Mr.
up.
President, but who's EJ has a relationship with who though in this scenario?
He used to have, that's what I'm saying. Kelsey and EJ used to have a relationship with Megan, but they're both mad because Megan cut them both off after the shooting. She cut everybody off.
And guess what? And Meg is and Tory is good for getting close to folks, just like he did with Kelsey afterwards, and even Jonathan Wright, Megan's ex-hairstylist, also said when he answered the question about how he felt about him trying to bribe Megan, he said Tory jumped in his DMs. And he was like, oh, hell no, motherfucker. Like, so Tory is good for triangulating. And I just want to say, can y'all stop? Are y'all, hold on, what's a proper term? Let me say this in a way that Jesus Christ would say it.
just be real, Conscious. We get what you're saying.
Are some of you people in the chat motherfucking dumb?
Oh.
Because y'all keep saying DNA. Do y'all not read right? Do you have a comprehension skills? Like, I know you done seen all the Shade Room posts, all the neighborhood talk posts. You done probably seen this content over and over again. What part of his DNA is not on the magazine, but is inconclusive on the firearm? Right. Don't you understand? That does not mean his DNA was not on the damn firearm. It's not conclusive because 4 different DNA pictures are on the firearm. Are y'all okay? Hold on, let's have a moment of silence. I need to ask the chat, are y'all okay? Are y'all okay? Do y'all, I don't understand. Literally, we've had to cite that 50 billion times in 5 hours. And yesterday we had to fucking do it for hours. And the day before we had to do it for hours. What part of his DNA is not found on the magazine, but his DNA is inconclusive on the firearm because there's 4 different DNAs on it. They can't rule it out that it is or isn't. They cannot verify that. That means that the DNA either is on the gun or not on the gun, but we will not know factually that that's the case because there's other DNAs there too. So stop saying, oh, his DNA wasn't on the gun. His DNA was on the gun. Do you know what inconclusive means? Do you know that inconclusive is a whole different word from
exactly.
not? From not.
All that.
From not.
It still comes down basically to who discharged the weapon, because I mean, this is basically what the case is about, right?
Yeah.
Now I wanted to go back to something that was said, and it was even said here. You said there was 3 shots fired, a pause, then 2 shots fired. What I would like to know is what was the time, what was the amount of time that that was separated from the 3 shots being fired to the 2 shots? Was it consecutive, like pow, 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 and then pow, pow, right? Like in quick succession, or if there was a pause in between the time, say 3 shots, pow, pow, pow. We waited a couple of minutes, then we heard 2 shots later. Then I can also speculate from that, if y'all follow me, the gun was taken from somebody and 2 more shots was fired. You get where I'm going with that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but even going with that
So
logic,
if that was now,
but even with going with that logic, it could be somebody shooting at pow pow pow, then the other person like being like, "What the fuck?" and then the other person look at them, just keep letting that bitch off, because there could be that too.
Right. Yes, right. I wouldn't eliminate that either.
distracted.
I wouldn't eliminate that either. Right. But do you see what all of this, though, all of that coming in, still where it's not, and I see Mary saying it's a reach. No, because that all comes into case of reasonable doubt, right? Because
Right, but if
again,
they
we're
fought for
only
the gun, you would
speculating
think-
unless you got an eyewitness who pulled out their cell phone and recorded it secondhand to show inside the courtroom. And if somebody's not being forthright anyway, we got 3 or 4 people not telling the truth, right? All of that's even say something that the defense would come in. But let's just say, again, I'm using that scenario, right? Where either one of those women, while they may be are being not very forthright, they may have, one of those 2 women may have shot the first 3 shots at the ground. The gun tip got taken from them. If there was a large span of time between the next 2 shots fired and Tory shot 2. So 2 people implicated themselves by shooting that gun.
So basically,
and that's why they working together.
But the person on trial, so basically you saying that the person on trial discharged the gun too.
I think there's a very good chance that he did shoot either 2 or 3 of them shots. If I was to say, even looking at it, just like I was said, if there was a pause, a long pause,
right?
Like, yo, shorty got the gun and she shot 3 shots. Yo, y'all bitches is bugging. Give me that. Stop. I'm gonna shoot your ass. Shot 2 more shots. You see what I'm saying?
I have
either way,
a
that nigga's
theory
going to
about
jail.
that.
Right,
pause.
but then there's somebody else that discharged that weapon too, and they should also, because that's reckless discharge of a firearm.
Right.
Somebody,
So-
regardless who shot the shots, if you shooting a gun recklessly in the air, that also the DA and the state could also potentially like come at you for recklessly firing a fire. That is a charge, reckless discharge of a firearm.
But we
so
know
then
what
that's
Tory
somebody
Lanez
else.
right now.
That's the scenario. Not saying that's what happened. That it is
No,
a
I'm
scenario.
saying that, but I get what you're saying. But it's just like the person on trial. So basically, that motherfucker is going to jail, from what you're saying, because he discharged it. He concealed it, and then unfortunately somebody got assaulted. So it don't matter who did it. If both of them discharged it and somebody got assaulted, so basically he's getting charged for all 3 of them. If we're going with your logic.
Okay. About the pause and yeah, and I completely agree with, I'm not sure who just said that. Like, yeah,
That was what
that
we said,
basically proves that what he said. But about the pause, during Kelsey's testimony back in September, she literally said, I heard the first 3 shots, and then I saw Megan look back like a deer in headlights. At that point, she said that she ran over to Megan. So that could have been the pause, because I don't think that Tory was trying to necessarily kill Megan, but he was trying to injure her. So I think that pause came when Kelsey was running over to help Megan. He shot twice, and then that would also explain why Kelsey thought that Tory was still a threat when he walked over, and she was trying to fight him before his driver/bodyguard got in to pull Kelsey away.
And also on top of that too, what a lot of people are just throwing that Tory is he's so out of control and so reckless that I haven't even heard anybody say it yet. What would be, in y'all opinions, his reason to try to kill Megan? What could have possibly happened in that car that he would have went so far
I
that he
don't
just
think
went
he
to kill
I
her?
don't think anybody thinks
No
that
one
he
thinks
killed
he tried to
Megan,
kill
tried to kill
Megan.
her.
I don't think he
Or
tried
that
to.
what have made him so upset that he would want to shoot at Megan?
I mean, but you guys,
What are we
okay,
reasoning
this is
against?
like, this
Somebody
is what I'm
said
saying
somebody
with
took
this
it
question.
personally. But
Because
hold on. Because Kelsey also corroborated Megan's story in an interview that they were arguing over music, and she insulted his career. Now you gotta remember, this is the same man who punched a man in the mouth who didn't shake his hand. So, and then Goddess Don Speak said when Megan testified and they were questioning Meg about the comment she made about Tory's career, and she said, yes, I said that. Goddess Don said Tory almost turned into a damn demon in the face. Even just like even being brought back to that insult in front of everybody, that he literally looked so fucking angry and muscled in the face when she said yes to saying what she said. So we're talking about him, and remember, this is the same man who beat another nigga down over not shaking his hand. We're talking about the most fragile. We're talking about an ego that has alopecia.
Ooh,
like
Lord.
Corey's
But
ego.
it's just, even as you say that, CTV, without shaking my hand, made me throw my fist at you. Did in some way, I gotta believe there was some type of disrespect also passed on in between that. Y'all ain't
That's
shaking
what
your hand. What you mean? Like
that's
what
what
type
everybody
of
is
shit you on,
saying.
my
That
nigga? Like,
Meg
you's
and
a
Tory
bitch,
was
nigga.
going
That's why
back
I'm
and
not
forth
shaking
with
your
the
hand.
insults.
Oh, swing.
Like they were going back and forth with the insults. She said some slick, disrespectful about his career. Mind you, she said this in a freaking what's it called? Some song that she did. Kelsey also said yes. And then even in the courtroom, Megan said, yes, I did say this. So you got to think about it. You have alcohol, you have somebody who's already fragile or insecure or whatever, and then you insulted me, bitch, then yeah, I'm going to shoot you. And it's kind of like when people ask that, it's like, well, what was the reason of people shooting when Takeoff got killed? It was a bunch of niggas arguing, probably drunk, and just letting shots fired. Like, we're not finna act like niggas don't get
That was
drunk and
over some
mad
money.
and let shit
That
fire.
was a dice game taking place there too. There's some
Because
money
even that,
involved. That's
But
another
even
city.
that's small.
but the
But even
shooting
with that.
took place after
It's not
ironic
small when
a
it comes to
verbal.
money with me.
Hold on. But
So you
even
gonna
in that
shoot somebody with
hold
dice
on.
game?
Hello. Because even in that situation, the shooting
Niggas.
didn't start until after there was a verbal argument.
Right.
We're not gonna act like words don't lead to actions. We're talking about a community where, unfortunately, men kill men over stepping on each other's shoes in the club. Like, people have been killed for less. People have been killed for looking at people wrong. People have been killed over a common argument. People have been, and once again, we're talking about a man, because that's why I went through his whole history, because I wanted to show that this is the way that Tory resolves conflict. Even when Travis Scott was trying to talk to him like a man, he kept asserting, "Fuck that! Do you want to talk? Do you want to fight?
Apologize.
I'll clear the room so we can catch a fade." Like, it's like, nigga, you don't even know how to effectively communicate like an actual man and be an actual adult. Why is the end result violence all the time when you in your feelings? That's why my pendulum was swinging a little bit more to the right in terms of really believing that Tory did this. Not to mention that 2 women saying that he did. And not to mention that he has a whole history of just going fucking nuts. I mean, he walked through a whole Miami club and punched Prince in his mouth.
And then not only that, like, he cleared Kelsey without even a second thought. He cleared Kelsey of saying that no, she didn't shoot her. So that's why I'm just like, well, I mean, if I'm listening to you and you're the one that's being, people are saying that you did it, and you're saying that Kelsey wasn't the one doing it, I'm going to believe that she didn't do it because you're the one that's being accused of shooting somebody.
Yeah. We're talking about, and that's why like people's pathology and history is so important. And I feel like, why should we not do that with Tory when we do
doing that with Meg?
when it comes to every other perpetrator, when there's a mass shooting, guess what we do? Look through his history, see if he's had any disciplinary issues, see if he's been suspended from school, see if he's a troubled person, see if he's had any disruptive citations, see if he's had any run-in with the law. So why should we have a man who has a pattern of abuse be in this situation, being accused of this crime, and not look at his history either? That just don't seem rational to do.
And I'm glad
it is a rational thing to do, but
I mean, irrational. I mean,
no, but I'm glad that you brought that up, because what's the reason for all these mass shootings? Really, it's because a motherfucker probably got picked on, or they got mad in their feelings and they start blasting people.
They do the most,
but that's not necessarily it justifies the action, but it does give a backstory as to why it does happen. Just the same way, I know we're focusing on men's actions here, and even to say these men in the hood, but there was one story we just had recently with this woman. They caught it on surveillance cameras. A old girl, they were sitting on a stoop here in New York, in the New York area. They were smoking their blunts. This girl just walked up ever so calmly and shot the girl in her head, got back in the car and walked off like nothing happened. When they found and caught up to her, and they asked her why she did it, because she was sleeping with my man. That did not justify you doing that. But I mean, again, and then when you take, I think in a lot of these cases, when it comes with crime, this is all, again, speculation on my part, where you get people who have a criminal mentality. You know what I'm saying? I think they also are on the lower end of the intelligence spectrum. And then when you mix in drugs and alcohol with already people with a lower intelligence, or the lower end of the intelligence, they're more prone to do stupid stuff. You see what I'm saying? So again, it does not excuse the behavior, but I think, again, I kind of equate stupid people.
I understand exactly what you're saying. Well, like, which is why I said that I could also equally see Kelsey being a shooter, because I know that if there's one thing that brings women to their bald-headed whole shit, it's going to be inserting a man in between them. Because I have seen women do the most when it comes to fighting over a nigga. Like, I mean, we talk about Cardi B, who launched an entire insurrection against two waitresses at a stripper joint, you know, over a sorry nigga, you know, and damn near caught her case, and then was proud about it on the gorilla court and say, yeah, bitch, I fight over dick too. So I mean, you know, so you know, and that's why I was like, I can see it going either way, but because we don't have that history with Kelsey, that history of violence and all of that, and we don't have that with Meg either. I know people gonna say, oh, but she got arrested. Her one incident is a false equivalency to compare her to a person who is consistently and consecutively in violent scenarios. So it just, you know, so even though I know it happens, but I'm just like, you know, Tory already is little. Meg Thee Stallion is 5'11". She's taller than me.
Me too, bitch.
He already is going to have more than likely a Napoleon complex. On top of that, she is the bigger star. And Black men have never found a successful way to argue with women without it generally ending in violence as a solution.
I ain't arguing with them hoes, man.
Especially when you have a man and she publicly embarrassed you, not in front of just the people in the car, but at Kylie's house too. Like, I don't know too many men, especially with women that they messing with, that really like is not going to get infuriated when your woman is embarrassing you in front of everybody to see. And one thing like people are not like saying, and for the fact that he and Travis Scott had an issue, but next thing you know, you in the face of Kylie Jenner, who is the baby mother of Travis Scott. I just find that very funny to me, because it's just like, nigga, so you trying to fuck this man's baby mama? Like,
but
that's what I'm saying. This man has no integrity.
But it also goes to show you how Kylie Jenner is on her bald-headed whole shit too. She knew her nigga. She knew her nigga had issues with Tory Lanez, so she was on her petty bullshit too by letting Meg invite his ass to that goddamn pool party.
True.
No, that's not foreign at all to me. Seeing some well-known influencer, I think. I'm not saying that he had sex with, but didn't 50 Cent do that with Rick Ross' baby mother?
The integrity of these people are like, with people trying to make Tory Lanez out to be like, oh, this man got integrity and he can never do that. It's just like, I mean, right there in that moment, he showed you twice that he don't have integrity.
The integrity. Like, the only person I know with integrity was Jesus. By let the Bible tell it. Rest of
I
these
don't know
niggas,
about you, sweetheart, but I have
the
integrity.
rest of these
so,
niggas, nah.
And I got values and morals. So I don't.
Conscious, can I chime in real quick?
Yes.
Because
Hey,
you know I'm
Ray.
gonna hit it and quit it.
Yes.
Hey, love. Look, as the current spouse of someone that held a green card, I think in a way we have to frame this discussion when it comes to Tory in a different way because he's a green card holder. I think I sent you the link with the different things on there. So Tory's already in trouble because he's already been convicted of felonies. So just examples of crimes that he cannot commit as a green card holder: aggravated felony, a crime of moral turpitude within 5 years of receiving a green card, 2 deportable crimes at any time, a sex crime, a drug crime, domestic violence, a firearms offense, or a fraud-related offense. He's already in trouble because they're already going to remove him because he's too much trouble. My husband got a traffic ticket, and it was we had to literally get a lawyer specifically for that because he could have been deported, even though he was working at the CDC in Atlanta, Georgia. So this was a man that had no record or anything in Switzerland and or in America. So we have to look at Tory differently. We can't say, well, because this is the laws in this state and that state or wherever.
Right.
He's in a completely different legal bracket than Megan or Kelsey. So I just wanted to throw that in there. You know, I'm gonna hit it and quit it. God bless. Love
Yes,
y'all.
babe, and thank you for that. And as Ray said, it's right
Welcome,
here.
love.
What crimes make a green card holder deportable? Domestic violence and a firearms offense, or and so that's what I'm saying. Isn't it crazy that his team isn't fighting the firearm?
Right.
They're not fighting him owning the firearm because that's his gun. That's his fucking gun. That's why they can't argue it. And he already told them that it's his gun. He already told his lawyers that he shot this woman. He just needs to know how they can how to get off.
Right.
How to get accountable for that.
I do want to say this because I did hear something that was interesting that someone said that because I kind of left but I was still listening, is that someone that he was trying to mess with Kylie Jenner. That means that she was on her bald-headed whole shit. I just think that's interesting. No, the reason why I think that's okay. The reason why I think it's interesting is because early in the conversation, people thought it was like absurd for him to quote unquote link up with people that he has beef with or issues with. And that's what they used to be around. And I'm like, we just proved it. He's with Kylie Jenner.
Yes. Travis Scott, baby mama.
Beef with. Yep. He's being friends with him like that. And this is what I look at when people say stuff. I'll be like, you saying you don't see it, but he just did it. I digress.
That's why I be getting mad at these mammies when they be coming up here trying to put that cape on. I'm like, do y'all even know what type of man y'all putting on the cape for?
Hell no. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Like,
but they believe that it's a woman's job to atone. But they believe that it's a woman's job to atone for a man's sins.
Yes, Lord.
But that's why I was saying, like, if Kelsey's a mammy, then I think that we should say Meg is a little bit of a pick me too, girl. Because
she was, Taylor, but she transcended because she called it at the end of the day and she stuck to her guns. She called it,
but still, it's accountability. Come on now, ladies. Like,
but what's the
reason why she's in
I think the Meg pick me part is the fact that she was trying to protect all of them, not even let it go to this extent. I think that's what she did. Not just like maybe toward Tory, but
it was
toward
herself.
all of them.
Yes,
I'm protecting everybody. I'm not going to even say nothing.
And to be honest, I felt like, who would want to because at some point Meg must have, because remember she claimed she responded out of being triggered because his team was putting out misinformation. But so that means that
we all saw that.
So that means that she had decided in her mind that she could take her winnings and just keep it pushing. That she thought it was enough that she walked away with her life. She walked away with her health. And on top of that, this shooting happened right in the middle for coming off the wave of the Savage remix with Beyonce, which was huge. And now WAP was about to drop as well. And she said, fuck that shit. Like, I'm healthy. I made it out alive, thank God. And
I ain't gotta fuck with none of y'all.
And my career is at the height, and I can cut these niggas off and never look back. And so I think she expected to do just that. But the thing about it is, when she got tired of being dragged publicly for this whole like glass narrative, she ended up making a statement saying, no, bitch, I was actually shot. But she still didn't identify Tory. But when she actually made the statement and cleared up the glass issue and said, no, I actually was shot, and I was shot with the intent to be harmed and hurt, it triggered up Tory and his paranoid ass team. And they was like, oh no, bitch, like, we gotta get in front of this before this bitch come, because it's just a matter of time now before she just puts your name in the end of that sentence. So we gotta start doing damage control right now. But then when they did the damage control, that triggered her ass up to go ahead and put it.
And identify the shooter.
And it just kept getting crazier. But I think she took her winnings and she was prepared to walk away. And more than likely, if Tory them would have just shut up and just been grateful to God and just not even jumped out of the window at all or tried to do nothing, if everybody just would have literally went to their corners, she probably would have never even said the same ever.
Yes.
But I can understand why she didn't get the police involved even after the fact, because I'm not sure, like, I rationalize extreme shit too, and I kind of weigh my pros and cons too, and I'd be like, child, I'm living my. When is the next time in my career am I going to have a lineup like this?
Yeah.
When is the next time, like, I've worked so hard to be where I am right now? I want to live the fruit. I don't feel like dealing with no courts and no niggas and no whatever and the white man and the black man and and all the mans. And at the end of the day, bitch, like, dumb niggas stupid. I'm happy. I just want to move on and forget this shit and just live my fucking life. So she made her choice, you know, but
but I want
Now,
y'all to
see,
think about this too. Like,
and
if he
look,
would have walked
Mama,
away, that would have left. Okay, great. That victim walked away. So what happens if he would have did that shit again? Because obviously, if you like, when it comes to a pattern, when somebody has a bad behavior and they go unchecked, that shit gets worse. It gets worse. It gets worse. So he shot at the ground or whatever would make the stallion. She ain't said nothing. Okay, cool. So what would have happened if this would have never happened and he would have maybe killed somebody because he got away with this one? Because he got away with everything else.
I have a question.
Well, I do. Go ahead, Red.
Like, because I just got triggered. I literally just seen. I was on. You know, I'm over here multitasking. I'm listening, but I'm at the same time multitasking. And I just seen the message, the actual message, because I always heard the reference of the text message, but I actually seen it. He did it. I'm sorry. Thank
you,
Meg. Look, because I'm reading it, because I'm like actually seeing it for myself. It's Meg. I know you probably never gonna talk to me, but I genuinely want to know. I'm sorry from the bottom of my heart, and I was just too drunk. Nonetheless, should have never happened, and I can't change what and probably I did. I just feel horrible.
Okay, ain't nobody finna send that message just because you started a messy ass shit with some girlfriends. Like, ain't no nigga finna do all that.
I don't even believe that. I don't.
Let's say go back to again what I was inferring, where the 3 shots, the potential pause. If one of those 2 women, whatever, would have said the discharge because of the argument that ensued with him talking about, yo, you taking up for her, but she was fucking whoever says such and so on, whoever the list of men that he named, right? And that caused there to be a fight, like where if that would have never probably potentially came up, they would have just went to their destination at the end of the night, and everybody would have went on about their merry way. That's what some people was making the inference that he was making an apology for bringing up that situation in the first place, for this to even be an issue where we are today.
But that don't make no sense. That don't make any sense whatsoever.
And he would have said that.
He would have said that.
And Kelsey, and don't forget, I'm bringing it up again just because Kelsey actually explained that. She said she heard 3 shots. By the time she got around to the other side of the car, Megan was looking like a deer in headlights. And it paused, and he paused the shooting because Kelsey was running over to Megan. Then he shot the last 2 shots which is why Kelsey got in between them when Megan was harmed, because she saw him as a threat. Because even after the pause, he shot 2 more times as she was running over to Megan to see what was up. Then the bodyguard / driver grabbed Kelsey out of the situation, and that's when she ran to the car because the bodyguard grabbed her out of the situation. She couldn't be in the middle of Megan and Tory anymore because the bodyguard was blocking her from that. So she ran to the car to try to get Tory away from Megan. And then that's when he came over and was holding her hair and grabbing her neck. So that explains the pause. He paused because he wasn't trying to actually kill somebody. He was trying to harm or scare Megan by shooting at the ground or shooting towards her feet. And then when Kelsey started running after she saw Megan looking like a deer in headlights, that's when he paused because he could have actually seriously harmed or killed Kelsey because she was running towards Megan after the first 3 shots.
Or he might have been shooting and realized, oh shit, I actually hit her. She just reacted like she got hit. That might have been the pause as well.
Yeah, that and also that too. But also during that pause, Kelsey was running towards Megan. And then he shot 2 more times.
Yeah, and that could have been the point to when he yelled, "Dance, be dance, pop."
That's what Megan said.
Maybe
May I say something, please?
Megan,
be dance, pop, pop, and maybe Kelsey didn't hear it because at that point in time she was getting out the vehicle on the other side of the vehicle. Presley, that makes.
But there's also a scenario.
Real quick, 5 seconds. Come on, 5 seconds, please. 5 seconds. Megan's testimony said that that when he said the dance beat part, even though it's not important, she literally said he shot 3 times. And then when I looked back, that's when he said dance beat and shot 2 more times. She never said it happened at the beginning before he shot. She said that it happened at the pause.
Now,
I mean,
I wanted to refresh everybody's
May I
memory.
say something, please?
Go ahead.
That motherfucker did it. Because as far as that's what I'm saying, like I get what y'all mean, but as far as like the firearm and knowing that he could be deported for a firearm, I don't think that he would take a gun charge for Kelsey.
No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't do that at all.
He would not.
Yeah, he would not. And I don't know one man that would do that shit.
It makes more sense that Tory and his bodyguard would have a weapon. And being that it's the color, his favorite color, it makes more sense for them because it's a throwaway. It's a throwaway. It's an unregistered gun. Just in case something happens, something pops off, like we have our weapon with us. That's why it's loaded very carefully. That's why they had guns on when they loaded the magazine, when they, put the bullets in the magazine. That's why there's no fingerprints or anything on that magazine, but it's inconclusive on the gun because so many people handle it, right? And that could be, he could have wiped the gun off at any point in time after he shot her because the towels from the pool party was in the front seat where Megan were initially.
You know what? You're right. Let me tell you something. That's why that bodyguard gone right now. That was his gun. That was that bodyguard gun.
Yeah,
all EJ is doing is playing on he came in for the defense. He playing on he throwing monkey wrenches. He everything that Tory has been setting into play, he's a part of the play. EJ just to throw that in there, just to give a shadow of doubt on the situation. That's all EJ doing. EJ is just he ain't directly saying I saw a gun, because if you think you saw a gun, you could describe that what made you think there was a gun. EJ just throwing a monkey wrench in the situation.
Yeah,
he's just playing for the shadow of doubt.
Yeah, and I just think that it's like he don't want to be involved. He don't want to have anything to do with it. He's in the industry. He don't want to say if he said anything or not. So he's just, I don't remember. And you guys remember when Kelsey said that when she was getting out the truck out the passenger side that
It was
Tory
the back driver
climbing,
side.
back driver side. Tory was climbing over the seat to get in the front seat to where the gun was. And it makes most sense that they would know exactly, well, he would know exactly where the gun is because it's his gun.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a 2021 GMC Sierra truck, and it's super.
The back is inside.
Those trucks are huge.
The back is inside. The back is what you consider the trunk of those SUVs is actually what sits behind the back.
No, something else.
No, I have a 2021 GMC truck. So the truck is comparable to the Escalade. It just don't have the back of it. So those trucks inside, just like the Escalades, are huge. I'm 5'2", 145. It's so easy for me to maneuver from the back seat to the front seat.
Yeah.
Super duper easy.
Yeah.
Right? And I also have running boards on my truck. And I got that added to it because it's easier for me to, because I'm so short, it's easier to me to, get into the truck, right? So y'all, like, I think it's exactly what he wasn't, the window wasn't down and he wasn't shooting through the window. Tory was on the running board, and he was on the running board firing over the door.
Yeah.
So that's how he was able to, get such an aim, like downward aim, to yell whatever he yelled and to shoot at her feet. He wasn't leaning through the window all gangster style and stuff.
But that's what Megan.
But that's what they testified that he shot out of the window.
That's what they both said.
So then again, you see that you have another contradiction. Because you said at first that they're outside the car, unless we're forgetting certain parts of the story. We're saying that Tory and Meg were out fighting in the street. So then in some time in between, then he had to go back to the car. If they saying he shot, so what? He went in the car, closed the door, and then shot out the car at Megan by herself. Somebody testified, or one of the witnesses, that the two women were outside the car fighting. So there's, again, a lot of gaps in information and omissions from this story. What happens, we're not necessarily 200% sure. I'm of the belief that the gun came out of the car with the person, 1, 2, 3, or whoever first came out of the car, they came out the car with the gun. That shooting over the car, that dirty, hairy ass shit, I think that was cap.
No,
over the car.
He wasn't shooting over the car. He was shooting over the car door, the passenger side car door. I have a truck.
He opened the car door and went out the window and shot through the door like he was dodging gunfire.
No, guy, he didn't shoot out of the window. He stood on the running board. Okay, he stood on the running board of the Escalade and he fired over the door.
I'm gonna go with what the two witnesses said, that he shot through the window. That's what I'm gonna go with. Because Kelsey and Megan both said that he was out the window and he was shooting.
Well, yeah.
But then even still, them two, they have a particular interest in their case. I would more lean towards if you said an outside observer, one of those people that live around and they gave testimony because they have no particular allegiance to any party involved. Anybody that's involved in the case, like their testimony is almost mute.
Yeah, but there was a witness that also said that she saw a man and a woman fighting. So we also have other people saying that Kelsey and Tory both fought each other. So I'm gonna go with that. Like, and then if you want to go with two women fighting, okay, we can go with that. But from both accounts, two accounts, Kelsey and that witness, they both said that Tory and Kelsey fought each other.
Yeah, and also I'm a little what do you call it? I can't even think of the word right now, but suspicious. I'll just use that word right now because I can't think of the word. But the witness who saw the bodyguard, Tory and Kelsey, when Tory was grabbing Kelsey's hair and grabbing her neck, is set to testify tomorrow. And I'm wondering if that witness is going to pull the same thing that Kelsey and EJ did, which is be like, I don't know. All of a sudden, I don't know. Even though I told y'all what really happened months ago. So
I heard that this witness is going to be testifying in the defense as far like saying that they saw two women fighting. That's what I heard, but I could be wrong.
This one is the one who saw Kelsey getting jumped or whatever. But I'm wondering if it's going to be the same thing where prosecution has all of this lined up, where they had all these original statements, and then all of a sudden they come and be like, I don't know if I didn't see Tory shoot, or I don't know if I saw a gun. So I'm wondering if this witness tomorrow is going to be like, actually, I don't know if I saw two men pulling Kelsey's hair and choking her out. So it might be the same thing, just to cause the reasonable doubt.
May I say something, please? Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, go
Yes.
ahead.
Okay, I was wondering, can y'all hear me? I've been trying to talk for the last hour.
Oh.
Okay, so what I have to say is, a woman on the that came that was said she was Team Tory, and this is the issue I have with people in general. And I'm gonna say something about the no snitching, and then I'm also going to say something about having a loved one that you love and you know that they're up in trouble, and they can pull you to the side and they can tell you the truth of what happened. And that same lady that said that she would cover for her son.
Oh, she did?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
She said she's still gonna have his back, but she said something on the order.
It's gonna cover.
But I'm not with the bullshit.
Then what the fuck does that mean?
Right.
Yeah, I understand, because I was like, girl, what?
I also want to say is if she had surgery from whatever, gun, whatever, they're going to see if she had any other injuries. That's why I don't think that her and Kelsey was fighting, because Megan Thee Stallion is known for wearing nails. Kelsey had broken nails, but Meg did not have broken nails. Meg didn't have no injuries on her fist or anything like that. So I don't understand why people keep on trying to say that they were fighting when the two women that do not like each other now are not saying that they fought.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Period. Meg didn't have any bruises to her face area, top area, whatever you want to have. You say you're right. You are absolutely right. There was nothing to indicate that they had a fight other than these white folks.
I got one
these
more
white folks.
to
Let me
say.
tell you something. When it comes to us, they imagine go on high. They're the same people that actually brought this into this arena. You know what I'm saying? Where it's going down right now. They're the ones, you know what I'm saying? And look, they like to insinuate things amongst us, you know what I'm saying? To add to the fact that, oh yes, I heard gunplay and I saw this and I saw that, because somewhere in the transcripts, I don't know exactly who it was, but one of those witnesses was excluded. One of the witnesses that was supposed to have had so much to say in the situation, when it got to pre-trial preliminaries, whatever how you said, that person was excluded. So just imagine what that person could have possibly been saying, where everybody turned around and say, no, we're not gonna need you. Because that's how them white people roll.
Right. And this is the last thing I have to say, I promise. I've been trying to get on here since it all started. And I'm so respectful. I don't want to jump in. I don't want to raise my voice and et cetera, et cetera. I reset my earpiece like 1,000 times. But my lastly is the person that is at fault is the bodyguard. His job is to make sure Tory Lanez is safe. It's just like he knew that Tory Lanez was on this case, and then he get into a conflict with another person while he's on trial for this case. That's the real issue. Is why did you ever take them back to her house when you know everybody is drunk but you, and you're supposed to be protecting this man?
Well, at first he was actually bringing Kelsey and Meg. He was bringing Kelsey and Meg home, and he brought them back to retrieve a slipper. But and that's another thing that I'm just not liking. They keep everybody protecting Kelsey. I mean, on Kylie as well. Yeah, it's like what went on for you to send Meg and Kelsey away at first, and then turn around. Come back. Tory was allowed to stay when Meg is the person that invited Tory. So I mean, if we was gonna roll out, and I'm gonna tell you why
Kylie
Kelsey was cut off, and I'm gonna
that
tell you why Meg's bodyguard was cut off. Because if you're looking at this situation, guess what? Everything that y'all saying about Meg, everything that people are saying, I'm not y'all, but you know, as people are saying about Meg, just imagine if she had kept in contact with them too. Then it would have been said that she was bribing them. That the reason that they're saying what they're saying is because the contact. You know what I'm saying? So it was best for her to cut those people off. Because it was getting to this.
I just want to love the spotlight on you if I can for a second, because I could tell by your accent you're from New Orleans.
Yes.
Who's speaking?
This I was going to say my name. This green intro.
Yes, I could tell from the accent you're from New Orleans, right? And this is just something that somebody said earlier too, like how could Meg not have no injuries on her? They said that Kelsey is. I don't know how tall Kelsey is. Meg is about like 5'9" to 5'10". About how tall are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 5'7".
Oh, you're not a short. You're not a short.
I'm 5'3". I'm average. Yeah, I'm average height.
Yeah, but I mean, for as far as that, because my mother is a short woman, and I actually seen her with my own eyes when I was about 13 years old fight a woman who was about, say, 5'9", 5'10", and weighed about a good 250. And caught that woman cold on her jaw and beat that woman ass. And my mama is like 5'1". You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't necessarily say, just because I know for women that high height and weight mismatch,
that shit don't matter. Size don't even mean nothing to me.
Yeah, it can play a bigger part, but I mean, I ain't gonna discredit the short women. Some short women is, especially I give some credit to my women from New Orleans. They got some fight in
them. You ain't can't no female say me.
I will say this.
I ain't
Not
getting
just
no girl.
Tory trying to comfort the people who
fighting Meg. Meg is the more drunk one, and Kelsey, because Kelsey said that she was drunk, she fell asleep, she woke back up, so she sobered up a little bit. But as far as Meg, I heard Meg was like drunk. So I feel like as far as who's gonna be fighting, I feel like Meg would definitely have some injuries, in my opinion.
Right.
Period. She was the one that was taken into the doctor. She was the one that was being observed. She was the one. So if those bruises would have been there, if anything would have been an indication of fight, not only would they have been tended to a foot, but there would have been notation that she had a bruise by her eye, so to speak, or her lip was bust. Something of that nature would have said that she was in a fight. When we, in the doctor's note, it was observed that the patient had a busted lip. There was a bruising to the cheek area. Makeup being smeared could be considered, a bruise type thing. So I don't believe there was no fight either. I don't believe there was no fight. I don't.
Just what Mr. Lynette says and in terms of people who watch any type of combat sport, fighting, UFC, boxing, stuff like that. In like a combat sport like that, boxing, sometimes they generally try to put people who are in the same weight class. Unfortunately, though, height doesn't necessarily always play a big factor, but what it does help you with generally is a taller person usually has a longer reach, arm reach. So I can tag you with a jab and a straight and while keeping you away from me. But that little person, usually those littler people tend to fight more violently because they got so many more, they got much more disadvantages. So they are more violent. Not all the time. There's some white short people can't fight. All of them ain't gonna be able to fight, but usually the shorter person is more violent because they got a lot more to overcome to whoop your ass.
I think short people and tall people is all the same. It's just who is on the matter, who got that scrap in them, who got them dogs, who could bring that pain. You know what I'm saying? Because guess what? I done beat men before. I done whooped on a man before.
I believe you can. I believe you know what I'm saying?
And I guess what? I done been beat up by a real skinny girl. I done been beat up by a real skinny girl.
Now I might have just implicated Tory some because he being on the shorter side, smaller than Tory and Kelsey. I mean Kelsey and Meg. I don't know what man would be intimidated by a bigger woman, because generally you're supposed to have some type of strength advantage to disposal. Who knows? But again, shorter dudes tend to be a little bit more, scrappy. I think that's a good word, like scrappy dude.
They can get in and get out. Maneuver.
Yeah, like Tyson was, up in and up out.
And they also as known to throw the first punch.
Well, we know that
I'm not
Uh-huh.
one of those type. I would invite you to swing on me, but I'm not gonna swing first. Because I always like when the police come, I was defending myself. That's all I like to say.
You better not
I'll
come
let you swing
walking up
first.
to
I
me
would
like
ask
you
you to hit
want
me
it.
first.
You better be serious. You better be serious. You better not come walking toward me like you want it. I'm gonna give you something. No, that's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna allow you to. Maybe an older person, I might pause and take that from them. Hey, you know what? If this old lady hit me, type something, then I might want to go back and then allow her to. Maybe as if she's gonna swing me, then I'm gonna take her. You know what I'm saying? But no, I'm not finna let you get the best of me. No, I'm not. That's not gonna happen. You're not just coming over here.
They is funny in these comments. They're saying short and violent, case closed, and then the next person said, "Or shoot the first 5 bullets."
Yeah,
that's
what.
That's funny.
But guess what? She was walking away from him.
Exactly. So there was no threat. So there was no
You know
need
what I'm
of
saying?
anybody to be showing nothing.
That's why I could believe that dance bitch comment too. You know what I'm saying? Hey, she's got her back on him, and she done already sold him and dismissed him. And now I'm willing to go ahead on if he was putting him out the car or whatever. She had her back to him. And guess what? When he said dance bitch, that made that girl turn around. They made that girl turn around and see that he was the one that was shooting at her, point blank, period. That's why the back of her heels is where the damage is. If she was facing him, it'd have been even if he was shooting at the ground. And I'm gonna say this too. I do not believe that he went to kill her. I don't believe that if because all he had to do was bring the gun up. That's all he had to do was bring it up. And just like he was shooting at that ground, hey, I'll bet you done played with me. Bye. You just need to put her in her place, so to speak. But he did it. Period.
The problem with the situation, even if he was aiming away from her, because there was one scenario I remember I was at a club in Baton Rouge. We were standing, I don't remember the name of the club per se, but me and a homeboy, we were standing like a good maybe 100 feet away from the club door. Somebody let some shots off. A bullet ricocheted off of something and caught him in his finger. We had to hurry up and get him to the hospital because it caught the tip of the bullet. It was stuck in there, as it flattened, it hit the ground and it flattened. It was like a frisbee when it got caught in the side of his finger and cut deep into his finger. I'm sorry if that made anybody squeamish, but yeah, he could have even with that, like you said, shooting at the ground, but not in her direction. You know what I mean? Just as call it warning shots, whatever the case may be. If that man did that bullet ricocheting and come back and then catching the side of her foot, if that was what caused the cut in her foot, you know what I mean? It's still reckless firing of a firearm. You know what I mean? Reckless discharge of a firearm. Again, like you're saying, with no intention of even shooting at her or whatever, that bullet ricocheted.
He definitely had intention.
He was shooting at her.
Yeah, he definitely had intention.
He was shooting at her.
That injury.
But see, what he thought he was doing was he thought he had safe ground. He thought he was hitting toward her at her feet. And what he didn't expect was for that bullet to hit and ricochet and break up. That gun hit, either that bullet gonna pierce or that bullet gonna hit and bounce off. That bullet bullet hit that ground, that concrete surface, and broke into pieces, and that's what hit her.
Yeah.
So basically, what Conscious was saying about the dumb niggas in his neighborhood, how they would just shoot on the ground just to make niggas dance or have a reaction. That's basically what he did.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened with that. That's one scenario we're going through.
And that was
we got this thing where you cannot shoot, you can't discharge into the air because there's a theory that the bullet that went up has to come down. People have been shot in their head by a bullet that was shot into the air. Somebody calling themselves, break it up, break the crowd up, boom, 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 and boom. Look at this lady. This lady done fell out because she done got hit by a stray bullet.
He was standing on the running boards, and that's why they brought up the running boards earlier today. Goddess, I think the lady Goddess mentioned the running boards. They brought up the running boards in court today. That's why they specifically brought it up, because he was standing on the running boards. He was not shooting out the window.
So that contradicts everybody's statement then.
No. Kelsey said he was shooting over the door. She never said
that she was. She said that she was shooting outside the window. Am I wrong, Conscious?
No, you're wrong. It was over the door.
It was one account of the story that happened like that. That's why I said the story changed so many times.
No, it did not change. In her September interview, she specifically said that he was shooting over the door.
Yeah.
And that's why they brought up in court today running boards. I'm telling you guys, I own a truck. He was standing on the running board and he was shooting over the door. And that trajectory points down, right? When
that would be true. Yes, that would be true. And that's
down. Yeah.
Now I'm going to interject something else, though.
I'm sorry.
I was going to interject this, though. Why was Meg outside of the car?
Because they were arguing.
He told her to get the fuck out.
Yes.
Right.
He told her to get the fuck out.
She told both of them to get the fuck out. That's why both of them left.
You're gonna tell them get out and then shoot at them again. That doesn't. I can tell you get out and
stay in the car?
Right. I would leave your stupid ass right there.
See what you may not be realizing is that what Tory did was whatever went on at Kylie's house was the start of the confusion. Meg and Kelsey left for whatever reason, the golden slipper or whatever. They returned. When they returned, Kylie said everybody out. Okay, now he pissed as all out hell because whatever his intentions were at that house, whatever started the reason why Meg and Kelsey had to go in the first place, this is what Tory was initially pissed about. And then when he gets into the vehicle with them, his vehicle, his driver, he says, hey, all that. And then that's when he throws that monkey wrench to get them two off of him. He said, let me separate them. And then he threw in that shit. Because guess what? Everybody's sitting there saying that it was them sleeping out. I don't even much believe that. That's just me. You don't have to agree with that. But I don't even believe that. I believe he threw that in there just to give that leverage between them two females that was already accosting him. Whatever issue that they had with him from Kylie's house is what they was on his ass about. He say, oh, you shouldn't even much be with her on her side because guess what? She done slept, boom, she done did this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? Because let me tell you something else that made me think they didn't sleep together. Tory and Meg didn't sleep together. Would you sleep with your best friend man and then bring an occurrence where y'all all in the same room?
I mean, she admitted that they slept together.
Huh?
She admitted that both of them slept
see, some people, I'm getting confused. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if that's true or not.
I mean,
but 1 minute that people are saying she's sticking with the intimacy thing, and then somebody said that she did say that they had done slept together before.
She did on the stand. She did on the stand. It's just that Gayle King interview that they're trying to nail her to. But I was gonna say to the young man, it's just if somebody tells me to get the fuck up out of the car and we arguing, you think that I'm gonna get out of the car silent? No, I'm still gonna cuss your ass out and say all types of mean shit to you. So that could be
trap.
After she did that and be like, man, fuck you bald headed ass nigga, fuck you in this damn car that your security guard owns. You on shit, nigga. And then all of a sudden, pow, pow, pow. Not saying that happened, but I'm just saying, if somebody tells me to get the fuck out of the car and I'm already arguing with you, I'm not going to get out that bitch silent.
I think it definitely happened that way. Tory was already mad because he had to leave Kylie Jenner's house. He was already flirting with her. This is the peak of his life. Megan's the bigger star. Tory's not really intermingling with these circles like that, right? So he's at Kylie Jenner's house. And now Megan's mad. Kylie kicks them both out. So he's already pissed off because he done lost his chance. He thought he was coming up, right? So he's already mad. So Megan is from Houston. We're from down south, right? We have a reckless mouth. We can get really, really reckless. I'm from Louisiana, and the lady from New Orleans, she can also agree with me.
Yep, I'm gonna let you have it. I'm a verbally assault
you ain't nothing. Okay. You ain't gonna ever be nothing. I'm the bigger star. You only got hot because you was on Jack Harlow's song. You ain't shit, bitch, nigga. She really went there because Megan's mouth in her music. I mean, you can hear it, right?
And then on top of that, nigga, you trying to be hella deceitful, trying to bring up the fact that me and you fucked and shit like that, trying to hide the fact that.
And all you did was eat my pussy.
Right? Okay, really, really. Really? Yeah. So I definitely think Tory was upset. I think he was highly upset because one, he had to leave Kylie Jenner's house, and Megan, like, she blasted on him. I think she really did, and she meant every word.
Can I make a point real quick?
Go
It's
ahead.
no way that y'all best friends. I work with you. We probably slept in the same bed. I've been your best friend for 10 years, and I don't know or have a hint that you had sex with him if you did. So that's where the surprise wasn't there, and she was riding with her to begin with. It wasn't a shocker to her that they fucked because I seen the pictures. If I'm your best friend, I'm gonna know.
Right.
Well, I think that there was no anger there because Kelsey had a dude in Houston. That's why I was wondering with all this. I'm like, y'all really think that she's mad about? I can see her being like, bitch, seriously, where's the loyalty at? But as far as trying to fight that woman when she already had a nigga in Houston, I don't know. And a lot of people in Houston knew this already. Like, I knew that, and because I was just like, wait, she was messing with Tory. I was like, but I thought she had a nigga in Houston.
That's what I'm saying. I don't believe the whole jealousy thing because the defense literally opened up with jealousy. That's why they're using Kelsey and they're using CJ. All the while, Kelsey already said, I called the dude I was talking to and kept him on an open line so he could be a witness. So this whole little thing that they're trying to prove with this whole cat fight thing, Kelsey already had a dude that she called when she was scared because Tori shot the last two shots while she was running towards Megan. If she was like, come on now. She had a dude. She said she called her dude. Like, come on, like,
Yeah,
what is this?
I agree. It wasn't over jealousy. He was solely pissed off because one, he had to leave Kylie Jenner's house. Like, that was his thing. That was his come up. Like, they were all over social media. He's being a pick me, like being all in Megan's videos and in between her and Kylie. That was the thing. He was pissed off about that. And that's why he exposed that to Megan in front of Kelsey.
And then also, like, say, okay, like, I'm just gonna go with Kelsey or whatever she said. Say if like they were arguing whatever in the car, and he'd be like, "Bitch, I don't see why you over here trying to defend this bitch when we over here doing X, Y, and Z." And then she look at Meg and be like, "Bitch, da da da," and then he said something to Meg, and she'd be like, "Hold up, you ain't finna talk to my friend like that." Like, I can see a man getting mad even more because what his plan was to make them argue didn't fucking work. And then he'd be like, "Bitch, both y'all hoes get the fuck out of my car. How about that?" And then
Exactly.
it happened like that.
All he do is pull a distraction and run away, like he did with August. He punched, then run away, like he did with Love, the guy from Love and Hip Hop. He punched and then ran away, like he did with this recent lawsuit. He hit and ran away. All he do is just get his little leprechaun butt up there and punch somebody and run away because he can't defend himself. He just hit somebody and run away. That has been his pattern. He hit people and run away.
Oh.
Girl.
I don't get it. And also, oh, I'm sorry. It was quiet, so I was like,
No,
oh,
go
it's
ahead.
quiet. Let me talk. Okay. And then also in the live that Conscious played earlier, he played himself and showed what his true motives are because he said, I remember during the live he was playing, Tori said, the pictures, you're not in the surgical room. Show us the pictures from the surgical room. You're not showing you're in the surgical room. And then right after that, he says, oh yeah, but it's actually you actually can't have your phone in the surgical room and you can't take pictures in it. I'm not sure if he can like replay that or not, or if he wants to or whatever, but he literally says where are the pictures of you in the surgical room, huh? If you got shot, how come you didn't show the pictures of you in the surgical room? Well, I know that you can't take pictures in the surgical room. It's like you just told on yourself, like you're literally trying to ask for proof that you know cannot be given, which is what most of these people who are defending Tory do. They ask for proof that they know cannot be given to justify their hate.
Well, you know
One
why he
thing,
said that? It's because like people like Mob Radio, which I find is funny, the person that is at the courthouse now that's been saying stuff, and everybody else's little fans, they were saying that. Like a lot of the things that he said in that live was already things that people were already saying. Like in his comment section, online, he just repeated them. That's why I was just like, okay, he did it because
yeah, he
boy,
never
you don't
said
need to use other people's shit.
he's never not one said, I did not shoot Megan. I did not have a gun. I did not handle a gun. I wasn't in the truck with him. He's never denied anything pertaining to shooting Megan at all.
Yeah, and also he said,
Never.
and also there was this whole thing of him saying like, "Where's the exit wounds?" When literally Megan said that there's still pieces of the bullet of the shrapnel in her foot. So obviously there were no exit wounds. Like it's just like his tactic and his defense team is creating reasonable doubt, even though like they know like there's a reasonable explanation to every question that they bring. They bring questions that they know either can't be proven because of laws, or they bring questions that they know that there's an answer to. Like, well, where's the exit wounds? Like literally, she said that there's still pieces of shrapnel in her foot, so obviously there's no exit wounds. Where's the picture of her in the surgical room? And then right after he says, "Well, I know that you can't take pictures in the surgical room." Like it's just them trying to cause confusion, and unfortunately, it's working, but only for people who want to make Megan guilty in the first place.
Reckless, what do you think?
Hold on, I'm over here calling Conscious. I don't think he's even by the phone. Oh, well, so yeah, I really wasn't even listening because I was too busy trying to call Conscious real quick. But to be completely honest, in my personal opinion, I really think that Tory did it. Now, I do, even though I may think he did it, I think he's gonna walk. It's a high chance of him walking because people may be too confused, or it's always gonna be that one or two people that just don't, see it. But he just might walk.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's gonna walk. I honestly don't think he's gonna walk, and one of my reasons for thinking so is because you know how Kelsey had the limited immunity, and then before they had already gone over the body cam image body cam footage before, right? And then today they brought it back, and that's because on the stand Kelsey said, "Oh, I never saw her limping." And so during court today, they brought that body cam image back where it shows that Kelsey saw Meg limping and said, "Are you okay?" And then that's when the defense got up and said, "Objection. No, don't show that. Don't show that." Because the whole thing was to have Kelsey have immunity so they can point the finger at Kelsey and then that she never gets in trouble. That's the whole reason she got up there to try to get back at Megan. But because she slipped, that one little slip can cause her to go down for perjury. And so that's why the prosecutors asked for that body cam image to be played again, because Kelsey said, "I didn't see her limp. I didn't see any blood." And so during the body cam footage where they were showing, the defense was all like, "Objection, objection," when they were getting to the part where Kelsey they have body cam image of Kelsey looking at Megan limping and bleeding and her saying, "Hey, are you okay? Are you okay?" And then the defense was like, objection, objection. So I'm thinking that they're using that so they can get Kelsey on perjury to get her to tell the truth and stop playing these games that her and CJ are playing. Or I'm sorry, EJ, not CJ. Or that her and EJ are playing.
Well, to be completely honest, I'm just kind of ready for this to kind of be over. No shade. Like, if this is what it feels like when like intense cases like this come up, this commentary shit is a bit much for me, girl. Because you're literally getting up here talking to people every single day about this case. It's draining, no shade. Especially when people aren't really holding context. And then not only that, not have like a one-dimensional thinking, and it's just so draining. No,
I don't even
it is more. It's more beneficial for the conversation when you bring people with opposing views, like those that are in support of Tory. I mean, you kind of have to. I don't even say you have to, but hearing people out who are on the opposite side and bringing up your point of view, or even like how we were trying to give all the different potential scenarios, it's all viable because at the end of the day, we're not sure what happened 100%. If that man gets off, it's gonna people who gonna think he still did it.
For that's not the issue. The issue is we'll literally dispel that, and then they act like they didn't hear it, and they come back and say the exact same thing, which is why the DNA, that conversation keeps coming up. The reason why people keep talking about women getting aggressive and him having to defend himself when she was walking away. Like it's stuff like that. People keep bringing it, or even when people keep talking about, she shot herself. I'm like, this is so annoying. People not holding context.
I don't think there was a chance for that, but I don't think that was what happened per se.
No, not
and if
you.
that was like you shooting the bullet.
But here's the thing, Woody, not you. It's other people keep saying it. That's I'm like, girl, y'all are not holding context.
No, I'm not speaking for them either. I wouldn't be speaking for them in that case. It's just because I was hearing so many people saying that she shot the thing and the bullet ricocheted, and that's why that shot yourself plexico burst type situation came up. Like you shoot the bullet at the ground of somebody's foot or whatever, or away from somebody, but the shit ricochets back and hits yourself. Okay, that's one scenario. So people was delving into the very beginning. Then we got the scenario where Kelsey discharged the gun and wasn't trying to hit Meg, and the potential again. Every scenario though is the bullet ricocheted and potentially hit Meg. And then also we had from the jump when Meg said she stepped on glass. You know what I mean? It's like it's a whole kerfuffle. I love that word.
But that's the thing though. Everybody keeps on saying that Megan came out and said that she stepped on glass. But people are forgetting that she only told that to the responding officers. She never came out on live, any tweets, any interviews, and said that she stepped on glass. She said that she stepped on glass to the responding officers because she was fearful that they might have, taken a different measure and getting everybody help on the scene. She only said that she stepped on glass once to the responding officers. It's not like she came on live and was like, "Oh, I stepped on glass." No, because once she got to the hospital and they did the X-ray before the surgery, they said, "Hey, girl, this is not glass. This is bullets. This is shrapnel from bullets." She never came out in public and said, "Oh, I stepped on glass," and people are trying to make it seem that way.
And that's what I mean, holding context, and that's why, especially when we've been going, like every single day of this trial, we'll come up here, we'll talk about the trial and adding more stuff to it, and the people come in every single day, they'll bring up something that we talked about yesterday, and then we'll dispel it again. Then the next following day, we'll talk about something that we dispelled the exact same day. Then we'll come again. They stop like whole context.
But right. Like I didn't get the answer from y'all when I asked it though. I said Remy Ma got 8 years for shooting somebody intentionally, which was like on the borderline attempted murder, right? New York has the mandatory minimum of New York now. Not don't know what Cali got, but hearing that they got that extreme a year for every bullet is ridiculous. So if Remy Ma got 8 years for trying to shooting somebody, which would borderline attempted murder, if this was him catching time, how much time do you think is reasonable?
I
For
answered
this?
that question. 10 years.
No,
What?
I
will say.
Well, hold on. What did somebody just say? 10 years?
that
Yes, I
wasn't me,
did.
but I could definitely answer your
Remy Ma
question
shot
as far as.
somebody.
Wait, but here's the thing,
Not-
like that. Okay, so
Say-
girl, y'all not holding context.
Can I
I
answer
think
that
it's his
question?
history as well. This is not his first rodeo. This is not
Right.
oh, this is your first time in front of our face. No, you're a repeat offender. Of course, they're going to be more harsh, especially when you're not even from the States.
Right. And he didn't
Like,
supposed to have a
yeah,
gun.
you better be on your best behavior, but you haven't. Like, keep in mind, this happened 2 years ago, and within the span of 2 years, he's still been in the court system. With Prince, he's still been in the court system with August Alsina. So,
And I can answer.
yeah, the punishment's probably going to be really harsh, but not your first time. And that's the reason why they say in the court system, your history is very important. Because
Yeah, but
if
you gotta also be
if you've gotten off for a while, and you know this is actually crazy because this actually goes into what I said in my video before I got over here about Bishop Whitehead or whatever. I literally said that how literally court systems, FBI, the federal system, whatever, or even at jobs, whatever, they'll let you get away with it for a little bit, but then once they get you, they're gonna hit you hard.
They built the case.
And can I please answer the question? I'm sorry for interrupting you, Reckless. I know that, like, I'm sorry. But as far as the difference between Remy Ma and Tory Lanez is that Tory Lanez has 3 different charges. He has the charge of owning an unregistered firearm, which he's not supposed to do. He has the charge of, reckless shooting, and he has the charge of assault with a firearm. That's 3 different charges. Remy Ma came out, the gun that she shot that woman with was registered to her. She had a lawful right to do that. And also, she was also wrong, and I believe that she probably should have got more because that woman now gotta pee. That woman has to, that woman was seriously harmed over a small amount of money. So I believe that she should have got more on that. But I'm just saying the difference in between the years is because Tory Lanez has way more charges against him. And then on
You gotta
top
have a
of that,
conviction on the record though for it to be even viable. If you just got charged with something but never did time for any of that,
okay,
it's it
that's
doesn't
what I'm
equate.
But
that's
wasn't he
what
on
I'm
probation for a
can
gun?
I finish y'all? That's what I'm saying. You're saying that that Remy Ma got 7 years, and you're saying why is Tory facing these years? Tory is facing these years because he has more charges, and on top of that, he has impending charges because remember the judge put him on house arrest after August Alsina. Okay, the only reason he got off house arrest was to prepare for this trial. He was already on house arrest for his violence towards August Alsina. 1. Number 2, he violated the restraining order against Megan 3 times and upped his bail 3 times. So it's not like he did something and was chilling out. No, while he was waiting for trial that he kept pushing back, he continuously violated the restraining order against Meg, and he did violence against August Alsina, which he was punished for. He was put on house arrest for the August Alsina trial that's upcoming. So guess what? Even if he walks out of this, which I don't think he will, even if he walks out of this, right after this, he got the August Alsina trial that he was temporarily released from house arrest for. He was put on house arrest for August Alsina, and they temporarily let him off of house arrest for August Alsina until this Megan Thee Stallion trial was over. And guess what? After this Megan Thee Stallion trial is over, he's going to go back on house arrest for August Alsina until that trial starts.
I want to also, because I don't know his personal criminal history. Is there any felonies? Is there any felonies on his jacket though? Is that
Yes.
August Alsina incident a misdemeanor or a felony?
I'm not sure if the August Alsina incident is a misdemeanor or a felony, but I do know that he was put on house arrest for it, and he's
That's why it is
temporarily.
relevant if it is relevant if it's a misdemeanor or felony, because misdemeanor
But he
charges
does.
won't be used in a felony proceeding.
Okay, so
It will
are
show
you
like it will
looking for
show as
justice,
your
or are you
character,
looking
but
for
it's not.
August? Are you looking for Tory to be let off? Which one is it?
He's looking for Tory to be let off because you answered the question. How much time do you think he should get?
If the man is guilty for that, it should be no more than 3 years.
No more than 3 years?
That's why I kept asking y'all that question, because we got a precedent with Remy Ma getting 7 for shooting somebody in the stomach. We got Lil Wayne getting
That's what
3
I
years
just
for possession of a
explained to
gun.
you. Remy
We got
Ma and
T.I. getting
Tory
a year
Lanez
for
are
we got
different because
BG
Tory
doing
Lanez has a
14.
bunch of other charges.
We
That
got
was Remy
BG doing
Ma's
14
only
for
charge.
possession of several firearms without shooting, not busting one bullet at nobody. So to say 22
That's
years
because
for
that wasn't
raising
his
of a gun is
first
more
charge.
Remy actually shooting somebody.
What they're saying is that he has additional charges. That's why it's 22 years.
All of that is like just like even in the court of law, like where they said we can give you up to this. They never necessarily go to the max. But let's just say, for instance, she has a laceration on her foot from the grazing of a bullet. We say, okay, reckless discharge of a firearm. All those potential,
That wasn't a grazing. She
hypotheticals
had
where you were recklessly,
surgery.
you were
A
endangering the
grazing is
community.
not entering.
Still, 22 years. Let's put into account. You want to say the mental anguish, this, that, and the third, and the laceration to the foot. Is that worth 22 years? Laceration
Not
to Megan's
even
foot
just
is worth
that.
22
He
years.
slaughtered her name. The list go on.
That is irrelevant and inconsequential. Let's
He's
talk about
literally
injury.
on break from house
Because
arrest right
otherwise,
now.
than that is for right there. You're talking about what's the when they take you to charge for defamation of character. Do you think defamation of character is worth 22 years in jail?
Oh my gosh!
What
It's
does
a
that have to
combination
do
of
with this case?
No, can I
Wody.
say something? Is it 3 years and he go to Canada, or it's just 3 years?
He's gonna get deported if he catch 3. But again, I still don't even think more than 3. Anything outside of 3 years, if he got guilty, is excessive. That's why I'm hearing people when Shorty said 5 to 10, 5. I see you reaching, but 5 is a reach because Lil Wayne did 4. Lil Wayne did what? How much time to win? I can't remember again. Boosie did 4. Boosie did 4 years.
Did Boosie have a bunch of charges and was on? Did Boosie have a bunch of charges and did
4?
And
I guess you missed
also
everything I said, Wody.
Yeah, was Boosie on multiple charges and was Boosie warned that if he held a gun, he would be sent back to where he came from?
But Wody, I also said this is that when you are always in the court system, eventually your consequences are going to start to get higher and higher. That's the reason why every time every single time he broke his I can't even think of the name of the shit, like where you're not supposed to be next to nobody, or like you're not supposed to be close to
proximity to felons.
Yes, his bond, his bail got higher and higher and higher. Every single time he ended up in court, it got high, it got worse, and so that's what it is. It's a continuous thing. It's the pattern of it. So it's when you take into account the pattern, and then you also take into account how many times he probably broke the rules they were giving him. How many times that, for one, you're not even a really American citizen, as in you were born here. So which means that if anybody should be quote unquote acting right, and I'm using this term, I'm saying all this stuff loosely, y'all, please. Acting right, then you probably should, because you know if anybody else were to get in trouble, they'll go to jail and then be right out. For you, on the other hand, you might go to jail and then get deported.
Right, exactly. Even to that, that's why I asked again, what was his criminal jacket
he's
like?
Literally on a temporarily leave of house arrest right now. Like,
yeah, but that's why again I was wondering, does anybody know? And I mean, I guess it's something we can look up. If what his jacket looks like, does he have felonies on his jacket? Then that's relevant. If it's only misdemeanors, that does equate in like potential, with the deportation issue, because you're committing a lot of little misdemeanor crimes. But as far as like on a felony count, if there's not other felonies on your jacket, then you were getting jaywalking, speeding, and parking tickets. And I mean, and a refusal to show up in court for a bunch of different misdemeanors is not going to is not going to be relevant in a felony trial proceeding.
Teresa,
Yes, that's what I was told, and that's what you did. That's why I was asking, does he have felonies on his jacket?
Wait.
Yes, he
Teresa, you
does.
said he has
Yes.
3
To
charges
answer
and
that question, yes, he does.
Look, it says he has 3 charges and a past, 5 to 10 years, sir, and he broke his probation. They called it a menace to society. His bond was $350,000. So I guess she answered your question.
What?
So now what you think?
The prior charge? You're talking about this one?
No, I think she was like acknowledging that. He has a past, and not only that, he has 3 charges that he's being charged with currently, I believe. And okay, so what she was saying is that currently in this trial, he has 3 charges that's being put on him. And I heard they was trying to put more, but I heard that got denied. So currently, to my knowledge, he has 3 charges.
One of them being felony possession of a weapon, right?
Yes.
And
now,
he has a felony from before.
Wait, because I really want to break this down.
Reckless.
Like, you're all good because this keeps coming up. He has 3 charges. Not only that, he has a past, which is a pattern of behavior that also follows you. That's why we all have a social security number, because paperwork and all the things that we do follow you. Then she said he had 5 to 10 years. He broke his probation. And then keep in mind as well, like,
can I say another thing he broke?
Mm-hmm.
He got out of the driver's seat. He didn't supposed to be driving for 2 years. He could convict that too.
Wait, hold up. You see, now you're adding a different scenario from what we're hearing, that Tory and Kelsey was in the back seat.
No, he got out of the front seat.
No, okay. So what? Okay, so to clear this up, what ended up happening? Okay, what ended up happening? Tory and Kelsey was in the back seat. Megan was in the front seat. They had their argument. Get your ass out. Whatever. Megan got out. Once she got out, and once Kelsey was getting out, he jumped to the front seat. Once he jumped to the front seat, that's when dance, bitch, dance. Okay. That's what that happened from. And then remember, once all of that happened, because at this point I then kind of learned the case. Once ended up happening, the police were called. They came. He got back in the front seat. Megan and Kelsey were in the back seat once the police actually arrived. That's what happened.
Well, did you guys see that they tried to add 2 new cases, but the judge denied that? Well, they tried to add 2 new charges for bribery.
Yeah.
On Tory for Kelsey and Megan.
Yeah.
Right. And then you, again, for those who have any type of familiarity as to why the DAs do this, because they want something to stick. So at the long run,
I don't agree.
The illegal possession of the firearm can still stick. And that right there can get you a lot of time alone in of itself. If they put reasonable doubt on everything else.
Regardless,
right?
he's
that's why always you will have the
he had the gun in his possession. That's why he was taken to jail. It doesn't matter whether it's his gun or not, or whether it's registered in his name. He was in possession of that gun.
What they call that? What, communal possession? I'm still trying to remember the name. Communal, basically being in the vicinity of a gun. What they would say, you weren't holding it, and it's not on your body, but you were near it, so we're gonna assume it's yours. That community possession. I'm trying to remember. I'll look up the term. But
do you think that Tory did it? Do you think that Tory shot at Megan and that's the reason why? Do you think that? Do you think that Tory's guilty?
I think, in listening to a lot of stories, I think there's a chance he did shoot 2 of those shots.
Okay, so why would you want to get him off for that?
I didn't say he should get off. We're giving scenarios, we're giving speculation, and you just put words in my mouth. I don't know what you got that from that.
Well, because you said that he shouldn't, that reasonable doubt of Remy Ma, who doesn't have the whole jacket that Tory has, got less, and you believe that he should get less. So I'm just trying to figure out.
Right. So I want to give you just like in the equivalency, somebody committing attempted murder and somebody shooting at somebody. They both can be still considered attempted murder, but one person got shot. Should both of those people get the same amount of time?
No, because
I'm not using a name there. That's why I gave those equivalencies. BG, and I keep bringing his name up, did more time than Remy Ma for actually shooting somebody.
This
All he
Tory
got
and
caught with was a lot of large firearms.
this Tory and Megan thing, I think people keep on purposely being obtuse to it. No one believes that Tory was trying to murder Megan. We believe that he was trying to injure her, not murder her. So the whole attempted murder angle, it doesn't make sense.
And plus, I could be wrong about this, but I believe that the lady that worked in criminal justice, or she was an investigator for a long time, 20 years, she was up here earlier. I'm paraphrasing y'all. I think she said the reason why it's not an actual murder charge is because it's not body mass.
Yeah, and then even Kelsey and Megan both said that he was aiming at her feet. So if the victim is even saying that Tory is aiming at her feet, of course he wouldn't get an attempted murder charge, because if the victim herself is saying he was aiming at my feet, anybody who's aiming at your feet is not wanting to murder you, they're wanting to harm you. So this whole, why did he get an attempted murder? It's because he wasn't trying to murder her. He was trying to harm her.
On this panel tonight, I don't think attempted murder was a point of contention. Or it's like reckless. Well, I did mention reckless discharge. Reckless discharge of a firearm is definitely a issue in this for the state, for the DA, because regardless, even if you didn't shoot anybody, they still have the charge that they call reckless discharge of a firearm. Then what I use the equivalency of attempted murder is Remy Ma. Shooting someone in the stomach would be considered attempted murder.
Exactly. And I was
listening. You follow my line of thinking right now, or you wasn't?
Yeah, I do follow you. I do follow you. And I was listening earlier because I work from home. I wasn't able to get on earlier. But I did hear you. And when somebody said, why wasn't he charged with attempted murder then if he let out the whole clip? And you agreed with them. And so now all of a sudden you're like turning it around, which is weird.
I talk about attempted murder for Tory being for attempted murder. It wouldn't equate, because one, in most cases, in most states, if you shoot at somebody below the waist, they'll call that aggravated assault with a weapon, right? Aggravated assault. As soon as you go below it, even though you may shoot a femoral artery in the leg and somebody could bleed out to death, then yeah, if that were to per se happen and they couldn't even bump it up to say attempted murder, but once you're going to go shoot somebody in the leg, you generally get which is still a serious crime, can get 7, 8, 10 years. A lot of time. It sounds less severe, but was that aggravated assault with a deadly weapon? It's still a serious crime.
Exactly. And
that's all that equates to. But then again, even still, you lessen that down because you look at the actual thing. You look at what happened. Is why I try to give other scenarios.
No,
what actually happened is she got grazed with a bullet fragment. So reckless discharge.
She wasn't grazed. She had surgery. That's not a grazing. Is when it does not enter the body. It enters the body. It was not a graze. Why do you keep saying graze? It was not a graze.
Because
she had a whole surgeon remove bullet fragments from her, and she still has bullet fragments in her feet. They weren't even able to get all of them out. That is not a graze. That is not a laceration.
That is exactly a laceration or graze, man. Because if a bullet fragment, if you do not have the bullet punctured the foot, but it hit the concrete like we were talking earlier, and the shrapnel bounced up and caught you, it would still cause injury, but it would be more like like somebody taking a knife and slashing you.
Oh my God, I'm about to lose my damn mind. If we
Can I say something real quick?
Goddamn panel again, trying to talk about whether it was bullets or bullet fragments, I'm going to pull out the rest of my hair because I already cut my hair. All righty, I'm gonna look just like Kelsey has. Okay, it doesn't matter. She was shot by bullets or fragments. Reason being,
you do understand what's the difference. You know how you get a fragment
because
you understand why this is
because it came out of a weapon. Whether you like it
still
or
not to be obtuse. They say we remove the bullet or the bullet hit the ground and the casing.
It still does not matter. She still was hit. Okay, so allow me just to hit. So allow me to aim at your head, right? But I miss, and it still hit you. You don't give a fuck about that. You were still shot with something. It does not matter. And this is the reason why he's just about going to get reasonable doubt, because a lot of people are not staying focused. That is pissing me off. You're not staying focused. It does not matter. That's not important. She was still hurt. Whether it was a bullet fragments, it does not matter. She was still hurt. Because everybody focused on every single thing. That's not relevant. It does not matter. She was still hurt. It still came out of a weapon. It came out. It hit something else. Pieces of a bullet still hit her.
Right.
Like I'm about to rip out the rest of my hair.
Right.
Okay, sir, can I ask you a question?
We are in total agreement with that. What the young lady was going with that was, what, for the life of me, it was talking about it's not a laceration. It's not a graze. That's exactly what it would be. If you do not get the bullet lodged into you where they have to remove the bullet, then you got grazed. Yes, that's not irrelevant. That's what happened. That's why I said compare that to shooting somebody in the stomach and they remove the bullet. That is attempted murder. Going below the waist, getting grazed with a bullet, whatever, that's reckless discharge of a firearm.
I literally said it wasn't attempted murder because he wasn't trying to murder her, because the victim, Megan, literally said he was aiming at her feet. So if the victim literally says he was aiming at her feet, he should not be charged for attempted murder, which is why he is not charged for attempted murder. But she still did get shot, and she still wasn't grazed. It still wasn't a laceration because the fragments entered her foot, which is why she had to have surgery. And they couldn't even get all of it out, because if they would have gotten all of the fragments out, it would have damaged her bones and ligaments. Like all of the Tory supporters are saying, how come it didn't damage bones and ligaments? It's because it went past it. But guess what? The surgeons left those fragments in her foot, because if they would have went and tried to retrieve the rest of the fragments that are still in her foot, it would have damaged her bones and her ligaments. That is not a graze. That is not a laceration.
So go back to what you said again. You said that I agreed with attempted murder, something to that effect. Because that's where also I disagree with you when you made that you made that statement that I'm equating, when I just told you to in this conversation, anything below the waist would not get you an attempted murder charge.
But
so even with me presenting you that information, you said that I'm agreeing with.
But you still keep comparing this case to attempted murder charges. You're comparing this with Remy Ma.
And the reason I brought that up is because of the severity. 7 years for an attempted murder. I asked y'all how much time do you think this man get, and I said I think at the most 3. Somebody said 10. So I said so you would give somebody more time for reckless discharge and aggravated assault.
I literally answered that question for you. Remy Ma does not have a past the same way Tory does. Remy Ma did not have all of these charges the same way Tory does. Remy Ma was not currently on house arrest when the trial started, like Tory was. As soon as this trial is over, Tory's going back on house arrest for August Alsina. Like, and the only reason, and because of his suspended house arrest, he settled the case with somebody else he harmed, because before he was saying, I'm not paying off this guy from Love and Hip Hop. I didn't do anything, which was a lie. I tried to accuse Megan of lying. And then once he got that house arrest thing, he was like, let me go ahead and settle this, because they were going to add that current case on top of the August Alsina case. So Remy Ma didn't have all of those charges. She had that one charge, and to remind you, Remy Ma admitted to it. She said, "Yeah, I shot her." Tory is trying to fucking Eurostep his way out of any kind of accountability, out of any responsibility. Like it does not compare. So stop comparing it.
And the reason I wanted to give that equivalency, because if I use somebody that you don't know, unless I'm showing you case law from different scenarios where somebody got this amount of time, it's even more, I guess, even more relevant if you go directly to that state and look at people getting time for certain charges. My whole thing again being,
I'm not gonna lie.
My whole thing again being,
this is how I know.
22 years for getting grazed on your foot is not equivalent.
No, because this
Sorry,
is
you're
the
bullshitting.
same way people keep bringing up Megan's one domestic violence situation and thinking that just talks about her whole past. But here's the thing that get like irking my soul, because 1 minute, literally the men get on this panel and literally say things of, if he did it, then he should go under the jail. Then when he actually get a sentence that's gonna allow him to be under the jail, all of a sudden, no, I don't think he should get that much time. So which one is it?
But he said that he didn't think he should get much time because he didn't know that he was up for other charges. So now that you know he's up for other charges, how much time do you think he should get?
I still rest on the most that man should get is even for reckless for the possession of the firearm is about 3 because there is no severe injury to anybody involved, but maybe some hurt feelings.
He's up for 4 different charges though. 3 from
but even what is the severity? What like the main thing that we focus on in this case is the injury to Megan, right?
It also depends.
What can be worse than that? What can be worse than that?
How do you say no severe injuries when she said that she still has pain in her foot because there's still shrapnel in her foot? So if there's no severe injuries, they would have been able to pull it out. Okay, but they couldn't pull it out because they would have damaged her bones and ligaments in her foot. So now she has to walk around for the rest of her life with pain in her foot because this dude couldn't accept the fact that she had a bigger career than him. Like, come on,
But
just
also
like
too,
please stop.
Also, too, Renee Michael said in the comments, said, but it's California. Remember, it's the state that's against him, but it's California. They have strict gun laws because of the gang and drive-by culture.
Right. That's why I try to put some, and even from the way the sound of it, that California is way more stringent than New York with their gun laws. Because, like I said again, New York will give you a mandatory minimum of 3 years.
That's also not true because in New York, literally, possession of a gun will get you more time than firing of a gun in California. Literally, what's that football player's name who shot himself and got
we was talking
a
about
bunch of
Plexico when we
years?
brought that up earlier.
Yeah, he shot himself and got a bunch of years. So how can you sit up here and say that New York laws are more lenient on gun laws than
I
California?
didn't say
when
lenient.
that's
I said
not
from
the
what I'm
truth?
hearing, they saying from what somebody who was in the comments who's there, they said that, and I heard that before. I don't know California's law, but I heard before somebody
So
saying
if you
a year
don't
for
know
every
it, then
bullet.
why are you saying that
Hold up, but
California
ma'am,
is
you just
more
cut me off
lenient
before I
than New
completed the
York?
thought, and like you're stepping ahead of what I'm saying. So if you can absorb everything I'm going to say and then rebut me. I heard someone say here, listening in the comments and paying attention, somebody I think is from there, they got a year for every bullet in California. I heard that before, I wasn't sure, but if that's even factual that they actually do that in California, that sounds even more extreme than New York, where it's just 3 years and they're not counting each bullet. You know what I'm saying? Because a gun can hold anywhere from, well, depending on the gun, 7 to 11 bullets, even more, 17 bullets in a gun. Imagine getting 17 years because you got 17 bullets. One gun.
Okay, with that, if you know that New York will charge, like you said, I mean, I'm using your example. If New York charged a man who accidentally shot himself while he was in the club dancing, okay, just because he shot himself, he didn't have any malice against anyone else. He shot himself because he was in the position of that firearm. How do you feel like New York is how do you feel like California is way worse than New York and getting caught with the gun? In California, if you get caught with the gun and shoot yourself, you're not going to have a sentence. You're not going to go to jail because you shot yourself. That's not going to happen. But in New York, it will. And you know that because you just verified that. You know that even if you're caught with that, if you're caught with the gun that you fired on yourself, you go to jail. In California, that's not true. And you admitted that, you know that. And so you're trying to add all of this extra stuff just proves that you're just trying to argue the point that you want Tory to walk or have a
Right.
minimal sentence, not
Right.
that you want justice.
Right.
And now you're laughing,
And you
which
think
is
it's
that's
what
what
funny.
you
people
and that's
always
what you
do when
bring
they
to this
don't have a
conversation.
rebuttal. What's your rebuttal? I don't care about your giggles or how funny you think it is. What is your rebuttal to the
Right.
fact that you know that in New York, if you possess a gun and shoot yourself, you'll get more time than you will in California, even though you just said in California it's worse. I don't care about your laughing. You laughing is trying to deflect. What
And
is
then
your
it was
No,
an
I'm gonna
response
let
to
you
illegal.
that?
talk and listen. No, there's no deflection because you deserve the right to say everything you want to make and make your point, and I'll rebut to it. There is no deflection because I ain't saying that. I'm listening. Continue.
Well, I think Tory should get anywhere between 7 to 10 years.
Oh,
I
she
said
was
10
still talking.
years.
The
And
lady was still, Presley was
you
still
still
talking. I'm
didn't
listening.
offer your response to what I just said. You just
Exactly.
laughed like I said you would do,
You
because
said
you
you
laugh when
said
you don't have a
you said that
response.
New York is more stringent, and I said I don't know about California law, but I heard somebody say in the
You
comments she get a year
literally
for every
said it's
bullet.
worse
I
in
don't know
California,
California's
and
gun
now
law,
you're
but I
walking
know
it
how we
back
do in New York.
because I called you out on it and I wasn't
That's that. What
going
did you call me
to.
out on? Repeating again for the fourth time. I don't know California's gun law, but I know in New York you get a 3 years minimum for possession. If California has a year for every bullet, then that is more extreme for possession. Hold on, let me rephrase that
Again,
again.
And
you're
that's
Because
saying
you're not
5
listening.
years.
You
California
weren't
is
listening to me.
more
You're not
extreme.
listening
How
to
is
me right now as I
California
say it
more
again. Let me
extreme?
say that again.
I
California,
just want
from
to
what
point out
somebody
that you
said
said
in the
California
comments,
is more
a year
extreme.
for every bullet. That is crazy. That's why I said, imagine a gun can hold up to 17 bullets. You can get a year for every one of them bullets. If California does that, 17 years for a year for every bullet in your gun is crazy to me, right?
Okay.
That's just in general, and for an illegal possession of a gun. But in New York, they're not counting every bullet. If that's what California does, again, I said I do not know. But again, please, you go ahead on. You take from that. You take from that what you will. You
Okay,
take from that what you will.
okay, I will go head on. What you just said is
And
saying that in
and
California it's
draw from it what you will.
crazy. Okay, you just said you
Draw
go
from
head on.
that
So
what you will. Draw from
let
that
me
what you
go
will.
head on. You just said go head on. Let me go head on. Let me go head on. You said go ahead on. Let me go head on. You just said that, oh, in California, that's crazy. I find that crazy. You can get a year for every bullet and all this other stuff after you just admitted that you know that in New York that you can literally have a gun and shoot yourself and go to jail just for that. And then if you're trying to have malice against anyone else and shoot the gun at anyone else, then that's more added on. So for you to sit up here and say, oh, California, that's crazy. Oh, that's why Tory's getting all this because of California, that's crazy. When you know that's not the truth, when you know that New York is way more strict on gun laws than California. But yet
I did
but
say
yet
I
you
don't
sit
know
up here.
California's gun law.
Let me go head on. I wasn't finished. Let me go head on. You said that. And then you're like, and then you back it up with saying, well, I don't know. I
No.
don't know. You say I don't know, but yet keep on arguing that California is way more strict. Oh, that's why he's doing this. It's California, it's California. Knowing that in New York, if you have a gun and shoot your fucking self, if you possess a gun, then you get more years than you would in California. You know that. And yet you're acting like
I
you
can't
don't
say
know and
that,
keep
ma'am. I
saying
don't
that
know
you don't
California's
know.
gun law.
And now you're playing obtuse
No,
purposefully.
ma'am, because if I keep saying it over and over and you're ignoring me saying
I'm
from
not
what I see
ignoring
from
you. I'm
California, what people are
continuing
saying,
to
if that's
rebuke
a
what
fact,
you're saying.
that's extreme.
But go
That's
ahead.
one
I'm
thing
not
now.
going to keep going back and forth with you. I literally gave you the benefit of the doubt and I answered all of your questions. You said, how many years should this person get? You
Right.
said,
That's
oh,
about
if
as all I
Remy
can
did
ask.
this, let me go ahead on. When you said if Remy did this, why is she facing less years than Tory? I explained that. You said, oh, a bullet for every year in California. Why is this and this and that? I answered that. And every time I answer your question, you either say, I don't know, or you laugh and say, oh, somebody else answered, to avoid answering my question because you know what you're saying
You
is
asked me a
wrong,
question. What was the
and you
question you
know
asked me,
that
dear?
you're arguing. I haven't asked you a question while
Girl,
I'm
y'all
talking right
still
now,
here?
Well, then you
and
just
you
made a
know
false
what
statement
you're
right there.
saying is
Whatever question.
wrong.
You never asked me a question. What was the question you asked me, dear?
Exactly, which is
You're
why I
not
don't
listening.
understand why you're talking over me. That's weird.
Because when you keep making statements and interjecting stuff that never
So
happened, you're confusing because again, you're telling me I know when
you
I said
literally
before
just
you got
said you
into that, I
interrupted
don't know
because I
California
asked
gun
you a
law,
question,
but
and
if
then you
what
say I
somebody just
didn't
said
ask
is
you a
true.
question. Which one is it? You keep going back and forth, my dear.
Yeah, ma'am, you're being obtuse yourself and trying to make yourself sound right when you said when I said I do not know California gun law, but you accuse me of knowing when I tell you I don't know California gun law, but again with the extra infliction of going slowly so you hear me, someone said in the comments, if that is true, that is extreme. But
So
there's no
you're
more need to
going
be
off
said
of
on that.
comments
You can
that you
have
don't
you got
know.
it. You
So
got it.
you're arguing
You got it.
someone else's point that you don't even know the truth to, that you don't even know the facts to. Got it.
I'm almost
You
scared to
live
ask
in
what the hell
California,
y'all.
ma'am? You live in
Almost,
California,
I'm,
ma'am?
I'm almost scared to ask what the hell y'all even arguing over.
I
The only argument here is that she's saying I know everything, and she's right.
That's
I
not
know
the
everything. You're
only
absolutely
argument.
right. I
That
know
wasn't what
everything
I
because
said. That
you said I
literally
know it.
wasn't what
I
I
know it.
said.
You're right. You absolutely right. I know it.
You
I'm gonna
said
take
that.
that. I'm gonna take that with pride. You right.
Oh,
I
okay,
know
okay, okay.
everything
You
you
know
say. I
what?
know.
Go ahead, because you literally just sat up here. You just said a couple seconds ago, I was arguing a point that somebody said in the comics that I don't know. You said somebody in the comments said something, and I was arguing
I can
their
say it
point,
back verbatim
even
for you.
though I didn't know. You literally just said that a couple of seconds ago, so don't try to refute
I can
it.
say it back to you verbatim how I said it too.
You
I can
literally
say it
just
back to you
said
verbatim too,
that.
because I can't do that, and also could just rewind the video. How I said it. Someone said in the
I can.
comments that California gets a year for every bullet. If that is true, I find that to be
Damn,
extreme. Verbatim what I just
go
said.
hard on this
Earlier.
talking. This lasted 7 hours.
Yeah,
Exactly. That's why I
but
said you're
also
arguing a point of somebody in the comments, and you're saying that you don't even know if that's true. You did no research, but you're arguing
And that's
someone
why I
random
said
in the
I don't
comments.
know.
So it was no
I've
point in
heard that
bringing it
before. I
Okay.
up.
said I don't
okay.
know.
So from my understanding, I read a comment in the comment section because the question. Now, I believe this is Wody question. He asks how much time do you think that he should have gotten? Tory Lanez should get if he's convicted. From what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong. He feels like 22 years are too harsh, or feel like it's not. It doesn't quote unquote make sense. Am I correct or am I wrong?
Absolutely. It don't make
Okay.
sense.
Okay, doesn't make sense. He brought up the reference point of Remy Ma, how
Exactly. Thank you.
when she actually shot somebody, she actually got 8 years, and it was also in the gut or something like that. Am I right or am I wrong?
Right.
Okay. So
So where's
then
the
I
equivalent? That's why I
read
use that.
wait. But then I read a comment in the comment section. It was Renee Michael, I'm not sure Michael, I believe it was, and it says the reason why it's probably more harsh for California when it comes down to their gun laws, because they have strict gun laws because of their gang and drive-by culture. So that's how that transpired. Then after that, I believe it was Presley. Somebody said that they may count each bullet that they have actually contained in their clip or discharge adds up to 1 year. So if you have 7 bullets in the chamber and 7 probably was like discharge or whatever, 14 years. I don't know, but then this whole thing's gonna
comment on
happen.
my screen. And I got the comment on my screen too from this person said, I don't know how true it is. You have to research this. And in California, in 1 to 3 years for a gun, and every bullet is a year. I don't know that, but this person said it. Here you go.
That's but
Flag
that's what
If
I'm
you didn't
saying.
know that, what was the point of you saying it? It's no point of you
because I
saying
don't
it
know
if
that
you
law,
didn't
but
know.
I see somebody said it. I have to take you at face value when you say something.
How you gonna make an
Presley,
argument
Okay,
about
what
something
I'm
reckless,
that you
saying,
don't
conscious.
can
I
I
gotta
know?
say
take you at face
something for like
value. I
5
don't
seconds
just
really
credit it,
quickly?
but I gotta go
What
research
I'm
it.
saying, what I'm saying is that this guy, he knows that in New York the gun laws are more stringent, because again, he brought up a case where Plexi shot himself.
Got 2 years.
Yeah, he shot himself. So the New York laws, you know that even if you're not aiming at anybody, if you're not shooting at anybody, just you having a gun and it firing will get you in jail, even if you're not trying to shoot at somebody. So the fact that you know that in New York he got 2 years for shooting himself, and you're trying to argue that Tory Lanez should only get 3 years for shooting at a woman, and you're also adding that California laws that you don't even know, which you admitted to, should be a reason why he should get less, is crazy. If
I never
Plexico got
said that.
2 years,
That right there is what I call an addition to the conversation that never was stated.
okay, fine.
I said he should get less because of California law.
If
That's
Plexico
what I
got
said.
2 years for shooting himself, why do you think that Tory should only get 3 years for shooting at a woman? Please explain that.
I would equate that to possession, and also the reckless discharge of a firearm, and assault with a deadly weapon. Because even
That's
with
what
that
I'm
charge,
saying.
we can
wasn't
use.
trying to
I'll
hurt anyone.
go use California. What is their
He
baseline
accidentally
for?
hurt himself, and he got 2 years, and you agreed with that. So why do you think that Tory should get 3 years for
I
trying
didn't
to
agree
harm
with
someone
Flexo getting
else?
2 years though. That's what he got, but 2 years for shooting yourself, I think that was extreme for him getting 2 years for shooting himself. He got the same amount of time that Michael Vick got for running an illegal dogfighting ring that dogs died. You find the equivalency in that, even though it's a different state.
You found an equivalence, you found an equivalence in an attempted murder and Tory shooting at people's feet. Like, stop it, bro. Stop it. Come on,
And that's
bro.
still even more time. That's still even more time than both of those two scenarios. Some people would feel that people should go to jail for life for killing a dog.
All
You don't
right, you're
understand
just gonna
but that's again,
continue to
that's what
just
everybody's
deflect
own
it.
moral
All
judgment
right.
has on
Can I make a point real quick?
Hold on. Let me ask a question. How long does everybody on the panel feel like Tory should get if he's the shooter? Or hell,
10 years.
how long should whoever is the shooter? How long do y'all
10
think is
years.
serving time? 10 years, okay.
7 to 10 years.
7 to
And
10
that's
years.
why I said that's extreme. That's why I said that's extreme.
I believe that
We got
Megan
people with
should get
worse
the
crimes.
justice
Can I
that
say
she
something
wants.
after I say the 10
I'm
years?
not gonna put years on somebody, but whatever Megan wants for her justice, I believe that should happen.
So if Megan wants them to do 50 years,
hold on. Intersex, I wanted to add something too.
Okay, so he said 3 years when he said he didn't know that he was fighting other cases. Now that he know that he was fighting other cases, he still say 3 years. You're not making 6. Sense. You're just making excuses for this man. Like, what the fuck? You want him to do 3 years without fighting cases, and then 3 years with fighting cases, and he about to go to court for beating somebody's ass? You're just making excuses for this man, and this is the problem with this fucking world. You're trying to cover. You want him to walk. That's your brother? I don't get it. That don't even make sense. Now that you know that he's facing 4 other charges, how many years now? Because you said 3 years because you don't know.
what are the 4 other
fighting
charges?
other
That's important. What is the 4 other charges?
It's a drug
One of them
charge.
gotta be
It's a
possession
driving.
of a weapon, right? Reckless.
Okay.
One of them
tell you
has
the
to be
charges.
possession of
It's
an
a
illegal
drug
weapon.
charge.
Right?
I'm telling you the charges. It's a drug charge. It's a gun charge, and it's driving with no license. And now the gun charge.
Tory was the one when they pulled over. He was the one driving the car. No,
for 2 years.
Your mic might have broke up. He was the one driving the car when they pulled him over.
Yes.
And still, people who drive. I just got driving without a license. I got a $650
Now you're making
fine.
excuses again. You're making excuses again.
It's not an excuse, man. It's 22 years. Which again, you saying he's got other charges. All those charges you name are not felonies, except the possession of a firearm.
Are you?
I got
again,
driving without a license, and I had to pay. I just paid that in October, $650.
Voting.
I did have time over my head, but yes, I got a $650 fine.
Voting.
Just
no,
so
voting.
said,
You're not holding. You're not holding
the question.
No, but wait. Voting. Remember, I kept saying that this is not his first offense. He has a pattern. He has been in and out the courtroom, and in and out the prison system, etc. It's not his first time. That's the reason why now they're probably trying to nail his ass to the cross. That's the reason why they always say your reputation is very important.
And just a reminder,
now, especially once they've actually looked at his record, they're probably trying to really nail his ass to the cross. I'm just saying.
And again, just a reminder, really quick. I keep on trying to remind you guys of this. You guys keep on dismissing it. He was literally on house arrest for the August Alsina thing. He's temporarily off house arrest until this trial ends, so that he can meet with his lawyer.
Charges against Tory?
After, yes, if you look it up,
I didn't know that. Wow.
yes, he's on house. He was on house arrest before this trial started because of the August Alsina thing. And after this trial ends, he'll be put back on house arrest. The judge granted him off of house arrest because of this trial, so that he can meet with his lawyer and get all of this stuff together. As soon as this trial ends, he's going to be put back on house arrest for the August Alsina case. So after this case is over, the August Alsina case is coming right back up. It's like, why are y'all forgetting that? And the fact that he kept on violating his restraining order against Megan, and his bail kept going up and up and up and up because he kept on violating his restraining order with Megan. Like,
okay, so now knowing all that, how much time do you think he should get? Why is still 3?
I don't believe in like.
No, I'm asking him. I'm asking him, not you.
I believe he should get whatever Megan feels is satisfactory.
Oh, that's gonna be the death sentence, man.
And that's why I said, even if Megan said she wanted 50 years on that man head, that's satisfactory.
Yeah, I don't think after all this has happened, I do not think that Megan wanted. I know that she said throw him under the jail, but I don't think that she really wants him to get 25 years.
I think she does. I think she mad. She mad
now.
Even more mad now because he done played in her face. So
and then put her friends against her.
They go on death row.
I can see that.
I got to see what charges he has on the jacket, right? But when I kept referring to assault with a deadly weapon, I just Google searched up what California standard for it is.
Oh my God.
And right there, even with assault with a deadly weapon, which this would be applicable, right? That was assault with a deadly weapon, right? The maximum sentence for that in California is up to 4 years. So I said 3. The max for say that charge is 4 in Cali, right? But then again, now you want to compound that also with the gun possession and then every bullet.
But that's what he's dismissing. Like he's up against multiple charges and he was on probation. Like,
but that right there is just compound because you can also you can let them plead down to a lesser charge.
Don't forget that he's on house arrest.
Nigga, you must be a hood nigga. And only reason why I'm upset, I lost women in my family. I lost friends from a guy that is dangerous, just like this man. Meg is lucky that she's alive. And you on here talking about 3 years?
Because even if we go by, if we were going by just what the law that is on the book, if we going just by the law that's on the book, right? They have the right to say if they running all the charges consecutive, ma'am. If they running every charge consecutive, that's how we get to the point of 22 years. If you running every charge consecutively,
exactly.
That's how you get to that point. But not near one of these individual charges by themselves is worth 22 years. They're running the charges consecutively. That's how we get up to 22 years, right?
Exactly.
But just alone, again, I'd have to see what charges he has, and then like the lady was saying in the chat, 1 to 3 years for the gun, and then every year for the bullet, which can also potentially be running the maximum a lot of time up. But even under California Penal Code 245 says here, it can be charged as a misdemeanor or felony, and the maximum for assault with a deadly weapon is 4 years.
Can I ask you a question?
For that.
Why was it so easy?
Every charge is being
Why was it so easy for you to Google that, but you did not know what charges he was up against? You're full of shit. You didn't know the charges he was up against. You're full of shit. You just Googled that. Now Google the charges that he's up against.
My question for the gentleman is, if you feel like, what I'm not even gonna say if you feel like, you just pulled up the penal code for one of his charges. How
I don't
is
know
it
if that
you
he's
feel?
charged with that. I was using that as an example though.
Well, we can't use that as an example when we have charges. Why can't we use what he's being charged for? Why do we keep talking about all of these hypotheticals and maybe probablys and what could be when we have a case right in front of us that we can go ahead and dissect for the case itself? This
And
is what makes
also,
the stuff
why didn't you
convoluted.
look up what you
This is
didn't
why
know from the
all of the
commentary?
information gets convoluted, because every time somebody brings up a
Right.
fact, somebody throws out a whataboutism. Well, what about this? And what? No,
What
let's
if this?
let's deal with the facts that are at hand for this case. We don't need to be discussing Remy Ma. She has nothing to do with this case. We don't have no idea how many charges she had, whether or not she pled innocent, pled guilty, who volunteered information, who was a witness, it's so many things that compound how you get charged that it does not hold a candle to precedence. Precedence is something that directly relates and correlates to the exact case that we're working with. So bringing up Remy Ma is not precedence.
Oh
That's
my
a whole
God.
other case with a whole other situation. Let's stop talking about all this extra stuff and bring it back to the case at hand.
And hold on, y'all, because
that's not a precedent.
Hold on. Because this is so funny to me. Hold on. Wow.
Get into it.
Hold on. Wow. Because hold on. Let me make sure let me make sure of something real quick. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my God. But see, this is why you gotta read shit for your fucking self. Like, wow. So
thank you.
Girl, let me tell you, I'm never taking nobody's word for shit else. If I don't read it, don't even tell it to me. Just send me.
Oh my goodness!
Let me read and evaluate shit for myself, because if you take people's word, you also taking their interpretation on some shit. So we were up here arguing earlier over EJ possibly seeing a handgun in Meg's bags. That's not what EJ said. So,
oh my goodness, I knew it.
Let's get into.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Let's get into what happened.
Okay, so everybody mute. Everybody mute.
Yeah. And what had happened? So yeah. So courtesy of the Shade Room, Louder Than a Riot post. So coming back from lunch, the continuation of trial was delayed for an hour before hearing from the next witness, Eric Coberson, aka celeb stylist EJ King. Worth noting, prosecutors haven't rested their case yet, but EJ Meg's former stylist was a witness subpoenaed to be in court by the defense. The lawyer started by asking about how EJ, Meg, and Kelsey protect themselves when they don't move with security. Quote, "We protect ourselves. We'd have tasers, mace." Lawyer says, "Any other weapons?" EJ says, "Not that I recall." Lawyer says, "What about a gun?" EJ says, "Not that I recall." Lawyer asks him if he's ever seen anything that resembles a firearm in Kelsey or Meg's possession. Possibly, but it's not my business. Going into the night of the party, EJ corroborated that he, Kelsey, and Meg went to Kylie's house and stayed longer than any other guest. This statement was not asked about the day of Kylie's party. What the lawyer asked EJ was generally, like, period, have you ever seen anything that resembles a firearm in Kelsey or Meg's possession? He says possibly. This question is not connected to the night, because you're going to see right here, he's asked specifically about the day this happened. EJ says he helped Kelsey upstairs to lie down in the same room where the three of them left luggage. He also noted that he packed Megan's bag, not Kelsey's. And when asked again about seeing a gun in those bags, he said, "I don't recall." So EJ does not recall seeing a gun the day of. The question, the statement that was made about him possibly seeing a firearm was asked generally, not about that night, but it's generally, have you ever seen a gun in Meg or Kelsey's possession? He said Possibly, but that's none of my business. But on the day of, he does not recall ever seeing a gun in either one of these ladies' possession. So, boom, we can clear the fact that EJ did not confirm that he possibly saw a gun the day of the party. He never went through the bags and saw something that looked like a gun or possibly was a gun. But he says he might have seen something that looked like a gun at some point in time in his dealings with Kelsey and Meg and their luggages, etc. But he was asked specifically also about that day at Kylie's house. So that clears it, because we just went jumping through the whole thing, because what old boy was trying to do, remember, worth noting, the lawyer started asking about how EJ, Meg, and Kelsey protect themselves. He cleared it up and said tasers and mace. Any other weapons? He says no. Not that I recall. Lawyer says, well, what about a handgun? He says no. Not that I recall. He says, he asks him if he's ever seen anything that resembles a firearm in Kelsey or Megan's possession. He didn't say that day. He just said, have you ever seen them with anything that even resembles a gun? He says possibly, but it's not my business. And once again, he closes with asking him specifically about whether he saw a gun on their persons that day. He says no, not that I recall.
Which so makes sense.
That's what I'm
Can
saying.
I say something?
Go ahead.
When he came up and said and read with EJ, where he said, I knew something was missing because he didn't. That was the only thing he said. I'm like, he didn't ask him any other questions. You just said that and dipped off.
That's why I said earlier that he's trying to just muddy it up. Like, he's not perjuring himself. He's just trying to muddy it up. Because, yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
But he didn't muddy it up. He just simply corroborated that his friends ride around and protect themselves. And at the day of the party, he didn't see nothing. That ain't no muddy. He wasn't. He wasn't at the scene of the crime. So there's.
And if anything, he actually low key slick protected them under oath, because if he has seen a gun and know there was a gun, or that they have carried guns before, instead of him explicitly saying yeah under these circumstances, which would have made shit worse, he just said maybe I've seen them with a gun, maybe, but I don't know. It's not really my business. So he kind of actually placated to them. Yeah, he actually helped.
He did
them.
Yep, the guy that got on the panel, the one said that, and he paused when he asked him for 15 minutes. Did you see? I saw something like a gun. That's who brought that in here.
Yeah, that's what and that's what I'm saying. He's not trying to go against Megan or go. I just believe that he was trying to muddy it up. Simply, I gave my reasons, because obviously his testimony must have caused something to go wrong with the prosecutor's case, because of Megan's current stylist coming out and saying, you know, you a fake AB.
Being a fake AB don't make you a violent AB. And this is what
I
people
know
get
that.
the stuff
I never said that EJ was violent. I never said that.
I'm saying that statement doesn't muddy the situation. It doesn't muddy up the direction of where the evidence leads. He's still saying that as far as that day is concerned, he didn't see no weapon on her to say that
he
it was
clears
hers.
it on the day that he's asked specifically about that day. He says, no, I don't recall seeing a weapon. But when the guy asks him,
that's good then.
More generally, have you ever seen him, Kelsey or Meg, with a gun in their possession? He says, maybe, but, it's not my business. So, but he clears it. And why they asked, why the defense wanted him, is because they wanted him to add more clarity to the vibe and the energy at that pool party, which is why the defense asked him also going into the night of the party, EJ corroborated that he, Kelsey, and Meg all went to Kylie's Kylie's and stayed longer than any other guests. Quote, I remember Corey Campbell, who's going to be called in as a witness, insinuated to wrap up the party before Tory even arrived at Kylie's, which was around 8 or 9 p.m. EJ says he repeatedly urged Megan to leave. Quote, I don't like feeling like the last black people in somebody's house, especially not white people's house. EJ then says, EJ, who says he doesn't drink, was already on alert because he witnessed Megan intoxicated, making a slight comment to Kylie Jenner at one point. After Kelsey told Kylie, you're fun, you're a vibe, Megan followed by saying, I'm really glad because I thought you were a lame.
Oh my God.
I mean, that
sounds like some stallion situation type of shit.
But she's keeping it black girl real. It's just black girl 100, and it's really a compliment. And it's really a compliment to Kylie, like, girl, from afar.
Backhanded compliment.
Like from afar, I thought you was a goofy ass white girl, but you actually
like when I came to your house thinking you was a goofy ass white.
Look, don't invite black people to your space if you don't want to keep it 100. Okay, I mean we gonna keep it 100. We don't mean nothing by it, but we just gonna tell you what's good. Like
tell you what it is.
Especially after Megan especially after Megan came back and was like, "Oh, I didn't steal anything from you," because she was looking for something. So yeah.
Oh Lord.
My God.
Oh my God.
But why would he reported it back to us like that? That's very weird, but okay.
It's biased, but that's okay.
Because they probably
sister.
I mean it also says when cross-examined by DA Alexander Bott, EJ describes Kelsey as a happy drunk. Kelsey is just a little Tasmanian devil, a short wild party starter, but she has a lot of bark, so she can cuss you out. Bott says, ever seen her bite? Culberson says no. Culberson, aka EJ, also says he helped Kelsey upstairs to lie down in the same room where the three of them.
How y'all laying down in people's house?
but what? Who is this person? Louder than a riot?
I don't know. It's a Twitter. But Culberson says he helped Kelsey upstairs to lie down in the same room where the three of them left luggage. He also noted that he pat Megan's bag, not Kelsey's. And when asked again about seeing a gun in those bags, he said, I don't recall. He cleared.
Can you not admit that this shit is weird as hell?
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. I want to read all these slides. He says that when Tory arrived, both Kylie and Meg were happy to see him. Kylie Meg started drinking again with Tory. Then EJ noticed Meg's energy shifted from fun Megan to irritated Megan. Said Meg can be aggressive when faded past a certain point. Okay, now I know why they called his ass in here. That's this is what they were. This is why they wanted. This is what they were. This is what they call him in there to do. This right here is why he was called. The lawyer says, "Quote: I think you said Megan's a different person when she's drunk." EJ says, yes, when she's past the faded point. Lawyer says, was she past the faded point that day? Culberson says, yes. Now, see, that's funny because at the end of the day, what the hell does her being drunk have to do with somebody else shooting her ass?
Thank you.
Right. Especially when none of the people in question, Kelsey or Tory, are like when none of their story is that they feared for their life dealing with Meg or that they were in any threatening situation as a result of Meg. So this line of questioning is really like bullshit.
Because what had happened?
And can I say something real quick, Conscious?
Yeah.
Real quick. And also there's Tory actually like delayed because they were supposed to go in at a certain hour, right? And the journalists that have credentials and have something to lose had already tweeted out that they wanted to be there for the Harvey Weinstein verdict. And Tory kept on delaying. Tory's team kept delaying and delaying. That's why if you look up the journalists that, I'm not sure if you looked them up, but they're like, we're out here waiting. I'm not sure why I'll be out here waiting. It's been over whatever. And then as soon as the Harvey Weinstein verdict came in, they knew that journalists who are respected and are credible were going to go up there because they already tweeted out when the Harvey Weinstein verdict goes in, I'm going to go up to the, I'm not sure, 15th floor to hear that so I can report on that. So Tory's team literally freaking delayed it out until the Harvey Weinstein verdict was played. And then when the Harvey Weinstein verdict was played, all of the journalists went up to the Harvey Weinstein floor. And then that's when they had EJ up in there. So everyone that's reporting are known are known as people who are on like Tory side and are biased on Tory side.
Bloggers.
So it's like they played the timing real kind of weird to me.
I had to take a phone call, y'all. Oh, what had happened now?
You didn't hear me? I said that.
I had to take a phone call.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. I'll repeat it. Is that Tory's team literally pushed back the time for them to go back in because the journalists that are there reporting on everything had already tweeted that they were going to go up to the whatever floor to hear the Harvey Weinstein verdict. And so they literally were tweeting, "Oh, hey, we're out in the hallway. I'm not sure why we're waiting all this time. It was supposed to start at 1:30, but now it's 2:30. I'm not sure what's going on." And then as soon as the Harvey Weinstein verdict was done, then that's when Tory's team was like, "Okay, we ready." When all of the journalists were up to hear Harvey Weinstein's verdict. So that was kind of weird to me.
I also want to add too that EJ's story actually now also corroborates another point that I was making earlier when we was talking about this whole that Megan went back for Tory, or she, this whole like, oh, she went back. So what EJ also said here is that they had already been there all day. Corey Gamble had told EJ that they need to go ahead and wrap it up. At this point, it's already nightfall. They already been there all day. It's time for the party to end. What Megan does is invite Tory. So she asks another player, while it's actually time to kind of get the fuck up out of Dodge and haul ass. So when Tory gets there with his antics, and he just not, and now it makes sense why he was irritated to leave, because he just got there.
Mm-hmm.
He just got there thinking that he about to get into some things, but it's actually quite over, and Meg is like wrapping up because EJ is egging them on, like, okay, girl, it's time to go, girl. These white folk want us the fuck up out of here, girl. Like, it's time to go. So finally they go. Tory not ready to go. He just got there. They leave. She forget her shit. She come back. So what I said seems to have made sense earlier, that when she came back, she did Kylie Jenner a favor, because Kylie Jenner was like, girl, you need to take your homeboy with you, bitch. Like, like, it's over with. Like, I'm done with y'all. I'm damn sure done with him. So, like, take him with you, like, party over, blah, 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 blah. And that's why Megan came back out laughing, talking about, girl, Kylie just told us to get the fuck up out of her shit, girl. And it was a whole key. And Megan couldn't stop laughing because she was already irritated with his drunk ass antics any goddamn way, because it sounded like he was lit as well before he got there, and then he was doing the most, obviously, because he also would have had an agenda, because this is his arch nemesis, piece or whatever. So he's trying to make a point and trying to push up on her, probably coming on a little bit too strong for Kylie as well, which he gonna do, because once again, he also trying to get back at Travis. So I can see how Kylie was already over it. She already had entertained and hosted for the day. Tory Lanez get his extra ass there, pushing up on Kylie, irritating the fuck up out of her. And then boom, like she ready for them to go. He comes last minute, and once again, Megan did her that favor by turning her ass around to get them goddamn shoes, because she sent her ass backpacking with a +1.
They was all high as hell.
A +1.
They was high as hell. They was playing with their nose. And that's why this is we'll never know what really happened. Like the deep, intricate details, we'll never know.
Yeah, and we don't
because
need to
remember
know the
August
intricate
Alsina
details.
said. Remember
We just
August
need to know
Alsina
who
said,
shot
"I
Meg.
saw you smoking a weed blunt with crack in it. I heard the crackle." Remember?
Wait, what?
But you know what's so funny though? Because I'm listening to what Andre said. I'm sorry, y'all guys. She said, and here's the hot tea. Kylie asked Meg to feature Tory and invite him over. She didn't do it on her own. Kylie begged her to. That was some tea when I heard it. So that also proves my point earlier as well, that Kylie was on her bald-headed hoe shit. She only needed Tory to show up to the party so that it could be documented and go out to social media to piss off Travis.
To piss off Travis.
Like she only wanted him as a
Absolutely.
photo op. She wasn't actually interested in his actual presence. She wasn't actually interested in actually spending no time with him. She just needed his ass to show up so that message, as a message out into the world for Travis Scott, who she knew would have been pressed over it. So
well, we all know he was there. Shit.
After she got what she needed, she was done almost immediately.
Ready for everybody to go home. And I want to also add this. I also want to add this add this to the point. The reason why they brought EJ up to the stand is to play off of, again, the public opinion of Black women. They want to paint Meg as an angry Black drunk. They want to paint Meg as a loud drunk who gets angry so that they can say she don't know. Her being loud and even having a different personality when she's intoxicated doesn't change the fact that somebody shot her and it wasn't her. It doesn't change the fact that Tory himself exonerated Kelsey. It doesn't change the fact that Kelsey exonerated Kelsey and Megan exonerated Kelsey, and Megan did not shoot herself in the back of the foot. So that picture that they're painting is to convolute the image of, or to create the image of, see, she's uncontrollable. We don't know what happened. She probably deserved it.
No.
You can it because you might not feel that yourself personally.
No, well, no, I wouldn't say she probably deserved it. That you going too far there. That's
I didn't say you. That's what I'm saying. You probably don't feel that way yourself personally.
No.
But we are seeing it. It's in the chats. It's all over Twitter. It's all over.
But that's
People are definitely saying if she didn't do XYZ, this wouldn't have happened. If she wasn't messing around with her best friend, man, this wouldn't have happened. If she
but
wasn't
that ain't right.
loud and drunk
That ain't
and
right.
being kicked out, this wouldn't have happened. If she hadn't have went back for her slipper, this wouldn't have happened. If she wasn't talking mess to him, it's literally people telling her that she wouldn't have gotten shot if she would have did something different, as if she was the one that was holding the gun.
That ain't right. That ain't right.
It's not right. And I'm glad you said that. I really appreciate you saying that, because Megan is not the one on trial. Not only is Megan not on trial, Megan is not even the one that pressed charges. So it really kills me when people turn around and talk about Megan's team is saying this. Megan's lawyers are doing
she
this.
damn sure ain't got no
Megan's
team.
She don't have no team. This is the state of California that's fucking up this case. This don't have nothing to do with Megan. And Megan still, to this day, 2 years later, after having her name lied on, smeared, destroyed, after people slut shaming her, walked into court and had a man catcall her and yell at her at the same damn time. Told her she looked good and then asked why she lied in the same damn breath, and she still has not pressed charges on him. And there's too many people that's out here talking about Black women don't protect Black men. Black women don't protect Black men. Megan lied and she's gonna get him and she's gonna get him in trouble. What good does it do her to lie when she's not the one that's pressing charges? Please help me to understand that.
No understanding. And then on top of that, like what Amanda did here earlier is exactly what Tory Lanez do. Is kind of on some Regina George stuff. Like, did Regina George hurt your feelings? Well, come over here to death row. Let's get her back. That's what it seems like is what is happening.
It just sucks that justice will never be served.
Who is that voice up here? Who just? Oh, William. Hey, William.
How you doing?
I would say that's William.
Oh yeah,
I know me.
Oh, okay. I wanted to read this from Dennis Byron, who says, what? The prosecutors tried to add another charge against rapper Tory Lanez. Judge said, no can do. This proposed charge was in response to an alleged bribe that was mentioned during testimony.
And it's amazing to me because after doing the research, which is why I dropped off the panel initially, because the trial, this particular session today had ended when the young man came up to give the EJ discussion. So I wanted to go do my own research so that I wasn't up here repeating no third-hand information, because everything we get out of court is already second-hand information. So I dropped off the panel so that I can go read the things myself. And though Dennis Byron is correct, the judge did say what the judge factually, what the judge said is that he doesn't think it would be fair at this point, and what they can do is add the charges later after the trial is over. So I want to make sure I make that clear so that people ain't out here running in the chat like it was an absolute. He did not say he could not be charged. He said it was not fair to do it at this juncture in the case, and the prosecution absolutely has the right to apply more charges or to charge him again after this case is over. So I just want to make that clear.
Thank you for adding that. I think for adding that clarity and good. Andre, the problem with that, boo, is that remember, Meg says Kylie kicked they ass out. She said, bitch, y'all got to go. So how could they go from being hot and heavy and she ready to give up Caucasoid pussy to
Caucasoid pussy
to Black King, but yet she also ejected both their ass out of the goddamn house? That don't make no sense. So it sounds like the whole they was pushing up on each other is speculation, and what people like for some reason, what I've noticed too, and I'm not saying this is what Andre's doing, but it sounds like people really want Meg to be pressed over Tory. I don't know why they want that to be the case. Like they really want Meg to be jealous of Tory showing other people attention. If she was jealous, she would have never brought her homegirl back into her space, who she had already connected to Tory.
And she never would have invited Tory.
Wait,
yeah, she the one who and Meg is the one who invited Kelsey, and then Meg is the one who invited Tory. So clearly, clearly Megan is not pressed over this nigga. Like she wouldn't even.
And Kelsey left with Megan, so Kelsey is not pressed over Tory because Kelsey left with Megan. Kelsey didn't leave with Tory.
That's her job.
But on top of that,
they was drunk. That wasn't her job. They was out there as friends that night, baby. She wasn't out there as no personal assistant that night. She was out there as the best.
You
friend.
always a personal assistant when you go with your best friend like that. Come on.
But you guys, on top of that, on top of that, the lives from that night was Megan, Kylie, and Tory. You would see, because Megan has already said that she's bisexual. Megan was flirting with Kylie. Tory was the one interrupting. So it looks like his defense is trying to put Megan in Tory's spot. They're trying to say, like, oh, Megan was jealous. She kept on interrupting Kylie and Tory and all this stuff. But if you look at the lives, Megan and Kylie were flirting, and Tory was the one that kept interrupting. Like, literally, like they looked
Don't wait my phone, Tory.
Like
Megan Thee Stallion is the same woman that raps in her lyrics that we don't show up together, but I text him when I'm ready to go. She don't do all that public display of affection that people. She not pressed about no nigga. The only nigga we've ever seen her pressed about is Party, because that's the only one that she's taken actual relationship pictures with. All of these years that she's been in the industry dropping these 5 albums, there has not been one male face that we've been able to say that is Megan's boyfriend.
Okay, that's not true. She was with Moneybagg Yo. She was with Moneybagg Yo. That was the other one. Moneybagg Yo. That was the other one. But just
right. Okay,
I agree with you, but I'm just saying there was another person.
2 within 5 albums have been.
She got 5 albums.
She does have 5 albums.
And this is the other thing too. Hold on.
Look that up.
Hold on. Hold on. This is the other thing too that I want to make clear. It's not likely that once again Kelsey and Megan would have brought a gun, because they were attending a private party and allegedly there was 6 security dudes there, because Corey Gamble is head of Kylie's security team. That's why he was also there. So it was him and his security team that was already there. So why the fuck would Meg and Kelsey pull up with an unregistered gun to a private Hollywood Hill party where there's already security detail on deck.
In the
That's way
Kardashian house.
That's more so the way that niggas in these streets roll. Not these professional career-driven women, but Tory, who already got 50 million litigations, who already like about that life, who, I mean, like this, like, it's just like, that just ain't the way Black women in their position move. It's just not. Like, that's giving Tory Lanez. Like, Tory Lanez, of course, like, him and his nigga will pull up with a gun. Like, niggas typically don't trust nobody.
As you shouldn't.
And once again, because Tory got a lot of beefs and he got, you know, a lot of contentious relationships to people, he has every reason to feel like he need to have the means to protect himself because he never know what's happening. And a lot of his beefs are with people in the industry. So he don't know who gonna be at these spots. He don't know which one of these niggas he done punched in the jaw. He don't know
to be punching on folks.
He don't know which one of these niggas he done threatened on Twitter. He don't know, you know, like which one of these celebrities he gonna run into because they're all running in the same circle. So him and his nigga, they're gonna have the means outside of hands and feet to take care of something if that's what needs to happen. It just don't make no sense why Kelsey, who only been in LA for 2 weeks, would have had access to an unregistered gun, and why Megan, who has her own security, would have, you know, just forfeited that. If they were going to need to have a gun, they would have at least brought Justin or a bodyguard, their own personal bodyguard that they could have brought to the table. But so I don't know, it just ain't given.
And on top of that, don't forget that in Megan's diss song, she said that I was trying to put you on, meaning that she got invited to that party after WAP, and it seems like she was like, okay, Tory, come on, let's, you know, you got your quarantine radio, let's go ahead and put you on to these white folks, like you said, Conscious, about her trying to protect her connections and all this stuff. It seemed like she was trying to get Tory on to these other people and trying to give him connection to these other people, and then he just he just messed it up.
Yeah, because he got to acting a damn fool. He was already lit. It was late. It's Kylie. He already know what he coming to do. He understood the assignment, and he came there and did too much super quick, and she was already over it.
What if Megan and Kelsey was like fucking him at the same time, and they like were doing it together, and then they found out they were doing it separately?
Oh God, help us!
I'm just asking. Because it's a lot of weird. It's just weird.
We speculating everything. Might as well speculate that too.
Right.
We
I'm just
might as
trying to
well speculate
understand.
that too. I'll tell you what, if they was messing with him together before they was messing with him separate, the most that's gonna happen in that car is, damn, you could have told me. They are not going to get so mad that they shoot each other. Y'all really think too highly of your dicks. Because
no, I'm not
going to speak too highly of another man's pee. But it's true that Kelsey, what they did admit, alleged true. But if she was able to get to lock down that boy Ben Simmons, that's probably one she should have tried to hold on to if she was able. I don't know if y'all know who Ben Simmons is.
Don't know them,
but allegedly,
who you gonna believe? Ben Simmons, a black man, said that he don't even know Kelsey. So who you gonna believe?
Said I ain't in that shit.
Now nobody up in it. Hold on.
And Kelsey,
some questions. This
Kelsey
black man,
she only named one man.
Wait. One at a time, y'all.
Thank you.
Okay. It's protect black men and it's believe what black men say, and y'all is on Tory's side and whatever. Tory said that Ben Simmons slept. Tory said that Ben Simmons slept with the both of them, and even brought it up on the stand. Ben Simmons say he don't know them. Now, what's your take?
Tory didn't bring nothing up.
She should have tried to keep that one. That's what she should try to lock in.
Hold on, y'all. Let's continue to respect everybody. Let's continue to respect. Let's let everybody talk.
Okay, just to let you know, that's Ben Simmons' thing. He never ever admits to sleeping with people. He's had people be like, I slept with Ben Simmons. That's his thing. Okay. So I'm not sure if he did or did not sleep with them both. And I don't want to make it seem like I'm being on Tory's side when it comes to this case, but Tory could have been telling the truth because Ben Simmons denies sleeping with anyone ever. Like that's literally his thing.
I don't blame him.
Well,
My
Megan,
thing,
well,
and
Kelsey
my
said
thing, personally,
How would
y'all,
he
I
know
was
who Ben
saying,
Simmons is sleeping with? How would he know
my
that?
thing, all I'm saying to the Ben Simmons thing, because allegedly, if what y'all telling me that she's messing with Erica Banks' manager. Well, the nigga Ben Simmons has more status and more paper than the dude that she's allegedly messing with right now, according to their financial standing. If she had a chance to get with Ben, she should have tried to probably lock that in. That's what I'm saying. If she actually was able to fuck with Ben,
Kelsey
or the
said,
baby, try to lock that down. Them niggas got paper.
she only said one name. She didn't say two names. She said she only said one name. Tory's defense attorney said she said two names, and they named the baby and Ben Simmons. Kelsey said she only named one name in the truck that night.
No. How do y'all feel about How do y'all feel about?
Why is it so hard to get these rich niggas to commit? Why is that?
Listen, because they got options.
You talking about the rich ones, get them to commit. The poor ones ain't committing either.
The reason why Meg got shot is because she got options. So we got to be careful with all that because Meg have options too. This is the reason why y'all don't believe her. It's because she got options.
And then on top of that, you said that why the rich men can't commit, the poor ones not committing either.
Who can't commit? Oh, the poor ones?
Yeah, they ain't committing either.
Well, look, a pretty broke nigga got options too.
Yeah,
but they still not committing. But the point still stands, they're still not committing.
Hey, yo, but how many ugly, broke dudes out here got many options?
They still got options.
Unless the word get out that he run around with a baby arm in his pants, then
they usually settle with what they can get and they adapt to what they can actually
exactly.
But you do not wait.
Hold on. I want to add to this. The niggas that I have seen most of them fighting over all look average at best. So apparently niggas just, they don't even got to assimilate to no particular standard to get access to women, while women seem to have to definitely assimilate to a certain level of beauty, etc. But like men out here, like it be the average niggas that be having these women out here cutting them. I be like, so clearly, I don't know, like.
Well, would you assume that potentially they run around with the baby arm in their pants? Then might be.
I ain't got nothing to do with
maybe it's trash.
No, I'm talking about that log in their pants.
Hey,
when it comes to DaBaby and Ben Simmons, I can maybe entertain the fact that they have big logs, but everyone who has come
no.
Did no girl say that? What old girl? What's that girl name? She said the broke niggas get the best D.
I'm literally responding to what you said. When it comes to DaBaby and Ben Simmons, maybe it's because of their of their private parts.
We not gonna be talking about dick.
Okay, but when it comes to Tory, everyone that has come out about Tory has literally said that that it wasn't all that and that he was abusive, and they have outed him. And they have outed him about his sexuality. So it's like that. That may apply to DaBaby and Ben Simmons, but it don't apply to Tory, just based on the witness accounts. That's all I'm saying.
Anyways, that ain't got nothing to do with anything. How do y'all feel about the chance that Meg might be charged with? I did not bring it up about nothing with no baby.
You did bring it out.
Charged with what?
Being charged with lying about the glass thing, a false police report.
You're saying that she should have tried to lock in Ben
Be
Simmons.
quiet. We got over there. Oh Lord, these
But you know,
I think it's fucked up.
You still didn't answer my question,
find out William's tactic. He just come over here just to cause corruption and confusion.
First off, I'm just asking questions, man.
Megan is not
still getting shocked. You know, who knows?
We answered those questions on the panel you was on.
I wasn't even here then. My bad. I apologize.
You probably
I've been going through it. Me and my old lady broke up.
Megan is going to be subjected to any charges in this case.
I hope not, because Because like that would just be, that's cruel in my opinion. That would be just cruel.
Who going to apply them? Because really, all this case is about is this firearm charge, which once again, for whatever reason, his team is not even arguing that the gun ain't his. I don't even know why they brought his ass up there and asking them questions, because I mean that ain't even like a large part of their shit. They're just, I mean, like the whole case just comes down to muddying shit up so that it looks like, hey, there's enough reason to believe that anybody could have did this in this situation.
Yeah, Kelsey threw a fucking monkey wrench in that shit. Kelsey threw a monkey wrench in this shit. Had Kelsey came in and corroborated everything.
Yet they also allowed her diss track us back to evidence. So she clearly stated in her diss track that she did not shoot Megan, and she was mad because Megan didn't say that she didn't shoot her.
Which she did.
And guess what? She was already cleared as the shooter, not only by Meg, but also as Tory.
Exactly.
Also by Tory. So it's like,
so it's not enough to prove that though, which is fucked up.
But that's the thing.
That's what you're assuming, but you don't know what those 12 jurors are deliberating about in the courtroom. So
you right, I don't.
Okay, that may be true, but,
I don't, but I know a reasonable doubt when I see it.
Are super pick-me's who are harming themselves, okay? Because Kelsey is not defending herself against a man who beat her up. She'd rather let him go free because she's so mad that Megan cut her off. And also EJ, he'd rather like play stupid, and now his whole career is in jeopardy. Tory's not gonna get him no clients, okay? Because EJ don't do man weaves like Tory needs. EJ does woman weaves.
Why is he playing
Megan? And now Megan Stylist came out and called him a fake AB, and basically said that in his subs, Kellen has basically said that he's gonna make sure that nobody F with him no more because he lied on the stand. So both Kelsey and EJ both harmed themselves being a pick-me. The same way Megan harmed herself.
His truth considered to be a pick-me?
He didn't tell his truth. That's the thing. The same way.
How you know his truth? Do you want to know the truth from his perspective, or do you want your own narrative? Because it sounds like you want your narrative. It sounds like anyone that says anything that may be plausible to Megan's behavior, possibilities of things that may have happened, it's like they're considered to be a pick-me because they're not speaking the way you want them to speak.
No, I'm not calling them a pick-me because they're not speaking the way I want them to speak. I'm calling them a pick-me because all of a sudden they catch amnesia on the stand in Tory's favor.
This seems to be a common theme for everyone that's going up there testifying. I don't know.
I'm about to say so. Everybody that said that shit.
Every single blogger that has given an update today about EJ's testimony, whether Lawyers for Worker, the post that Conscious just showed. I mean, every single person that was in the courtroom that gave an update said that EJ was by far the best witness. He came in, he spoke. No one prior to today had spoken to him from the defense nor the prosecutors, which is why there was like an hour delay, because when he arrived, both the prosecutors and the defense and the judge had to speak with him briefly just to make sure that his testimony was appropriate. So they had to kind of get a feel of his testimony before they allowed
what the fuck you finna say,
nigga? If he was such a good witness, then why was he catching amnesia?
How? Where did he catch amnesia at?
I don't know.
The only thing he said was he couldn't. Something that you don't know. What did he testify that he said? I don't remember. Outside of whether or not he saw a gun, he said he do not recall. But outside of that, where did he catch amnesia?
Important part. That's the most important
but even
part.
That wasn't being asked on the day of the.
But even the I don't recall. He says he never goes into
anybody's bags. What he does is he takes the clothes and he places them on top of the bag. That is what he testified to.
So if
he
he never
says that
goes in anybody's bags, then how can he say, I may have seen something that looked like a
he
gun?
said that
that
he
was the meaning
he-
that he's not digging, he's not scavenger hunting through the bag to see,
Right.
oh, you got your toothbrush, you got your panties. He's not he's taking whatever it is that he has, and he's placing it inside of the bag with whatever else is already in the bag.
He's not dumb, so he got up there and did what Kelsey was supposed to do. But Kelsey,
but you
didn't
just
do
called
it
him
right.
a pick-me. So now
Well, like what?
now he
We going
testified
back to
correctly.
the Kelsey
Now
situation.
you just called him a pick-me.
Hold on. Like, this is easy. We already been through this. According to the Louder Than Riot guy, EJ says he helped Kelsey upstairs to lie down in the same room where the three of them left luggage. He also noted that he packed Megan's bag, not Kelsey's. So let's say he deals with the luggage. That's also why they probably wanted his ass up there. But because they wanted to know what But he did the right thing when he answered the general question of have you ever seen a gun in Meg or Kelsey's position. He said maybe so. I don't know. Like, I'm not,
ain't none of my business.
Maybe so. He said possibly. I don't really know. It's not really my business. So that's the perfect way to answer some shit that ain't got nothing to do with shit to begin with. Because because the only thing that matters is did they have a gun that day? Did Kelsey or Meg have a gun that day? It doesn't matter if they had a gun yesterday or last week or a year ago or when they went to the Bermuda Triangle or when they went to Bike Week in Myrtle Beach. The only thing that fucking matters is did they have a gun that day? And he cleared that and says, not that I recall. I don't recall.
Well, we also have to be mindful.
We
have to be mindful of real quick.
No, exactly. I'm sorry, real quick. That's what I'm saying. He said he did not pack Megan's bag, but he packed Kelsey's bag, and that's where
it's the opposite. No, he also noted that he packed Megan's bag. He don't work for Kelsey, so he don't have no business and no reason to be protecting her stuff. He works for Meg. He packs her bag.
But even still, that still says what I'm saying. If he packed Kelsey's bag and he's
Megan's
saying,
bag.
He didn't pack Kelsey's bag. He packed
I'm sorry.
Megan.
If he packed Megan's bag and didn't pack Kelsey's bag, he's still helping the defense and pinning it on Kelsey.
No,
he's just telling what happened.
He's not helping the defense by telling the truth. Like, I don't get you. If he's speaking
I don't understand. Like, how's
he's under oath and he has to tell the truth from his perspective. So if he's telling the truth, whether it swings towards the defense or the prosecutors,
don't matter.
Still his truth.
How did he help swing it when they literally asked him? Hold on. When they literally asked him, hold on. When they really asked him, EJ, how do you, Meg and Kelsey, protect yourselves when y'all don't have security? He said we have tasers and mace. The lawyer then says, any weapons? He said, not that I recall. He says, what about a handgun? He says, not that I recall. So how's he helping to pin anything on them when he's saying, no, we don't use guns to secure ourselves. We use tasers and we use mace. And when asked if they've ever used anything outside of that, he says, I don't know. Not that I recall. So how is that helping him to pin shit on Kelsey?
I think that EJ is way smarter than Kelsey, and I think that he did what Kelsey was supposed to do. And so the fact that he said that he packed Kelsey's bag, but he doesn't know what was in there. Can I finish?
If you say,
you must be tired, Presley. We have
baby girl. If you say Kelsey's bag one more time,
what did I miss? Are you saying that he did not pack Kelsey's bag?
He doesn't pack Kelsey's bag. He only packs Meg's bag.
Okay, well then that's still okay. Well, then that still proves it.
It's okay.
Okay,
y'all what is it that is supposed to prove?
Hold on. I want you to follow my voice in slow motion.
All right, y'all. Okay. All right, I will follow your voice in slow motion. I will go ahead and accept the fact that I'll do that.
Okay. So
Oh wow.
He's employed directly by Meg. He deals with Meg's scalp and her luggage.
I
So
misspoke, so I'll take this.
Okay, so that means that he can't even answer for what may be in the possession of Kelsey because he does not deal with her luggage or her belongings and personal belongings. However, when asked, have you ever known them to have a gun, etc., he says no. What do y'all typically use to protect yourselves when y'all don't have security? Mace and tasers. The only thing he got like in the middle about was when it was asked, have you ever seen them with a gun? He says possibly, maybe, but not my business. Like, matter of fact, hold on, let me just read once again.
They actually has he ever
Prosecutors haven't rested their case yet. EJ Meg's former stylist was a witness subpoenaed to be in court by the defense.
That's what I said.
Defense started by asking how EJ, Meg, and Kelsey protect themselves when they don't move with security. We protect ourselves. We have tasers and mace. Defense says any other weapons. EJ says not that I recall. Defense says what about a handgun? EJ says not that I recall. Defense says ask him if he's ever seen anything that resembles a firearm. They ain't even asked him if he ever seen them with a firearm, but anything that even, which is a dumbass. That's a real snake ass way to even pose a question for one.
It's real leading.
Yeah, like that was very, very misleading. Like to even get him to ask, has he ever seen anything that resembles a firearm? Have you ever seen anything that resembles a firearm in Kelsey or Meg's possession? EJ says possibly, but not my business. Going into the night, EJ corroborated that Kelsey, and Meg all went to Kylie's. The rest of that is about her being drunk and making a slighted comment. Well, what he believes is a slighted comment, and then he clears Kelsey. When cross-examined by DDA Alexander Bott, EJ describes Kelsey as a happy drunk. Kelsey is just a Tasmanian devil, a short, wild party starter, but she has a lot of bark, so she can cuss you out. Bott asks him directly, you ever seen her bite? No. Okay? He also says he helped Kelsey upstairs to lie down in the room where the three of their luggage was. He also noted that he packed Megan's bag, not Kelsey's, and when asked again about seeing a gun in those bags that day, he said, I don't recall. So he cleared her. He said, no, Kelsey is not aggressive. Mm-hmm. She's a good, she's the life of the fucking party, and she doesn't have any bark to her bite. He did say that Meg is a drunken stupor, but she wasn't carrying a goddamn loaded green pistol either.
Exactly. And that's what I was trying to say. And if I can finish, I know that like I messed up by like mixing up the names and saying things like that. So I completely deserve you guys like questions and like being like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about.
Right now.
I get that. I completely get that. But what I'm saying is I've heard like a bunch of things, so that's why I jumped out the gate and was like, he's doing this to help Tory because I was like,
do you still feel that way now?
Yeah, I still feel that way.
Okay.
But I believe he's doing it the smart way. I believe that he's doing it the way that Kelsey should have done it because let me get my name straight so that you guys don't have reason to question me and be skeptical of me. But the fact that he said that he packs Megan's bags and and what's going on with Kelsey's bags is none of his business. And in the past, they use tasers and whatever. He's still leaving room for the defense, which is Tory's side, to be able to say that Kelsey did it. But he's doing it the smart way.
He's not leaving room. He's just telling the truth.
Okay, yeah, we can say he's telling the truth, but his
So would you have
truth
prefer him to just all out lie
still
under oath?
his truth. No. I'm not saying that he prefer out lie, but I'm just saying that his truth still leaves
It
room
causes reasonable doubt.
to blame Kelsey as
I
the
get what
shooter because he never really touches Kelsey's bags.
I
That's all
mean,
I'm saying.
but
what
I
is he
mean,
supposed to say?
Is the shooter?
but look, he risks fucking shit up because he ain't been in contact with these people. So what if he's calls himself trying to swing things, which would be
He's
pretty
not
much
stupid.
like lying and aiding and abetting in a narrative rather than just answering honestly. And he said, no, like, I didn't see a gun in either one of their bags, and then come to find out, your ass be packing my motherfucking bags too, just like Megan. Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Then it looks nuts.
He
So
didn't say in either one of those bags. He said like you said, he does Megan's bags, not Kelsey's.
That's his job, though.
Do you know what's interesting?
That's what I'm
What's
saying. It
interesting
still leaves room for the defense to pin it on Kelsey, is what I'm
Do
saying.
you know what's interesting? What's interesting
the
is
defense
Megan
gonna do
and
that
Kelsey both
anyway.
testified, and both
I
of
know,
them
but it gives them more
denied
backup.
that the bags were theirs. I find that extremely interesting. That both Megan and Kelsey testified, and they both denied that the bag was theirs. And the officer that took the stand said that he could not determine whether the bag was a female or male's. But EJ got on the stand because he put the bags he moved the bags from the room to his vehicle, from his vehicle to Tory's vehicle, and he was able to say, yeah, these are Megan's and Kelsey's bags.
Oh yes, that makes perfect sense.
Hold on. And did they ask him where he transferred the bags to? Did he transfer them to the trunk, to the back seat? Did they state
to the trunk? He said to transfer to the trunk.
Okay,
and
so then
they
all of their
asked
shit would have been in
him,
the back. They found the bag next to the gun in the front seat. So
exactly. So
it's leaning more
somebody
toward
moved
this
it.
Tory shit. Because if all of their shit,
no.
Now, because then you would be inferring that because if your purse as a woman is in the trunk, wouldn't you get your purse?
If what?
Yeah. So what they're trying to
If your purse
say
was
is
in the
that
trunk as a
gun
woman,
was
wouldn't
in
you
the
go get your
bag.
purse when you go to the car?
And they're trying to figure out why the bag was moved from the trunk. Being that they only stay 10, 15 minutes away, why was the bag moved from the trunk to, I think, the front passenger side of the vehicle? And they said also in the middle console of like the second row of the vehicle. Why was both of the bags moved, to the front of the vehicle? And they asked him, they said, well, is this where you placed them? He said, no, he put the bags in the back of the trunk. So
when they get them, you can assume that they went to the truck. When they got to the car, they went and got their purse.
Yeah, because
when they got that bag out.
Hold on, because we got to remember there was an entire fight inside the vehicle. Remember, according to Kelsey, Tory was cussing them out and telling Daquan to stop the car so that these hoes can get the fuck up out his shit. So maybe they started grabbing
the burner
from the back. They started grabbing their bags from the back, pulling them up to the front, prepared to open up the door and haul the fuck ass or whatever it was. I mean, but there was a lot of coming and going before they got to that final stop where, things went boom, pain.
I do remember someone earlier said, I don't know if you were still here, but someone did say it's a possibility that, for Megan's slippers, she could have looked in her purse and be like, oh shit, I left my slippers.
Oh yeah, because she didn't realize that she didn't have her slippers. So that's what could have been how bags ended up being brought, into the middle of the vehicle to the front, etc. Because she realized she didn't have her goddamn shit. So she went back. So that's actually probably what.
But how would you explain?
I just want to say I mixed up the names, and I mixed up the names
because I think the gun was found in one of the bags. So how would you explain both women?
So that's what I'm trying to clear up, because
I heard also saying he didn't know who bag it was because no one claimed it.
But it was said that the gun was found under the bag, not in the bag. That it was like tucked underneath to the side of the bag, not necessarily directly in it. So somebody allegedly sat the bag on top of the gun.
Ain't nobody want to claim that bag though.
So I just want to say, but
nobody
somebody
ain't
did
claiming the
claim
gun
the
either,
gun.
though.
No,
Right.
Tory
And
claimed the gun.
Conscious,
He
this what
didn't.
goes back to that last link I put in the
Oh,
back
Lord.
chat, where it may
Okay,
be
then
possible
Andre is
again.
saying that the motherfucking gun was in the console. Because remember
No.
too,
Too.
when
But
Kelsey
whoever,
said,
I don't know how.
hold on. Remember when Kelsey also in the interview said that when Tory and Megan was going at it, and she was jumping in or whatever to help Meg, that he was threatening to shoot her ass too, and he kept acting like he was reaching from the console when he kept threatening to shoot her too. Like, oh, I'm from Canadian. I mean, I'm from Canada. I'll pop your motherfucking ass. And she said that he kept acting like he was reaching for the console
I'm from Canada.
of the vehicle.
Doesn't even make sense though.
Now he was threatening.
Testified under oath and said that
They don't
she
have
lied.
guns there.
She lied in that interview. So you really
Yeah,
can't
but you
take
gotta
that
understand
statement.
that
You only
nobody
can take
believes
that statement
that.
with a grain
So
of salt.
but nobody believed that, so they allowed that interview to be admissible.
But
They
that's
only allowed it
also
to be
the thing.
admissible because she
Kelsey
said that she
didn't.
felt pressure from the prosecutors. So that's why it was being admitted into court
She never said
to
that.
show that she wasn't being pressured when she was giving that testimony. It doesn't mean that she didn't lie to the prosecutors. It just means that the prosecutors
but y'all gotta
But
have.
what she was,
pressure her from their perspective.
no, but what she was saying is that she lied because she was being pressured. She wasn't being pressured. That's the reason why
Yeah,
she.
but
That's basically what
also
She
when
never
she was
said
in
who
court
she was pressured
and she
from.
was given
She just asked
She said
clarifying
and she
questions.
testified
She said
under
she was
oath,
pressured
she
by the
also
by the
admitted
prosecution.
that she lied.
So
She
that's
took
what
the
made
fifth
them say,
on certain
pull the
things that
goddamn
would have
tape
made her
so that you can see how common. Cause
possibly guilty to certain things.
I know y'all hear me talking. Pull the tapes and run the tape so that you can hear how calm and collected the woman was, how smooth she was in her articulation, how relaxed she was, how detailed she was. She had her husband there. She had her 2 twin babies there. She had her titties lifted. She was fine. She had coffee. She had crumpets and tea. Her ass was just goddamn fine, baby. So whatever fucking pressure he claimed we don't put on her, it definitely was not goddamn present at the time. So
And but
that's the
but
thing.
Conscious,
CTV, real
had
quick,
2
that
years to
last link.
prepare. Hold on,
and
Presley.
it's
Conscious,
and
you
it's
have to
also
also take into account
coincidental
she had 2
that
years to
her
prepare.
lies, ironically, but it's also funny that her lies lined up with Megan's side of the fucking story as well.
Exactly, Conscious.
So ironic. So ironic.
But she had
But
2
and also
years to
that's the
prepare
thing.
that statement. It wasn't a
After
statement that was given initially in 2020 nor 2021. This was a statement that was just given 3 months ago in September of 2022. Mind you, she had an attorney, so she's been prepped for the last 2 years on giving this statement if being subpoenaed and forced to testify.
I don't
So
believe that
and
she
that
lied
and
in her
that's the
interview.
thing.
she's been
I
prepped for 2
personally
years.
don't believe that she lied in her interview.
Yes, and after the interview, after she, I guess was supposedly saying that she
Because her
was
interview also
pressured.
corroborates her text messages as well. Like the
Yeah,
funny thing about Kelsey's interview is that not only do it corroborate Megan's side, it also corroborates her own text messages to Justin, her own text messages to Megan, and it corroborates the eyewitness accounts that they saw 2 men on 1 woman, and Kelsey said she was in a goddamn prison melee between Daquan, who was trying to pull her away from Tory Lanez, who had already dragged her out of the car by her hair, beat on her, and they was in a tug of war over her body. Like, it's too much. Like, there's your lie would not corroborate all these angles. Lies don't do that.
Yeah, and after that, the prosecution
Because it's
asked
people
her.
outside of the situation who corroborate aspects of what's in her testimony. Now, she wouldn't have been able to prepare for that shit.
Yeah, and after that, the prosecution asked her, "Were you pressured by us, and were you pressured by the defense?" She said no to both. She said that she was pressured, but she said that the defense didn't pressure her, which is Tory's side, and that the prosecution didn't pressure her, which is the state side.
No,
So
she
her
did. She
saying
said the prosecution
she
did.
no, afterwards, after that, she literally could not point to who was pressuring her, and we've discussed this on this panel before. And just because I mixed up names does not mean that that what I'm saying isn't true. We can literally pull it up. We've literally had panels on this to where she literally said, I wasn't pressured by the prosecution and I wasn't pressured by the defense, but she said she was pressured. She would not name who she was pressured by.
No, she said she was pressured by the prosecutors, but she was not pressured
Oh
Yeah,
by the
clear. Yeah,
defense.
no.
All
That's
it
right,
what
was
like,
she
very
said.
clear that
I
she
saw
said by
that
the
I
clip.
can't.
She
prosecution.
tried to
Can
hit
I
it.
All right,
go
all
back
right. So
again?
it is
Can I
what it
try to
is.
tell you CTV?
Does anybody
Why?
hold on? Does anybody here not believe the interview? Like, who here don't believe her interview?
No. I believe her interview
No, no,
and
no, no, no,
Conscious, you
no, 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 no.
also
No, hold on. Okay, go ahead. You also
I was
believe
gonna
what?
say, and I was gonna say in Conscious, you also corroborated, like on the past interviews, we've literally went through the facts, and we know that she said that she was not process after all that mess, and they brought in her interview. She literally said that I was not pressured by prosecution, and I was not pressured by defense. Like,
No, she said she was pressured by
I can't
prosecutors.
like,
That's when
ma'am.
the
You got to know
judge
your facts,
allowed
though.
her September interview
I do
to
know
be
my
admitted
facts.
into court. That's
No,
why
you
Okay, I'm
don't know
being
your
hung out to
facts.
dry.
She
You just
clearly said that in
talking.
September she felt she made that statement under duress because they pressured her because saying they were going to try to put it on her, and so she felt she had to say this is
That
what
is
she said. That's what she said. That's her words. I mean, I ain't saying it's a truth
oh
or a lie. I don't
Lord.
know. I'm just going by
Okay.
what she
But
said.
here's the thing, though, right? Okay, hold on. So here's the thing: if Kelsey shot Megan, why the fuck won't Tory just say that?
Because he ain't no snitch. Maybe I don't know. I damn sure would at this point.
he is a snitch.
Okay,
She's
hold on,
saying
hold on,
that
hold on. And that's exactly why I don't give a fuck about what happens to Kelsey or happens to Tory.
Exactly.
Because
I'm with you on that,
since
Conscious. I'm with
since
you.
neither one of them give a
You
fuck
want to
to
say
actually
something?
identify a shooter, I don't give a fuck about which one of their ass get locked the fuck up. I don't give a fuck how prosecutors come down on either one of their motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck who get thrown on death row. I don't give a fuck who get thrown under the goddamn prison. I don't give a fuck who get deported back to goddamn Russia. I don't give a fuck about what happens to either one of them goddamn motherfuckers.
I agree with you.
Since both of them don't give a fuck to identify a goddamn shooter, I don't give a fuck. So as far as I'm concerned, it's fair game. Whoever the fuck get penalized.
Flip a
I
coin.
So
respect
are
that.
we
But
all gonna
CTV too, look at
pretend
it.
like we
Tory
didn't
Lanez has more
discuss
credibility
that
in
Kelsey
the urban
didn't
culture, like
name
with
who her pressurer
the
was?
likes of Rick Ross and all those other type of people. His credibility in the hood is a little bit different, especially the people that he does business with. Whereas, like you say, you're supposed to be a hood dude or a real dude, and then if you're ostracized because you're being called a snitch, certain people don't want to do business with you. That
Yeah, you can't
especially the
snitch on no
demographic
female.
of artists that you rock with, say like your Meek Mills, your Rick Ross, and that, and this, that, and the third. T.I.'s, whatever. Like if you get the jacket of being a snitch and that's your demographic, like he's, I mean, cool in the hood to some people. Well, people don't want to rock, just like how people don't rock with Tekashi that's out the hood. He still got his demographic, but that would hurt your fan base of certain
And
people that
that's
you're trying to
why
market
he's
the
a
music.
demon,
That's
and
why
he's
you can't snitch.
and that's why he's toxic. That's why he's toxic as fuck. Who the fuck prioritized that indignant ass shit? Like that's very homoerotic for you
You're
to
taking the
prioritize.
money.
Hold on, but that's very homoerotic for you to prioritize what the fuck you look like to a bunch of other niggas you ain't fucking a sucking
Because
who
it hurts your
and who don't
paper.
lay. No, I heard it. Somebody was actually hurt. So you would rather protect an ideology that leads to people being victimized, but doesn't allow them to get justice for the crimes committed against them, than to actually be like a righteous person. Because I guarantee you, Tory is not teaching his son none of the toxic shit that he adheres to as a
Oh,
man. Exactly.
probably not.
He's probably
Oh,
teaching his son
but it
to do
hurts
the
his
right
paper
thing.
though if
Hey,
people don't want to do business with him.
hold on. He's probably teaching his son to do the right thing. He's probably teaching his son, you tell your parents the truth. You tell the adults the truth. You treat people nice. You treat people well. But yet,
How you doing? Let
you
me
get
get
to
2 black
have
and
an
mild sweets, please.
entirely different other set of goddamn politics as a man that he
Man, I've
wouldn't
been.
to his goddamn son. Like the shit is fucking
Nah,
toxic. There's a black
William Mute.
woman.
William Mute.
There's a black woman who almost lost her life, who's been traumatized to this event, and she's being made to look crazy because nobody in the situation is willing to say they also saw the ghost in the room. That is so fucked up. And I do not respect street code, because street code needs to be destroyed as well. Snitch code needs to be destroyed as well. Thugging needs to be destroyed as well. Gang banging needs to be destroyed as well. So all of that shit that's given birth to by that toxic ass culture, all that shit can sink with the Titanic. I don't stand for none of it. Like, all that shit got to go. That's why our community told the fuck up now. That's why everything fucked up now.
But my thing is,
it's like, and I'm in 100% agreement with you. I'm in 100.
Hold on, you guys, please. That's literally his defense. So technically, that is snitching. He's not saying that I don't know what happened or I wasn't there. He's saying that Kelsey shot Megan. So technically, he's still snitching, but that's neither here nor there.
Wait, so
I'll throw to you this situation
like
that
we
we
did
just had.
not discuss? Please let me finish.
He went live back in 2020. He went live back in 2020 and tried to discredit the entire reality that Meg was even shot. Like, it didn't even take all this to go to court, because you know what? It's so sad and so long suffering about Megan, and this probably is true for a lot of Black women, is that when she outed his ass, all she was looking for was accountability, because she still didn't run her ass down there to the DA and run her ass down there to the police precinct, even when she slapped the fucking name on it. So if Kelsey or Tory wanted to do the right thing, they could have without even being penalized, at least from her ass. All she was looking for is, hey, don't get out here and say you didn't do some shit that you did. Of course, I'm going to be triggered up by, like, bitch, I was in my own blood all night long because of what you did, and you get your ass out here and say you didn't put me in this position. Oh yeah, like, I'm gonna jump out the fucking window. Now I'm gonna have to say, nigga, you shot me and you know you did. And then all niggas had to do was fall back, but instead they doubled down on making her look crazy. What's she talking about? He stepped in glass. He told the police it was glass. Now all of a sudden it's a bullet. Oh, wait, it's a bullet. It's supposed to be an exit wound. Where the exit wound? Why she ain't got no exit wound on her feet? What is she talking about? While the whole time the nigga know he was covered in GSR. The whole time that he know the whole reason police were caught is because other people in the neighborhood heard the motherfucking gunshots. The gunshots that were linked to the goddamn gun, because the shell casings collected at the scene matched the motherfucking weapon.
But it was a 22
so
too.
It's just like, what the fuck? He's not snitching. What he's allowing is Kelsey to be a scapegoat.
Yes.
Well, that goes right to the point. I said that last link I put in the private chat. I don't know, and forgive me, somebody on the panel, if me saying I don't know triggers you in this point, but I don't know how aggressive California goes after illegal possession of a firearm. But that last link I put there was California Public Laws Code, Penal Code 254, where possession of a firearm carries well, they got, you know, the maximum amount of time that you can get from it, anywhere from, I think it can be a misdemeanor or a felony, depending on how they carry it. Is when a person is guilty of carrying a concealed firearm, when the person does any of the following: carries a concealed, and I'll quote the one that they're charging Tory if it's under section A, I think is or B. A firearm carried openly, carries concealed upon person, any pistol, revolver, or firearm capable of being concealed upon person or control under the person's control or discretion, any pistol, revolver, or firearm capable of being concealed upon the person. Well, that's one of the charges on Tory's jacket. I had looked it up, 254, and the other one, I put that in the back chat too. But again, why I said I don't know how aggressive they go after that, because if they are aggressive after going after gun possession, then whoever the gun is for could potentially get some type of repercussions.
Yeah, it's gonna be him who's gonna get it. He gonna motherfucking get it, because only GSR. I mean, because the majority of the GSR found him in Kelsey, and you got one woman saying it was him. You got another woman who did say it was him, and then asked for fucking immunity, and then pussy popped all on the goddamn stand. So nobody knows what to make of that shit. But I wanted to go back to your original question when you said, how much time should he do for this? You know what's so funny? What would probably cause a whole lot of people to act a lot better toward people is if you allowed the goddamn victim of a crime, whether it's a crime of theft or a domestic violence situation or a murder situation, if you allow people to decide your fucking fate, I bet you motherfuckers are straightened up better then.
Yeah.
I bet you motherfuckers are think twice then about what the fuck they do to another person. If the goddamn state said, baby, you commit a crime against somebody, you're going to be at their mercy.
But
better off
also,
worse.
That's how they do it across the water. That's why ain't no crime over there. They'll cut your fucking head off.
But
you steal
that's
something, they cut your
also-
hand off.
Lord. That's also the thing, though. You pulled up California law, but you didn't versus New York law, which was your whole point in the beginning of the thing. Also, everyone across the whole internet, every content creator, every journalist was discussing the fact that Kelsey said that she did not know, that she did not name the people who were pressuring her. Okay, you guys keep on saying that the prosecution was pressuring her, but then after that revelation and after what the defense asked her, the prosecutors were like, okay, well, let me release this whole 80-minute interview. And then everyone across the whole internet was talking about, okay, why is Kelsey saying the prosecutors did not pressure her? Why is Kelsey saying the defense did not pressure
Pull
her?
up one article that says
And they
that.
were looking up, let me finish. Did not pressure her. And so that's when the whole mob ties thing came into play, which I believe that she's being pressured by her now family to not release who she was pressured by, because everyone on the internet was questioning, why is she not naming the people who are pressuring her? And so I just wanted to clear up that fact. And also, just
She
because
named the person, though. She said the prosecutors.
Y'all, I cannot
Oh my
deal with this
God.
fucking. I cannot do this conversation again. I literally cannot. Like, y'all not gonna agree. Everybody heard different things. Let's move the fuck on, please.
Well, you did
Oh,
ask her.
Hold on. And what else? What you gonna say, Presley? Because I can't get into that. Oh, prosecutor, not prosecutor, prosecutor, not prosecutor.
Well,
y'all
I was gonna
not agree on what on.
Well, I was going to add that the statement that Presley was talking about was played when Kelsey was no longer in court. So Kelsey has not been back in court since they played that statement. She was not present for court when they played that statement. So to Presley's point, there was no point where Kelsey denied the prosecutors as pressuring her. So that's what I was saying. That's why I said that she never came back after making that statement, because the recording was released after the judge had released Kelsey and told her to stick around, that we may call you back. They played the statement afterwards, not before.
There was on the second day, but I don't want to, I don't want to keep on going back and forth, and because the actual host of this channel is saying that he doesn't want to discuss it, I won't discuss it. You know what I mean? So I'll just
because it's
leave it
irrelevant at
alone.
the end of the day. All I know is that Kelsey, her interview corroborated Meg in her text, because she can say that she didn't say that shit in the interview, but boo, they also have you sending text to Justin Edison. And when asked about it on the stand, you said, "Oh, what did she say?" I said that shit out of like I don't know why I said that. I panicked. Yeah, I'm just like, Kelsey, just get out of my face, okay? Like, you pussy popping. I understand. Tory is now tied up with the owner of 1501, and your man is CEO, executive CEO, or the goddamn shoe boy over there, whatever the fuck he is. So look, girl, the pressure is on, honey. Like, that's why I don't believe that she lied. Because when before it was like showtime and she felt she was in a safe space and she felt like that interview would protect her, it seemed to me that it's more appropriate to accept that she told the truth. But now that that interview is playing out and things are popping off, it also makes sense for her to, because to your point, Wody, Not looking like a snitch ain't something that just ghetto niggas believe in. It's something that ghetto ass women believe in as well. And Kelsey ass is trying to also adhere to street code. And I bet you she is a pressured. If I was in between the prosecutors, in between my 1501 family, and they sitting with Meg, also dead smack in the middle of the truth about what took place, and then my own personal feelings about Meg, Tory, and everybody. Oh yeah, I bet your ass is pressured. You got the weight on the fucking world laying on top of your motherfucking ass, and you got a lot of shit that a lot of people wouldn't have the wherewithal to work through. How do I remove my personal grievance from a crime that happened to a woman that I don't respect and like at this point? How do I go back home to Texas where Megan doesn't have to be and show my face to my husband and to 1501 and to these niggas that have proximity to me? I've also been threatened with a sex tape by those who trying to protect Megan. I have all the stuff that I'm in the eye of the fucking storm. So when I think about all the anxiety and all of that shit, I'm like, oh well, yeah, girl, like you folded. You folded. You wasn't strong enough to deal with the consequences of just standing in your truth. Maybe there's truth to the fact that this is her gun. Tory discharged it. Maybe it's true that you took a bribe, so you got more commitments in this situation to appease Tory than not. Like, she made it look like she's in a fucked up situation. And I believe she is. But I believe that she should have been a woman and did the right thing at the end of the fucking day and let the cards play how they may, because I believe that people should be much more concerned about going to hell than going to jail.
And also, I just wanted to mention just real quick that when Kelsey said she lied in her interview, she didn't say that she lied about everything. She said, I lied about some things. That could mean small things or big things. I don't know which small things or big things she lied about, but I just wanted to put that out there. Okay, go ahead. I'm
But
sorry.
when asked about did Tory shoot Meg, unlike what she said in that interview, which was, I saw him point the gun and lower it to the ground and shoot it, she said, well, I didn't see the shots. I heard them. Oh, okay then. So, okay, sis. And then when they asked her, so did Tory not beat your ass? She pussy popped around that, and then they had to pull up the goddamn projector screen and show all the goddamn ball spots all in the nape of her goddamn back and show all her goddamn injuries. And then when they asked her, did she have a fight with Meg? It's like, we might have titty bumped. Okay, so what you pleading the fifth on again? And what exactly did you lie about? Like, what was a lie? Can you tell us in the interview what you actually lied about? What did you lie about, Bill?
I don't know, but she got that immunity though.
Yeah,
so
she never gave up she never gave up any of that either. So it tells me, well, yeah, she chose 1501. That's who she chose. She chose the niggas she got to run with. She chose the niggas who in her immediate circle. She chose the people that she got to feel safe around and don't feel like they'll put a drive-by on her ass. She got to appease the motherfuckers that, you know, her family is tied to and who's in her direct environment. She can't worry about Meg, who can go to Italy and stay in Paris and go live in LA. And she can't worry about Tory Lanez rich ass either. And that's why she said, I'm here to protect me. Fuck both of them. Fuck Tory and fuck Megan. I'm here for me. For me. And that's exactly what it looks like. For you.
And that's why she wanted that immunity. And you know what? I ain't mad at her. Ain't mad at her for that.
Yes, big bro. Well, I was going back to that question you just asked, and we said it a couple of times. How much time you think? I really wanted to dig. I really wanted to look and see what was the most severe charge on the docket that he has. And when I was referring to assault with a deadly weapon, that is Penal Code 245. He's being charged with 245B is one of the charges he has, and that's assault with a deadly weapon. The maximum on that under the charge under Section B that he's holding is 9 years. So again, like we were saying, it looks like they're trying to run every charge consecutively, which more than likely they won't do. But the minimum for that is 3 years. So me not even knowing that, like I was saying, I think 3, because the other 2 charges they have, possession of a concealed weapon, that carries like a year. The other one was illegal discharge of a weapon, that carries 3 years. So the most severe one, and it seems like, if you do that, hiding a weapon, that's not so severe. Assaulting somebody with a deadly weapon, okay, we're stepping up severity. And discharging a weapon, but there's no particular victim, okay, that can be potentially dangerous, but there's no per se victim we know of. That one carries 3. So you see the increase in severity of each of the charges, and the most severe one, again, being assault with a deadly weapon on it, carries 9. The discharging carries 3. I put that in the back chat for you too. And then the concealing a weapon carries 1. If you say just those charges, running all of those consecutively, if you're giving somebody the maximum, that's giving them the maximum. That's 13 years. 13 years for that. So then again, with the extra charges, probably the other stuff on the docket, or trying to run everything to the max, which again, I don't think they would do. But I said 3, and that's the minimum for the most severe charge on the case charges that he's being charged with.
So should he serve 13 years then?
Hell to the fuck no.
Why?
Hell no.
And this is exact girl. Wody.
That is extreme. Bro, do you not realize that you just called the number? I do 15 years, right?
But you just called the number for what they were.
No, Wody, we literally sat on this panel and we answered those questions for you, and you still sitting up here trying to justify this man. And this is where the hypocrisy comes in at, because once we actually get into whether or not, and this is what I mean, this is what I hear when you guys speak. When a lot of people get up here talk about something, if he did it, he needs to go up under the jail. But then as soon as he actually gets a sentence that puts him up under the jail, all of a sudden, well, I don't think you should go for that. Well,
people don't get 13 years for manslaughter.
That's equating him to, because they got pedos using abbreviating the term. They got pedos that get less than 13 years.
Right. Are they white?
They got pedos.
Are they white?
There's some black ones getting less than 13 years.
But let's also be very clear. This is not his first time.
There's some rapists.
This is not his first time. This is not his first time.
Okay. All right. So, like, in the hypothetical that all is fair in the criminal justice system, should he get 13 years?
No.
Hell no.
No.
Okay, so he still shouldn't get 13 years. Even if they were sentencing the pedos properly and proportionally, even if they were sentencing the grapists proportionally, even in a fair world where everybody's getting, they just sentencing, Tory still shouldn't serve the numbers that you laid out. Because your only rebuttal is
he should do more time than a pedo.
No, but Wody, your only rebuttal is he only shouldn't get that time because there are other offenders who don't get the time they deserve. So I'm saying, if the system was fair, should he not serve that 13 years? And you feel like hell no. So I don't understand. So then what? I mean,
that's the maximum. That's the maximum, because you can always go for the minimum. That's giving him the maximum on every charge. Just those 3 that I highlighted, I seen on his jacket. Where those extra, because they said facing up to 22, where those extra 9 years coming from, I'm not sure. But that's like the most severe charge that I've seen on his jacket is the assault with a deadly weapon, and that carries maximum 9, minimum 3.
I think they should give him the Kelsey 4 and him 4.
Give him the 3.
And then we'll find out what happened. I bet you we'll find out what happened then. Give her 4 and give him 4.
Okay, well, hold on. I can get with it. You said, what would he should do 3 years?
I give him the minimum. Give them the minimum because everybody, even on their first offense, you get the minimum on the first offense.
I'll work with that. Give Tory 3 years in the worst federal penitentiary in the United States, whether that's Rikers Island or
wherever. He can't be
wherever.
shipped all the way over there. No.
Wherever the worst is. I'm fine with the minimum because it'll make up the difference with the quality.
He can just stay in California. That's just as bad. But yeah, they get
because he shot a woman. He lied to police. He shot a woman. He lied to police. He concealed the crime. He tried to hide the gun. He discharged an unregistered weapon. He is a Canadian. He's not even supposed to have a fucking weapon. He bribed somebody allegedly. Like, what's all of the charges? I ain't gonna ask you for what's all the charges because you being cuss.
So do we give Meg time for lying to the line on under?
Yeah, but all the other two charges is like inconsequential in some ways because there's no victim. If those charges stood by themselves, those are victimless crimes. Possession of concealed weapon and discharging illegal discharge of a weapon.
So everybody asking like, should Megan lie about? I mean, should Megan be charged for the lie she told? I don't consider lying out of fear for your life as a crime you should be charged.
Wait, was Tory not lying out of fear for his life?
She had. See, it'd be different if there was no context for Megan's fear for telling police. Well, first of all, victims don't get charged for changing their stories to begin with. Like, a woman is allowed to say a man didn't rape her, and then later, 7 years later, say he did it. Like, victims don't get charged for lying because ultimately it's the victim's choice. It's the victim's choice to decide what they want to do about the person that committed a crime against them. Also, the courts do recognize the nuance of emotional distress and realize that depending on the nature of the crime, victims will not respond sometimes in a hasty way, whether that be a crime committed against them by somebody who they have proximity to, a lover, a husband, a wife, a child, a relative, a co-worker, etc. So they create space for victims to kind of make that choice. They don't really bother with focusing on, well, why you didn't say this at first and then you said this later. I mean, that's kind of for the lawyers to do when they have to defend a perpetrator, but the law just kind of leaves it there. So let the law leave Megan's so-called lie to her, because at the end of the day, she had cultural and societal context for her fear. And she wasn't the only motherfucker scared of police. I had black men in my life who would never even were worried about the fucking police texting me like, dog, I don't even feel comfortable leaving my fucking house at 9:30 a.m. as a nigga in a Benz to go even get something to fucking eat without a chance to encounter with police because these motherfuckers really out here unaliving us. Like, that shit had the community shook. All that back-to-back police brutality and shit, like, everybody was shook. That shit had men shook. So if she made a choice being in between a rock and a hard place, these niggas who shot me, the police with their squad cars, we niggas is a goddamn gun, an unregistered one, a one that's been discharged. No, I'm not about to take a chance because guess what? At the end of the day, I'm alive right now. So I know that I'll probably make it out of this situation with these niggas alive. I can't bet on that to these officers that I'm shot right now and there's a fucking gun in that goddamn car. There's somebody armed and dangerous in that vehicle. I can't ensure that. I've already lived through my offense now. So I know that I'm more than likely going to live completely through this experience with these niggas. But I cannot say that. I cannot gauge. Rather, I tell these people with their guns drawn, they bulletproof vests on, their helicopters shining on us, if they are going to let us live through this moment. And she wants her life. And she made the choice between the lesser of the two evils, which was to make sure that they got out of imminent danger. And still wasn't even going to say shit about it until the surgeon started talking surgery and said, look, boo, this ain't glass, bitch. You got metallic foreign objects in your feet. What happened to you? Because we're going to have to do surgery on your foot.
I'm confused too. What lie do you guys want her to be?
Because if she would have told the truth, hold on. Because if she would have, okay, so let's flip it. If she would have told the truth and police would have killed all their ass, then what? Will we be sitting here saying, oh, she should have, because we would be sitting here saying, that dumbass bitch should have known. She just saw how they did George Floyd. She saw how they did Breonna Taylor. She should have motherfucking known. I could tell these goddamn officers, she in a all white upper echelon fucking community. They know they niggas and these is white people. She should have, we'll be calling her all type of dumb. Okay, so she did the so-called smart thing, and we telling her, no, bitch, you should have trust police.
Well, Conscious, I think Megan herself stated that she rode in a vehicle with the police to the hospital. So, I mean, at that point, she was at a safe space.
Right.
Even when she got to the hospital, the police officer was there. So she was still also in a safe place. So the notion that she would have gotten gunned down, she was already in a safe place. Tori, Kelsey, and the security.
No, she was still concerned about them. It wasn't just about her though, because she made it clear that she did that for all of them. She literally was on Gayle King saying, I didn't want them to shoot him, Kelsey, none of us. I didn't want none of us to be shot.
Yeah, but
they were past imminent danger.
And that's why she held on to the lie until, and then even then, they only had locked Tory up for possession. She didn't even ID Tory at the hospital. That's why he didn't get charged until October for assault with a firearm. So
no, I'm just speaking upon your notion of saying that she was scared that they were going to get gunned down. I'm speaking upon when people are saying that she should have spoken up. Once she was in the vehicle with the officers on her way to the hospital, she was in a safe space, as well as once she arrived at the hospital around other people, she was in a safe space.
No, but that's why I just said what I just said, though. It wasn't just about her. She wanted to ensure they all made it back home. So even though she was in a safe space, Daquan, Tory, and Kelsey were down there with police. And
yeah,
that's
but
why,
at that time they went in
that's why and she held on. She don't know what the fuck they gonna do. Did you forget that Sandra Bland ended up in police custody?
Exactly.
And she died in police custody. Have you not read all of the goddamn stories of black and brown people dying in police custody, dying down there? So she kept her mouth closed, period.
And to be completely honest, there was literally just a case when this guy was in police custody. They beat the hell out of him. Like 50 officers beating the hell out of this guy. And he was handcuffed.
But then okay, so with everything that you both are saying, right? Then what would be the point of her getting online saying that she was shot with the intention of cause harm? What would be the point of her saying she wants him under the jail cell if she was worried about?
Because now he's lying. She pissed the fuck off. She's moving from a place of anger now because I was willing to protect you ratchet ass, low plate, vibrational eating ass niggas and let y'all live. Now y'all out here playing on my motherfucking top, denying that I was fucking shot. So now so now she's having a trauma response. Now she's being triggered up because she didn't heal the trauma. She didn't heal the trauma. So now she's jumping out of the fucking window. And now she don't give a fuck. But even in her not giving a fuck, she said that and still didn't run. She didn't run her ass down there to file charges. The state of California did.
But let me ask you a question, Conscious. Like, honestly speaking, we're talking about public figures. Do you not think that was a strategic move that was done by Rock Nation for her to post it and speak about it on Instagram Live before getting the police involved so that the state can pick it up opposed to her going down to the station and pressing charges?
Because at the end of the day, it don't matter because she being dragged equally. So they didn't save her from nothing. It wasn't smart. She getting dragged, period. Nobody even gives a fuck about whether Rock Nation did or whether she did it. The reality is she tried to protect them niggas and she's being dragged because she told motherfuckers it was glass rather than a bullet. And social media got nuts. So I mean, if they caught themselves helping her, it didn't help. She wouldn't be getting dragged right now because it's not even about all of that. It's about the fact that people want to believe that Megan is a thirst bucket, and they don't feel like there's enough evidence because here's where the contention is with social media. Social media is stupid. And Meg didn't know she was talking to a bunch of stupid motherfuckers. And because her reaction was not vetted, she just took to her live and was emotional and saying, I was shot. There are bullets in my feet. And then when people started saying, bitch, bullets, just like Tory was saying on his live, if you got hit with bullets, how you driving a boat? How you on your tiptoes 2 weeks later? How you shucking and jiving and doing 8 counts and shit? How you doing all this? But she didn't realize it was going to be a game of semantics. So then she produces the pictures. That makes it worse. Because people are like, bitch, you damn sure didn't get hit with a bullet. Where is the impact wounds? It looked like you were grazed. It looked like you were scratched. It looks like cuts from glass. It definitely doesn't look like the impact wound that a bullet caused. So then they double down on her as she's trying to defend the fact that no, bitch, I was hit. This man fucking shot me. And then it was the game of semantics that caused social media to start casting doubt on Megan Thee Stallion, and that doubt is even sustained to this day, where you still have people like she stepped in glass. Glass where?
Nobody should be saying
we
that
have
anymore.
The TMZ helicopter footage. We can see that there's no busted windows in the SUV. You have now the surgeon. You have even the facts, and people are like, no. It was glass. Like, Megan didn't know she was talking to idiots, and she didn't give her team the opportunity to see. I believe it wasn't Rock Nation. It's clear to me that Megan made an impulsive move, because I can't believe that Rock Nation having the resources that they have and her having access to the lawyers that she had
would have explained it like that.
Allowed her to get up there and talk in a way that would lead to holes being poked in her story the way that it did. I don't believe that that's the way they would have handled that shit, because it made it so bad when she addressed it. It made it worse when she showed the pictures. It made it bad when she was using bullets. I was shot. Bullets in my feet. And Tory was able to capitalize off of the fact that the public was irritated. They were doubtful. As far as they're concerned, bitch, you might have been hit with a bottle of Hennessy, but you wasn't damn sure shot by a gun, and she never really recovered. And now we're here. And they can't even prove who shot the goddamn gun, to make matters even worse, because we know she was shot. There's GSR all over folk. There's shell casings all over the ground. There's a hot motherfucking gun. There's audio of the shooting. There's surveillance of flashes going on. So we know that a gun was actually shot, because a witness can't say, I saw the flash of a muzzle go off closer to the female if she stepped on glass. All the evidence corroborates there was a shooting. Kelsey texts Justin Edison the same night, help, Tory is shot. I mean, Tory shot Megan. And yet, narcissistic Tory, baby, he got his ass up there, knowing what really happened, but he knew how social media felt, and he placated to the doubts of social media by saying, yeah, bullets, if you got bullets, where your impact wound? Yeah, I was contacted by Rock Nation. He had observed all y'all conspiracy shit that y'all go around saying, picked up on all those cues and talking points, and then boomerang that shit back to y'all so that y'all can take it as confirmation.
That's without
providing a lick of fucking proof to y'all that Rock Nation did any goddamn thing. Nigga, where was the email or nothing? Show me the call log.
I think that was confirmed with the jail call with Kelsey.
Show me the call log. Kelsey also made fucking claims she never backed up. Show me where you.
They played the jail recording where Kelsey told him that Megan team is on it. Rock Nation said, "Don't say nothing."
Okay, but y'all believe that, but y'all won't believe her identifying Tory to Justin Edison the night of the shooting. Y'all won't believe nothing else she says, see, because y'all pick and choose what y'all want to believe.
Well,
Y'all
I
don't
was
believe
about
the
to
shit.
give you like
Y'all
4
don't believe the
scenarios of
shit
the
that
Rock
incriminates
Nation.
Tory. Like, hey Meg, should I go to the to urgent care because Tory whipped my motherfucking ass? Should I get treated for these wounds he inflicted? Y'all won't deal with none of that. But everything else she said that fits all this other Area 51 ass shit is like, oh yeah, we gotta remember she's so now we dealing with what she said. Okay, let's deal with what she said then, because she said all of that.
Yeah, but Conscious,
So
you're
let it
picking
all
and
be true
choosing
then.
also, though. You're
Let it all be
picking
true
what
then.
you want to pick from it.
No,
and
I don't. Let it all be true,
you're
because I don't
into
even
your
have no problem
own
with the Rock Nation shit.
perception.
I ain't got no problem with the Rock Nation shit, but deal with it all. Deal with it all. Because how you go? Because I don't have a problem with that, because I never, for my commentary, I never even got into that Rock Nation shit. I don't give you a fuck about that. That ain't been my point. So if that's some shit y'all caught up in, I'm fine with y'all being excited about that portion of the story. It's Rock Nation involvement and 1501 involvement. That ain't never been my plight. So I don't have an added invested interest in whether that's true or not. What I have stated verbatim is that I believe her interview, because it corroborates Megan's side and it corroborates all of her text messages in the heat of the moment to Meg and to Tory. So if y'all gonna say, hey, remember that shit she also said in the interview or the audio that she said Rock Nation, cool. That's to my point. So then believe Kelsey then.
So let me ask you a question. If we're to believe the interview that she gave in September, then that means that we are also to believe her under oath statement that she gave in December, which would essentially cancel each other out, because we don't know if she was telling the truth in September, or if once she was under oath given the message and pled the fifth.
No, it doesn't, because I just said why we should believe the interview, because it corroborates, ironically, Megan's side, and it also corroborates aspects of what witnesses saw, and it corroborates her initial text messages. So you're not gonna get me to throw that interview out of the window when her so-called lying in that interview ironically corroborate all these 3 areas: Megan's testimony, her own goddamn text messages to Justin and to Meg, and corroborates eyewitness account. She uncovered too much ground now in that interview. So what she has forced me to do is accept that her pussy popping on the stand in December is a lie, and her interview is actually more rooted in the truth.
No shade.
So you believe that she would lie after being given immunity,
opposed
to lying in the statement before being given immunity?
That's what she did. And guess what? Go ahead, Reckless.
Oh, but and this is what I mean when I say like we'll answer something and then come back up. But remember, like Conscious was talking about her being pressured, and then y'all got to the whole conversation. It was the prosecutor's defense. It was the prosecutor, and then when they answered it, and then once again the statement was made that the prosecutors did not pressure her, and then that's when Conscious came in and he said that because remember she's with 1501. And then this is when the conspiracy theories that everybody been having a fun time with come into effect. So yeah, she got her ass on that goddamn stand and lied.
What I will say is the way Conscious broke it down, I see it.
She was with her husband when she spoke to the prosecutor. So the 1501 theory, I mean, I don't think that that's even relevant, because she gave them a statement that would corroborate Megan. So if she was against Megan,
to your point, she took it all back. Remember, in December. So no,
right? So it.
Remember, to your point, she took it all back. So all that's irrelevant. So she didn't give a story that corroborated 1501. She took it all back in December on the stand.
All right. Then here's my last point. When Kelsey was interviewed in September, she was only interviewed by the prosecutors. There was no detectives there. That is something that normally never happens. So that's another thing that is into question, where they say if Tory is found guilty, that right there will give him grounds for appeal, because she was interviewed by the prosecutors. The prosecutors are not supposed to interview witnesses to that extent to where they're giving testimony and they're recording the testimony. There was supposed to be a detective there. So what they did already was illegal. That has already came out that if he's found guilty, that will also
Okay,
be a
but
grounds
that's
for
a reflection of the prosecution. That has nothing to do with Kelsey running her big ass motherfucking flippant mouth with ease in that interview, recounting what took place on our fateful day. Now, that's an issue for the prosecution. We're now dealing with the integrity of Kelsey, and whether we believe her interview was sincere or whether we believe her pussy popping was sincere. So I don't, like whatever the prosecution did on their end, that was illegal, that was unethical,
but that's
whatever
like
lawyers are doing, that
prosecutorial
are unethical,
misconduct.
etc. The question is, do y'all get people believe what she said in an interview? Other people believe that she lied.
I believe that what she interviewed and what she stated in September was what happened because, as you said,
and remember though, she also had her husband and her lawyer
in her
for that interview. She wasn't there without a legal representation. Her husband and her lawyers were in tow when that interview happened.
Exactly.
And they were able to safeguard her, protect her, and advise her. And if she felt nervous, she felt conflicted, she had a headache, if she found a lump in her titty, she was able to consult with her attorneys who were there to oversee this conversation and to make sure that her rights weren't being violated, to make sure that she wasn't being coerced, to make sure that et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. She wasn't down there alone with prosecution. She wasn't down there like some damn damsel in distress with her poodle subjected to the prosecutors. She also had her husband and her legal team in tow with her during that interview.
What I just wanted to say is, like, the way Conscious broke everything down, going back from the beginning with the Megan whole situation, that was the most in-depth and made everything else make sense. Because by Megan releasing it the way she did and coming out the way she did, that allowed all of this murkiness. And I never thought about it in that way until you broke it down like that. Because Tory wouldn't be able to show dissension from jump if it wasn't brought out like that. Because obviously when you hear somebody get shot, you're not thinking, oh, you got a small little cut. You're thinking, oh my God, you have a hole in your body. And because she didn't, that caused a little bit of doubt, and it just sold all of this bullshit. And
but
so,
to be completely honest, like, I don't, like, my thing is, I don't care. Like, I really don't think, I do believe that played a part, but to be completely honest, if you actually take a look at the way, like, the culture is, this always happens, whether they tell the truth or not. This always happens. Literally. This always happens, where even when they can be telling the truth, you're lying. Or even when they tell it, like, their side of the story, you're lying. And people always try to find a little sneak up. So it was always gonna happen. No shade.
Not to I don't think to the level that it did, because literally everything she said, without having all the information, it was like, what the fuck? Like, how are you up a week? If you get shot in the foot, how are you up twerking a week and a half later? That just to a logical person.
Was it a week and a half later? Just to let you know.
Wait. So people said she was twerking because they saw her in the video, or because she was live?
You said what? I couldn't hear you.
Because the WAP video came out later on that week.
No, not the WAP video. I'm talking about on the live.
She was on a yacht. She was in a club.
Yeah, like
that wasn't a week and a half later, you guys.
How far? How long was it?
That was about 6 weeks later. And also, just to let you guys know, since you guys are going on court rules and all of that stuff, the prosecution and the defense, when they met with the judge already said, because all of the witnesses that the prosecution brought in didn't say what they told the prosecution requested a retrial if they weren't able to get all of their witnesses in, and the judge already agreed to a retrial if they weren't able to get their unnamed witnesses in the court before the trial is over. So I'm assuming that that's Justin. They didn't name any names. So I'm assuming either Tory's going to come out guilty or there's going to be a retrial.
Yeah, I don't think that it's completely out the window for the prosecution yet. I still think it's a 50-50 chance that Tory may be convicted for sure.
50-50?
I think it's 50-50 for sure.
Pretty hopeful, Chloe.
That's real. Now listen, I think the motherfucker did it.
I am a hottie. I will admit that.
Wow, period.
I do think that there is a 50-50 chance, only because that the judge have allowed that September interview to be allowed into evidence. Those jurors can go back and review that interview at any given time if they're having any questions about anything. And they have also allowed her diss track to be interviewed, to be allowed into evidence also. So that's also something else that they can go in and review. And in that interview in September, in her diss track, she said she did not shoot Megan.
Yeah,
well,
and
they can't retry.
And remember, Tory Lanez cleared her too. See, like, that's why the shit is so funny to me. Because Megan doesn't identify Kelsey as the shooter. Kelsey doesn't identify herself as the shooter, and Tory doesn't even fucking identify her as the damn shooter. I mean, now he's fighting for his life. Of course, he's in court. He's going to allow his, because that's what that's why you can't make a deal with the fucking devil, because that always bites you in your pussy. So that's what.
That was aggressive.
That's what Kelsey gets for making a deal with the fucking devil, because because he did what he needed to do to make sure that she muddied up the fucking waters by the way she spoke to him and the way she responded by this and responded to that and the way he bribed her and blah 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 blah. Like, he allowed, and that's why all that shit is coming up in this whole litigation. So he manipulated her dumb ass, got her to do the devil's bidding, and now that it's wartime, guess who the fuck he's trading in as a sacrificial lamb? Now her ass possibly committing perjury and all of this shit, and she got to defend herself and blah 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 blah. And now his whole legal team been prepping to pin your ass for months. Matter of fact, at the beginning they've been prepping, and when they fucking learned that Kelsey ass had GSR on her ass, oh, it was on and popping from there.
We need the system needs to be changed. This is.
But that's why I'm glad the prosecutors were able to present their evidence to the judge and ask them, because they had their whole case plan and all of the witnesses kind of flipped on what they had planned in before. So during discovery, all they did was the witness statements, but they also have additional evidence, which is why the judge said if they weren't able to get all of the witnesses in and they weren't able to include their evidence, because the defense had said, you guys can look this up as well, the defense had said, oh, that's late. That's late evidence entry. Which is why the prosecution asked if they weren't able to get their last minute evidence in, which they wouldn't have had to do if the witnesses didn't flip, then can they do a retrial? And the judge said, yeah, you can do a retrial. So the judge already agreed to a retrial if this keeps on going on the way it's going on. So they can have all of their evidence there and not depend on any witnesses that'll flip on them.
Where do you see that at, Presley? Because in order for the judge to say you can do a retrial, there has to be a mistrial first.
No. That's
yes.
And that's why.
Okay, that's why I'm asking you. Because you be putting out statements, but you don't show proof of where you received that information at, and that's kind of giving misleading information.
Okay, I can definitely agree to you coming to that conclusion. So I'll go ahead and pull up my sources and I'll put them in the private chat. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Are you in the private chat?
Everybody on the board.
Okay, yeah. So I'll go ahead and look up that and pull up those sources, so that you can understand where I'm coming from, because I completely understand you believing that, because I'm saying this without anybody pulling up the proof. So I'll go ahead and pull up the proof and include it in the private chat within the next 5-10 minutes.
No problem. Yeah, because
All
in
right, got
order
it.
for the judge to consider a retrial, there has to be a mistrial. So since the case is still active, they're still calling the witnesses. There hasn't even been a mistrial for the judge to even consider a retrial.
No, the judge can consider a retrial without a mistrial if they weren't able to get all of their evidence in.
Okay, put it in the private chat. Thank you.
Will do. Yeah.
The retrial, shit. I'd be surprised if there's even a fucking a mistrial or retrial. They're gonna have a harder time even coming back up for round 2 of this shit. I mean, people ain't even hardly participating in round 1. It's gonna be a dub. Round 2.
Yeah, if he's found not guilty, he can never be tried for this again. That's double jeopardy. That's the law. There's nothing that can overstep that. So I just wanted to see what he's talking about, if we can find it.
Girl, I better have my goddamn camera running 24 hours. You can't even trust niggas to say that the sun rose today, but you better have evidence. Like, it's ridiculous how this woman got shot, and everybody acting like
it didn't happen.
She's the only motherfucker who saw the ghost in the room. Tory and Quan and stupid ass, big boned ass Justin Edison. It is truly sad, Ash. It's fucked up. And it's fucked up that y'all can look forward to shit like this happening to y'all children. Y'all better hope y'all kids are never in a situation with other fucking people, because clearly we can see in Shanquella's case, we can see in Offset's case, and we can see in motherfucking in Megan's case, baby, that you ain't even safe in a group. You can't even trust the fact that, hey, it's a crowd of fucking people, honey. Like, the people is crazy. And I can't believe that this is the deplorable, demoralizing ass low that we have stooped to as people. This shit is pathetic. Welcome back, Flacco Reaction.
Yo, man, my brother. And how you feeling?
Flacco, I got something. So remember when you came up here and said that EJ?
Yes, EJ,
had said that he saw something that resembles a gun.
Right, so like, and he stated right there, like, it looks like a gun, but he cannot verify nor deny it, right? Like, you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I saw a transcript of it, and like, what people got confused about the way the question was asked. When he was asked, have you ever seen Kelsey or Meg with something that resembles a gun? He said, possibly, you know, but I don't know. It's none of my business. It wasn't about whether he saw a gun that day or in the bag, but he was asked in that same line of question if he saw a gun in their persons or on their persons or in their possession. He said no, he doesn't recall that. And they also asked him, how do they usually protect themselves when they don't have security? He said with tasers and mace.
Yes, right. So like, that's in court though. Right now, I'm not sure they have to like transcript there, like where like Tory attorney said like why are you denying it now when like we were upstairs and you told us that you seen them, you know, like with, you know, like with something that like looked like a gun something before.
Well, he said that on the stand too. Like, he said possibly, but the way they asked him on the stand was like, in general, have you ever seen anything that resembles a gun?
Yes, sir.
Like, you know, like, on their persons. He said possibly. So
yeah,
it ruled out them having something that resembled a gun on that day, because they also asked him specifically about that day. That question about resembling a gun was just a general question, period. Like, in your dealings of Kelsey and Megan, have you ever seen anything that resembles a gun on them? He said possibly, but it's none of my business. And then they asked him about the bag, etc., and if he observed a gun, etc., on them. He said no, he doesn't recall, and that's not the way that they typically operate, is by employing weapons.
Right. So I think the question is like, right, about the when you were like packing in her stuff, right? You seen a gun, and then he said like, I don't recall, right? So like, what like a bunch of us I found kind of odd about it was, again, I'm not sure if the transcript reflects it, right? But and he took a big pause, like between like 15 to 30 seconds, a huge pause, and said, I don't recall. And then they asked him something else again, and then he took another pause and said, you feel me? I don't recall.
Okay, so it was also the pausing that made you raise your eyebrow.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, you know, he is also not working for Megan, so this is another disgruntled.
Oh my god!
Yo, I was shocked though, right?
You guys, we're also talking about an incident that happened 2 years ago.
Yeah,
so
but
could
the
it
thing
be
about it
possible
is,
that for 15 to 30 seconds that he was thinking?
Nah, because the thing about it is, because like everything came out within months of the shooting, like the TMZ footage, all of that shit, her live streams, him being charged with the firearm, etc. So if you were part of that situation, right, and let's say like in the moment you were packing day bags and you saw the handle of the gun, or you saw something that resembles a gun, but you didn't think much of it in the moment. But now months later, somebody was shot with a gun that was in their possession.
Mm-hmm.
You now, that detail at that pool party is going to stick with you in your mind. Now that you can connect that gun to an event, you're not going to let that slip out of your brain, because now it's a part of a bigger picture. That gun is a part of a bigger situation now, because somebody was shot, aka Megan was shot now. So I don't think he would have to recount, did I? Like, he would have to take a long pause. Did I or did I not see a gun that day? Like, bitch, you know damn well if there was or was not a goddamn gun there. But I'm also not mad, because ultimately, if he did observe one, I mean, clearly he chose Meg in this situation, because he said, no, I don't recall. But I don't know, you have to pause, right? Because that would have stuck out to me. Even if I would have like overlooked the gun in the moment, once it would have came out that somebody was shot and that same gun was like, you know, led to all of this, even if this trial wouldn't have took place for 2 years from now, I'm not going to remember that.
Was that same
now
gun.
that gun is a part of that situation.
Because the gun in question is a lime green gun. So if it was that gun that he saw in the purse, he may have saw something that resembled a gun, but it wasn't the gun that's in question for the case.
Here's another part to think about. Here's another quick part to think about.
That they did carry tasers.
They did the tasers, yeah.
And some people look like guns.
Yeah.
So here's another thing to think about, y'all. So all of these people that are working with these celebrities, they don't really want to be on the stand, because guess what? If they start talking, you're not working in fucking Hollywood no more. So if he goes on the stands and say, yeah, I seen a gun, who's letting him do their hair? Because now I can't trust you. Because everybody, all them celebrities, and everybody has their little secrets that they want to be kept within their little circle. So if I go on the stand, as a driver or as a hairstylist, and I'm saying some shit I shouldn't really be saying, there goes my fucking career. I'm a bodyguard. If I'm snitching on a person, like, there goes my career.
Yeah, of course.
But actually, I ain't even thinking about the social optics from there.
Yeah.
Why she fired EJ though? Right? Like, EJ like ain't do shit to her.
We don't know what their relationship was like. I don't want to speak to that. I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah.
I ain't been in that. I ain't around that. I don't know neither one of them. And whatever we do see of them is stuff that they
I would be
allow
curious
us
to
to
know,
see.
like, why she fired so many people, and ironically, she fired people that was connected in some way, shape, or form to this
It's a trend, though, right?
I believe it's for the
But how
same reason
everybody
you
so they're
said,
like,
Conscious.
yeah.
I believe it's for the
Oh
same
yeah,
reason you
because of the
said at
trauma
some
and
point. Yeah, it's
her
trauma
just cutting
and
everybody ass loose. But she
yeah, and
hired
nobody
Justin
standing up for me
after.
and everything.
But she hired Justin after the incident because he was one of the only people that she felt safe with.
The bodyguard.
Yeah, the bodyguard.
He wasn't there though.
She was fucking him. We know she was fucking him.
Oh God, here y'all go.
Right?
Everybody is worried
Well,
about
come on
her.
now.
Even if she was, what does that have to do with anything? Why y'all
Because for
concerned
some
about
reason,
who
like
the hell
everybody
you
who was
fucking
there that
on?
night don't like her no more. Like, I mean, come on now, like
Even
that
if he
says
don't
something,
like
right?
her, then with are y'all trying to say that he don't like her because of her pussy?
No.
What does it have to do with
I'm
anything? Why are we discussing whether or
saying
not
right
he's
that
having sex
Tory,
with
listen,
people?
Tory, Kylie, Megan, and EJ don't like. Sorry, Tory, Kylie, Kelsey, and EJ don't like Megan no more, and they were all there that night. So if everybody who was there that night don't like her for some reason now,
What
why?
you mean? Kylie had to put them out. Tory done shot them. So now Kylie's house is in the news about them having a party that they wasn't supposed to be even having during the dang on COVID.
So what's EJ problem?
EJ problem could have been something about pay. EJ problem could have been the same problem as Kelsey, that Megan cut him off without no warning and didn't tell
Moving
him
that
why she was
goalpost.
cutting him off because
Moving that
she
goalpost.
had trauma and people
she
wasn't
just
defending her.
She just making it make
If
sense.
everybody hate her, that's a problem.
That's not a everybody hate her thing. That's a man cut everybody off at a time where people was trying to get their names cleared and get out of trouble. And she cut them off. And she the one that's an up and coming artist. It makes sense.
EJ problem is he couldn't put her in those goddamn WWE ass clothes no more.
I was happy when she got new style.
EJ had that shit on today though.
Yeah, it works for him, not her.
Yo, he came in a bright pink trench coat, with some black pants, black boots. I said, listen, man, like like bro had that shit on, man.
Hey, notice we haven't got that link to the back chat yet. She's not gonna be able to find that link.
No, I'm still scrolling.
What was your
I'm
response?
still looking, so don't do that.
Go ahead, boo. What happened?
We just waiting on that link.
Yeah, they were saying that I couldn't find the link, and I'm literally just looking through because I'm looking.
Okay.
I have to scroll through Twitter, so I'm just saying don't do that because I'm still looking. By the way,
Take your time, boo.
We got time.
Yo,
how did it feel seeing that level of gayness in person?
Yo, I'm telling you this though. Now look, listen though. Like I was fanning out over it. You feel me? Right out, bro. Listen, cause I shook his hand. You feel me? Like I spoke to him for like 5-10 minutes. You feel me? Right. So like he was actually dope as fuck, bro. You feel me? Like he was actually like mad cool and shit. So like I actually like. Again, like I'm a fan, right? Meaning, like when I see somebody like get on TV and like on social media, like for years, and finally meet them, like I fan out, right? So like so gay, straight, or like indifferent. You feel me? Like like bro.
He want to make that clear.
He said gay, straight, or indifferent.
Yeah, bro. You feel me? I don't give a fuck.
There ain't nothing wrong with that. People are people. People are people.
Can you tell me, like, when he took the stand, like, did you make eye contact with other people in the court to see what their face was reading? Was anybody like, did anybody stand out to you in terms of?
So like he's really charming, right? Meaning like even like during like his entire testimony, right? In a real tense situation, like he had like niggas laughing here and there, right? So like bro was real charming and like he came off as believable like 99% of the time until he started talking about that gun situation, right? You feel me? And that's when the prosecutor had to call him out and say, hold up now, bro, you said this upstairs, right? But still, right? Like, yeah, bro, he's charming. Like, listen, like most gay niggas is charming though, right? But like that nigga got charm to him, bro. You feel me? Listen, bro, I can almost guarantee you, bro, that nigga done fuck some straight niggas, dog.
I raised
them
them
all
all well.
Huh?
I raised them all well.
What happened? Sorry.
I said I raised them all well. All the
Bro,
Charming
listen.
days, I raised them all well.
The conscience, I can guarantee you,
Come on,
bro.
mother.
That nigga done fuck some straight niggas, bro. That nigga know how to talk a nigga out, like out his drawers, bro. Feel me? That nigga charming like a motherfucker, man.
He had Flacco questioning, like, you know what?
Not me, hell no, not me,
Ready to
not me,
risk it all.
not
This
me,
nigga
hell
getting a
no,
whole lot
not
of
me,
credibility, honey.
hell
You know
no.
what?
Hell no,
Like,
not
I
me,
might
right?
be-
But I know for a
I
fact,
might
bro.
be him
That
sexual.
nigga. Nah, hell no, not me.
That boy said he had a moment.
Hell
Moment,
no.
one magic moment.
He said it was like that's why
Look,
they say don't
it's
look.
okay, Flacco, because Jamie Foxx said when
Prince.
he met Prince,
Yeah.
he never been so homosexual in his life. So it happens. It happens sometimes, you know.
Nah,
Happens
Charlamagne
to
the
the
God
best
said
of
the same
y'all.
thing about Prince too. They used to say that shit about Prince. They say don't make eye contact with that motherfucker.
Yo, even the women was like, yo, he's so handsome, bro. Even the women was like enchanted by this nigga, bro. That shit was crazy.
Game.
DJ Kane shutting shit down like a bad.
Yeah, bro. Even the women was like, yo, bro. Nah, listen, right? Because some heels had him standing like 6'7", 6'8", right? Bro, even the females was like, yo, he's so handsome. I said, nah, bro, like, this shit crazy, bro. For me, they're like,
I'm gonna tell
he's
you why
coming-
women
he's
love
taking all
that
the
shit. Because even though it's femme, it's the unapologetic motherfucking self-knowledge and confidence of it all that
Security.
so attracts. It's the biggest I don't give a fuck, and that actually a masculine quality. Like to actually like
Security of it all.
confidence is a masculine quality. So even when it's filmed, like that's why Prince has such a strong female audience as well, who's attracted to him, because it's just something you gotta fucking respect. Like, cause it's big dick energy. Even if it's a feminine nigga,
Yes.
if it's a masculine presenting nigga, like just the confidence and I don't give a fuck. It's so gangster. It's so manly. It's so, you know.
Yeah, man. Feel me?
Yeah.
But niggas like that though, man, conscious, like
So
we gotta
alpha.
keep our hoes away from him though.
You should
be around my bitch.
A nigga like that cannot come to no kickbacks with no hoes with me, bro. You feel me? He gotta stay home.
He gonna be able to cater to both sides, her lesbian side and her straight
Yeah, he
side.
might pull your
Yeah.
ass. He might pull your ass out talking about don't bring your hoes. You might be the hoe. You know
Nah,
what
hell,
I'm
nah.
saying?
Come on now. Come on.
You know,
See,
not yet. You feel me? He's not that charming.
he say not
You feel
yet.
me?
Wait,
He's not
what?
that charming, dog. You feel me? Talk. Hell nah.
No. You seem a little captivated by him.
Nah, the whole room was, bro. Even the women was calling like
my
him
point.
handsome.
Exactly my point.
Nah, cause
Hey,
he
yo.
still like got like his little like goatee, right, like so like he still look a little bit masculine, you know.
I'm scared to Google this nigga.
William.
I don't even want that shit on my web browser.
Great man at the gay agenda full effect.
I'm good on that. Hey, I just take y'all word for it,
Don't be
fam.
scared of the light, William. Don't be scared.
No, I
Go
ain't
into the light,
scared of no
Mr.
light.
Jordan. Go into the light. It's okay,
No.
Caroline.
No. That motherfucker said that motherfucker's enchanting. I ain't never heard nobody say that.
Enchanting, mesmerizing.
I'm telling you, man, like the whole room was.
It's gay boy magic. It's gay boy magic.
Nah, but I felt kind of sad though, right? Because he came like by himself, right? He was just like in the hallway and shit, like just like talking to us and chilling. But he was like by himself, and like I felt kind of sad, right? Because like Kelsey had like her whole support team. Megan had like 4 fucking SUVs filled with people, right? But he just came by himself.
Why you ain't gonna hold his hand and help him out?
Man, come on, right?
Lead him to the
He was over there. He was over there keeping EJ company.
Oh, bro.
Oh man.
But
I'm still waiting on that. Hey, look, I'm
need
still waiting on that
nothing
link.
You don't
That
need
link
nothing
still
else
ain't
like
came.
when you carrying the truth.
You feel me? Nah, man. But yeah, bro. Nah, trust me, bro. Like his entire testimony, bro. Like he was like believable. He was funny. He was charismatic. You feel me? So he did.
He was
That's a great
enchanting.
job.
So,
Tens.
So somebody was arguing though that he like somebody was arguing that he threw Kelsey under the bus, or that he made Kelsey more of a suspect after his testimony. I mean, I personally feel like he really didn't. I mean, I feel like his testimony at best was just kind of neutral and almost kind of irrelevant, to be honest.
Yeah, right. Right. Look, right. So like with the Kelsey thing, the only thing that I can even like think about, right, is like when like, and he stated that like, so the prosecutors asked him, okay, so you checked Megan bag, and you are unsure about seeing like a gun, right? But isn't it true that you never checked Kelsey bag, right? Right? He said, yeah. I mean, Kelsey is just like a Megan assistant, like you feel right, like I'm not packing her bags too, right? So I guess like that's the only thing. But then also too, yo, he revealed in court that little white girl, Kylie Jenner, man, that bitch was plotting on Tory. Listen, now, right? That bitch told Megan. Listen, that bitch told Megan, invite Tory, and then like reminded Megan up to 4 to 5 times if Tory Lanez was on his way. That bitch was fiending.
Quarantine.
Oh, she was fiending for Tory Lanez, which is kind of like, damn, bro. Like, how did like how do Kylie and her like promiscuity escape the courtroom, right? But like Megan, you know, right, but her shit get right, like it's like Megan gets exposed for fucking mad niggas, but then like nobody talks about Kylie Jenner and her thirstiness, because how EJ put it, nah, bro, like I'm talking about that was another level of thirst.
Because nobody is surprised by a white woman's promiscuity.
Nah, that's true.
I have a question too. There are other people trying to come up. Is there somebody who wants to give up their seat for a moment?
Oh yeah, me. Yeah.
Wait a minute. I need your ass was the one who was in the court. I need your ass. Okay, wait. Before you leave.
I bet.
Before you leave. Well, I mean, you don't have to leave, but I mean, unless you gotta go. But if there's anybody else aside from Flacco who wants to temporarily give up their seat so that everything ATL can get up here and somebody else, then be so kindly. You don't have to give up your seat, but if you want to, you can. When it comes to Kylie, not Kylie, I had proposed Flacco that Kylie only was feeling or wanting Tory to be there because she wanted to get back at Travis Scott. That's why when they left him alone with her, but Meg came back, she immediately threw that nigga out with her when Megan came for her shoe, because it was she wanted him for a photo while. Like she knew the word would get out that this pool party happened. Meg had already went live and showed that they were all in the pool together and that Tory was at the house. That's all Kylie ass wanted, was to use Tory as a weapon against Travis. So she wasn't interested in spending a long time, because when she got him alone, she sitting his ass out the door with Meg. And that's why Meg came out flying talking about, bitch, Kylie just told us to get the fuck out of her house. Like, she didn't want to do that. I don't believe she did.
Listen,
Conscious, I'm sorry, I'm talking over all of y'all.
Sure.
What I'm saying is, can you put me on backstage for a little bit, because I'm searching the username with the keyword and I have to scroll through all these people talking crap. So can you just
so when you find it like just
I'll put it in the back chat. Yeah, because I'm gonna be. If you can put me just the backstage. Yeah, I just wanted to say that so somebody else can come up.
And I'm gonna go down in the comments. My name is Donald Wright in the comments, so I'm gonna jump off so somebody can get up.
So where the hell you get William from?
That's my. Hey, listen, I can't get my real name on here. I didn't know who was on this.
Are you following me on Instagram, anonymous?
I am not on Instagram. I'm not.
What kind of nigga is this? Oh, he mysterious.
Nah, I told you I just broke up with my girlfriend, man.
Are you on Facebook?
Suspicious.
I am.
Are you on Facebook?
O'Shea Wright. I'm gonna put it up.
That's a whole nother name. Wait a minute, O'Shea Donald Williams.
First off,
Barry, James.
I'm gonna say my full name one time. Donald O'Shea Wright is my full name. But I'm gonna
Hold on, Donald.
O'Shea Wright.
How you spell O'Shea?
I just put it OSHEY. Yeah. That's on Facebook.
HEY.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna reactivate my Instagram probably tomorrow.
Okay, is this the same profile picture on Facebook?
Let me double.
Yeah.
Y'all judging me.
Yeah.
That's me.
Okay, all right.
It's actually right, and then it's O'Shea.
Yeah, right, O'Shea.
Actually, I mean, you got another straight brother up here to help you cape if you I don't imagine it's here.
The 2-for-1 cake.
Yo, he said,
2-for-1
cake.
cake.
What color your cake, bro?
Hey, man, purple.
Hey, my shit blue.
Does it have sequins?
I don't even know what that means, so I'm not gonna say nothing.
That shit funny, bro. I'm
not finna
He's
answer
saying
no
we
shit like
basically
that.
taking up for Tory because he a man. Like
I'm not taking up. I said the nigga did it. I just said they ain't gonna be able to convict him for it, which is
No,
fucked up. Which is fucked up.
Yo, so
okay. Wait. And that leads back to my question. Well, since you think he did it, would you still support him?
I don't support now one of the motherfuckers.
Why?
I mean, Megan doesn't make music for me. She make music for women that are in their stage of promiscuity. Like Tory Lanez, I can't fuck with a nigga that shoot bitches. Like, no.
So you think he did it?
No, I believe in my heart that he did, but there's nothing that can prove it that he did. And my emotion is not gonna change it. It's reasonable doubt. It's fucked up.
Nah, but listen though, Sean Kelly coming tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Okay, now who is Sean Kelly? That's the witness who claimed that he saw 2 women. Now, I hope, Flacco, I hope they get this nigga. I mean, yeah, they get this witness to describe the body type, because we need to, it's possible that they confuse Tory little ass for a frail woman. Describe
This was at 4:30 in the morning.
You're right. It's 4:30 in the morning. Tory Little, he got on a do-rag that looked like a wig, and it's easy to mistake him for.
And it's an old motherfucker too, though.
He probably the littlest one in the
And he
courthouse.
old as a motherfucker too, right? So I know, bro. Listen. So like, I know his eyesight bad as fuck, right? Because he walked in, little Jewish guy, man, but he was swaggy as fuck though. You feel me? He had on the Doc Martin boots, skinny jeans, raincoat on, like swaggy as a motherfucker. But like, he was a really old nigga, so I don't know how he's seen everything from like 30 feet away. At
He old?
I got a question.
Old.
I got
like
a question.
60 plus.
6? Oh, he old, and he outside of the community.
Are y'all talking about? Is this lady? She's in the court. I forget her name. Like, I don't know, but she's always in the court and she's posting a lot of day 1, day 2, day 3. And I seen her talking with academics, and she was saying,
"Oh, you talking about start with an M? I know you're talking about. Yeah, she fine as fuck.
She really is. You must have not seen some full body pictures.
No, I ain't seen full body.
I seen her in person. Listen, today, yo, I ain't gonna lie though, like all the chicks that she's with, like from like Texas or whatnot, bro, all them hoes is thick as fuck, yo. That shit was crazy.
Hold on, Flacco. Sean got cataracts.
Sean Kelly, I don't know, bro.
He hold it down.
But he old as fuck though. Like Sean old as fuck though, Conscious.
But she said that he supposedly is saying that. Well, I don't know if he testified to this yet, but he's saying that he saw a woman shoot the gun. He saw Kelsey shoot the gun.
Yeah.
So I just want to see if Conscious. Okay, so Conscious, we've been talking about how, why they were at the party.
He didn't shoot the gun though. He said the gun flash was closer to the woman.
Right, and he saw them get out the car. He saw Kelsey get out the back seat, go to the front, and then they got into a fight.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what he's saying he saw. Okay, so I want to see. It's just so funny how Conscious moves the goalpost a lot, because we've been talking about how what's her name? Kelsey? No, Tory and Kylie.
Yeah, hold on for 1 minute. Please listen to my moderators for you who are in the live stream. We do not put other content creators' names in my live chat unless I approve of them. So don't put nobody else's name in my motherfucking live chat, okay? Or my mods are permitted to delete your motherfucking ass to oblivion. So don't put another motherfucker's name in my chat. If you don't hear me shouting or stating another content creator's name, you don't state it either. Go ahead.
We apologize.
With that said, like, subscribe, hit the bell button, smash some likes. All right, but look, basically,
he was calling you a fake ass bitch. That's basically what he was saying, Conscious. Mm-hmm. He said
so with everybody leaving, I mean, with them leaving, if Kylie wanted Tory to leave, she would have kicked him out. He would have been gone. So like, it's the fact that he was there. He wasn't like the argument of what's her name? Damn, all the names. It's too many names. Megan coming back to get Tory is just like you just not creating, but you're making. It's like you're making not you, but it's like that statement is like making stuff harder than what it is. Like everything's simple. If he's there, she wants him to be there. You know what I mean? Like it's not that hard. Like it's not that hard to.
It is. I would tell you, it's much harder for a woman. I mean, you would be surprised at how many women even feel uncomfortable like telling a man no or like not giving into a man's advances, who feel a lot more confident doing that surrounded. I can only imagine that Tory Lanez showed his motherfucking ass when he got her alone. And because if he was already doing the most while they were there, he damn sure cranked up the most.
So what about what EJ said? He didn't have to
worry about Kelsey looking at him. He didn't have to worry about Megan looking at his ass. So when Kylie shot the bat signal for Megan to turn her ass around in the goddamn Hollywood Hills night sky, and she zipped her ass back around to go get her shoe, that's why Tory Lanez ass came threw it out the mansion with her ass.
So what's up with
because
what EJ
the question
said?
is, if she wanted him there so bad and she finally got him all alone, why did Megan come hacking back to the car with his ass? Why he didn't get there?
So why is that omitted from her testimony? If that would not incriminate nobody. That's just a fact of what happened at the party, or the reason why she went back.
Because she already said it. Why she went back? She went back for her shoe.
Right.
Man,
so
come on now.
why did she say? Why did she say I was coming back to get Tory because he was, he was too drunk and I wanted to collect him from the party.
For all we know, that's why she came back.
You know what I'm saying? So why didn't she say that? It don't incriminate nobody. It's just It's just a truth of the story. That's actually more.
You got a whole boyfriend right now.
Going to get a fucking slipper.
So you mean to tell me you're a multi-millionaire? You going back? Well, you going back somewhere for a goddamn slipper?
That's what I'm saying. That story makes it better for a slipper.
Nicki Minaj said she would turn the motherfucking plane around in the sky to go back to Atlanta to get her sunglasses if she needs to. Yes, like look, hey, I'm a bitch. Look, I'm a bitch who needs shit, and even though
you won't go back 20 minutes to go get.
Yes,
I am. It's probably one of them beauty supply slippers too. So it's probably not even no slipper. You know what I'm saying? You can get on Amazon.
Please. You know that was a $10,000 ass shoe left back there.
You
gotta remember.
Probably a Nike slide.
These people spend good money on regular shit. So that's some expensive shit.
Here's the thing: she didn't have them damn. If she went back to get her slide, she damn sure didn't have them on when she was in the car. When she got the goddamn car.
Well, it didn't mean she wanted to put them on. She just wanted because she had a bunch of bathing suits. She had brought a bunch of changing outfits. She just wanted to have her shit. It's okay for her. She had a right to go back for her shit. It's her shit. She paid her money for that shit. She worked.
Well, she can go back for it. I just don't believe her. So what about what EJ
you shoot
said?
Me out, you can have it all. Like.
Can Flacco speak to what EJ
Flacco.
was saying as far as
my bad.
Don't leave.
As far as Megan's energy when she saw him interacting with Kylie?
Yeah, but definitely right. So like here, right, he was saying right that like she was acting just weird, loud, and like aggressive, right? And he also said that like Kelsey was also drunk, but like she's like the fun type of drunk, bubbly, right? So like he definitely made a very clear distinction between she was loud, aggressive, and rude, but Kelsey was fun, bubbly, loud, right? So like life at the party type shit, right? So Megan was just showing her fucking ass, right? EJ also said something very important. He said, listen, I hate the feeling of feeling like the only black people left at somebody's house, right? So like that nigga, bro, was giving bars, right? Feel me, right? But Megan, didn't want to leave. She was just acting, just weird, just rude, aggressive, and out her body.
And is that because Kylie was feeling Tory?
It ain't got it because of that. It's just because it doesn't matter. She was drunk.
So are we getting to the point to where you guys just want to say that she kind of deserved it, or
No. This is so we're exploring the facts, not the facts, but somebody's testimony. We're not.
I have an explanation for that though. If you look at the situation, right, Meg already fucking Tory behind her girl back, so. That's already like ant number one. Now she know that she got a Kelsey who also getting to know Tory on a situation that could lead to a serious situation. And
so she put her on to.
And so now she's in girl code mode because now she mad that he doing the most with Kelsey. I mean, doing the most with Kylie in front of Kelsey. So she got an attitude because it's the disrespect of it all. It's already bad enough she fucking him. Now he got the nerve.
That don't make no sense.
I'm gonna be honest.
You got the nerve to disrespect my girl like because even what me and you is doing is behind. She
a narcissist. Then that's a narcissist.
Even what me you is doing is behind the paywall. But you got the nerve to be disrespectful out in the open, bitch. No, I'm not gonna.
But Kelsey was creeping too, though, right? Didn't they say right that Kelsey,
even Meg is respectful enough to fuck him not in front of Kelsey. Like even she respectful enough to not do that.
But Kelsey, wait till conscious, right? Wait.
I'm gonna have let him get this out. Let him get this out.
Kelsey admitted, right, to like texting another nigga that she was talking to.
Exactly.
While in the car with Tory.
It wasn't official. But
come on now. She was look,
it's all about the principle, the optics of it all. Like that's one
thing. The optics is like, Kelsey. Kylie don't know that he.
Hold on. But guess what? Kelsey wasn't talking to niggas in front of Tory. She wasn't doing that in front of Tory. Whatever she's doing on the back end, like that's the whole point. Back end, like let's keep shit cool. Like my girl feeling you. It's already bad enough. I know how you feel personally, but I know that my girlfriend trying to also get to know you. You over here catting around with a cockazoid puss in the pool and this shit. And then why you pushing up on? Why are you pushing up on her and you and her baby daddy beefing, nigga? It's too much fuck shit going on. Like, it's too much fuck shit.
And these are the days of our lives.
I'm thinking that you're gonna come here and you're gonna be cute and maybe
you're supposed to make Megan look better.
Hold on, wait a minute. I'm thinking that you're gonna come here and you're gonna be cute and cat around with Kelsey because you ain't seen her for 2 months. I've been keeping the seat warm for her. 2 months. Now you back in town. This the first time she done seen you. I'm thinking you about to come here and you and her about to play merman and shit in the pool. So, but you here and you on Miss Kylie, bitch. I know, bitch. Like, no, you gotta be fucked up. This shit look toe up and raggedy. And so I think that's where the attitude come from. I don't believe she had an attitude because if she gave a fuck about Tory, she wouldn't have never brought Kelsey back to California, and she wouldn't have invited Kelsey to the party. Kelsey was also her +1. She invited Kelsey.
That's what
this motherfucker had a +3.
So what's she gonna be?
Actually, I thought didn't EJ say that?
No. So what
Kylie wanted Tory to be there?
Wait a minute. So what's she gonna be pressed about when she's literally bringing the nigga into contact with the girl he's supposed to be getting to know, which is Kelsey? That don't make no sense because a jealous bitch don't do shit like that. Like jealous hoes don't perform.
Sneaky one does though.
No, but
a jealous bitch not gonna bring the nigga that she know her homegirl is feeling, invite him to the party, knowing that like
she's fucking him though. She's fucking him.
And she just, yeah, but that's one thing. Fucking is one thing, but fucking don't mean that I'm fucking with you emotionally.
But didn't Kelsey want Tory to be there and was reminding Meg, like, hey, Meg, where's Tory? Where's Tory? Where's
You know how
Tory?
many people fuck casually? Because clearly her and the baby fucked too, and they wasn't dating. Like,
the day before.
You can have sex without emotions. Like, I mean, so, like, we fucked. But
she fucked the baby the day before, man, bro. Think about that shit, dog. The day before.
Man,
I can't imagine, bro, how a multi-millionaire superstar is moving like that, bro.
Hold on, wait a minute. But you act like she fucked the day before she knew she was gonna be shot. I mean, it's like
No.
It was just another day.
I just want to know. Okay, so why isn't it the fact that not Kelsey, but Kylie wanted Tory to be there, and she was asking Megan, like, where's Tory? Invite Tory, and kept reminding her to invite Tory. Like, she wanted Tory to be there.
Thirsty.
Did you guys not hear not one word Conscious said?
But
Conscious literally said that, remember, and okay, so in the genesis of this live, okay, me and Conscious was talking about our thoughts on the whole Tory Lanez, whatever. In the midst of him explaining, he said something along the lines of, you know, people don't want to talk about Megan lying and all this sneakiness, and he had mentioned something about Travis Scott. And it reminded me because he also mentioned something about Kylie Jenner and talking about how Kylie Jenner was on her bald head whole shit. And so I said, I think it's very interesting that people talked about Megan and talking about how it's so crazy to think that Tory Lanez was linking up with the people that Megan used to have beef with, but yet we literally see that with Kylie Jenner and Travis Scott.
I'm totally confused on what that has to do with what I just said.
Yeah, because Tory and Travis Scott ain't friends. Kelsey and Megan is friends. They best friends.
Tory gave Travis Scott the beats.
Okay, so let's get to Tory slide with Kylie on Travis.
So saying that
they don't have no attachments.
Tory fucked up Travis Scott, and then Kylie wanted to fuck Tory, but Travis Scott is her baby daddy.
No, what I'm saying is that also in the genesis of that live, he basically said is that when Megan got there, they all left. It wasn't Tory can stay, but y'all can go. It wasn't that.
Why was he still there? Why was he still there? Who said that?
I found the response to the judges, to the judges' response to the prosecutors asking if they can reopen it, if they need to reintroduce new evidence, and I posted it in the private chat.
And I just got done reading it. I just got done reading it, and it's not what she said it was, but okay.
It is.
What is what? Okay, so read it then. Like, what is it?
I said that the judge agreed to reopen the trial.
The judge did not agree.
They didn't. Okay.
Allow her to read it, please.
She's not reading it. She's talking. Read it. Go ahead, read it.
Okay, she's explaining what she said, and then she's gonna read what they said.
Okay, let me open it myself. Here it says, "All right, let's see how far we can get." Judge David Hereford replied, appearing to grant permission to reopen trial if trial schedule permits.
William Wright.
I was gone during that context of that conversation, so I'm like lost on that one. Personally.
Okay.
I wasn't there.
No. Wait, right here, right. So like what she's saying is this, right? So pretty much like the prosecutor, so like how like courts like work, right? Is the prosecutors call all of their witnesses and then they rest their case and then the defense go. In this ghetto ass case, the prosecutors are not done yet, right? Right? But the defense went cause the prosecutors, I guess, witnesses and weren't ready. So now what the judge is saying is once the defense gets done, the prosecutors now will still be able to call, more witnesses.
Yeah, because the prosecutors had their whole plan set out, and because the witnesses flipped on them, they asked for them to reopen the trial and not close this trial, but to reopen it
to extend it.
Yeah, to extend it because
Extend is the better word. Yes.
okay,
Yeah, because
okay,
that's
yeah,
not the
okay.
word that you
That's a
used.
better
You said
That's
that
not what you used
okay,
you
before.
said that they were going
okay.
to open up, do
Okay,
a
I'm sorry.
retrial.
I didn't use the exact I didn't
Well,
use the
words
exact
matter.
verbiage.
Words
Okay,
matter.
words
Remember, Kelsey?
okay, words matter,
Okay,
and my name is
she's
Presley, not
not a
Kelsey.
law. She's not a law
Nah,
student.
come on.
And just to let you know,
Why being rude to her, man? Come
You
on,
ain't
bro.
gotta
y'all
put
let
on
me
the cross,
finish.
bro.
Okay.
Y'all interrupted me.
Don't put on the cross, bro. She cool.
Like literally, like all I'm saying is that the prosecutors had their whole plan set out, and because their witnesses kind of flipped on them, they asked the judge to reopen because it's too late to bring in new evidence, and the judge granted that. That's all I was saying,
Yo, this
That
and that
case
is
is
what the
this
link
trial is
proves.
crazy because this is the prosecution's side, and it's a lot of doubt in it. Like I've never seen a case where there's so much doubt in the
Yeah.
prosecution's case while they're, calling their witnesses and stuff like that. So I could imagine what the defense is gonna do. They probably just gonna call up two
Add a new
people, ask them
charges and
like
shit
3
too.
questions and then end that shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so to clear what I was saying earlier before she came in and clarified, what I was talking about was the equal exchange between Kylie Jenner and also Tory Lanez. Because the thing with Tory Lanez is that the way that he operates, the way that he moves is that when he's not messing with nobody anymore, he tends to, at least from what we're seeing, is that he tends to link up with his arch nemesis or the person the person that he's opposing, he links up with people that they know. But yet at the same time, me and Conscious also talked about how with Kylie Jenner, we felt like it was more of a what's the word you use? Photo optics.
Yeah,
Photo
photo op.
optics shit. Yeah, like okay,
She probably wanted to get on
yeah,
quarantine radio.
live, okay, now bitch leave.
She probably
And-
wanted to get on quarantine radio. She probably wanted to get on quarantine radio at the time.
It could be something like that.
Come on, bro. Like that's the Kardashian, bro. Like she got more clout than any. Come on, bro.
But let's also be very clear too. The Kardashians are also known for having their own publicity stunts.
Yeah,
and she is selling something like makeup or some shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that'd be perfect for her to get
And
on
she's
quarantine
been
radio.
in this unconventional ass relationship to Travis Scott, wanting a goddamn commitment because all white women believe that they are marriage material, and she was using goddamn Tory Lanez, his open goddamn enemy, to incite violence and to incite value on her ass. Like, nigga, you better wake up because there's other niggas who want this Consciouztv ass punani.
So you saying that Tory wanted to get with Kylie to get back at
I
Travis
think it was both. I think he genuinely was willing to make love to plastic, and there was also a double, and there was also a double jeopardy because the plastic happened to belong to its open enemy. So, hey, this is
but the plastic invited him, wanted him to come. So what does that have to do about him wanting to plastic?
Hold on, two things can be true at once. She wanted him there for the publicity of it all because she knew, especially when Meg went live in the pool, boom, bitch, you just gave me what I needed. I just needed the receipts to be out there. That Tory Lanez, my baby daddy's open enemy, was up in here kicking it with a bitch. And then when they fucked around and left Tory there, because he was the one who was begging to stay, he was the one who didn't want to leave. They left, but then and Kylie was stuck with that nigga, like, oh my God, like this nigga for real. And so soon as Megan saw the Batmobile signal in Gotham's night sky, she turned her ass around, and who the hell did she come out the goddamn door with after she went in for her goddamn Versace slippers? Mr. Tory. And Kylie ass didn't know how to kick a black man out of her house who wasn't her nigga because she only pulls out bone queesa shit with her actual niggas. Tory ain't that. So she don't feel comfortable. She don't know him like that. And she don't know how to like necessarily. And look, women use other women to get a nigga off them all the time. Ask women in the chat, how many times have they been in the club and didn't feel comfortable disrespecting from a man and got their homegirl to pull a goddamn distraction or a diversion so they can leave or get the fuck out the way or whatever the case may be. Like, women do this shit all the time. And then you got this white dynamic. So Kylie paranoid as hell. She don't know this nigga. She can't just mistreat this nigga like any old nigga. She would just kick the fuck out. She don't know him like that. She don't need him going back talking about it was racism in the Jenner house and mansion and whatever the hell. She ain't got time for all that shit. She see what Kim going through, bitch, with Kanye and Skims and Balenciaga and devil worshiping shit, girl. She ain't got time for none of this shit, honey. So she shook. But then soon as Megan pulls her ass around, hey, girl.
Hey, Conscious, I put something in the chat. Did you see this video? Or anybody in the panel, did anybody see this video? Because it's an hour long and I didn't get a chance to look at it before I got on here.
What is the video about?
And is that EJ? Is that EJ?
We can't click on it like since we're on our phones. Like, yeah.
Hold on. Do you want me to put up a picture of EJ?
I don't know if that was him.
EJ, like what you trying to do? Like you trying to confirm?
No, it's a video. It's a video, and I think EJ is talking about what's going on. I think it's
like put it in the back chat. Is the link in the back chat?
Yeah, it's in the back chat.
Hold on, let me click it and see.
That boy went looking for EJ, man. Listen, man, like man, that nigga. I'm trying to tell you, man. That boy EJ. You know, you gotta watch that nigga, man.
That's what I'm and just judging by the title, I haven't watched the video because, like you said, it's an hour long. It says that EJ says Meg made shady comment to Kylie, aggressive, loud, drunk. Kylie wanted Tory, which is exactly what I said that he's trying to muddy it up, but he was smarter than Kelsey with it. He's not dumb. So like
he's very smart.
That's what I'm saying. Like he did what Kelsey was supposed to do.
I don't like I don't know. I wish that when they crossed or when Meg took the stand, that they like, why did y'all allow her to take the stand and not ask her for clarity about why she was upset? Why did y'all allow everybody else to project?
They did. She said she wasn't upset. She said there was no argument.
So then she wasn't upset.
Yeah,
but she also said she don't recall to a lot of things too when they was asking her. But was she mad about Tory being in the pool with Kylie? And a lot of the questions she said she didn't even remember going to the house and then turning back around, going back to Kylie's house to go get Tory. So there was a lot of things even in Megan's statement that she said that she didn't remember.
Yeah, she started the whole I don't remember thing.
The only thing she said that she didn't remember is how her bag got in the front when they showed a picture of her bag in the front. She said a lot of times she didn't remember. They were getting agitated with her to the point where they kind of had a little sidebar and they talked to her like, yo, you got to open up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to talk. Like,
do they realize that the woman was drunk and traumatized? I mean, like, do they take into account that some parts of that experience are just going to be irrelevant to the traumatized brain that's already shutting off from what it considers to be miscellaneous? Like, most trauma victims don't remember miscellaneous shit. So her going back to the house is like, I don't even remember that. Between being drunk and traumatized, I don't even remember the fucking house. Like, I mean, but ultimately,
she didn't remember were questions around her bag that EJ said that he might have saw a gun looking like something like a gun in his testimony today. That's the only part she said she didn't remember were questions around her bag.
Hold on, she got back on the stand today?
No. But what's like real suspicious though, right? Is like they played body cam footage, and while Megan was being cuffed, standing on like both feet, and Kelsey asked, "Yo, are you okay, Megan?" And she said, "Yeah, I'm okay." Right? So you feel me? So like, bruh, again, like right after getting shot, like you okay? I don't know, man. You feel me?
Which proves that Kelsey did see her limping and bleeding, so that perjures her her immunity.
Because she said, "I didn't even know." No, I think she answered. I didn't even know she was bleeding.
Yeah.
I didn't see her limping. She also said that.
Yeah. And she did say though that like everything that night was blurry, so like that's like her little escape way out of it, right? Meaning I don't remember.
Cool, Kelsey?
Yeah.
Oh, we know that bitch remember everything because she told the prosecutors all the church's business. And she remembered everything about her experience that fucking night, all the way up to everything that concerns Tory Lanez.
Yo, listen, I seen like the pictures and shit of Kelsey like at the police station. Listen, I don't know about the Kelsey now because she looked way different. But bro, the Kelsey 2 years ago, man, that nigga Tory Lanez a lucky nigga, yo.
She just had a baby. Come on,
Conscious,
now.
bro, her body was something different too.
She just had a baby, bro.
Tell
like,
us about
really?
the pictures of her
shit, I know.
injuries. Like, did you see her injuries? Because, like,
yeah,
apparently the injuries were so. Like, describe to us the injuries.
Yeah, right. So, like, her leg, had mad scratches and blood stains right on it, right? And on like her, I think it was like her upper right back, right? There were bruises there, and then her tank top was ripped, right? So on the upper right, and her tank top had straps on it. That was ripped, and there was bruises there as well. And then her head, and on her top of her head, right? There was bald spots and shit, right? So somebody either pulled her hair. Now she stated that she always been dealing with bald spots, and they ain't nothing new.
Even though she told the prosecutors that she was dragged by Tory, and she told Meg that in text message as well. But she gonna sit up on verdict day, on court day, and change the tune. But see, and that's why I'm saying I don't believe that she didn't tell the truth in that fucking interview, because she already cooperated. She cooperated almost immediately through the text messages, incriminate her. So it's just like, girl, miss me with the whole I don't remember and I lied about some things. No, bitch, you lied about some things now. You lying about a lot of things. That's what you lying about. But so she had so her shirt was ripped. She had bruises all over her shoulder area and shit. She had a bunch of bald spots, and I heard that she giggled when she told the judge that she always suffered from alopecia or some shit. That she kind of a giggle when she answered to that particular injury. Do you recall her giggling, Flacco?
Say again, sorry about that.
When she was asked about her bald spot, I heard she giggled answered.
Right. Yo, listen, she was just listen, in her response and for her bald spots, kind of confirmed to me that she's listen, it don't matter what you don't ask her, right? She's fine. Listen, she is dedicated right now to protecting Tory, because if you ask a woman, especially a black woman, right, who loves who takes pride in her appearance and her hair, and she gonna tell the entire court filled with reporters that's about to put this out to millions of people that she been dealing with bald spots all her life, that she always had bald spots, man, come on, bro. If she can degrade her own looks and lie about that for Tory Lanez, there's not much that Kelsey won't do for no Tory Lanez, yeah.
Yeah, that part, because I don't believe that she had. I always wear ponytails because I was always bald. When clearly, with her and Megan's pictures, she wasn't always wearing a ponytail. She's had her hair down. She's had cute little hairstyles. So
right down the middle and all.
So I'm like, so that's crap.
Just
that part of it is crap.
That was the thing. Her line wasn't even good. It was just girl, you are you just lying, goofy line. It's just who the fuck is gonna believe that you are not? Who's the fuck gonna believe that you're genuinely
you're funny.
That your testimony is genuine now. Girl, you're bull, you're lying. And even asking, why you text this? Why you text that? Oh, I was just panicking. I would hate for this to get another panicking ass situation, girl, because she liable to call my motherfucking name for some shit. She was scared. Oh man, no, Miss Mama. You don't get to just be slapping all type of goddamn incriminating actions on people because you don't even. Who does that anyway? You didn't even have to say nothing about if I'm innocent in the situation, why am I going to, in a panic, go run and say somebody who didn't do something did something? That's not even a traditional panic response. Like, it's just, it don't make sense. Like, it don't make sense. Why would in your panic you slap somebody on a crime they didn't commit? What?
See, the truth. Just so you know, because I know the last panel didn't end well for you. Even though I was laughing.
Please.
I felt bad.
Yeah,
but
you're gonna have to rewind to the first 2 hours of this live stream, boo, to be to come into the light.
Yeah, because he lied all his ass off.
Tory ass did the most line in all this shit. The only thing he told the goddamn truth about was smashing two friends.
Yeah, man, bro, I can't blame Tory, bro, because again, like Kelsey from back then, bro, Mag, bro, listen, man, Mag ain't have shit on her, bro.
Bro, I don't like Kelsey, but you like trying to compare her body then to now after she just had a child. Like, come on, like just
no. I'm like the same, right? I'm comparing to Megan back then. Megan still ain't have shit on Kelsey.
I disagree. But what you're probably seeing is maybe the skin complexion. Oh, Kelsey's lighter than Megan or something like that. As far as Megan, no, she's not.
I think he was just commenting on. I think he was commenting on
Kelsey's with a gap between her thighs still.
She's actually bad built. Like,
no, she's not bad built. I don't like. Come on now. I don't like the girl, but I still advocate for truth. Kelsey is a very pretty woman. Okay.
No, I never said she wasn't pretty. I never said she wasn't pretty. And this is my
don't
opinion.
Make me argue with you over Kelsey. I don't like that girl.
Can I talk?
Okay, so how about let's not. But why do we have? Somebody doesn't have to burden themselves with protecting Kelsey, who's protecting a whole goddamn shooter. So if Kelsey gets dragged, she gets dragged.
Yeah, and listen, I'm not calling her ugly. I think she's very, very pretty. But in just my opinion, I'm just talking to Flocka. Like, I think Megan's better, but that's just my opinion, Flocka. You know,
that's the least that somebody.
Because the picture that I seen, right, sis? Listen, right?
Whole goddamn abuser.
Nah. Listen, right? What I saw was her ass was super fat. But like she still had right these like gaps and shit like between her thighs, but she had like a gap still, but her butt was super fat. That shit was crazy.
She's a mom.
The gap between her legs.
There's no standard. Look, she's a mom. There's no standard way for a body to look, but I also don't. I also ain't really trying to defend Kelsey either, because I'm upset that she out here with Tory Lanez protecting whoever traumatized this damn black woman. So, but she is a whole mama. I think Kelsey is very pretty.
Yeah,
I think that Megan is very pretty, but men.
I'm telling you, it's like the skin complexions. Men are like infatuated. And I'm not speaking of baby Kelsey. I'm speaking of, and I'm a mother myself, so I would never bash a woman. I'm speaking of Kelsey back then. She's beautiful, but just in my opinion, that's it. That's all. She's just not.
Yes, come
on. Personally, I don't want you to get offended.
Everybody got their own taste.
Thank you so much.
Oh, please, a man will hit anything that looks like anything.
Right.
Exactly. All I was saying, I wasn't trying to defend Kelsey at all. All I'm saying is a dude coming up here talking about, oh, she was better back then when that lady just had a baby. That's all I'm saying. I don't like her at all. But I will like step in and be like, oh, she was prettier back then. Even though I don't like her and I would love all of the dragging. I like dragging based on real stuff. I don't like dragging based on stuff that isn't important. Like, oh, she was bad and now she bigger. Who gives a fuck? I can't.
Man, I would have sold my last breath for Kelsey back there.
That's his opinion. That's not something for anybody to get hung up on. That was his opinion based on the picture that he saw. So just because you may not like it, it doesn't take away from his opinion.
Yeah, and I don't think he was comparing her body to from then to now. I don't think it was a comparison.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to be woke, even though I'm not feeling Kelsey right now. And let's just agree to not do any body shaming, even if we're body shaming the goddamn devil. That even the devil doesn't deserve to be body shamed.
Yo,
All
even
right,
the devil don't deserve it.
I got a question. If Kelsey did in fact do it, do you think she's doing a good job at diverting herself from even being a suspect by her testimony and all her crazy lies and I don't remember and shit?
No, she's not doing a good job at all.
Oh, if the witness comes up and say he saw Kelsey shoot, can they with her immunity, they can still bring up charges on her because they said immunity on her testimony, not if somebody else said they saw her, right?
I think, I don't know, but I would say that if they did that witness say that she shot, because she most definitely said on that stand she did not shoot Megan, and that's perjury right there. If that's actually true.
If anything, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Maybe, but what's gonna happen if But what's going to happen if Mr. Cataracts takes the goddamn stand tomorrow and say that he saw Kelsey blow goddamn Megan's scalp the fuck off, honey? What's going to happen then?
Well, they say they got the fine.
When he say that the goddamn velocity from the goddamn pistol blew Kelsey's goddamn ponytail off her head from the way she shot the goddamn gun in her car. What's going to happen?
If that happens, Conscious, then we got to say, Tory Lanez, we apologize.
He ain't getting shit. Not over here.
Wow.
Because when he apologized to August Alsina, then I'll think about it.
That's a whole man. If he wanted to press charges, he could have pressed charges.
Tory Lanez apologized. He did. That's why Tory Lanez was on house arrest.
Okay, well, he dealing with that. He dealing with that. His consequences.
Exactly. There's no charges right now for August Alsina.
As soon as this trial is over,
there's currently no charges for August Alsina.
If August wanted to press charges, he could.
August has not pressed any charges.
And I feel like Megan don't even want to be there.
How did he get put on house arrest? Like, who pressed the charges? Who
I think he's on house arrest for this case because he has to,
The judge put him on house arrest per the prosecutor's request until November 28th when the trial starts.
Yeah.
After the trial ends, and
I'm not
he's
going to
found
start
not guilty
gaslighting
or
me
it
getting
goes
out of
into a
character and
mistrial,
yelling.
he will not be on house arrest.
Oh, yeah, funny.
Yeah.
Let's see.
He's already off it though, right? Didn't like the judge taking off it like 2 weeks ago?
It's a pause.
It's a pause.
Yeah.
He will be back on it after this trial is over because of August Alsina. Y'all.
Presley, can you put that in the private chat? Because I can put what I found in the private chat. He's not on house arrest for August Alsina. There's no charges. August hasn't pressed any charges.
I feel like Megan don't even want to be there.
Won't talk about anything, but I'll go ahead and pull that up too.
It was like
hold on.
Somebody got something from TMZ and Rolling Stone.
All of y'all smart people in the chat, when y'all say something actually is true, can y'all burden yourself with providing me the proof? Send me the damn link, because
I understand.
I want to see the tea.
I don't even think Megan want to be in this trial because she didn't press charges. Like, it's the state that picked it up.
Well, hold up. Let me do this. Control F.
Y'all be.
That's why I think it's more.
Wait.
Because she didn't press charges.
Wait, hold up. I found something. Peterson 30 sat at the defense table listening quietly to flurry a pre-trial motions while dressed in a cream suit with a black plaid design. He had been placed on house arrest in October after Judge Herring Ford received a sealed bail revocation motion from prosecutors following allegations of the rapper assaulted musician August Alsina in Chicago. So I don't know if that actually says that he was actually got it from August. Let me see. I'll continue looking, y'all.
I'm gonna go ahead and put the link. Let me go ahead and do that. Sorry, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and do that, and I'll put links in the chat before I speak so that I'm not questioned and all that good stuff.
So it sounded like he was already under supervision, and the August Alsina just made the judge kind of just like crank down.
No, that wasn't it. He wasn't already under supervision. he was put under house arrest because of August Alsina. But I'm gonna pull up that link and put it in a private chat so you can see that.
Did he get
All right.
detained for August Alsina? Did they like lock him
Someone
up?
said in the chat that August face fell into Tory fist on accident. Oh, girl, y'all are crazy. He said August just clumsy. Girl, y'all are crazy.
No, because August Alsina's case is he's gonna go right back under house arrest as soon as this is over, and August Alsina's trial is gonna start back up right after this is
Well, at
over.
least
But
we
let
ain't gonna
me,
be at nobody else goddamn pool party no time soon.
yeah, but let me go ahead and do
Was
this.
he arrested for August Alsina? Because
That's
you
right.
said
That's
that
right.
August
August gonna press
Alsina's
charges?
trial is gonna start. When did he get arrested for August Alsina?
Right. That's what I'm asking.
He
Because he has to
did.
be arrested first. When did he get arrested?
He got put under
He
house
never did get
arrest
arrested for
because it's
August.
pending.
So
Yeah,
how
but
can you be under house arrest if you never went to a judge or been arrested?
When did he get
Let me
arrested?
Wait,
guys,
wait,
here because y'all are just.
he was out on bail. That's why, right?
Yeah, he was out on bail.
Right. And the prosecutor said, "Hold up now, judge."
Okay, if y'all are saying he was out on bail, how can somebody who was out on bail just all of a sudden be put under house arrest?
Because when you're out on bail, a lot of times you are out on bail with stipulation when you're out on bail.
All right, I don't know nothing. I put the link in the chat.
Here.
Yeah,
and
he definitely was
and see what they have to say.
Y'all irritating my nerves.
Hey, Conscious, this is a TMZ article that he gives the whole story.
Okay. I'll read that after Fader. Fader.com reports bail for Tory Lanez revoked. Rapper ordered under house arrest over alleged August Alsina fight. The rapper's alleged altercation with August Alsina reportedly led to a judge imposing new pretrial restrictions. Like I said, that's exactly what had happened. A judge in Los Angeles has revoked Tory Lanez bail and ordered the Canadian rapper into house arrest beginning this Friday, October 28th. TMZ and TBS LA report the Canadian rapper was on bail as he awaits trial for the 2020 shooting of Megan Thee Stallion, who was wounded in her feet. Lanez had pled not guilty. The judge found that Lanez violated the terms of his bail, the stipulations I talked about. He got out of bail with stipulations in his alleged assault of August Alsina last month. While Alsina directly identified Lanez as his attacker, Lanez denied all accusations. So for all of the people saying Meg is a liar, there you go. Tory ass is a motherfucking pathological liar. He just lied.
Oh, no, we should all say everybody lied.
Lanez trial in the shooting is again on November 28th. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so there it is. He was out on bail with stipulations. He violated that by getting in trouble when the whole happened. But the judge got pissed and doubled down on restrictions and put his ass on house arrest.
You can best believe if they don't get him for this, they gonna get him for that.
On some OJ shit.
Right.
Hold on, who the hell is Donald? Who is Donald Wright?
That's William.
Wait. Donald Wright, your avatar has stuck up here. Because his avatar stuck up here. Let me drop the link. Yeah. Okay, so he's on house arrest, so now what?
No, I think you just essentially just explained it to everybody because what Presley was saying is that he was on house arrest for August Alsina and he's going to trial, like he's awaiting for trial for that, but he's never even been arrested. So I think that's what we were trying
they looking into it.
Yeah, he violated the terms of his shit. So August,
right, by not getting in trouble and shit. Yeah.
I didn't know that was down you begging.
That was me. Oh God.
William.
Like, hey, listen.
I was like, I saw your avatar up. I'm like, who the fuck is Donald?
That's my company logo. I told you my full name. God damn.
Okay, but I still saw you on Facebook at Donald O'Shea.
All right.
Okay, yeah, you're right. My mistake. But now you know we clear. Listen, Paisley, you be loud and wrong and so bold. Why?
No, I don't. I don't be loud and wrong. This is why I was trying to say that I put.
She's our residential sensitive woman. Y'all got to
okay. Well, I'm sorry. Okay.
Lady.
I thought she was right.
Calling me a sensitive woman. No,
I thought she was right.
Though, I put a link that that goes more in detail about the August Alsina thing in the chat, and it was from XXL, sorry. But I'll be happy to answer any question
Okay.
that this man
Are
has
you aware
posted
that
Come on,
with
once
me.
PR. Come on, PR. I'll be happy to answer any questions on
so
behalf of my
are you
client.
aware that if you're on bail and you get so much as a traffic ticket, that's violating?
Mm-hmm.
You realize that, right? So the fact
Yes,
that
I do
got him,
realize that.
so so that's why he got put on the ankle bracelet, because he was out on
That's
bail. You can't do shit wrong. When
no, that's not no. Because if that was the truth, are you forgetting that Tory Lanez actually violated his restraining order while he was out on bail against Megan 3 times?
oh
So
my
the
god,
first time he violated that, according to your logic, he should be put on house arrest. The second time he violated that, according to your logic, he should be put on house arrest. The third time he violated that, according to your logic, he should be put on house arrest. But those 3 times he violated
so
his
when did he
restraining order
violate the
against,
training order?
if I can finish, um, the 3 times he violated his restraining order against Megan, each time they made him just pay extra money. But this time with the August Alsina, they put him on house arrest because he keeps on. He keeps on. So I'm not sure why you guys are just trying to make it seem like, oh, uh, Tory's innocent or he just made this
Who
one
said?
mistake. No, during this recent time, or that was so long ago, stop bringing up his past. This guy
Just
was on a
talking, bro.
restraining order
But what
on
does this
bail.
have to do with him being on
Every,
house arrest? Because I mean, it seems like you're
everything.
going backwards. Like we're not talking about the 3 times
Again,
that
like
the
I
judge
said,
increased his bail. We're talking about what you just made a blatant statement
That wasn't
that
true.
he was going to trial for August Alsina, but he still has yet to be arrested for it. So you made a statement that was inaccurate, and you're still
I
doubling
did
down on that
not.
statement.
I'm doubling down
These
because
times
I
he
did.
violated the restraining order, it was all at like a concert. So it's like he's there, she's there. It's like, like, I mean, I gotta work. We all have to work. So it's kind of hard to stay
Not you minimizing him violating the restraining
no,
order.
I'm saying like, was it at a event, a party, a concert? Like how was it? Did he like go to her house? Did he like, what was it? I'm not
He didn't
minimizing
call her.
anything.
The only
It
time that
was
he
a
went to her
concert.
house
Just him.
at a concert, and he didn't know she was there.
All right. It wasn't just him. It wasn't just him just showing up and not knowing that she was there, because the reason that the judge kept on increasing his bail and punishing him for violating the restraining order is because Megan brought to court proof that he was informed, and he verified that he was informed that Megan was going to be there, and he still showed up. And not only did he showed up with another person to try and humiliate Megan even more by performing with the baby, another man who she was accused of, even though we all know it's true, she slept with the baby, but we know what was going on there. So let's
Presley, Tory
not.
Lanez is an entertainer. So what you're saying is that he should not show up
Lord.
for work to do his job to get paid
No,
because
that's
of a
not
restraining
what.
order.
And he
So
was probably already paid
if
from
he
that
was
venue.
No,
if he
that's
was
not.
there to
Lord,
perform,
y'all are being purposely obtuse.
no,
That is
you're
not
being
what I'm saying.
that is
No, you
exactly what
tried to
you're
tell me
saying,
that I
because
was
I mean
defending
you
him.
Y'all
kind of
chill
sound
out.
a little dizzy because
Wait. Everybody just chill.
How
I can
can
see
y'all
where this is
ask
going.
me a question and then when I try to answer, y'all talk over me? That's weird.
Okay, I think what she's saying is that yes, you may have gotten paid for an event, but however, would you rather just take this paycheck or possibly risk your freedom?
But the thing is that's not even true. He wasn't even paid for that. Are you forgetting that Tory is the one who has been pushing this trial back for 2.5 years? This
wait,
trial would have been
you
already
going
been done.
Presley, can we just talk about the violations first?
Oh, now can we just talk about when I point out that Tory pushed the
because
case back?
you're trying to talk about 10 different things, and we're still trying to cover one thing you point out at a time so that we can follow you.
Okay,
so
what's
when
the
you're
one
talking
thing
about
so
the
answer that?
concert,
I'll be happy to.
his attorney argued that for one, he did not see her. He was nowhere near her, even though he got violated for being at the Rolling Loud when he performed with the baby, because she was apparently in the dressing room or somewhere, but they didn't cross paths. The other time the other two times that Tory got violated was because of his responses on social media. So you are making it seem like as if he's going places, antagonizing her, when that's not the case. He showed up for work.
No,
and then he responded.
He was not in the Rolling Loud.
Can I answer this question?
He didn't have to be in the Rolling Loud lineup. He didn't have to be in the lineup. He came as a special guest. So meaning that if he was a special guest, he still got paid.
Right.
It's every artist that goes to Rolling Loud as a main artist, they bring special guests.
They get paid.
He wasn't listed on the lineup. He was listed in the lineup of the artists that he came as a special guest to perform with.
That was his choice. He chose to violate a court order, a court mandated restraining order.
He didn't know that he violated because he did not see Megan. So
he did not cross paths with her.
The judge did not tell him that he could not perform. The judge did not tell him that he has to stop being a performer and that he can't show up for work and he can't make money. That was not stipulations that was in the order. The order was for him to stay within a certain amount of feet away from Megan, which his attorney argued they never crossed paths. The only reason why he got violated is because he was seemingly in the same vicinity that he was in, but they did not see each other.
You actually have to agree. Can I answer the question now uninterrupted, you guys?
What?
Please, I would.
But a man who constantly violates the law,
I guess I can.
Why would he give a fuck about adhering to it now? He's only been the Tory Lanez he always been, which is unruly, criminal, obnoxious, and just stupid. So
are you guys?
Why would you would think that a man who had that much on the line, and it also goes to show the baby's deplorable fucking character. Like, why even risk it? Like, all his homeboys should have said, "Bitch, sit this one out, girl."
So the baby label willing to pay Tory Lanez $500,000 to perform on Rolling Loud. He's supposed to say no.
Answer this question and not giving me room to answer this question. Can I please have room to answer
That's crazy.
Question? I would like to have room to answer
I
this
wouldn't
question.
say no. And I might be looked at as something, but I wouldn't say no.
You have your ass before a judge by the evening is out.
I just won't see her. I'll be so far away from her. 100 feet, 100 yards, 200 yards, whatever it have to be. That's how far I'll be away from her. But I'm finna get this bag though.
Okay,
and you're gonna be and you're gonna need one because after he raised up the goddamn bail and shit, that bag and that bail gonna be the same price.
He gonna cancel out, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, shit. At least I got some more screens. How about that?
And just to let you guys know, when he violated the order with the whole Rolling Loud thing, when he said, "Oh, I didn't know Megan was gonna be there," Rolling Loud came out and said that they told him he could not be there, and the baby actually asked for Tory to be there, and they came out and said that they told the baby that he couldn't be there. So not only did Tory Lanez get basically blackballed from festivals, so did the baby, which is why he's going through whatever he's going through. That's a whole nother subject. But the thing is, they told him he couldn't be there days before he showed up, days before him and the baby thought they can get their little short butts online and try to torment Megan. Okay,
where is
that's
that
all
at?
I'm
Press
saying.
me. Where did you see that statement?
And just
I will go ahead and pull that up
knew what he was
because
doing. That's why he was in
Presley is the
disguise.
only one who has the burden of proof on this stuff.
Presley, the baby got blackballed because of his comments towards gays AIDS, and those things that all stemmed from Rolling Loud. It had nothing to do with Tory Lanez being on stage with him.
My God.
I think it also
That's
plays a
not
part
that's not
because
what I'm saying, but
No, but you
because you
said
guys
that
don't
you
allow
can't
me
link
to
those two
speak.
together. You did say that though.
But
Okay.
here's the thing. I think with
How
the baby, it was just a follow-up of a plethora of things because he also slapped a black woman at a concert. He also shot a man. He also said the disgusting things that Rolling Loud, and then also with his Tory Lanez stuff. And another thing too, to my knowledge now, someone said this in the chat. Didn't Tory Lanez come in a costume?
Yes.
Yes.
So he knew what he was doing.
Exactly.
What he in a costume
He was
for?
hiding himself, and there was a point that he was on stage with her, but he was in that damn teddy bear suit that he was in.
And also, everyone was
Okay, I'm
saying
seeing the
that
video
the
now.
baby
I'm
got
seeing the video.
canceled because of the LGBTQ community when that wasn't the case. Like, yeah, they were mad at.
What?
No,
Now you're
listen.
tripping now. So you mean to tell me
Okay,
everything he said is okay? Everything
if
he said
I
is this
could
was fine and dandy.
finish, Lord, if I can finish. If y'all let me finish, y'all ask me questions and then I try to answer, and then y'all won't let me finish.
But you say some
Okay.
outlandish stuff that makes people want you to clarify
Which you
what you
can
just said.
reply to once I'm done. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
I'll wait until you're done and ask for
All right.
clarification.
And
All
he
right.
was
Thank
arrested
you
for
so
violating, by the
much.
way. He was
Thank you
arrested for
so
violating.
much.
But
Thank
he
you
did
so
come out the
much for
costume though.
allowing me to
Okay,
speak
so he did
without
come out the costume.
interruption,
All right.
which y'all are not doing.
Allow her to finish, y'all.
Okay.
My patience is thinner than an anorexic right now. I'm telling
I
you.
think they don't let Presley finish because she doesn't finish. It's like for everything Presley say, it like becomes another open-ended issue. So
Another open-ended issue because I keep on responding to when people interrupt
You
me.
ain't
I'll be
responding to
trying to
shit.
make
You
a
just saying
point,
more shit out
and
your
then
mouth.
someone
Okay, go
interrupts
ahead.
me. What you're doing right now, and I'll be
Okay, go
like,
ahead.
okay, let me.
Go ahead. Go ahead. We're gonna be quiet. I'm gonna mute up. Go ahead.
All right. Please and thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Come on now. Shit.
When the baby came out and made his statements, it got the LGBTQ community riled up, but they weren't that mad. All they wanted was an apology.
Oh my God! How you know they weren't
But
that
the thing
mad?
is,
Let her finish speaking, boo. Let her finish.
Jesus, that's why my
God, it's
stuff
hard.
always
It's
goes.
very tough.
It
Okay.
is. I understand.
I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna mute.
Do you know how tough it is for me to listen to y'all and
I'm
I'll be
finna
putting
mute.
myself on mute?
Okay, I'm finna mute.
Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. But the majority of it was because of the AIDS comments. That was the majority of it because all the LGBT community wanted was an apology. But then he came out and said, "Oh, my fans aren't dirty. My fans aren't this," forgetting that his fans are babies of the crack era who most of them had AIDS. That was
Oh
my
Lord.
God! I had to
Oh my God.
unmute
All right,
just to say,
listen.
"Oh my God."
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't do it.
You
It's like,
can't, but I
please
did for
forgive me.
hours. I put myself on mute for all your
Okay,
BS.
so all I'm gonna say, just so we can end this, is that it all contributed
Lord.
with the baby. It was a line of things, a plethora of things.
Oh, I'm
I can
still
agree
don't
with that.
finish.
Had a blind eye to it.
There's
It was
so
a
much
plethora
that.
of things. That's what it was. We're gonna move on.
So much that.
Yeah, just forget my point.
No, he combined your point with the whole
No, I
letting
never
Tory
got to
come on
finish my
stage.
point. I put myself on mute and sit back and just listen to y'all.
But you don't listen to
spew out.
understand. You
Yes,
listen
I
to
do.
respond.
I listen to respond. Y'all the ones who are interrupting me. So are y'all listening to understand me or are y'all listening to respond? Because y'all not listening. Y'all
We're
just
listening to
interrupting.
respond until
We're
you say
listening. We're
his
listening
fans
to you,
were
Presley,
mostly
but
No,
kids of crack
Let
era babies.
a lady
and
talk.
we're
Let a lady
listening
talk to her.
to
Let a lady try to
respond
explain
because
to her.
y'all the only ones who interrupted me. I didn't interrupt y'all. You see what I'm saying?
Presley, we are listening to you. But some of the things that you are saying has no facts attached to it. So
And
when
the things
we're
that you were saying had no facts.
so when
But
we're
did I interrupt
interjecting,
you guys? No, I stayed on mute. But yet you guys can't seem to do the same thing for me.
We just want to know how you can speak for all of the LGBT community when you say that they weren't that
I'm
mad at what he said when he
not,
said some crazy stuff,
and I
and
want to
everybody
know how
was
you
upset.
guys could speak for whole communities yourself as well. But I didn't interrupt you guys. That's the point you guys are missing.
Okay, so allow me to add a tad bit of clarity. I think with the
Sure.
LGBT, that whole statement, we most definitely wanted an apology, but the thing is that when he actually attempted to clean it up, he actually made it worse.
Yeah,
so that's
he made it worse, and then because he apologized like twice. He like initially apologized, and then he got mad because his apology sucked. So then he tried to apologize again, and then that apology was worse than the goddamn first one, and he got dragged. So then he said, "Well, fuck y'all apology," and deleted all the damn apologies and got dragged for not making it better the third time around. So it just
He really fucked up himself. But
That's what
and we
all I
also
was
know.
trying to say.
No, the hell it
If I
wasn't.
could please finish. Lord, y'all will not let me finish.
Go
I
ahead.
thought y'all said
no,
you
because
could talk.
Presley,
And
you said that it had something to
and
do
you
with the
still,
crack era and
Right.
the babies.
Right, that's what
It
I
didn't
had to
have
unmute
anything to
about.
do with the
God.
crack era and the babies. It had everything
Y'all
to do
will
with the
never
with the
let me
gays
finish.
and AIDS. That's what
When
it had
y'all are
because the
wrong,
stigma
I
around
sit
gay
back
people
on mute
is
and
HIV
F
and AIDS, and that's why
you.
Elton John, Madonna, and everybody else
Oh
came out. The
Lord.
World AIDS Association, they wanted him to go and meet with these people.
I
It
really
had
can't get a
everything to
full
do with
sentence
the
out without people
LGBT
interrupting
community
me.
and the AIDS comment. It had nothing to do with crack
Oh
era,
goodness
who mama and
gracious,
who
Lord.
daddy gave out no babies with
I
crack pipes
really.
or no needles. It had nothing to do with none of that.
Daylight come and you
Y'all are
want
funny.
to
Seriously,
go home.
I literally can't make a statement. Y'all be up in here loud and wrong, and I sit back on mute, don't say nothing. I say one thing, and y'all interrupt me all day. Y'all got people coming up in here trying to translate for me because y'all will not let me get a full sentence out. It's annoying.
You need a translator? Should tell you something.
No,
But go ahead. I promise you, I'm not gonna say nothing.
it tells me
Go
that
ahead. Please just
y'all
get to the
don't
point.
let me talk. That's what it tells me.
I'm listening. I promise you have my undivided attention. I will
Y'all
try to
said
listen and try to
that
understand.
2 minutes ago and interrupted me all over the
Let's
place.
try. We're gonna try again.
We're gonna try again. Give me the benefit of the doubt.
Y'all are funny, okay?
My goodness gracious.
Go ahead, sweetheart, please.
All I'm saying is that it wasn't just the LGBTQ community that canceled the baby, because the baby, after all of his apologies, he kept on offending different communities and different communities and different communities, not realizing that all of his, oh, AIDS is dirty, oh, my feelings ain't dirty, and all this stuff actually offended a whole fan base of crack babies who got certain stuff from their mothers, and they have came out and they have stated this. That is all
Okay,
I was
so Megan
saying.
and crack babies.
Lord Jesus.
The better statement is to differentiate the AIDS, like those who live with AIDS and HIV from the gay community, because the AIDS and HIV community can encompass straight and same gender loving and trans person.
That's what I'm saying, because all these people who are homophobic want to say, oh, if it was black people, y'all wouldn't have canceled it. Is the LGBTQ, they run the crap. And I'm like, it wasn't just LGBTQ. Plus, it was a bunch of other people who he offended with his double downs. That
It's
is
hate
all
speech.
I was trying to
Hate
say.
speech offends a lot of
You
people.
realize we got here because you said that you're saying that he was canceled because of what happened with him and Megan and Tory Lanez violate. That's how we got here, and then you jump to this. You realize that, right?
And
No,
all of this stuff you literally contradicted yourself on.
I just asked
And
you.
that
I
I
just asked
point
you a
out.
direct question. I listened to you,
Okay.
and I had a question.
What's the direct question? I'll be happy to answer.
The direct question was that we jumped. Your original statement that we got to this was that he was canceled because of and banned from festivals because of him inviting Tory Lanez on stage. Do you realize that? Do you realize that's the first thing you said? Then you jumped to all of this other stuff and started saying something that had nothing to do with what the topic, which we already had a problem with you saying that he was canceled.
No, I realized that was the first thing I said. And if you would and if you guys wouldn't have interrupted me and let me get it all out, you guys would have understood that.
Okay, but baby, you got to
never
speed
did.
up because it's very, very drawn out. And
if I would have sped up, you wouldn't have understood me, because the minute
no,
I
my comprehension
let
is
out
A1,
any
day one.
kind of again the minute I speak, y'all interrupt me just like on GP.
We're having a dialogue back and forth.
On GP, y'all just interrupt me. Just like, is Precious talking? Oh hell no! Let's get this bitch up out of here. Like,
First
that's
off, I don't call
literally
women
what
bitches.
y'all been doing.
I don't refer to women that way. I don't do that.
Okay, and I understand you don't do that, but the rest of y'all do it. And, okay.
We do let you have your time to speak and time
No,
to
y'all
talk.
don't.
And you have been talking like most of this live stream.
No, I have not.
I love your commentary. I love your commentary.
I have not. Y'all are literally lying. I have been on mute for most of this dang thing. Y'all lying like shit.
Okay, so read the comments,
your
Presley.
commentary.
Read the comments. Read the comments, Presley.
I love the conversation that you provoke, that you induce. I mean, it's good back and forth, but you have had your chance to speak though.
I have not. Y'all interrupt me every time. So that's where the confusion comes in. Y'all are like, oh, Presley gets to talk. Presley gets to talk. No, Presley talks and Presley gets interrupted. Then Presley goes on mute and then comes back 30 minutes later. Then Presley talks and Presley gets interrupted. Then Presley goes on mute and then comes back 30 minutes later.
Wait, you're going to continue? How you're going to continue this mute conversation for like another 2 minutes if we allow you to. So
if y'all think she talked a lot, press 1 in the comments. And go ahead, Presley, you can talk. Go ahead. Press 1 if she talk a lot.
No, but her conversation, her commentary is great though. I don't want her to feel like she hasn't been able to talk, because she has. But her commentary
and all kinds of quadruple ones and shit in the chat.
No, by any means, we want you to talk.
Y'all feel what y'all want to feel. I know what's the truth. You can look back. I don't
tomatoes
need
added that one.
I literally don't need nobody backup. I don't need nobody's stuff to state what is true.
I know that's right. Strong black woman don't need nobody back.
Come on,
Presley
you better
interrupted.
Come on.
Presley go on mute. That's literally all it has been. So I don't, child.
What are these hoes?
I respect your boldness.
Okay, y'all.
So condescending.
Y'all go ahead and keep pacing.
I said I respect their bold. I said condescending. That was genuine.
Oh my God! If y'all
recognize the sarcasm, don't. I'm not stupid. Don't play me.
Something else.
See the truth.
If y'all see the truth is back in the motherfucking building, bitch.
You true.
And I don't have beef with anybody. I don't care.
Hey, look, I just want them two to talk. Can we just let them two talk for like 5 minutes?
Wow. Is that what we're doing? Because I
ain't here for no dusty ass dude trying to get entertainment off of 2 black women fighting. No,
y'all might be fighting. No, it's just a diet. You guys communicate the same. So
actually, Donald, I think it's very interesting because you most definitely said hey to See the Truth in the comments. Obviously, when you get
I like her. I like her.
Well, first off, I don't have a problem with anyone.
I love her because she be right, but she just says things wrong.
I'm talking about him.
You know, my delivery is trashy.
Yes, but you be on point. You be on point.
I be trying to like make my points, and I think that this young lady that was speaking was trying to make points, but some of her points was off because her facts was off.
Yes, thank you.
And I think that you made a lot of valid points, but some of the facts that you were making were off. So because your facts was off, wait, hold on, let me just finish for a second. Because some of your facts was off, it made people question your statements
although you may have made some valid statements, and then because that happened, it was a spiral effect. Because that's what happened to me the other day, but I was drunk. But I don't know. Maybe you're sober. You know what I mean?
That
Like maybe you're
explains it.
sober.
Oh shit, I remember that day.
Right?
What facts do you think that were off with what I said? I just want to know.
I want to go back to the first statement to how we got here, right? So you made a lot of statements about Tory and Megan that was not accurate.
And what were those statements?
So you was making statements about how his house arrest went, and that was inaccurate.
No,
right?
It was okay. So what statement?
No.
About?
Because okay, what part of his arrest that you think was of your statement that you think was accurate? You think that he literally was on house arrest because of August Alsina?
I provided that link, yes.
But that's not accurate.
How is that not
that's
accurate?
What I'm saying. That's
I
not
provided a link.
accurate.
I provided facts. So what are your facts that shows that the facts that I provided are inaccurate?
So Tory Lanez had the whole Megan trial already going on. The incident with him and August Alsina happened in a different state. The state of California, the LAPD, picked up that particular case to pigeonhole Tory for his
Lord,
Megan
not the
case.
state against the black man, Lord Jesus.
It is. It's a fact. So they pigeonholed him in California, in LA, and put him on house arrest in regards to a case that he was not even being charged with. It wasn't even a charge.
They investigating him.
Right?
They just investigating.
No, let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk.
He enjoying this.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm really not trying to make it a thing. I'm just saying that, like, it wasn't just completely accurate. Like, this is not the facts. August Alsina didn't press charges. Neither did Megan Thee Stallion. But here we are today.
Okay. If
And
August
then your comment about the baby was your comment about the baby was wrong too, though. Like it was just like not one thing.
What was wrong that I said about the baby when literally Rolling Loud came out and said that the baby asked them if Tory Lanez can come on stage with them and they said no. Tory Lanez showed up in a mask. What was wrong about that?
I don't even want to argue about that. I want to argue about the fact that you said
you don't want to argue about the facts. You bring it.
I want to argue about your statements, right? Your statement was
that was one of my statements, and I just answered that statement, but you moved the goalposts like many of y'all do. You moved the goalposts.
You said, "Whoa."
You moving the goalposts. I told you.
No, I'm not.
I told you. Wait, hold on. I told you that I wanted to talk to you about your statement in regards to the baby. You brought up the statement that you wanted to address, and you didn't even hear about the statement that I wanted to address about the statement that you made about the baby. Right?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm trying to say is that you made a statement previously after the whole Tory Lanez and all that other stuff. You made a statement that said most of the baby fans are people from a generation that probably have AIDS now. What generation is that?
Okay. And again, you're not speaking on the facts that I stated. You're speaking on the feelings I stated. I literally said, I feel.
I don't care about. Okay, so first of all,
but the facts that I stated, you just brushed past that. The facts that the Rolling Loud said that they told the baby, do not bring Tory Lanez on stage when he asked, but he still did it, and he still violated that probation, even though he knew he wasn't supposed to violate that. He still did it. He knew that he was going to be on trial with Megan Thee Stallion. He knew that he kept on pushing back the trial, but yet even after Rolling Loud said you are not allowed here, and after the baby tried to bring him on, and Rolling Loud told the baby that you're not allowed to be here, he still came on with the mask on his face. Those are the facts, and those were the facts that I stated. And then I said, that's funny. I don't care if y'all laughing. Those are the facts.
No, continue.
Those are y'all. Those are those are your deflection antics, and
I'm not
that
deflecting
don't phase
anything.
me.
I'm trying to
That don't
address the
phase me.
comment that I had an issue with, and I expressed to you the comment that I had an issue with, and you went back to that, and I'm really not there. Like, I'm really on what I had an issue with your statement. So my question to you is, what generation of the baby fans that you think have HIV is what I'm trying to understand.
Okay, I will answer that, but before I will clarify, because you literally said no. You can laugh all you want to, but you kept moving the goalposts.
I didn't move any goalposts.
Answer
That's
the
the same
question.
Answer the
question.
question. Oh
Okay,
God.
definitely, I will answer the question.
I'm waiting. I'm
Okay,
ready. I'm waiting.
because the crack epidemic was during
Okay.
the 80s.
Right.
You're asking me to answer and you're interrupting.
No, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
the crack
Let me
epidemic.
finish. I apologize.
Okay, yeah, thank you. The crack
welcome.
epidemic was mostly during the 80s and the
Okay.
early 90s,
Okay.
which and the age of those babies that were born during those times, during the late 80s and the early 90s, are the biggest the baby fans. That's all.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, wait. No, before I still have I have follow-ups. Okay, I have a few.
Again, moving the goalposts.
I'm
Okay.
not. How?
I was born in
I answered your
92.
question. And now,
Because you're
Right.
Me too. Right. I just want to.
Can
I
I
want to
read the
say
rest?
something, but I
Can
just
I read the
don't want to
rest?
say it.
Oh no. Okay, so I'm just trying to understand, because I asked that question for a reason, right? Because when you have like normal dialogues and conversations with people, it's really a give and take, right? So people ask you questions to understand where you're coming from, and I'm really trying to understand where you're coming from, right? Is why I asked that question. And because I've asked that question and you gave me your answer, I should have the right to rebuttal your question. Correct? Or
correct.
your answer.
I'm right here. I can answer anything you throw at me. I'm right here.
Okay, so I would like to make it a very fact. 80 babies and early 90 babies on the baby fans.
Right, because we
I just
30.
want to make that very,
We
very
30 and
clear.
above.
Let us talk.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah.
Like, we're not his audience. He's not rapping to us. The 80 babies, I'm just being honest with you, right? These 80 babies that you're referring to that might or might not have AIDS because their mothers or fathers was on crack,
On crack.
allegedly.
Damn, pops.
We listen to Nas and
Narcotics
Biggie
calling me
and
fresh.
Jay-Z and Tupac, and like we might even stretch it to Nicki and
Lil
Wayne
Yes.
and Drake. Like, you know what I mean? We might stretch it to that. But for you to say that past that, we're fans of the baby, like, it's just not completely valid on what his fan base might be consistent of.
His
right?
demographics is like
Okay, so what's
26
the
and below.
question you want to ask me? Because I can definitely rebut that.
Wait, let me. Okay, wait.
rebut it with what? Facts? Anything factual? Or just another opinion?
Okay.
No, something factual.
No, wait. No, wait.
Because if you're calling what
wasn't
she's saying is
finished.
fact, then I rebut with this facts as well.
Wait.
All right, well, I'm gonna go look and see what's his demographic. I'm gonna see if I can find it while y'all talking.
Oh, thank you so much. I was.
Where'd she go?
Disputing your statement, right? About the baby fans and the demographics of these fans that might have AIDS, because that's what you're saying, right? And I just want you to know that that's not completely accurate.
Completely,
like, it's just like,
but not all the way.
Wow, it's okay. So, Tory, like, you know what? I don't even want to get diverted.
You said it yourself. You said not completely accurate. That's what
First
you said.
of all, okay, let me be very clear. 80s and 90s babies aren't walking around with fucking AIDS or HIV.
I understand that.
Matter.
I understand
right?
that.
So,
that's
so
why
no,
I
so,
agree
no,
with your statement saying not completely.
No.
So
I agree with you.
But not completely is like you saying.
But you narrowed it down to like, it's my generation, is what I'm saying. And
I'm telling you that there were a lot of people from that. And I said that there were a lot of people from that generation. I didn't say all.
So you think a lot of those people, so you think majority of his fans are those people that would feel affected by what he said because he talked about AIDS. So you're saying that he's canceled because of a handful, not a handful, but compared to millions of fans, yeah, a handful of people who may have contracted AIDS from their parents because they were doing crack.
No, I said it was a combination between
You do know that
LGBT.
crackheads, right, smoke
And again,
crack
I'm
and they don't shoot
interrupted.
it.
All right.
Right, because I just want to be very clear, right? Because there's certain different ways
How am
that
I
you
supposed to get
catch
my point across
HIV.
if I keep on getting interrupted?
No,
Again, Presley talks, Presley gets
I'm
interrupted.
sorry. I'm going to mute myself. Please go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay, just to answer your question, no, I'm not saying it's all AIDS. I'm saying that with his double down, I'm saying that with his original statement, he didn't offend that many people. All he had to do was come out and say, hey, I'm sorry, I had a misspoke, but he kept on doubling down. And with each doubling down, he offended different communities. So I'm saying it's a combination of all communities. So when people are saying, "Oh, it's the gays that got the baby canceled," that's not true. It's a combination of many different communities that he offended, which with each doubling down of each sorry ass apology.
And
That's all I
honestly,
was saying.
I see what you're saying, but okay, what do you think about if anybody comes out and says anything like hateful towards the LGBTQ community? How does the media, how does corporations, how do businesses, how do they react to it? They react to it in a way. Do you think that his fans, not necessarily like threw him up under a bus, or he was basically not blackballed, but his access to things were restricted because of his statements, because everybody wants to be on the right side of LGBT, not being hateful towards LGBTQ, the LGBT, the community.
Okay. So I see where you're going and I see what you're trying to say, but no, I don't believe that because it does depend on the fan base. The baby's fan base were there were a large percentage that were of the LGBTQ community because he did voice his support for them. He did do a song with Lil Nas X called "Hey Panini, Don't You Be a Meanie." So he got the LGBT from doing his uh his his song with Lil Nas X. He also has a community of of ignorant people, which is why Boosie is one of his fans, and which is why Boosie was supported. He has
I can't wait
his
to speak.
okay. Thank you.
When she's done, I want to go
Can
second.
y'all let me finish? This guy just
Absolutely,
said he can't
absolutely.
wait to speak, which
Me too.
means
I'm excited.
I'm just
all
waiting.
right, which is why y'all should let me finish so
No,
y'all can
I'm letting you
respond
finish. I'm just
correctly.
letting you know when you're ready. I'm ready.
Oh no, I know. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to other
Oh,
people
okay.
who were interrupting me. Okay,
Okay.
what I said it was a combination of a bunch of communities, and he offended another every time he apologized, he offended a different community. Is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so at first he offended the LGBT community, and if he would have just said sorry, that would have been fine. But instead of saying sorry, then he went after the people who have AIDS, who may have not, you know, got it during their own experience, who got maybe an appearance. And then after that, he also offended women. Period. Like he just offended all of the communities that supported him is what I am saying.
Okay, I agree with him offending everybody and doubling down. But just because he does a song with Lil Nas X, or just because Lil Boosie likes him, doesn't mean that the LGBTQ community likes straight people, like straight music. Like
Of course.
you don't have to like say anything, that they would
That
like
they would We're all the same people. Let's not put people
You
as they.
literally. Okay, hold
You
on.
just gave them.
Hold on. I gotta breathe for a second. Never mind. You got it.
Yeah, let it go.
That was
Let it go.
gaslight, and I don't even want to do it.
Yeah, let it go. Let it go. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Can I go now?
Go. Man, we gotta change the subject.
Yeah, well, definitely, absolutely,
this, yeah.
because I can't really stay here too long. All right, so because tonight ain't gonna be like the other night. So the baby first comment when he was on Rolling Lounge was really about the gay community and HIV. That was the original statement. So anything about him doubling down in regards to that was not that. Every other statement that him and his team put out was really an apology. The reason why he lost the female support, which was mostly his fan base, not these 80s or 90s people that you're referring to, he lost his female base because of his relationship with his 2 baby mothers. And it was publicized, and people didn't accept that not only was he disrespecting both baby mothers, he was also disrespecting the gay community. This man has went to I like the baby and I like his music, but I want to just be real accurate about.
My point.
No, I'm not. I really just want to explain why people in general turned against him, right? So it wasn't just one thing or 2 things. It was several different things, right? That the LGBT community
That's what I said.
Let me finish.
Interrupting.
Right? The LGBTQ comment was later on after he disrespected women and after he was violent previously. The baby had concerts where he was beating up his fans. The baby has shot someone in Walmart. It was an escalation to the situation. What people in general, especially, and I don't want to speak for the entire Black community, but one of the problems with why the Black community, especially the female Black community, has a problem with the baby is because he has consecutively been violent to our community, whether it been male or female, and no one said anything. No one tried to even cancel him. But once he made his statement in regards to the LGBTQ community, he was automatically canceled. He has never apologized for anything else previously that he has done to the Black community. But everyone turns a blind eye to it. So I'm not saying that your statement is completely wrong, but it's not accurate. And the fact that you would even double down to say that his fan base is 80s and 90s is not accurate. That's not accurate at all.
I said it was a portion of his fan base.
Well, I'm sorry. For 2.5 seconds, I'm laughing because everything you said can most definitely be applied to Tory Lanez, and yet everything he did within the Black community, he still isn't canceled. And I'm gonna go on mute.
Tory Lanez is canceled, but that's another topic.
Tory Lanez isn't as popping as he could be. So yeah, he is kind of like,
Oh, he is. He's canceled.
Yes.
I mean, what song is on the radio prior to this whole situation?
Well, Tory Lanez actually he almost streamed $1 billion this past year, so that's a fact.
Yeah,
but that's for his fan base. It didn't have
because he's independent.
to do with radio spins.
Yeah, like
but fuck radio spins if you're getting streaming money, like
right. But we're saying like as far as council being allowed, being. Having that machine
talk.
behind
Everyone was able to talk, y'all. I had to fight my way to talk. I don't want her to have to fight her way to talk. So let her finish her point.
She's okay.
No, we were talking about what brother said up top.
Oh no. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really appreciate that. But I really was very, very complete with my statement.
Okay, so if you're complete with your statement, you proved my point. I said that with each apology, he offended a different demographic of his fan base. Okay,
his apology was never to the Black community though, or females at all. His apology was.
I feel like we in the desert looking at.
Hey, listen. So let's just switch the topic. Let's just switch the topic. How was everybody? Everybody had a good day. This
Oh
Tory
no,
Lane
we ain't
shit.
gonna
Switch the
because
topic when this girl can't defend the point that she just made for me.
What?
Hey,
See the
William, it feel like we in the
You know
Jeep.
what? You
We in
know
the
what?
Jeep looking at two lions in
How
the
you got?
desert.
Wait, hold on. I just want to say this. I just want to apologize about my behavior the other day because I was drunk, right? And I just want to say that I was
You was like that.
No,
completely
I'm
fucked
not
up. But
saying that,
now I
Trap.
kind of understand where y'all was coming from. Like I just don't
No,
like.
I'm not saying that the
I was
baby's
really stuck
biggest
on. I
demographic
was
is
really
crack
stuck
glad
on
you
babies.
getting
That's
got
my
not
it.
what I
point
said.
across. Wait, I'm sorry, sweetheart. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I was really stuck on getting my point across and really not hearing what other people were saying. And at this moment, at this particular
You
moment,
understand.
I truly understand. I apologize.
And I can commend you on that.
And I'm not gonna get up here ever again like that. I'm sorry.
Because you can't
No, it
I'm
was
defend
sorry. I just
fun.
want to
yourself.
apologize now. I'm
Man,
sorry.
I
It was
had an
fun.
epiphany. Hold on, y'all.
Conscious, you know
We
dang well
glad
that
you
I
got
didn't
it.
say
We
that his
glad you
biggest
got it.
demographic is crack babies. That's not what I said. I said that with each action and with each apology, he offended a different demographic of his fan base. That is what I said.
Okay. That's what
You
you said.
said
Okay.
crack though. You said crack
Look,
babies.
I said
listen.
that was a part of his demographic, and they
But it's
are.
not.
No, it's not though.
That
Oh
is
my
a
god.
part of his demographic. I'm not saying it's the biggest
First of
part,
all,
but it
I
is
was
a
born
part
in
of his
1980, and
demographic.
sweetheart, I'm not a crack baby.
I was born in
I didn't
'92,
say
and I'm
you
not a crack
were.
baby.
I didn't say you were.
I
I
know a
I
lot
never
of
said
people
that.
Born
that were
in
born.
'87, and I'm not a crack baby, and I don't know any crack babies.
Right.
That's what I was just. I don't know. All my friends, I don't. All their parents weren't crack babies.
I
Yeah,
don't
So
know
we
not
all
one
gonna
crack baby.
pretend like crack babies didn't exist. All right.
They were prevalent in that time.
yeah, but
No.
in
Do
the
you
50s,
remember?
60s, 70s,
Yes, the
the
70s. Yes.
time frame. I
I
don't
am
Definitely.
know,
saying that
but
there was a crack epidemic in the 80s. I would have to agree with that. But what I'm trying to tell you is that
Conscious, be
just
funny.
because that crack exists does not mean everybody in that particular generation parents was using crack.
Crack.
Also,
Exactly. I agree with
hold
you.
on, hold on.
I
Also,
Crack
I
is
want to
funny.
agree.
okay.
Crack.
Also, I want to state there's
This
a
is
lot of
funny.
people right now currently using fentanyl. Right? Would you say that this generation that's growing up are
Gonna
fentanyl
be fit
baby?
no babies, fit no baby.
No, I literally said that that is a portion of his
You
fan
see how
base,
we
and
got
I
off
keep
topic
on.
because we was really talking about Tory and Megan, and then you brought it to the little baby, and now we're
No, we
currently
got
talking about
no,
crack babies.
we
Like
got
I just don't understand how we got here.
no, we got here because y'all took my comment of saying a portion of his fans are crack babies and they may have got offended, and y'all blew it up. I never said that was a majority of his fan
Y'all,
base.
we gotta stop
Okay,
saying crack
so
babies
a
before we
portion
get
I
of his
never
canceled.
fans are
said
gay.
that.
We can't.
Not
So
your
a
from
portion
that
of
head,
his
baby.
a portion of
That
his fan base
conscious.
is gay, right? So were the baby fans that are currently still the baby fans that are gay, are they offended?
No, if you can please listen to me, let me go ahead and make myself clear. Can you give me 30 seconds? Is that cool?
Absolutely. Yep. I'm gonna mute myself. Yep.
All right. What I said was that with each apology that the baby made, he offended a different portion of his fan base.
I
I
agree.
never said that one was the majority. I just said that crack babies were a portion of that majority. And when I said crack babies, y'all just took that and was like, oh, she said crack babies. She said Tory Lanez fans are all crack babies. That's not what I said. That's literally not what I said.
I
Literally.
honestly just don't understand how crack babies entered the
Oh, sweetheart,
discussion.
Okay,
please
so
give her
Because
I
her
can
30
tell you
minutes.
how. I can
because
tell
I
you
Please
was
give
how.
her
saying that
30
they
seconds before she say we cut her off. Just let her
be-
finish her
I
point.
just want
Let
her
her
to say
because
land.
I
crack
was
babies one
saying
more
they
time
are
before we
a
end.
portion. I'm just saying that they are a portion. I said with each apology, he offended a different part of his fan base. One of his apologies, he offended crack babies. That was all I said. I said one of his apologies, he was coming at crack babies and he offended
Okay.
them. That's all I said. Well, I don't know why y'all turned that into I'm coming at crack babies and that Tory Lanez hates
I'm just
crack
saying that
babies
if
and
they
that
are
all his
crack
fans
babies,
are
like
crack babies.
let's just say that he does
If
have
you say a
crack
majority of
baby
fans are
fans.
crack babies, that's right.
No. let's just say that he does have crack baby fans. I would like to let you know, growing up in the 80s, I don't think the crack babies care about nothing the baby says. Like, it's a generation of the 80s and 90s that we don't really
a bunch
get.
of them spoke
let
out.
me finish,
You
please,
right.
because I'll let you speak, right?
You right. Mm-hmm.
When it comes to the 70s and 80s and even 90s babies, we don't get as offended about shit because we didn't have a filter. It was a lot of things that, yes, I can admit that we were ignorant about, so we don't even care to even filter. And now that this generation is here and we have people a little more in their feelings, which is not a bad thing, right? We just didn't have that opportunity because we had other things to really worry about. So now that we all are adults and we're all trying to understand our children or even our grandchildren moving forward and how emotional that they are, it's opened up in our eyes to be more acceptance. So our ignorance is not disrespect, but it's not understanding. But the fact that you don't even come from my generation and you're trying to pigeonhole a decade or 2 decades or 3 decades of people.
That's not what I did.
Yes, you did.
And
it's
I said they're a
disrespectful.
portion. I said they're a portion of his fans. I didn't say that everybody
maybe
born
it's me again,
at
right?
your time period were
I
crack
think you
babies.
owe the
I
crack
never
babies
said
an
that.
apology. I just think you just owe the crack babies an apology.
Presley, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Oh shit.
When the baby apologized, who did he apologize to?
To the crack babies. Duh.
No, he apologized.
Check the back
What,
channel.
Lord?
Who did he apologize
You
to?
obviously haven't been listening, child.
No, I have. I'm asking you a question. I just want to know.
Not you. I wasn't talking about you.
When the baby made his comments at Rolling Loud, and he received backlash, what group did he apologize to?
A bunch of different groups, and he offended a bunch of different groups, and I'll name those groups.
I specifically only want to know what group did he apologize to?
A bunch of different groups. That's all I'm telling you. It wasn't just one.
Okay. Name the groups. Okay, name the groups.
Definitely. He
Maurice
apologized. Okay. He apologized at first. He apologized to the LGBTQ community. And then when they received that as was a raggedy ass excuse and they were coming at him, then he came out and apologized to the AIDS community. And they're like, oh, that's raggedy. Then after that, he came out and apologized to the crack babies. Okay?
I know you fucking lying. Can somebody please? Oh no,
right.
Sweetheart. Can I can't do it on my phone because I'm on this.
You
and if
asked
I
me a
go
question
and look,
and I'm answering it.
It's already in the back channel. It's already in the back channel.
I figured out a hack.
I can't see it.
I figured out a hack, y'all. I figured out a hack
How
on your
you
phone.
ask
If
me
you
a
got
question
an
and then when I
Android,
answer it, you
if you
tell
on a
me to shut
Samsung,
up.
if you hit the plus sign at the top, you'll be able to
My
go to another
goodness.
tab. And if you
asked
on
me
an
a
iPhone,
question
I
and
don't
I
know.
answered it.
Oh, it's already in the back channel.
And did he specifically, when he apologized to the crack baby,
nowhere.
did he specifically say, I want to apologize to the crack babies? And what was he apologizing to the crack babies for? Did he make a specific comment about crack babies?
What he said was, his actual words were, I don't mean to offend anyone with AIDS. I know a lot of you got it from your parents. That's a crack baby to me.
So he didn't specifically apologize to crack babies. That's just your assumption because he made an apology to the HIV and AIDS for the HIV and AIDS comment that was directed to the crack babies.
I am so sorry about the other night.
No, he apologized.
I think we got
He apologized for offending people with
far.
AIDS, and he said that it possibly could have came from your parents. That spells crack baby to me.
He said that.
Oh, so you're saying more offensive shit than he did.
So he said that the people that have HIV and AIDS that he apologized to possibly got it from their parents.
Who was on crack? Who was on crack?
They had to be on crack, though.
They had to be on crack to get it.
Yes.
But the baby never. No, wait, hold on. No, wait. I got a question because the baby never said crack babies, though, right? He never just said that your parents was on crack, right?
No, he didn't say that outright. No, he did not.
Okay. So wait. I got another one. Okay, that's cool, right? So he never said that. So that was like improv, right? You was improv.
You just pulled that out your ass, yeah.
No, I didn't say that. I'm not being. I don't want to be. I don't want to do that. I really just want to break it down.
Look,
to
I'm 3
what
hours
exactly.
in. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I just want to break it down to what exactly it is that she's saying. Okay. So, because he never mentioned crack at all or crack babies, and he said you may have got it from your parents. That's your interpretation of what he said, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. But it doesn't necessarily mean that their parents was on crack when they got it.
Offensive shit I've heard in a long time. Like,
no, wait, stop.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going on mute.
I understand the statements that she's making because her statements, in my opinion, is more detrimental to an entire community than what the baby said.
Hell yeah.
In my opinion. Right? So I just want to break it down so she understands what she's saying because he never said that. Right? And I do understand.
But he mentioned the decade. He mentioned that the people that were born in a certain time period.
What was the time period that he mentioned?
Baby.
No, I just want to know what the time period. I want to know what the time period is that you said he mentioned.
Late 80s.
Okay.
Presley, where did he say that? Do you have that article? Where did he say that?
No, stop.
Because y'all keep saying I don't have articles when I say stuff, and then I gotta pull it up and put it in the private or whatever. Let me do that.
Yeah, please, because you have to realize how incendiary
we just want to make sure that what you're saying, because I've never heard that. So
because
maybe
you're causing more harm than good.
Yes.
Wow.
All right. If I'm causing more harm than good, then let me shut up and y'all go ahead and go on with your narrative. I'm out of it.
I don't want to go off my narrative
passive aggressive
at all. No,
it's not passive aggressive. Oh, child.
Okay. I'm not drunk today, so I'm really. You
weren't this bad. Where's Miss Barbara? Where's Miss Barbara? Somebody call.
Okay, listen.
Don't you say Miss Barbara is better than me. Don't you do that.
What I'm saying. Wait, hold on. What I'm saying is, I am really trying to. I really try to get to understand people and know them, right? So I'm really trying to understand these statements that you're making, right? And you're making these allegations that I've never heard before. And it would be great if you can enlighten me on these statements that you're referring to, so we can both be on the same page. So I don't feel like you're a liar. I'm not saying that you're a liar. I just don't want to feel like you are.
It's
right?
giving
So
Tory Lanez.
if you have the article in which it says that he said late 80s parents had AIDS and they gave it to their kids, I would be more happy.
Say that.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought that's what you said. What did you say?
I said that because after he came out and said that I'm not trying to offend he literally said, I'm not trying to offend my fans. I'm not trying to offend people with AIDS. My fans are not dirty. My fans wrap it up. I know a lot of y'all from the late 80s may have gotten it from your parents, but I'm not saying you're dirty. The baby love y'all.
Did he say that at Rolling Loud?
No, he said that in a double down apology on like. Yeah.
So you think that the crack babies didn't like that apology?
He would have never said that in an apology, boo.
All right.
No, I'm just being honest. Like, okay. Let's just look at it logically,
Hold on,
right?
and
while we're looking at it logically, if you can find that article or statement, because I'm pretty sure that's TMZ or the Shade Room or Neighborhood Talk or even like I don't know, Hollywood Unlocked. All of them would have covered that, right? Because a lot of their employees are in their, parents are born in the late 80s and, are LGBTQ community. So it has to be on Any of those. So while you're doing that and looking for that, because I definitely want to read that for myself, because I just don't understand why a person, any person, would make an apology in regards to a statement where he offended a whole entire community of LGBTQ plus, and then say, I know that my fans aren't dirty. And you got that from your dirty ass parents, because that's what you're saying. So I'm just trying to figure. Okay, if that's what he said, that's fine. That's your statement. I want you to have just some type of evidence that that's a statement that he made, because I don't want other people that's listening to this show today, right, to not have a reference of this statement or this allegation that you're making.
It's giving Candace Owens, but on crack.
Are y'all serious?
I don't want to insinuate.
I am the biggest advocate of Black girls around here. Okay, let's not.
It's giving really. I got a friend that's Black.
Oh, really?
Really giving.
All right. Okay.
I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying that you can. While we're talking though, like you can really pull up this statement that you're referring to. Now, you can do that. Right?
I'm doing that right now. Don't even worry about it.
Presley, have you been drinking, Presley? Not saying. Yeah, I'm just asking. Have you had something to drink? Anything? Are you feeling okay?
What are you trying to say?
We're trying to say crack is whack.
No, I'm just. I'm asking.
Are you trying to call me a crackhead now?
No,
I don't know. I don't know you.
I'm asking. Have you had anything to drink this evening?
No.
Okay, that's all I was asking. But that was it. That was a genuine question, because I know sometimes.
Have you had crack today?
Oh my God! Now see.
No, I have not had crack today.
Okay. See, take it off the glove.
It's not as available as it was in the late 80s, ma'am.
No, people still smoke crack today. So let me up it. Let me up it. Have you are you on Molly's or Percocets, lean, maybe fentanyl?
No,
we need to ask.
Okay. No, ma'am.
Oxycontins?
No, ma'am. The only thing I do is eat edible cupcakes. That's it.
How long ago did you have an edible?
That was like Thanksgiving, actually. Thanksgiving, yeah.
Thanksgiving was the last edible. Who made it? Because are you still high?
No, my cousin. Okay. My cousin made the Thanksgiving edibles. They were delicious.
All right, awesome. It sounds like it was good. Yeah, absolutely.
Miss Barbara,
you still looking for it? You still looking for it? I'm gonna put myself on mute while you get it.
I don't think we're gonna find it.
What about you? When's the last time
I'm myself.
I don't
think we're gonna find it, y'all. It's okay.
We're not talking about my substance problem, but I don't have one. But if I did have one, like I told you the other day that I was drunk and I was on here spazzing, and I really feel like that you're doing that, and I don't want to accuse you. So I'm really trying to understand where you're coming from, because
baby, just because you can't control yourself and you get on here drunk and say crazy stuff,
I know
don't put
you.
that on
See,
me.
this is what I'm trying to say. I was really trying. I was really trying to understand where you're coming from, and you're really trying to. And I not once at this time have attacked you yet. And no, sweetheart, I am telling you, I am not it. This ain't the road you want to go. Just please look for whatever it is that you're looking for.
So
right?
Please don't accuse me of being on drugs when you yourself have admitted to being on drugs.
I asked you. Oh, I said
you
I was
asked me in an accusatory way, and don't act like you didn't.
I asked you a question, you answered the question, and we move forward. But all this time I'm asking you questions, you really should be looking for this statement that you said the baby made, and you're trying to knock us off topic, and we're not doing that. We're going back to...
that's not what I'm trying to do.
I don't care about none of that you're talking about. We're going back to the fact that we still don't have this little statement that you said he made.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
We're gonna bless everybody in this moment. Everybody,
I
y'all
think
send a
Go
that
cash
we
ahead.
app.
Let's move
definitely just
on.
move on from this topic.
Yeah. Everybody send.
I searched and searched and searched during this 30-minute
Yeah, I'm
conversation
looking too.
you had, and I could not find anything the baby specifically said about crack and then coming from the moms or whatever y'all were saying. So let's just, because this is like a heavy subject and it's getting really nasty, and
It really is. You right.
I don't think it's good for Consciouztv platform.
So what we should do? We should all donate $5 right now. I'll be the first. What's the cash app? Put the cash app on. Donate $5.
What's that cash app?
Yeah, let's
donated.
this is not monetized.
I donated to both of them when I was on Reckless Live the other night. So
it's that money is money sign our logic with
Reckless decided to go to bed, y'all. He decided to you know, to go ahead and hit the sheets, girl. It's $$ Consciouztv. My channel name.
Get back on the damn panel.
I don't know why he playing. I don't know.
Thank you. Y'all, we've been here for 12 hours. We've been on here 11 hours and 53 minutes.
Come on.
$11 hours and 53. And guess what? Gotta come do it again in the morning.
Let's get it. After work, I'll be back
nobody
on here.
on this damn panel work a job.
I work from home.
No, I do work a job.
I'm
and
retired.
I work from home.
You too young to be retired, baby. What you do?
3 days a week.
But y'all act like just because y'all work from home, it means y'all can be up for 12 hours straight, wide-eyed and on crack.
Well, I sell life insurance, so I got a team. So I just sit at my desk.
Look, why am I mute? I can't hear what he's saying.
The crack word was every time somebody say crack, we should all take a shot.
She said she can't hear. Look at God.
No, not. I'm back now. I accidentally hit the tab because when I'm on Firefox and when you hit a tab at the wrong part, it mutes the tab. So I unmuted it. So
Yeah, we thought we lost you, Presley. We don't want to lose you.
There you go. I sent a link. Y'all happy now?
You sent the link. Oh shit! Hold on.
Let me see. It's the XXL mag. Tory Lanez puts. Oh no. This Tory Lanez put on house arrest until Megan Thee Stallion trial for allegedly beating up August Alsina. You talking about that link? Presley?
No. Maybe that was on my clipboard, but that wasn't the one I was talking about. Hold on, let me pull up the one where I was talking about his. I think that was on my clipboard thing. Let me pull up the other one again. Let me do that.
Somebody said, why am I not monetized? Because it's aggravating. And I'm ratchet.